Chapter 201 Ambition and Aspiration. Flash memory is divided into NOR type and NAND type. The two are very different. NOR type flash memory is more like memory, with independent address and data lines, but the price is more expensive, and the capacity is relatively small, while NAND type is more like a hard disk. The address line and data line are shared I/O lines. Similar to all the information of the hard disk, it is generally transmitted through a hard disk line, and compared with NO-type flash memory, the cost of NAND type is lower, and the capacity is much larger. Mobile phones are large users of NOR flash memory, occupying more than 60% of NOR memory. Therefore, the memory capacity of mobile phones is usually not large. NAND flash memory is mainly used to store data, such as flash drives and digital memory cards. Type flash memory. At present, the world's four major flash memory manufacturers mainly rely on NOR flash memory and NAND as a supplement. The profit is also higher for the NOR type, which has caused the limited sales of NAND flash memory. Nowadays, the main NAND flash memory applications are mainly in the U-disk market. But the lack of support from the motherboard is also the reason why the U-disk cannot be popularized. In the first half of 2001, the global sales volume of 32M flash memory was 1.028 million, and the sales volume of 64M flash memory was 1.227 million. Lin Feng's MP3 players are mainly based on these two flash memory specifications. The songs below 32M such as 16M can store too few songs, and the price higher than 64M 128M is now too expensive and not suitable for China's national conditions. The price of flash memory chips can drop significantly with an order of 1 million pieces. According to Dan Zeiss' statement that the price has dropped by half, 1 million 32M chips require at least 70 million funds, but in fact more than that. Calculated with the capacity of 32M flash memory, an MP3 is calculated at an average capacity of 4M, and 32M flash memory can store 8 songs, which is too small for consumers. The 64M flash memory can store 16 songs, which is barely enough. Therefore, 64M flash memory chips may account for half of the proportion. In this way, 64M flash memory chips must also have an order of 1 million, and only 2 orders need to spend about 200 million in funds. A registered capital of 100 million is simply not enough, and investment must be increased. Lin Feng had the final say. Although I now have 1.08 billion working capital, I have repaid Chu City Bank's 100 million loan that is about to expire, and there are $4.3 million to buy 4% of the IDG venture capital fund Baidu shares approximately 34.8 million yuan, and invest in 3721 Technology Co., Limited 5 million, and Baidu's 12.5% of the shares spent 70 million, will soon acquire 24.78% of DFJ venture capital fund, which is estimated to be 200 million. And 100 million of Lin's Technology Co., Limited will be injected. After careful calculation, he has only more than 570 million funds available for turnover at his disposal. Although it is not impossible to continue to invest an additional 100 million yuan in MP3 players, the question is whether it is worth it. The future of the flash memory market is definitely promising. But Lin Feng is more aware that the price of the flash memory market has also fallen avalanche as the types of flash memory applications increase. In memory, after half a year, the market price of flash memory will drop sharply. Is it worth the investment of 200 million yuan for half a year? Lin Feng fell into thinking about the campaign's prospects. Dan Zeiss said nothing and didn't disturb Lin Feng's thinking. In fact, this is also a test of Dan Zeiss for Lin Feng. The test was whether Lin Feng had the ambition that he deserved to work for him. Dan Zeiss is by no means a person willing to be ordinary. He longs for big scenes and eager to stand on the stage of the world. Therefore, he needs a boss who is also unwilling to ordinary, even extremely ambitious and bold. If you follow the normal procedures, order 30,000 to 50,000 32M and 64M flash memory chips, and continue to place orders after seeing the market sales. But in this way, it is bound to be unable to reduce costs, even if you don't even think about MP3 players less than 300 yuan. However, as the price becomes high, with the consumption capacity of the domestic market nowadays, the sales volume must be poor. That being the case, why not gamble once? 1 million orders are indeed very large, and they have already tied the global sales in the first half of 2001. Wanting a company to swallow so many goods is a miracle now, but the future prospects of the flash memory market are definitely prosperous. And Danz also has a plan. This plan can guarantee that the company will not lose any money, and even make a lot of money. However, Danzi did not tell Lin Feng of this plan in advance. He wanted to test whether Lin Feng had this ambition and courage. If so, Tanzi decides to sell this life to Lin Feng and help him build this company that mainly produces MP3 and other electronic products into a world-renowned electronic technology company. If not, he is ready to leave as soon as possible. This is just a simple Taoyi choice. However, Tanzi was pleased that Lin Feng did not let him down. Not just 2 million orders. I think I can still eat them. And I have confidence in you. Lin Feng has already communicated. With these 2 million orders, he can lower the price of MP3 players and seize Chinese MP3 players market. Of course, it is impossible to sell 2 million units, but it can definitely build a good reputation for the company, but money cannot buy it. The big deal is a loss of up to 200 million yuan. The 200 million yuan is still a loss on its own. Not to mention that it is only a temporary loss. If the MP3 player market can dominate, the future profit will be far more than 200 million. Lin Dong, this is a plan I made about the 2 million flash memory chip orders. I named it Tangu. Danzi handed Lin Feng a plan. Lin Feng opened the project case, and the whole person was immediately attracted by the plan in the project case. This project has only one theme: integration. It was too uncomfortable to swallow 2 million orders with the power of Lin Feng's company. Tanz is ready to adopt the strategy of divide and eat, so that domestic and even the entire Asian flash memory companies will share the same share, so that Lin Feng's company will bear much less pressure, and at the same time it will be able to develop the U-disk market. To achieve this goal, we must build momentum. This is what Danzi said earlier. I am afraid that it will offend some people, and it will definitely eliminate some companies that are not strong enough. As the chairman of the company, Lin Feng must have been complained later. Okay, just implement it according to your plan. I will pursue another 100 million investment. If it is not enough, I will add another 100 million. Lin Feng closed the business case and encouraged Tanzi to say. Tanzi sighed helplessly. He used to work at 8848 Technology Co. Limited. Since 8848's financial situation has been poor, all expenses are calculated and recalculated, and every point must be saved and then saved. As for Lin Feng, he didn't take 200 million seriously, which was really irritating. It's damn good to have money, Tanzi muttered to himself, but also secretly thanked that he had found the right boss this time. No, 200 million is enough, Tanzi said confidently. After all, his plan is successful, and he only needs an initial order of 200 million yuan to place an order. Donglin. And on the decoding chip, there are now Philips and Samsung with better sound quality, but there are many worse ones. But since Lindong pursues a boutique strategy, I don't know which one Lindong chooses. Tanzi said to these two. Both types are acceptable, and the market responds that both decoding chips are good. Philips, I personally hate Samsung, Lin Feng said on the case. The plot to hate Samsung also comes from Samsung's things are always more expensive than other manufacturers, and the quality is not very good. Of course, this is just Lin Feng's personal opinion, but now I have the right to decide. Why not do it according to my personal preference? After solving the matter, Danzi left. Begin to contact flash memory chip manufacturers and decoder chip manufacturers, And at the same time Zhang Liu will build a factory and implement his own skyhook plan. Shaking his head, I was busy at the end of this year, but thinking of his plan, Danzi was hot again. Soon after Danzi left, Lin Feng received a call from Baidu President Robin Li again. The content remains the same, urging Lin Feng to complete the transaction as soon as possible. Lin Feng still nodded and promised to send money to complete the transaction as soon as possible, so that Robin Li waited with peace of mind till Lin Feng's answer. Besides being silent, Li Yanhong was still silent, and now he can only hope that Lin Feng can abide by the agreement. Otherwise, he will only have to sell Baidu shares in exchange for capital. But this is not what Robin Li wanted. Zhang Fan, president of DFJ China, was still waiting, but when he learned that Lin Feng, Li Zhu and others had gone to South Korea, the line of defense in his heart finally collapsed. Call Lin Feng hurriedly. But it wasn't until Lin Feng got off the plane to get through. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I'm in Korea now. As for the deal, if I'm still interested in returning to China, I must call Mr. Zhang. Lin Feng deliberately left Zhang Fan to dry. At the beginning, he insisted that 300 million yuan would not let go. Now it's time to entertain him by himself. Zhang Fan hung up the phone and looked helpless. Before calling, I expected that Lin Feng would not be good at talking, but fortunately, this cynicism did not embarrass him too much, and it also made Zhang Fan feel a little better. After arriving in South Korea, Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi went home separately. In 1 year in China, they also earned millions of RMB. When I come back now, I can be regarded as returning home in fine clothes, and naturally there are many relatives and friends to deal with. Before he found his father's whereabouts, Li Zhu didn't stay in Seoul anymore, and directly accompanied Lin Feng to Jeju Island, a South Korean holiday destination. Just as Lin Feng guessed, Park Rong-ho was really fishing at the beach. But I haven't seen him for a year. Park Rong-ho is more energetic than before. It is estimated that it was also a year of fishing that has cultivated his sentiment. Seeing the person who took his company back, he didn't have much reaction. Dong Lin is here. Sit down. Pu Rong-ho pointed to the small bench next to him. Hee, it seems that you knew I was coming. But Kui Ming told you? Lin Feng sat down happily. Knowing that the two of them wanted to talk about something, Li Zhu happily ran to the beach to pick shells, being content and not disturbing the conversation between the two. Dong Lin, you are so lucky. Pu Rong-ho sighed instead of answering Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng smiled, knowing that Park Rong-ho was referring to Li Zhu. Li Zhu is not only beautiful, but he also cooks good dishes. He is also extremely well behaved, which is indeed his own blessing. Mr. Pu, isn't it boring to fish like this every day? Lin Feng picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the water. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 202 Pillow Wind. Mr. Park, isn't it boring to fish like this every day? Lin Feng picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the water. Park Rong-ho was silent. Mr. Park, are you really going to retire at the age of 40? Lin Feng continued to drop a stone, causing ripples in the water. Park Rong-ho frowned. Mr. Lin, you disturbed me fishing. Mr. Park, I don't believe you are really at ease and you just retreat to the fields. Lin Feng was not discouraged, and continued to throw stones into the water. The stones kept falling, the water splashing constantly, and the fish drifting constantly. Pu Rong-ho could no longer fish quietly, not to mention that his heart was no longer peaceful since the moment Lin Feng came. Mr. Lin, I think this is also good. At least you don't have to worry about your efforts being robbed at any time, Park Rong-ho said abruptly after packing up his fishing rod. When Lin Feng heard this, he knew that Park Rong-ho was still angry at the company he had forcibly annexed him. Mr. Lin, I am going home, so I forgive me for not entertaining the defeated general. Park Rong-ho issued an eviction order. Mr. Park, I sincerely invite you to serve as the CEO of the South Korean branch of our company's Second World. Lin Feng stopped Park Rong-ho with a sincere expression. Although Park Rong-ho knew that Lin Feng was never so easy to come to see him, He did not expect Lin Feng to hire him as the CEO of the Korean branch. After looking at Lin Feng carefully for a while, Park Rong-ho frowned and said, "Mr. Lin, you should know that I have a bad impression of you. Would you rest assured that I will be the CEO of the Korean branch?" Park Rong-ho really doesn't understand what Lin Feng thinks. There is absolutely no friend relationship between himself and him. Although it is not hostile, at least it is him. He will never invite Lin Feng as the CEO of the China branch. I believe in Mr. Park's professional ethics and your personality," Lin Feng said firmly. Lin Feng did not put everything on the so-called professional ethics as he said. Before coming, he entrusted a South Korean private investigator to investigate Park Rong-ho's life and deeds. Generally speaking, this person has no bad bank records, and his lifestyle is also rigid. From elementary school to university graduation, the comment has always been the student respects teacher. I can get along with my classmates very well, but I hope I can participate in more club activities in the future and not be too lonely. Their investigation by a South Korean private investigator made Lin Feng very admirable. And the last time Lin Feng forced the purchase of Park Rong-ho's company, Park Rong-ho actually had another choice. But in the end, he let it go and gave Kui Mings and others freedom. And only then did they have the glory of legend. Lin Feng's current achievements. "Mr. Lin, I will consider your kindness for 3 days and give you an answer in 3 days." Park Rong-ho thought for a while and told Lin Feng to leave after a period of time. As for whether it is really considered, it is debatable. "Mr. Park, I hope you can consider it carefully. I hope that my company can become the best game company in the world, and you will become the most important member of it." Lin Feng yelled bewitchingly, hoping to impress Park Rong-ho's heart. Park Rong-ho didn't make any sense, and went straight away. "Brother Lin, don't worry, he will definitely join your company." Lisa walked to Lin Feng silently and gently hugged Lin Feng's arm. "Haha, I hope." Lin Feng didn't know whether Park Rong-ho could finally agree, and he had no bottom in his heart. "I will." Lisa looked around, got close to Lin Feng's ear, and whispered, "I met his wife just now, and his wife is a fan of me, and he said he would help me persuade his husband." After speaking, Lisa winked at Lin Feng triumphantly. "Really?" Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, looking at Lisa with a smug look in disbelief. "Is my friend so attractive now?" Of course, people are also famous in Korea now," Lisa said proudly. "How can I reward my heroes?" "Why don't you just use it?" As he said, Lin Feng gently lifted Lisa's pretty face and kissed it. "Brother Lin, no, there is a lot of people here. Well, Lisa was shy, wanted to dodge, but was hugged tightly by Lin Feng. "Old man, when you were young, you were not so romantic." An old woman in the distance tapped the old man next to her gently. Cough, cough. "That old lady, why don't we have a romantic relationship now?" The old man looked around and smirked. Spring is full, romance is innocent. Lisa is indeed right. Although her influence in South Korea is still not as popular as South Korean stars, she is definitely not some small star, and her small role is comparable. The success of Lisa, Linzu and Hwang Meixi in China has been reprinted by the Korean media and has become a Korean idol and is also deeply loved by the Korean people. Although Lin Feng's few people were local during this trip to South Korea, the media did not get the news in advance. However, Lin Zui and Hwang Meixis return to their hometowns caused a sensation in their hometowns. Naturally, they were informed by the media, and countless splits flocked to their hometowns. During the interview, I would naturally ask about Lisa's current situation, and of course I would not forget to ask about the relationship between Lin Feng, Lisa, and Algra. In South Korea, the people were angry about Versace's reversal of Lisa's Asian endorsement status, and they were fighting for Lisa. After all, if Lisa can become the spokesperson of Versace, he will win glory for South Korea, which is the first person in Asia. For this reason, most of the middle-aged women like Mrs. Park Rong-ho are particularly distressed by Lee Ji-woo and secretly complained for him. Park Rong-ho naturally didn't know that his wife had been bought by Lee Ji-woo, and he was going to convince himself. He was still hesitating whether to agree to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's conditions and goals are very exciting for Park Rong-ho. In particular, Lin Feng said frankly that he wants to build a second world into the world's top game company, and the Asia Connect plan he launched, which makes Park Rong-ho particularly excited. But let him now go to the Lin Feng banner, which robbed him of his hard work, which hurt his self-esteem. But compared to self-esteem, it is more uncomfortable to not be able to sleep at night and to endure constant nagging of the person next to your pillow. "Are you going to Lin Feng Company?" Mrs. Park Rong-ho asked by the pillow. Still considering, Park Rong-ho said hesitantly, "Is there anything to consider? Are you going to fish for a lifetime?" "But he once robbed me of my hard work." "That has become a thing of the past. What are you awkward? You broke the company, you have to die, and you work until 3 or 4 in the morning. You are exhausted and you can't make any money." But Lin Feng made hundreds of millions of yuan with it. "That's because people have the ability. Go, so that you don't have to go fishing all day, and then come back for a sullen whine and become unhappy." "Why are you so enthusiastic?" "Because I am a fan of Lee Zhu. If you go, I will have the opportunity to see Lee Zhu every day." Over the night, Park Rong-ho got up with red eyes. His wife was nagging all night and tossed him all night, but he didn't dare to lose his temper with his wife. Over the years, his wife has not suffered from him less, and he feels guilty for his wife too much. "Lin Feng, you actually used beauty tricks on me," Park Rong-ho said angrily, but looked at the sleeping wife on the bed and sighed again. While Park Rong-ho was tortured, Lee Ji-woo, Lin Ji-wee and Hwang Mi-hee were invited by a well-known variety show in South Korea, War of the Roses. This time, the three of Lee Zhu came to Korea suddenly. Not only the media was excited, but also variety shows. The three are now topical figures in South Korea. The Korean people are all paying attention to their words and deeds in China. If the three can be invited, the ratings will surely soar. In fact, there are a lot of variety shows and talk shows that invite the three of them, but the three also know that Lin Feng came to Korea this time mainly for official business, so they turned down other show invitations. In particular, talk shows are not accepted at all, knowing that Lee Zhu must be asked about the endorsement of Versace at that time. It would be embarrassing and I refused early. Therefore, I only accepted the invitation of the hottest War of the Roses, which was also the favorite show of Lin Ji-wee and Hwang Mi-hee before. War of the Roses is the most popular Korean variety show at the moment. It is also a show that has grown up amidst curses, but it has a very high ratings. As with previous comedy entertainment shows, War of the Roses is relatively more formal. The artists participating in the show often get serious before they know it, because this is a real couple game. It is a show that really tests personal charm, and it is always very nervous to face the danger of being eliminated. Lin Feng is not displeased with the three girls participating in this show, which can greatly enhance their reputation in Korea. Not to mention that this is just an entertainment show. It is just fun to satisfy their wishes. However, when I went to the recording studio, I learned that today's production of War of the Roses received the reply from the three of Lee Zhu. In order to hit the highest ratings, he chose the live broadcast format and invited the most well-known male star. The rule of War of the Roses is that there are more men and fewer women, and the male guests compete for the poor 4 roses to confess to the 4 female guests. This time there were 8 male guests: Lin Feng knew Jang Dongjian, Yuan Bin, Song Chengxian, etc. Among the female guests, apart from Lee Zhu, Lin Zhu and Hwang Mi-hee, there was only one woman. But Lin Feng doesn't know him. It is said that he has played several TV series in South Korea and is quite famous, and is regarded as a quasi first-class actress. After the three of Lee Zhu arrived, they immediately became the focus of the recording studio. The staff and the 8 male stars present were very curious about the three Lee Zhu, and they came up to greet each other and asked about everything in China. After all, the Korean market is too small, but China's mainland market is a huge cake. However, the enthusiasm of everyone makes another quasi-first actress secretly dissatisfied. Not only the staff, but also several popular male stars gathered around Lisa's trio, but she sat alone, which made her a little unacceptable. But before the show started, there was another thing that made the actress even more unacceptable. Host: I already have a boyfriend, can you wait to tell them not to choose me? Lisa said suddenly. The scene was silent, and this situation had never happened before. Hee, Zoo, this is just an entertainment show. It's not really asking you to be paired together. It's just for everyone to play, a show, for the audience to watch. The host was still badly tested, and soon he was relieved. Say, but I don't want my boyfriend to misunderstand, Lisa insisted. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 203. Song Chengxian is not as good as me. But I don't want my boyfriend to misunderstand, Lisa insisted. She herself was dragged by Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi. She didn't come voluntarily, and she didn't have much enthusiasm for the show. Now that I have read the script and figured out the gameplay of the show, I am not happy. The scene was once again extremely embarrassing. The 8 male stars on the opposite side are also stunned. They are the hottest male stars in Korea right now. They have always been enthusiastic. They have never been rejected like this, which makes them quite uncomfortable. Zoo, it's just a show. Don't take it too seriously, it's just a game. Song Xian, who is now on fire, walked over to complete the scene after finishing the filming of Blue Life and Death last year. Yes, Zoo, this is a game. And today, for you, I specially chose to broadcast live. You are like this, isn't it embarrassing me? The producer walked over with a sullen expression, and he ran into this show. There have been countless stars, big and small, but I have never encountered such a situation. Isn't it just a little star? It's not first class in China. The endorsement of Versace has also been cancelled. And he has put on such a big air, the producer muttered in his heart, and his face became more and more unkind. Producing, I don't want my boyfriend to have any misunderstandings about me. The big deal, I just don't participate. Lisa gritted his teeth, still insisting. She knew that if she refused now, she would definitely be scolded by someone playing a big name, but she didn't care. She cared about only one. Lisa looked at Lin Feng, who was sitting in the distance, and his heart was full of warmth. The producers are even more upset and get angry, but the live broadcast is about to begin. How can the show with fewer female guests continue? Zoo, today's show is live broadcast, you are like this, so the producer can't explain it, and this show is really just for fun, a game. I don't think your boyfriend will care about it. Yuan Bin also came over to make a round. Today, these popular stars are willing to come. First, the producers have a lot of face. Second, the show is broadcast live today, which is of great help to their popularity. Third, they are extremely curious about the achievements of Lisa in China, and want to inquire about the situation in China by the way. Everyone persuaded, especially those who came to persuade, were the most famous male stars in South Korea. They had only seen them on TV before, but they have witnessed them today. This puts Lisa under great pressure. Although she wanted to stick to it, she also knew the rules of the entertainment industry. It was indeed against the rules that she did so, but she didn't want Lin Feng to have any misunderstandings. In embarrassment, Lin Feng came to help her out. I'm sorry, everyone, I'm very concerned about this. Lin Feng gently held Lisa's hand, hinting to let her rest assured that everything is mine. Thank you, brother Lin. Lisa's eyes curled, and he nestled in Lin Feng's arms with a smile. This made several male stars on the scene look jealous. Lisa was originally very pure and cute, with a smile at the corners of his eyes. The 2 dimples on his lips are particularly charming, and the body is also extremely perfect, which makes the several male stars present feel a little bit heart-strobed, and there is a faint fake play idea. But now seeing Lisa snuggle up in Lin Feng's arms, with a happy smile, it is naturally full of feelings in his heart. The disappointed expressions of several male stars, although they concealed them well, the frustration in the corner of their eyes was still caught by Lin Feng. There are so many popular Korean male stars on the scene, as well as the super popularity of the show. Lisa still does not hesitate to make a decision against her, and chooses not to make a little misunderstanding. This makes Lin Feng extremely proud, and very proud. Especially the disappointment in the eyes of the actor gave Lin Feng an absolute sense of vanity. But this feeling is so damn good. The producer was extremely dissatisfied. He had never experienced this kind of anger. He wanted to attack instinctively, but he was stopped by the staff around him. After whispering a few words in the ear of the producer's face changed. "Mr. Lin, this is just a game, I think you shouldn't mind," the producer said as calmly as possible. After learning about Lin Feng's identity, the producer did not want to clash with Lin Feng, a young billionaire who dared to point the sun at the press conference, and he couldn't afford to offend him. But Lin Feng didn't give him face. "Mind, I do. I hate that any other man touches my girlfriend," Lin Feng scolded in no face. "A joke. It's just an entertainment show. It's used to give face to yourself." The producer froze, and persuaded him to endure his anger for the show. "Or you can do it according to your friend's rules, or my family and friends won't be on your show. You choose yourself." Lin Feng is extremely strong. However, this sentence of "my family friend" made the beautiful woman in her arms particularly sweet, and the smile in the corner of her eye was even more charming. Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi in the distance also secretly envy them, and are more happy with their friends. After hesitating for a long time, the producer had no choice but to compromise and act according to Lisa's rules. After all, entertainment shows are for the audience. The audience now likes to watch Lisa. If Lisa does not show up, I am afraid he will not have to do it as a producer. Cut. It's just a small star who can't get along with South Korea and ran to China. "Why are you dragging me?" another actress murmured angrily while appreciating the treatment Lisa received. Her voice was very low, and Lin Feng and others in the distance hadn't heard it at all, otherwise the show would definitely not need to be recorded today. But Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi next to her heard them. After they looked at each other, they nodded secretly, and decided to teach this self-righteous woman a lesson on the show. The show finally started as scheduled. This show is indeed like the name War of the Roses. It is a war for the rose. The 8 male stars used their best to snatch the poor 4 roses, while the female stars show their charms to attract the attention of the opposite male stars in order to obtain the show of love of roses at the end of the show. Although Lisa clearly stated that he has a boyfriend, he still showed his charm on the show, singing and dancing, and the audience was dazzled. However, all the male stars present knew that she was dancing for the Lin Feng watching from the side. Aroused, all the male celebrities' faces glanced at Lin Feng with strange emotions from time to time. Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi also showed their charms and stole the spotlight. Especially Lin Ziyue's hot dance, matched with her suffocating figure, attracted the eyes of all the men on the scene to her, and could not extricate herself for a long time. Huang Meixi's nobility and melancholy from the bones also made everyone obsessed with it. On the contrary, the last quasi first-class actress, although she is also beautiful and has a good body, she is inferior to Lisa, Linzu and Huang Meixi. Moreover, she is obviously much older and has less skin than 3. Shui Ling made her look much worse. She obviously felt that when she played, she received far less attention than the 3 of Lisa, and every interactive activity, Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi will steal her limelight, which makes her extremely unhappy, but unable to vent. At the end of the Rose Show of Love, the 4 male stars who received the roses were Jang Donggun, Song Seung-hyun, Won Bin and Soo Jis-sub, all of which are currently the hottest and most handsome male stars in Korea. Song Cheng-seon was the first to show his love. He didn't look much. He walked straight to Lisa, knelt down on one knee, and handed flowers. Lisa frowned. She did not expect that. She had already stated clearly that she had a boyfriend, and that someone would come to offer flowers to herself. Seeing the hottest, most popular and handsome male star in South Korea, Lee Ji-woo doesn't feel that he is very attractive, but rather annoying. "Sorry, I can't accept your flowers. I already have a boyfriend, and I hope I don't have another time. Lizu didn't give any face to the current hottest male star. The scene was in an uproar, especially the quasi first-class actress. Her jealous eyes almost burst into flames. And all the female audiences in front of the TV are also outrageous in unison. Song Soo-hyun is worthless for their idol. Although Song Cheng-seon was rejected by Lizu so shamelessly, he did not show the slightest embarrassment. He stood up and left in a graceful manner. Before he presented the flowers, he expected to fail. Although he didn't expect Lizu to refuse so bluntly, he was originally just playing this show. Among the 4 girls, he just liked the type of Lizu, so he chose Lizu. Lin Feng was aside, at first quite unhappy. Although I also like to watch Blue Life and Death, I still admire the male protagonist Song Seon. But seeing him show love to his woman, although he knows it is a game, he is still very upset. However, after seeing Lizu so bluntly rejected Song Cheng-seon, Lin Feng's heart was upset again. He defeated Song Seon, the most popular in Korea today. This vanity cannot be bought by money. And I can see Lizu's dedication to himself, which makes Lin Feng smug. If you change to another actress, even if your boyfriend is present, you will be very tactful even if you refuse, and you will even accept it. After all, it's just a game. But Lizu didn't do this. Lin Feng was not moved by this affection and commitment. The second person who offered flowers was Yuan Bin. He also liked Lizu, but he was not as indifferent as Song Soo-hyun. He would rather fail and choose the one he likes. In front of thousands of viewers in South Korea, being so rejected is too shameless. He walked straight to Lin Zui, kneeling down on one knee and sending flowers. Lin Zui first chuckled, then provocatively glanced at the quasi first-class actress next to him, and took the flowers. But unexpectedly, he refused Yuan Bin's show of love. The reason is that he has a sweetheart, and he doesn't like Yuan Bin. This made Yuan Bin extremely embarrassed, and he retreated back. In front of the TV, there was another scolding from female audiences, but the male audiences gave out loud congratulations. The third is Soo Zaixi. After witnessing the failure of the first 2 who are now popular fried chicken, he chose Hwang Maxi. Unexpectedly, the ending was still a failure. Hwang Maxi refused directly, and there was no reason. 3 consecutive male guests were rejected, which made the producer on the side extremely dissatisfied. This was originally a game, but as a result of this situation, how the audience loves to watch it. The audience loves watching handsome guys match beautiful women, but all the beautiful women refuse, which makes him end. The last one is Jang Dong-jian, who scanned the 4 female guests on the opposite side, knowing that there is something wrong with this show today. The producer was also anxious on the sidelines, even winking. Let Jang Dong-jian choose the quasi first-class actress who would definitely agree. Unexpectedly, after hesitating for a while, Jang Dong-jian frowned. In anticipation of the quasi first-class actress, he actually chose to refuse to send flowers. It not only disappointed the quasi first-class actress, but also made the producer angry, and vented his anger on Lizu. Cheng-seon, you are right. I would rather not choose than choose what you don't like. Jang Dong-jian muttered in Song Cheng-seon's ear. Well, it's a pity. Song Cheng-seon looked regretful, looked at Lin Feng with his arms around Lizu with envy, and sighed in his heart. Shit, what is this? What are you doing? This show is just an entertainment show, but you made it like this. Do the audience love it? The producer finally couldn't hold back his anger and furious. Everyone knows who the producer's anger is coming from. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 204. The producer is furious in the studio. Although the 8 male stars are not good, they leave now, but it doesn't matter. Firstly, it is not their fault that the show is called this way. Secondly, they are not small characters now, and they don't need to care too much about the producer. Lizu was furious with the producer. Although he felt sorry, he thought it was his own principle and didn't care too much. Linzu directly ignored it. Only Hwang Maxi felt that today was too embarrassing for the producer, so he apologized to the producer. Unexpectedly, the producer took advantage of the topic and cursed Huang Meixi with blood and sent all his anger on Huang Meixi. This is the rule of this line. People are good at being bullied by others, and the weaker you are, the more bullied you are. Isn't there just a few little stars who can't mix in South Korea? Such a big air. The quasi first-class actress was so humiliated today, she said with help. After all, the three of Lisa made their debut in China. Although they are very famous in South Korea, there are not many people, so no one came to make it happen. But Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore, and was very angry. Hunting to look at the mountain, but also to look at the owner when hunting a dog. This is obviously not giving herself face. Especially Huang Meixi has always given Lin Feng an excellent impression. Shut up. You invited them to participate in this show, and there is no rule that you can't refuse. Don't invite them when you have the ability. Also, don't bully a woman. Lin Feng pointed and made a curse. The producer has never been scolded on the spot like this, and was stunned on the spot. And you, an incompetent little actor, is also qualified to shout in front of them? Lin Feng stared coldly at the quasi first-class actress. What? I'm not into the stream. I was nominated for the Best Actress in this year's Baekang Art Awards in South Korea. You said I'm not into the stream. What about them? What TV series and movies have you filmed? I'm not into the stream, and they're not even more. It's worth mentioning. The semi-first-class actress jumped up like a dog with her tail stepped on. Hey, it's just a nomination. As long as they are willing, I can promote them to become queens at any time. Lin Feng sneered several times. Hiss. There was a sound of inhalation at the scene, which was too loud. Joke. Who do you think you are? Not just a well-known entrepreneur in China. Where do you think this is? This is South Korea, which is your turn to be arrogant. It's crazy. Then let's wait and see. Within 5 years, I will make all three of them become queens. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he took Lisa's hand and left with Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi. Flicked his sleeves, leaving a bark behind him. Brother Lin, are you too full of words? The three girls looked worried. They don't worry about themselves. They are just worried that Lin Feng's words are too full to be fulfilled by then, and they will be criticized by the media. They knew that Lin Feng was not the kind of person who was bombarded by the media. Don't worry, I will definitely be able to do it when I say it. Lin Feng didn't worry at all. There are a lot of Korean dramas in my mind, enough to make the three of them the queens of the Korean TV drama Baekang Art Awards. The turmoil naturally spread, and the media reported the incident with a frantic report on the theme of Chinese online game tycoon holds 3 movie queens in 5 years. Let Lisa's reputation reach the highest popularity in a short period of time. As for Lin Feng's remarks about holding 3 film queens in 5 years, both the media and the Korean people think that this is just an angry statement and is not taken seriously. But in the future, they knew they were wrong. This person never speaks the vernacular. When the Korean media reported frantically, Lin Feng received good news that Park Rong-ho agreed to join. Park Rong-ho also had no choice. His wife's muttering all night for 2 consecutive nights made him not sleep well for 2 days and 2 nights. And he was reluctant to retire at the age of 40. But putting aside the old debt that Lin Feng had taken away from his company, Park Rong-ho had to admit that Lin Feng was very courageous and working under him was not too bad. After receiving Park Rong-ho's affirmative reply, Lin Feng directly transferred Wu Zhaopu, who had completed the construction of the branch in Taiwan, and he and Park Rong-ho set up the branch in South Korea. After the operation of the Korean branch became stable, Wu Zhaopu returned to the Shanghai headquarters. At the same time, Lin Feng also allocated 100 million funds to the South Korean branch and sent a financial officer to serve as the chief financial officer of the Second World branch. Although Lin Feng believes in Park Rong-ho's professional ethics and behavior, he must be prepared for everything. Holding the finances tightly in your own hands can ensure that the company will not mess around. Then a team was transferred from the newly established Spikia Security Company to serve as the security work for the South Korean branch. In this way, the financial statements are his own, and the security personnel are also his own. Lin Feng can ensure that the company is in his own control to the greatest extent, and that the cloud computing is not leaked. Donglin, the Taiwan branch is on the right track, and I have also transferred a few technicians from the Shanghai headquarters to the Taiwan branch. The security of the Spike Security Company is also in place, and everything is going to be normalized. In South Korea, I will as soon as possible cooperate with Park Rong-ho to build the branch, but the Japanese side does not know what Lin Dong will do. Wu Zhaopu came from Taiwan eagerly and could not take a break when meeting, so he hurried to report the situation. The Japanese branch is the key to the Counter-Strike Online Asian Interconnection project. There are feuds between China and Japan. Many netizens in China have heard that the Asian Internet project has Japan, and they are eagerly looking forward to the official public beta of the Counter-Strike Online Asian Internet project. Be prepared to teach Japanese players in the game and let them know how powerful Chinese players are. Therefore, if the Japanese branch cannot be established, although there are still a South Korean branch and a Taiwan branch, the enthusiasm of everyone is not so high when it comes to South Korea. As for Taiwan, although there is also enthusiasm for conquering Taiwan, it is compared with hitting Japanese players. The two are naturally quite inferior. Don't worry, I have someone in my mind for the Japanese branch, and I will deal with it as soon as possible. On the eve of National Day on October 1st, we must let Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet go public. Lin Feng hammered the table fiercely. Then I'm busy. Wu Zhaopu nodded, and turned around to discuss the address and talents of the Korean branch with Park Rong-ho. In the South Korean branch, Wu Zhaopu and Lin Feng have made up their minds to stop drawing the poor talents from the company headquarters and hire them directly in South Korea. When that happens, they only need to send a skilled person from the headquarters to serve as the chief technology officer. After solving the Korean branch, Lin Feng and Li Zhu embarked on a return flight amidst the turmoil of the Korean media. But instead of flying directly to Shanghai, I went to Hong Kong. This time I went to Hong Kong to sign formal exclusive licensing agreements with record companies such as Sony Bg, Warner Music Beijing Co., Limited, Rock Records, Hong Kong Emperor, ME, Hui Brothers, Avex China, Universal Music, T3 Entertainment, etc. I am about to get the final copyright license agreement for Audition, which is about to be publicly tested. At the Shangri-La Hotel in Hong Kong, Lin Feng met with these recording giants. When he came to Hong Kong before this exclusive license agreement, Lin Feng initialed a contract with everyone. But this time Lin Feng wanted to add one more payment. This clause has nothing to do with Audition, but with Lin's Technology Co., Limited, which he has just established. Lin Feng hopes that these recording giants can authorize themselves Lin's Technology Co., Limited to provide all future users who purchase MP3 songs to download for a fee. Lin Feng will charge each user who downloads MP3 songs 1 MP3 song, a 1-cent download fee. And this penny, Lin Feng, will be evenly divided with these record companies. Regarding Lin Feng's proposal, the CEOs of several record companies agreed after brief discussions. They also know that even if they disagree, Lin Feng cannot get the authorization, and consumers can download it elsewhere on the internet. And this penny, although not much, if the number of downloads reaches a certain number, then the income is extremely alarming. They still understand the truth of gathering sand into towers. For ordinary consumers, it is undoubtedly acceptable to download an officially authorized MP3 for a penny. Of course, in order to highlight the authenticity, Lin Feng requires these record companies to add an original vocal call for authenticity at the beginning of each MP3. For example, when downloading Andy Laus today, the first sentence at the beginning is, "Hello, I am Andy Law, you are welcome to listen to my today, thank you for supporting the original version." This sentence is very simple, but it can cost money to download. Genuine consumers have a great sense of satisfaction and honor. At least in the future, they can be proud to say to every own body, I am listening to genuine MP3. As for anti-piracy, Lin Feng will find a way. Lin Feng plans to add a small software to verify whether the downloaded MP3 is genuine or not in the MP3 player. If the downloaded MP3 is not genuine, it will not be able to play. Of course, the 1-cent download of this genuine MP3 will definitely have a big impact on the record company's record sales. As for how to redivide the interests with its singers, that is naturally a matter for the record company, and Lin Feng does not need to worry about it. After solving the matter, Lin Feng stopped by to visit Li Zikai. Li Zikai was extremely impressed by Lin Feng's dare to raise his middle finger at the press conference, and was even speechless for Lin Feng's rhetoric of 3 queens in 5 years made in South Korea. This young man is more mad than he was before, but he does have mad capital. Li Zikai has heard of cloud computing. As the second largest shareholder of Second World, although he does not know the core secrets of cloud computing, he undoubtedly knows better than outsiders. He can affirm that the cloud computing of Second World will definitely change the world. He definitely made his own 4 billion acquisition of 20% of Lin Feng's equity in Second World. The only regret for Lin Feng is that he did not meet Li Ka-shing, the richest Chinese man. Li Ka-shing is in Europe discussing a $22 billion acquisition. Hearing this news also made Lin Feng understand that he is still far away from the real super rich. Later, Lin Feng and Lisa returned to Shanghai. It is already August 12th, and there are still 6 days before the audition public beta on August 18th. The audition dance miracle night organized by Lin Feng will also be staged on the evening of August 18th at Shanghai Hongkou Stadium. The 3 girls got off the plane, and after a short rest, they rushed to the rehearsal. The Skygo plan that I had discussed with Dan Zykin before was fully implemented in the short 5-day period of Lam Feng's visit to Korea. The effect is also amazing, completely beyond Lin Feng's expectations. A flash memory revolution that swept across the country and even the world quietly took place. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author. Support genuine reading. Chapter 205 Acquisition of Baidu. On Lin Feng's desk, there are more than 10 best-selling computer magazines and newspapers, which were sent by Dan Ziming. Shuki, give me a cup of Bailu Watch Hun. Lin Feng yelled softly. However, no one responded after a long time. Lin Feng patted his head and shook his head helplessly. Only then did he remember that Huang Shuqi had returned to Chu City. Laughing dumbly, putting aside the faint love for Huang Shuqi, after personally soaking a cup of Bailu Watch Hun, he returned to his seat. When I opened the magazine, all of them were large and huge advertisements, and they all promoted mobile USB flash drives. Lin Feng counted more than 10 magazines and newspapers. At least 17 unheard-of companies advertised with the slogan "The Life of Flash Drives and Floppy Drives," shouting goodbye to floppy drives, farewell to diskettes, and having a compact, don't carry a mobile U-disk that is not afraid of data loss. Then I boarded the internet and entered the more popular computer websites such as Pacific Computer Network and Computer Home. At this time, there were also overwhelming advertisements about mobile USB flash drives. The editors of major websites also spared no effort to recommend mobile USB flash drives. In his article, he spoke highly of the mobile U-disk, thinking that it was time for users to bid farewell to the floppy drive. The article strongly points out several fatal shortcomings of floppy drives: small capacity, easy data loss, large volume, and slow speed. The whole world seems to have entered the era of mobile U-disk in an instant. Lin Feng knew that this was the power created by Danzi. There is a well-known Moore's law in the computer industry. The number of circuits integrated on an integrated circuit chip doubles every 18 months, and the performance also doubles. In the same way, the price will drop by half. Lam Feng's company now wants to consume 1 million each of 32M flash memory and 64M flash memory chips, which will definitely break Moore's law and let NAND flash memory enter the boom period ahead of schedule. The direct result is an avalanche of flash memory prices. This was a big blow to Lin Feng, who bought 2 million flash memory chips. Tanzi thought of using other companies to help him digest it. This time, Tanzi registered more than 20 computer companies, and spent nearly 1.8 million yuan on crazy advertisements in various computer media, just to create a trend and make many domestic companies mistakenly believe that mobile U-discs have entered the spring. Chinese people have a habit of rush to see what is good, regardless of whether they are suitable or not, whether they can really make money. First go ahead and talk about it. Tanzi seized their psychology and used the overwhelming advertising to give some wealthy businessmen the illusion that they have spare money and don't know what to invest in. After all, mobile U-discs don't have much technical content. Anyone can produce them as long as they have money. As long as merchants follow suit, Lin Feng's 2 million chips can be quickly sold out. This is the same as the stock market. Lin Feng is now a market maker. He first creates all kinds of good news to attract retail investors to the market, and then sells on rallies. Of course, Lin Feng didn't want to use this to make money, mainly to lower the cost of his own MP3 players and seize the MP3 player market. Only in this way can the price of MP3 players be lowered and reach the goal of one MP3 player within Lin Feng 300. However, the motherboard does not support mobile U-discs. It may take some time for mobile U-discs to truly enter the spring. When these people woke up, Lin Feng would definitely be cursed by others. This is what Tanzi said Lin Feng would be resented. Lin Feng put the magazine away and stopped worrying about this. With Tanzi, he can sit back and relax. The most important thing for Lin Feng at the moment is to first resolve 24.78% of Baidu's shares in Defengji's hands. Not long after, Lin Feng dialed Zhang Fan, the president of DFJ China. Mr. Zhang, good afternoon. Lin Feng's tone was extremely relaxed. Donglin, good afternoon. Do you still want to acquire 24.78% of Baidu's shares in our hands? Zhang Fan tried his best to control his tone, but it was inevitable that he was a little hasty. In less than a year, I made 2 times the profit, which is definitely a good investment. If it messed up, he really couldn't explain it to the headquarters. Yes, I do still have a little interest, but if Mr. Zhang still wants to open his mouth for 300 million, then I am sorry. I can only go to Google for cooperation. Lin Feng took the opportunity and did not forget to use Google to suppress Zhang Fan. As we all know, Google's current business is mainly in Europe and America, but entering Asia and China are definitely within Google's future plans. It is normal for Lin Feng to cooperate with him. How can it be? According to Lin Dong said at the beginning, the price is 200 million yuan. Zhang Fan laughed. But I just want to buy it at 180 million. If Lin Feng didn't take the opportunity to lower the price, he would have been in the business world for so long. Zhang Fan frowned repeatedly. After a final bargain, Lin Feng reached an acquisition of 24.78% of Defengji's shares at a price of 190 million yuan. Of course, the signing ceremony was naturally in Shanghai. When Lin Feng went to Beijing several times to find Zhang Fan, now it is Zhang Fan's turn to fly to Shanghai to find himself. At that moment, Feng Shui turns around. Zhang Fan arrived in Shanghai the next day. After some simple cuts, Lin Feng and Zhang Fan reached an acquisition agreement. When Lin Feng signed, Zhang Fan's heart that had been hanging for a while finally fell. In the afternoon, Robin Lee received the news. After standing still for a while, Robin Lee dialed Lin Feng's number. Donglin, I think you should be able to put the 70 million into the company's account to complete the transaction now. Li Yanhong is not stupid. He has guessed where Lin Feng had previously stuck his funds. But it would destroy their cooperative relationship between the two people, and it can only be regarded as not knowing. Dong Li, don't worry, 70 million will go to Baidu's account tomorrow. Lin Feng didn't feel embarrassed. A businessman, a thin-skinned man is fine. Besides, this is just a commercial method. Then next time the board of directors will invite Lin Dong to attend. Li Yanhong sighed after hanging up the phone. After Lin Feng acquired 24.78% of Defengji's shares, plus the previous acquisition of 12.5% of Baidu's shares, Lin Feng now owns 37.28% of Baidu's shares and has become the company's second largest shareholder. This made Robin Li a very strong sense of crisis. He didn't want his efforts to be swallowed up in this way. Li Yanhong did not know at this time that Lin Feng had also acquired 4% of Baidu's shares in IDG's hands. Otherwise, I am afraid that the worries will be even worse. In the afternoon, IDG China President Xun Xiuge announced that Lin Feng had acquired 4% of IDG's shares. As soon as this news came out, the industry was shocked, especially Li Yanhong and Zhang Fan. When Li Yanhong heard the news in the office, his face was blue. With the addition of the 4% shares of IDG, Lin Feng now owns 41.28% of Baidu shares, which means that Lin Feng can become the company's largest shareholder at any time, and even has absolute controlling rights in the company. On the other hand, Zhang Fan looked annoyed, slapped himself fiercely, and secretly scolded himself for being confused. Why didn't he see Lin Feng's plan to pass the Chen cabin secretly, and secretly blamed IDG China President Xun Xiuge? If it weren't for him, how can I be slapped if I haven't announced this result for a long time? However, Zhang Fan was relieved that the headquarters did not blame Zhang Fan for this incident. After all, earning twice the profit in less than a year can satisfy anyone. After the completion of the acquisition, Baidu's equity distribution, Lin Feng 41.28%, Li Yanhong 43.5%, Xuyong 12%, and the remaining Baidu management and employees own 3.22% of the shares. Li Dong, we should talk to Lin Feng, Xuyong suggested. Li Yanhong was silent. Baidu was his painstaking effort, and it was also where he hoped. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng suddenly slammed it horizontally, which made him extremely uncomfortable. And more importantly, Lin Feng's shares have approached his shares. As long as he raises one more time in the future, Lin Feng's financial resources can easily surpass him, and then the company will no longer be in charge of him. Well, you help me make an appointment with Lin Feng. Li Yanhong nodded and said after a long time. But when Xuyong picked up the phone, Robin Li changed his words again. Forget it, let's go to Shanghai, so that we are more sincere. Li Yanhong is also helpless. The situation is better than others. He has a long-term 5A plan for Baidu, and he does not want Lin Feng to destroy it at a critical moment. Moreover, he only owns 43.5% of the shares. If Lin Feng also bought the shares in Xuyong's hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Xuyong has been cooperating with him so much, it is really difficult for the so-called partners to be 100% trusted in the interests of the interests. It is not that Lin Feng has never thought about acquiring Baidu shares in Xuyong's hands and completely becoming Baidu's controlling shareholder, but Lin Feng gave up after thinking about it. If it is acquired at this time, Xuyong will inevitably open his mouth. Although compared with the future market value of Baidu, it is still much inferior, but these actions will surely anger Robin Li. Robin Li contributed the most to Baidu's later influence. Without Li Yanhong at the helm, let Lin Feng Blai Holdings take charge of the daily administrative management and development direction, I am afraid that Baidu may decline. Moreover, Baidu's leading technology lies in Robin Li and his technical team. He turned out to be Baidu. Robin Li has to really pick up his son, and even confuse the technical team to resign. This is the same Baidu that he spent 300 million to acquire. It's just an empty shell. Therefore, Lin Feng finally gave up this very attractive idea. Moreover, as long as it is listed, it is a matter of money that Lin Feng wants to become the owner of Baidu. The next day, Robin Li and Xuyong flew to Shanghai and met with Lin Feng. Dong Li, don't worry, I will not dictate Baidu's daily affairs. I am optimistic about Baidu's future prospects and influence. Lin Feng knew that Robin Li was so anxious to see why he came, so he comforted Robin Li when he spoke. Dong Lin, it is Baidu's fortune that you are so wise. To be honest, I have a 5A plan for Baidu. Within 5 years, I want to develop Baidu into the world's third largest engine company after Yahoo and Google. If Lin Dong intervened arbitrarily at this time, I'm afraid. Li Yanhong didn't say anything later, but everyone knew it well. Hee. Don't worry. I only ask for one point. All of my companies Baidu must take care of them first. Lin Feng said. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 206 Intel's Plan. Lin Feng's words caught Li Yanhong for a moment. This request is too simple, but normal behavior. For example, Google and Yahoo will give priority to their partners. On search engines, if users search for similar information, their partner's company information will definitely appear first. If it is only for this purpose, Lin Feng's 12.5% of the shares can also be achieved. Robin Li was puzzled because Robin Li didn't know that Baidu's influence in China would far exceed his imagination in the future, and Baidu's market value would far exceed market estimates. Naturally, Lin Feng would not tell Li Yanhong about this. Dong Li, I hope that the company's search website can be launched on the market as soon as possible. Also, this is a bit of my suggestion. Lin Feng casually placed a stack of documents. In it is Lin Feng's list of the services launched by Baidu in memory, such as Baidu Ranking and Baidu Baike, which are all things that have great influence on later generations. Li Yanhong looked more and more surprised, and finally shook hands with Lin Feng heavily. Dong Lin, thank you very much for your suggestion. I think Baidu will definitely not let us down. Li Yanhong was full of spring breeze. Lin Feng promised not to interfere in the company's administration and daily management, and also put forward a series of helpful suggestions, which made Li Yanhong displeased. Especially now the company has 70 million working capital, enough to complete these plans. After sending off Li Yanhong and Xuyong, Lin Feng received faxes from several companies. These companies are the real giants in the IT industry, and the giants that Lin Feng can only dream about, such as Intel. When Lin Feng studied the quotations of these companies in detail, he received a call from Danzi. Donglin, you should have faxed quotations from several flash memory companies in your hand. See which one is suitable. Danzi handed over the decision to Lin Feng. Originally, Danzi was negotiating flash memory orders with Hynix Hyundai in South Korea. Unexpectedly, the news was learned by other memory manufacturers of the same production and immediately swarmed. Major manufacturers such as Intel, InLink, Samsung, Hynix, and Micron Micron sent faxes. Danzi has a headache about this. These 2 million orders are indeed huge for the company, but for these industry giants, it is really nothing. For these large companies, this order is only one production line in 1 month. The reason why these big manufacturers are so diligent at the moment is that they are interested in the future mobile flash memory market and want to open this channel first. But now the global mobile flash memory market is lifeless and the prospects are bright, but the status quo is very sluggish. And for the DRAM giants, who had suffered heavy losses because of the DRAM memory's desperate struggle in 2001, it would be too risky to open the mobile flash memory market rashly now. Of course, this so-called adventure is also in this delicate period. The DRAM giants who have just gone shopping are really unwilling to start the war lightly. At this time, Lin Feng's 2 million order is like a stepping stone, knocking on the door of the mobile flash memory market for them. If it is profitable, naturally increase production. If it is unprofitable, the loss of the 2 million orders is also Lin Feng's money, which has nothing to do with them. Those who sent the fax quotations were all giants in the industry. Danzi dared not offend anyone. In the end, he could only give everything to Lin Feng and let Lin Feng handle it. Donglin, as far as I know, Hynix is currently in huge debt and is approaching bankruptcy. However, because of the support of the Korean government behind it, the price they can give us is about 510% lower than other companies. Of course, other companies have their advantages. Danzi faxed everything he knew to Lin Feng. Well, I will have a good talk with them. Lin Feng nodded. Donglin, This time I called mainly for an acquisition. I want to acquire Pacific Computer Network, Tanzi said. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. Donglin, now is the era of eyeball economy and the era of information explosion. The internet has gradually become an indispensable part of everyone's lives, and computers are becoming more and more popular. However, there are many computer accessories and many brands. For ordinary computer enthusiasts, said, how to choose a computer is very confused, and often blindly believe in certain magazines or newspapers. I think our company's future products will not only produce MP3 players, but also more high-tech electronic products, Tanzi said excitedly. If we can master media and let it create momentum for our products, it will be of great help to the listing of our products. The most popular computer hardware websites in China now are Pacific Computer Network, Little Bear Online, and Computer Homes. I've analyzed that there are big consortia behind both Bear Online and Computer Home, and it's too difficult to acquire. Only the Pacific Computer Network started from scratch and is in an economic crisis. Now it is acquiring Pacific Computer Network is the best time. Tanzi's regulations are clear for Lin Feng's analysis. Tanzi's words reminded Lin Feng of Zhongguancun Online, which will be ranked first in China's IT website in the future. Almost all computer enthusiasts will log on to Zhongguancun Online to check their recommendations and reviews when buying computer hardware or related products. Zhongguancun Online, it has almost become a vein for computer enthusiasts to buy computers. Of course, Zhongguancun Online has not yet been established. Tanzi's proposal naturally made Lin Feng startled. Lin Feng naturally agrees with Tanzi's acquisition of Pacific Computer Network, but since he wants to acquire it, he should prepare for the establishment of one more. No matter whether he enters the computer hardware industry in the future, this will benefit him without harm. When Lin Feng talked about his ideas, Danz immediately agreed. Beijing Zhongguancun is China's first IT base, known as the Silicon Valley of China, and has an immeasurable brand effect in China. It is absolutely feasible to build a computer hardware website based on the market conditions in Zhongguancun. Of course, Pacific Computer Network must also be acquired. Danz and Lin Feng understand the truth. If one website says yes, consumers may still have doubts. If 2 or even 3 websites say yes, then consumers will no longer doubt, but will firmly believe in it. After receiving Lin Feng's authorization, Danz immediately went to discuss the purchase amount with Pacific Computer Network, and at the same time began to recruit talents to build Zhongguancun Online. However, in this way, the expected 200 million yuan of Lin's Technology Co. Limited is not enough. At least 300 million is enough. And now that there is so much investment, the goal cannot be small. In the past, Lin Feng's goal was the domestic market. Now, not to mention the global market, at least it has to spread its radiation to Asia. The MP3 player, based in China, facing Asia, and breaking out of the world is Lin Feng's current goal. To achieve this goal, flash memory chips are the key. Looking at the fax price report on the table, the cheapest one is naturally Hynix Hyundai. 1,032,000 flash memory chips are priced at 70 yuan per chip, and 64 flash memory is 135 yuan per chip. Other companies are 37 yuan more expensive than Hynix. The most expensive is Intel. 32 flash memory chip is 80 yuan. 64 flash memory is 147 yuan per chip. The reason for choosing Hynix is very simple: cheap and good performance. Moreover, the 2 million orders placed in Hynix are in distress. Although it is a drop in the bucket for the entire Hynix company, it is undoubtedly a help in the snow, and it is enough to build a bridge of friendship with Hynix, which will be of great benefit to Lin Feng's company in the future. As for Intel, Danz also focused on the analysis. Intel is the real giant in the IT industry, and the CPU is the core of a computer. To a certain extent, Intel determines the trend of the computer. The Intel offer this time is also an idea for mobile flash memory. Intel has been producing NO-type flash memory before and is also the dominant player in the industry. It was not interested in NAND flash memory, but this time I heard that someone had placed 2 million orders, which caught Intel's attention. After all, the mobile flash memory market is now sluggish. Suddenly someone has placed such a large order. Intel naturally needs to pay more attention. For decades, Intel has been able to occupy a leading position in the market because of this care and prudence. After some investigation, Intel found that the embarrassment of the mobile flash memory market is that the motherboard does not support it, causing the embarrassment of the mobile U-disk not moving. But after careful study, it is found that major motherboard manufacturers have begun to study the technology of motherboards supporting mobile U-disks, and it is approaching the mature stage. It's just that there is too much inventory of old motherboards, so major motherboard manufacturers around the world want to wait for the old motherboards that do not support mobile USB flash drives to be sold for a period of time before launching new motherboards. After all, once the new motherboard is released, the old motherboard that can't support mobile U-disk will be eliminated. If you follow the normal procedures of major motherboard manufacturers, it is estimated that it will take at least half a year for new motherboards that support mobile U-disks to go on the market. But Intel has the ability to allow global motherboard manufacturers to launch new motherboards that support mobile U-disks in advance because it is Intel. So Intel also sent a fax to Lin Feng and quoted the price. But like all Intel products, they are more expensive than similar products for one reason: because I am Intel. In fact, Intel does not need Lin Feng's 2 million orders, a mere 2 million orders. For Intel, it is optional, and the total market value is less than 200 million yuan. The profit is even more pitiful. To Intel, profits are like a dwindler, and they are not in the eyes. But Intel's fancy is that these 2 million orders are enough to open the mobile flash memory market. There is no reason why Intel ordered global motherboard manufacturers to launch new motherboards that support mobile U-disks in advance, but let all manufacturers share the profits. This is absolutely not allowed for Intel, which has always been keen on monopoly. Therefore, Intel is bound to win Lam Feng's 2 million orders. As for other manufacturers, such as Micron of the United States and Infineon of Germany, the price is not dominant and the quality is similar to Hynix. Lin Feng naturally rejected it. Hynix and Intel, choose one. Lin Feng first dialed the number of Intel's China headquarters. What made Lin Feng a little vomiting blood was that Intel's attitude was extremely arrogant. It was Michael, the vice president of Intel's China headquarters, who received Lin Feng. Michael's tone is extremely arrogant, upholding Intel's usual strength and style. These 2 million orders are like a gift from him. However, Michael also revealed that as long as Lincoln places an order to Intel, he can let the headquarters put pressure on the major motherboard manufacturers to launch new motherboards that support mobile USB flash drives as soon as possible. At the same time, he said that Microsoft is about to launch the latest operating system. XP will fully support mobile U-disks to ensure plug and play. This made Lin Feng startled. Although Intel's attitude is extremely arrogant and unpleasant, everything can be tolerated for the benefit. However, Intel's only requirement is that Lin Feng must only place orders with Intel. As for the consequences, Michael just snorted. But everyone knows that in the computer industry, offending Intel is always too much trouble to bear. As for Hynix in South Korea, in addition to the price, Lin Feng is more respected and valued. These 2 million orders are just a breather for the dit-laden Hynix. But Hynix still sent the company's vice president to talk to Lin Feng. The attitude of courtesy is not the same as Lin Feng's arrogance at Intel. But just because Intel promised to put pressure on the world's major motherboard manufacturers to launch new motherboards that support mobile U-disks in advance, Lin Feng had to refuse Hynix. Sorry, Mr. Lee, I'm afraid I can only let you go for nothing this time. Lin Feng is extremely sorry for the South Korean Vice President Hynix in front of him. The reason for choosing Intel is for the overall situation. Only it has the strength to allow motherboard manufacturers to launch new motherboards that support mobile U-disks in advance. Donglin, Please think about it again. I think our price should be something other companies can't give. Vice President Lee looked eager and didn't want to give up. Mr. Lee, the price you gave is definitely the lowest in the world. But what I call abandonment is because of other reasons. Lin Feng was also helpless. Sorry. Oh, then I can only hope to cooperate with Lin Dong next time. Vice President Lee took a sip of Korean Mandarin with regret. I'm really sorry. However, I think we should still have a chance to cooperate. Lin Feng reluctantly bid farewell to Vice President Lee. Mr. Michael, I think we should be able to fulfill the contract. Lin Feng dialed the number of Intel's Vice President of Asia headquarters. Mr. Lin, I think you made the most sensible decision. Our promise here will definitely be fulfilled. By the end of the year, all motherboard manufacturers in the world will launch new motherboards that support mobile USB flash drives. Remember your promise. You can only give as Intel places an order. Michael said in a very arrogant tone. The exclusive purchase agreement reached by Intel and Lin Feng cannot be specified in the contract. Otherwise, other companies will sue Intel for antitrust clauses. Therefore, Michael can only remind Lin Feng again and again. However, he also believes that Lin Feng will not take the risk of offending Intel and place orders with other manufacturers. Thank you then. Lin Feng hung up unhappy. But no matter how uncomfortable, this anger can only be deep in my heart. Intel is too powerful, not caused by itself. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 207 Legendary List. Lin Feng hung up the phone, took a few deep breaths, and calmed down his uneasiness. At this time, the phone rang. Good news came. Tanzi went very smoothly. The plan to acquire Pacific Computer Network was extremely successful. He successfully acquired Pacific Computer Network at a price of 20 million yuan. At the same time, after the acquisition of Pacific Computer Network, he allocated some manpower to prepare for the establishment of Zhongguancun online website construction. As for Lin Feng's Lin's Technology Co., Limited, the factory is also under construction in Dongguan and will be officially put into production within 1 month. After the acquisition of Pacific Computer Network, August 18th also came as scheduled. And the audition Miracle Night that Lin Feng had previously promoted will also kick off at the Haihongku Stadium tonight. For this audition Dancing Miracle Night, many Second World Club members are looking forward to it for a long time. Since the last concert of Lisa in Shanghai, the Second World official has not launched such a large-scale event for a long time. Although there are interactive activities between players organized by member branches every month, it is a small-scale activity. The three legendary goddesses Lizu, Linzu and Huang Meixi rarely appear, so it is difficult to make many players enjoy themselves. This Dancing Miracle Night naturally attracted the eager anticipation of many players. One is looking forward to witnessing the long-publicized audition game True, and the other is a gathering of tens of thousands of players. Just thinking about it makes people excited. Tickets are naturally the old rules. Members get free. And only 2,000 tickets are free for non-members to get a lottery. Every time such a large-scale event is held in the Second World, the happiest thing is Shanghai hotels, large and small restaurants, and various food and beverage industries. After all, tens of thousands of people come to Shanghai to watch performances. They always have to stay for 1 night. But it is not small, it can also promote the prosperity of Shanghai. At 8 o'clock that night, the audition dance Night of Miracles opened on time. Naturally, tonight's Dancing Miracle Night will also be broadcast live on Tomato.com. The only pity is that Shanghai Oriental TV has to broadcast other programs, but unfortunately it cannot be broadcast live. The first song at the opening is the most classic Pink's Get the Party Start. When this exciting song Get the Party Start sounded, the lights shone on the stage at the same time. On the stage, Lisa, Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi were illuminated by the lights. The moment the music remembered, the whole person began to dance like a full charge, causing the scene to scream again and again. In particular, the costumes of the three of them were designed by Algra personally. They are not only trendy in style, but also very ornamental. Especially on this stage, they can set off the dancers like a dancing elf. Lizu, 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 Lin Wisdom, Lin Wisdom, Lin Wisdom, Huang Meixi, Huang Meixi, Huang Meixi. The audience cheered. Congratulations, Algra, it seems that your fashion is about to become popular. Lin Feng said congratulations. Hee hee, brother Lin, your game might be even more popular. Algra grinned. Tonight, she hasn't slept well in the past half-month, so she has been busy designing tonight's stage fashions for the three girls and choosing different fashions according to the different styles of each dance music. Undoubtedly, during this time, Algra's talent in fashion has been shown to the greatest extent, and it has also broken through the previous design concepts that have been inconsistent. The fashion designed by Algra has turned Versace's luxury style into a civilian style, but the unique honor and luxury of the Versace brand can still be seen everywhere, which can be said to be noble in the ordinary. With the violent dance music, the atmosphere on the scene reached a boiling point. At this time, Lin Feng made a gesture, and tonight's special program began. The login screen of the audition game suddenly flashed on the big screen in the middle of the stadium. This is Lin Feng's special idea to link audition with the scene. The audience held their breath and watched the movement of the mouse on the screen quietly. The lights of the entire stadium were all black, with only the bright light of the big screen. When the mouse finally selects the song, the screen switches to the game stage with a ready go, and the game stage on the screen is exactly the same as the scene, which naturally drew surprises in the audience, especially after seeing the 3D characters on the screen clearly. It is the 3D modeling of Lizu, Linzu and Huang Meixi, which attracted a burst of exclamations from the audience. Then as the music sounded, the characters on the screen followed the arrow operation, dancing in the dynamic music. At this time, the three Lizu on the stage also began to jump. The action is exactly the same as on the screen, no difference. What's more surprising is that when the arrow on the screen was entered incorrectly, the characters on the screen stopped dancing, and one of the three of Lizu at the scene also stopped dancing accordingly, which even surprised the audience again and again. And all this is the result of day and night rehearsal of the three girls, not only to memorize all the dance moves, but also to know the rhythm of the song. It was extremely difficult, but the three girls just managed to be almost perfect. This is Lin Feng's surprise to all the audience, and it also allows them to better experience the charm of audition. At the end of the song, the host on the spot created momentum to make the atmosphere more high, and announced that three lucky winners would be drawn from the scene and become the first person to experience the charm of audition. This makes the atmosphere of the scene reach boiling point instantly. For players, this is not just a game, but a live player game. After all, once they fail to operate, the three of Lizu on the live stage will also stop beating. This gives many players a special feeling. This was a temporary addition to the show by the live host, but it shocked Lin's style. From the beginning to the end of the song just now, even the errors in the middle were the result of long rehearsals. Now it's the player's turn. No one knows where the player will go wrong, which makes the three girls how to deal with it. However, after some consultations, the three girls still clenched their teeth and insisted on jumping. After all, this played a big role in the promotion of Lin Feng's game. They don't want to disappoint the players at this time. Fortunately, everything went well in the end. The performance of the three girls on the stage was perfect, and the cooperation with the players was seamless, and this dancing miracle night came to a climax. Thanks. Lin Feng personally handed towels to Lizu, Linzu and Huang Meixi. After coming down tonight, the three of them were sweaty and tired. It's okay, thank you brother Lin for your concern. The three of them panted and wiped sweat. Although they looked tired, they smiled. The three of them were naturally happy when the performance was so successful. Thank you. What do you want to eat tonight? I personally cook to comfort you, Lin Feng said happily. The three girls looked at each other with a miserable look, and shook their heads. Brother Lin, let's go out to eat. I'm so tired. The three girls were afraid of Lin Feng's cooking skills. The last time Lin Feng did it, The three of them spent a day at home after eating. The reason is that even if the vegetables I bought are washed with water, the same is true for the dishes and chopsticks. Once they are washed with water, they will be washed. Let's eat outside. Lin Feng was also ashamed. When Lin Feng rewarded Lisa and others, audition was opened on time at 10 p.m. Under the influence of this successful dancing miracle night, the highest online rate that night exceeded 300,000, especially for many players, especially female players. The beautiful costumes worn by the three of Lisa also appeared in the game on Dancing Miracle Night. However, except for the clothes worn by the three girls at the beginning, all other clothes must be purchased through game currency after reaching a certain level. This is also Lin Feng's way of making money. While promised to be free forever, all character costumes in it are sold through game currency. The game currency can only be obtained through official purchases, except for a small amount after each victory. As for Lin Feng, another way to make money is advertising. Lin Feng sells game character costumes and stage floor advertisements. However, no one cares for the time being, but Lin Feng believes that as the game becomes popular, this income will definitely become the bulk of the game income. The good news is that Algra has reached an understanding with his mother. Donatella no longer bothered about Algra's decision to start her own business in China, and also acquiesced in her use of Versace's trademark. The only requirement was that Algra could clean himself up. Lin Feng frowned when he heard this, and after being told by a few girls in the family, he made fun of him. Donatella's cleanliness and self-care in Donatella's words is naturally not someone else, only Lin Feng. Obviously, Lin Feng is a malignant tumor. However, Lin Feng had no choice but to endure teasing of a few girls. After Algra got to know him, he became less and less aristocratic. When audition continued to be popular, Plants vs. Zombies began to gradually enter a period of depression. 6 months of freshness has passed, and the game mode is really simple. There is no direct confrontation between players. And finally, let this domestic leisure tower it's time to say goodbye to anti-type online games. Legend is still very popular. The vendetta among players, the monthly world's #1 tournament, and the guild tens of thousands of people fight, all make Legend continue to exude heat and steadily overwhelm other domestic online games. Firmly occupy the throne of the first online game. Other companies, such as Shanda's Millennium and Elf, and 90% of Heaven and Miracle, were all crushed by Legend. In particular, Miracle, which has high hopes for 90%, is n times more gorgeous than Legend, but it can only occupy the second domestic real-time online game, and its popularity is far lower than Legend. For this reason, there is no problem with the Miracle game itself. To blame, I can only blame Judging for being out of time and encountering Lin Feng. Lin Feng's 10,000s battle, the world's #1 martial arts tournament and a series of related activities all caught the players' hearts to death. In addition, 90% of them are not sufficiently atmospheric, especially some time ago because of the crisis of trust caused by the quasi-single machine operation of the Leisure Tower Defense category, which directly led to a large decline in the 90% of the people. The only cool thing is New Wolf. Its Magic Baby is the only one among the turn-based online games. NetEase's Westward Journey is already weak, and the newly developed Fantasy Westward Journey is still in the development stage and wants to be launched. It's still early. So found Apple Pie, which is also a 2D turn-based online game. It is undergoing internal testing and preparing for public testing. It is the last train to take online games. Although Legend continues to dominate today, in order to continue to attack opponents, increase his own influence, and win people's hearts, Lin Feng launched new activities. Beginning in August, Second World launched the Legend 54 top-ranking activities, and the 54 people in Legend were selected by players, half of which were men and women. After the selection, Second World will print these 54 people into a deck of playing cards, which will be sent to all Second World Club senior members for free and will not be sold. In this set of Legend Fenion Poker, each front is a screenshot of the character equipment in each Fenion player's game, and the back is the player's real portrait, as well as equipment data introduction, and a player's game experience. Of course, this Legend Poker will have more than 54 cards. There will be 57 cards. The remaining 3 photos are photos of Lizu, Linzu, and Huang Meixi. The front is a cosplay show of the 3, and the back is a brief profile of the 3. The news of Legend Poker was announced. The news of the selection of Legend's 54 top rankings once again ignited the passion of all Legend players. It also directly stimulated the highest online number of Legend, which directly exceeded 2 million, exceeding the previous War of Plants, the record for the highest online number of online games created by Zombie. When all the Legend players were discussing it, Lin Feng also appropriately announced that the official magazine of the Second World Club would appropriately increase advertising due to cost issues. This aspect is the annual membership fee of 120 yuan for senior members of the Second World Club, which can only maintain a balance of payments and cannot bring any profit. Lin Feng has no reason to let go of such a big piece of cake. Second, many manufacturers contact Lin Feng. I hope to publish an advertisement in its official magazine, and the price has surpassed that of the most famous domestic publications such as Friends. Under the balance of the 2 phases, Lin Feng naturally chose to launch the advertisement. Regarding the Second World official magazine that has not had any advertisements before, many players have no opinion on the launch of advertisements at this moment. In particular, this time the Second World launched the Legend 54 Big List, free of charge to all senior members of the Legend Poker, which greatly reduces players' complaints. After all, compared with other online game companies in China, there are few companies that have constant peripheral activities such as the Second World, and companies that give away free gifts. There is nothing wrong with advertising. After finalizing this matter, the trip to Japan has no time to delay. For the Second World Japanese branch, Lin Feng already had a candidate in his mind, but Lin Feng didn't know whether he should trust this person. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 208,209 Female Slaves. The second volume of the Game Empire. Chapter 209 Female Slaves. Chapter 209 Female Slave. Japan, a singular race nation, Yamato nation. Putting aside the feud between China and Japan for the time being, it must be recognized that Japan is an extremely united nation. It is famous all over the world for games, manga, and karate. Of course, it is extremely difficult to set up a game division in Japan, especially a game company invested by Chinese people, in Japan, a country that is very xenophobic. Unlike certain countries in Asia, Japan and South Korea are both countries that attach great importance to national industries and even use government power to support national brands. Even the Xbox game console released by Microsoft, the software super empire, has a place in North America, Europe, and Asian countries, but it also encounters Waterloo in Japan. If Lin Feng wants to open a Second World Japanese branch in Japan, build his own game empire, and enter Japan, he must find a Japanese agent. For this agent, Lin Feng thought of Arisa Kazama, the largest game software company in Japan. Enix, the super game company that produced the Japanese national game Dragon Quest series. The Minister of Public Relations, Arisa Kazama. On the last trip to Japan, Arisa Kazama served as the representative of Enix, accompanied along the way, and had a little ambiguity with Lin Feng, and finally accepted Lin Feng's 10 million yen per year remuneration, as a spy. Every month, Lin Feng secretly reveals some developments and inside stories in the Japanese game industry. After contact, as well as the information sent back by Arisa Kazama every month, this woman is thoughtful, has strong logical analysis skills, and is extremely sensitive to various events. She is a hidden talent. In Enix, she has never been valued, just because she is a woman, and she is a beautiful and charming woman, so she was assigned as for others by the company. Lin Feng wants to hire Kazama Erisa as the chief executive officer of the Second World Japan branch. In terms of ability, Erisa Kazama does not have any problems. The only question is, can I trust her? Looking at the slightly cramped Kazama Erisa, the mature carcass exudes suffocating temptation, especially this cramped and uneasy. The slight unnatural shaking between the body is even more tempting to be devastated. And the most terrible thing is that, as long as you think about it, you will definitely be able to take your crutch and let yourself gallop. Putting aside the desire in his mind, Lin Feng returned to the topic. Can he trust her? Hiring Kazama Erisa as the CEO of the Second World Japan branch has many benefits. First, she is Japanese and there is no gap. Second, although she is a woman, she is indeed very capable. Third, Erisa Kazama has worked for Enix, a Japanese game software super company, for 5 years. Lin Feng can rely on the talents in the game industry that he knows and gain. Fourth, she is a woman with little ambition. Another point, Lin Feng's little selfishness. Such a mature and sexy sex is always a pleasant thing to do. There is only one disadvantage. Lin Feng doesn't know if he can trust her. You can betray Enix for money, and whether you will betray yourself for money in the future. Erisa, can I trust you? Lin Feng threw the question to Erisa Kazama. Kazama Painted Pear Yarn was slightly taken aback. This time Lin Feng suddenly flew from China to Japan, and found her when he got off the plane. She knew that something must be happening and that it should be beneficial to her, so she immediately asked for leave to meet Lin Feng. When Erisa Kazama was acting as a spy for Lin Feng, she also cared about the Second World news. She knew that Lin Feng had launched the Asia Interconnection project and would establish a branch in Japan. This Asian Internet project caused a lot of turmoil in Japan. But many Japanese game companies look down on Lin Feng, thinking that Lin Feng will only suffer a disastrous defeat in Japan. He even threatened that as long as the Second World dares to set foot in Japan, Lin Feng will surely let Lin Feng understand the power of the game. History has proved that since Nintendo of Japan launched the FC Red and White machine, the Japanese game market has been only me. No foreign manufacturer can tap the Japanese market and take away the big cake of the mature Japanese game market. However, unlike its domestic counterparts, Erisa Kazama believes that Lin Feng's plan is feasible. As long as there are no technical problems, this Asian Internet project will be able to successfully land in Normandy in Japan. When Lin Feng arrived in Japan, he was the first to find himself, and asked if he could be trusted. This made Kazama Erisa prepare to capture a piece of information. Lin Feng wanted to reuse herself, Lenovo's own identity and status, as well as the knowledge of Lin Feng. Kazama Erisa concluded that Lin Feng must want to hire herself as the senior executive of the Second World Japanese branch. Kazama Erisa speculated that it is most likely the chief operation officer. This position can give full play to his strength and use his identity and relationship. Erika Kazama's breath became muddy in her nose. This was an opportunity for her. After working in Enix for 5 years, she knows very well that she is the most important public relations minister in Enix, who is assigned as a for him public relations department. Her commercial talents can't be used at all, and she also hates to be with you all day long. Laugh. I have talents. Why do I want to survive as much as possible? Besides, Enix treats herself. This is also an opportunity for her to ask Enix. Lin Jun? No, Lin Dong. I want to say, I'm just a woman. I don't have much ambitions. I just want to be able to raise my daughter well. The only thing I want is respect and attention. Erika Kazama, a pair of Xingmushi, stared at Lin Feng closely. She wanted to seize this golden opportunity. I don't know what I can do to make you absolutely trust me. But if Lin Dong's company lacks talents, I can take any position, as long as I am not allowed to be the head of the public relations department. Kazama Erisa's tone is extremely sincere. Yes, I do want to hire you, but I can't convince myself to trust you. Lin Feng's words made Erisa Kazama's heart cool. But Lin Feng's subsequent words made Erisa Kazama stunned. because of me. I want to hire you as the chief executive officer of the Japanese branch of the Second World. You have the ability and connections, and you can help the Second World integrate into Japan as soon as possible. The only question is, how can you let me trust you completely? Kazama Erika was stunned. She did not expect that Lin Feng would invite her to the position of CEO of the Second World Japan branch, which was unimaginable for Erisa Kazama. Although she asks herself to have this strength, looking at Japan, almost all CEOs of companies are men and no women. She could not imagine that Lin Feng would give her the position of CEO. Erisa Kazama's breathing became more and more rapid, and her heart was agitated. She must seize this opportunity. But the biggest problem, and the only problem, is how can I gain the trust of Lin Feng? Erisa Kazama fell silent, and Lin Feng also looked thoughtful. Erisa Kazama is the most suitable talent right now, but how can I trust her? Hiring her as the chief executive officer, and then all other important departments use people they can trust. That would undoubtedly be emptied of her. So why bother to hire her? This is really a contradictory question. Just when Lin Feng was caught in a conflict of self-contradiction, Kazama Erisa seemed to be connected, and she walked to Lin Feng with a face of determination. Donglin, I think only this way can make you completely trust me. Kazama Erisa gritted her teeth, squeezed her fist, took a deep breath, and suddenly knelt down. Master, if I become your slave girl, you can completely trust me. Erisa Kazama kissed Lin Feng's vamp lightly, not daring to raise her head. Lin Feng is an excitement. 3-point shock, 4-point shock, and 3-point excitement. A noun flashed in his mind. Beautiful dog. Master, I can swear absolute allegiance to you and become your slave. But Master King promised me a condition not to give me away. And I hope the Master can make me the CEO. I will do my best to help the Second World become the best game company in Japan. Erisa Kazama continued to kiss the upper of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was strange. If there are such female slaves, it is certainly the wish of all men. But is she sincere? Looking at Kazama Erisa's alluring pretty face, Lin Feng was shaken. You really are a slave? You know, in the 21st century, there are no slaves. Lin Feng asked vigilantly. In reply to the master, it is indeed the 21st century, but in Japan's upper-class society, there are still female slaves like me. Kazama Erisa answered truthfully. Such female slaves do exist in the upper class of Japan. They have no status and are often given away by their masters. It can be said that such female slaves are just a commodity, a tool for venting. Erisa Kazama was willing to be a slave girl because of helplessness. Only in this way can Lin Feng completely trust her, and she can become the chief executive of the Japanese branch of the Second World, show her talents, and take revenge on Enix. Let's talk. Why do you want to do this? Isn't this worse than your position in Enix? Lin Feng stared closely at Kazama Erisa's eyes, as if to see through her mind. Back to the master. I originally had a happy family, my husband loved me very much, and I also had a lovely daughter. Although life is not rich, our family is happy and happy. But since my husband had a car accident, my company has been inexplicable. I fired me, our mother and daughter had no source of income. Later, I met the president of Enix, Yoichi Wada. Speaking of Yoichi Wada, Erisa Kazama looked resentful. He is willing to offer me a job and take care of our mother and daughter. There is only one condition for me to be his mistress. Out of helplessness, I can only agree. Unexpectedly, a year later, Yang got tired of me and forced me to be his mistress. Minister of Public Relations, go to get relations for Enix. Not long ago, when I was looking for information for my master, I accidentally discovered that the car accident that year was arranged by Yang, and he began to covet my daughter. So, Kazama Erisa said this, her eyes were reddish, her face gritted her teeth. Lin Feng sighed for a while. This is the root of human inferiority. I sympathize with your experience. But I only have one question. I hired you and undoubtedly offended Yoichi Wada. Although I am not afraid of him, I will give me a reason to hire you. Lin Feng wonders whether Kazama Erisa is sincere. Master, I will definitely help Second World become the best game company in Japan. And I know a lot of talented people in the Japanese game industry. I believe it will be of great help to the owner's career. Dodging Lin Feng's gaze, and I can prove my loyalty to my master. Erisa Kazama lifted up her robe, revealing her snow-white thighs. Chapter 209 Female Slave. Chapter 209 Female Slave. Chapter 210 Actress Saorihara. Sorry. The chapter name of the previous chapter was wrong, so there is no chapter 208 inches. I am extremely sorry. By the way, the starting point of this book is published. Thank you for subscribing to support. Kazama Erisha lifted up her robe, revealing her snow-white thighs. Lin Feng glanced over the snow-white thighs of Kazama Erisha. His heart was hot, but his face was expressionless, and there was a trace of disdain. Mere beauties are too small for me. Lin Feng is not the first brother, nor is he an idiot. Lisa in the family is not as good as Kazama Erisha in terms of charm. Both looks and body are stronger than Kazama Erisha. In particular, there are different types of stunning beauties like Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi in the family. Lin Feng's immunity to beauties is far superior to ordinary people, and desire can't defeat reason. However, contrary to Lin Feng's expectation, Kazama Erisha did not continue to seduce Lin Feng as expected. Instead, he took out a tattoo gun from the side, and in Lin Feng's surprise, tattooed directly on the base of his thigh. Lin Feng looked solemn, not knowing what Kazama Erisha was doing, but seeing her clenching her silver teeth and her face twitching, it was obviously painful. A few minutes later, Kazama Rizaman put down his gun. Lin Feng couldn't help looking at the tattoo area just now. The three words Lin knew appeared on the base of Kazama Riza's thighs. Master, can this prove my loyalty? Kazama Erisha endured the pain, looking forward to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Although I saw the three characters Lin knew, there was a slight movement in an instant, and I was even more proud. But for Lin Feng to trust her completely, he couldn't. Even though these words were pierced on the base of the thigh, Erisa Kazama would definitely not be able to remarry in the future, and could only become her own slave girl as she said. But this is related to the company's future development plans, and Lin Feng can't be careless. Not enough. You have to show more evidence of loyalty. Lin Feng thought for a while and said, although this is a bit unreasonable, Lin Feng does not want to be a fool who is deceived by a woman, let alone ruin the company in the hands of a woman. Kazama Erisha just frowned, but did not refuse, nodded and said yes, turned and left slowly. Help me find out her details, as well as all her information, to see if her husband really had a car accident, and the relationship between her and her daughter. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, and a person came in outside. Yes, boss. The man nodded and left. This person is a member of the overseas branch of the Lania Security Company established by Wang Meng. When establishing the overseas branch of the Lania Security Company, Wang Meng set up an intelligence department and a spy department for the development of Lin Feng's business. No matter when, intelligence is always the basis for strategizing and winning thousands of miles away. Without intelligence, Zhu Liang is not much better than a butcher. However, because of this, the expenditure of this Lania Security Company greatly exceeded the budget. Originally, Wang Meng planned 20 million yuan, but finally spent 80 million yuan in Lin Feng. Fortunately, now the Lania Security Company has started to operate and can be self-sufficient, without Lin Feng paying for it out of his own pocket. Of course, a large part of the profit is used for Lin Feng's security and intelligence spying. But this was also a purpose when the security company was founded. In addition to providing a way to make a living for the retired comrades, it is to act as a pioneer and umbrella for Lin Feng's company. Lin Feng waited for about 12 hours, and then the intelligence department submitted the information of Kazama Erisha. The efficiency of this work is not high. Now in the internet age, the information of Erisa Kazama is not classified as confidential, and it should not take such a long time. But Lania has just been established after all, and it is rare to have such efficiency in a foreign country. Retrieving the information, it is indeed as stated by Erisa Kazama that her husband died in a car accident 5 years ago, and Erisa Kazama, who had been promoted to section chief, was dismissed by the original company for no reason. Joined the well-known game company Enix in Japan. However, in the first year, he was just an ordinary employee. 1 year later, he suddenly became the head of Enix's public relations department. Based on these data, it can be inferred that Kazama Erisa did not lie. Looking at her daughter, she is now in junior high school in Tokyo. Looking at the photos of her mother and daughter, the relationship is very intimate, and the relationship between mother and daughter should be very good. However, Lin Feng looked at her daughter's photos and found it familiar. Look at the name again. Stunned. Harasu Ori. Kazama Erisa's daughter's name is actually Harasu Ori. Lin Feng was a little bit dumbfounded. Harasu Ori is a Japanese avenue who just debuted before Lin Feng's Rebirth in 2009. Height 165 centimeters, measurements 85, 61, 85 E-cup. Has 14 German ancestry. Lin Feng remembered that Saori Hara only shot 3 ifs and set a sales record in the Japanese avenue industry. The first work set an astonishing sales record of 270,000 units and earned 700 million yen for the company. It is called a sod money-making machine. After that, Saori Hara wanted to retire, and Sod spared no expense to offer him an amazing salary of 150 million yen, 10 million yuan. It should be understood that the price of the avenue manufacturer Toyo Noriko Sakai is only 30 million yen, and other well-known avenue actresses such as Kate Matsushima, Sora Aoi are only about 200,000 yen. Lin Feng didn't expect Yuan Xianglai to be the daughter of Erisa Kazama, but she's only 13 years old this year. Harasu Ori ... Maybe it's a solution. Lin Feng had an idea in his mind. After waiting for 2 days in Japan, Erisa Kazama found Lin Feng and handed Lin Feng a disc. What's the matter? Lin Feng asked with concern when he saw that Feng Jianhilisha's face was a little bruised and his eyes were swollen. Back to the master. It's okay. Kazama Erisa shook her head, but instead urged Lin Feng to look at the disk data. After inserting the disk into the computer and clicking on it, I realized that it was a merger plan. It was the shocking merger case that shocked the entire home game console market. Merger of Enix and Square. The disk contains the detailed quotation of Enix's acquisition of Square, as well as the specific terms of the cooperation between the two parties, and the personnel distribution and the appointment and removal of corporate positions after the cooperation. This is definitely a confidential document, and the data on it is true. The merger of the two companies is a strong alliance. Although Enix has produced the Japanese national game Dragon Quest series, other than that, other works are very low profile, so-called masterpieces released in recent years. The market response has been bleak. So I want to use Square's huge influence in the game to regain its reputation. Square was short of funds because of the failure of its investment in movies. Of course, there is another most important reason for the merger of the two companies, which is to fight against Lam Feng's Second World. Although the Asian Internet project launched by Lam Feng's Second World is worthless in the Japanese industry, the real Japanese game software giant clearly sees its benefits. Especially after Lin Feng's Legend became popular in China, the butterfly effect produced has already driven the entire world, bringing the entire game industry into the era of online games ahead of schedule. In the face of this century's changing era, Enix and Square, who are in a trough, can only seek cooperation and join forces to build a new era of game empire in order to survive, so as to contend with Lin Feng's Second World. Although the Second World is still immature compared to these two companies, the future is limitless. Killing threats in the cradle has always been a wise saying in the business world. Lin Feng was very helpless. Unexpectedly, it was originally in 2003 that the two companies that could not support it began to seek a merger, but because of their own reasons, they sought to merge in 2001. Master, can this information prove my loyalty? Kazama Erisa kept staring at Lin Feng. In order to steal this information, she has given everything she can, and she can no longer look back. If Lin Feng still vetoed it, She didn't know how to face the future. Thank you. This information is very useful to me. Lin Feng took out the disc and put it in his pocket. Don't dare, as long as the master recognizes my loyalty. Kazama Erisa finally smiled. Okay, tell me now. How did the injury on your face come from? Lin Feng frowned and asked. Now that she has chosen to trust Teresa Kazama, she is her own. Lin Feng is an extremely short-term person, who will never allow anyone to bully him. Even if it's a dog, you can beat it yourself, but others can't curse it. Thank you, Master, for your concern. It's okay. Kazama Erisa shook her head. Okay, you go to rest. By the way, I will change your residence in a few days. Both have become the CEO of the Japanese branch of the Second World, and you can no longer live in such a small place. See, Kazama Erisa refused to say. Lin Feng didn't bother anymore. Thank you, Master, for your concern. Erisa Kazama nodded and left. Sent someone to follow her 24 hours a day and report any changes to me immediately. Although Erisa Kazama gave herself this top-secret information, she is Japanese after all, and Lin Feng dare not fully trust it. Yes, boss. Then, 2 security personnel followed Kazama Erisa out. After waiting for someone to leave, Lin Feng took out the disc and plugged it into the computer again. If you want to contend with my second world, just pay a little price first. Lin Feng knocked on the table, thinking about Enix and Square. With this merger plan, under the consensus of the 2 parties, Lin Feng had no possibility of disrupting it at all. Even if it is leaked out, it will not cause any substantial harm to the 2 companies, but will provoke crazy retaliation from the 2 companies, and even the Japanese government. Lin Feng would never do this kind of thing that neither harms others nor harms himself. However, the cooperation of these 2 companies can be used to win a lot of votes. At first, after receiving Lee Zakai's financing, he had 4 billion in cash and real estate, which made Lin Feng very satisfied for a while, thinking that he was already a super rich man. But now it seems that it is really poor. 1.08 billion cash is simply not enough. And after hearing that Li Ka-shing was carrying out a project in Europe that could bring $22 billion in profits to Chung Kong, Lin Feng was even more excited. That is the real rich man. In contrast, he is now a peasant who has just lifted out of poverty. Since Enix and Square have merged this time, I have no reason not to take the opportunity to win a vote and expand my wallet. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 211, The Reservation of Female Slaves. When the 2 companies merge, the stocks must rise sharply. Moreover, according to the plan, the news of the merger will be made public within a week at most, and there is still close to a week, enough time for Lin Feng to act. After investing 300 million in Lin's Technology Co., Limited, acquiring Baidu with 293 million and investing 80 million in Lania Security Company, Lin Feng now has 407 million in his account. Lam Feng transferred all 407 million to the Japanese market at one time. However, Lin Feng did not transfer the money to the Central Bank of Japan, but to the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation, which is a branch in Japan. It has to be said that although the Japanese online game market is underdeveloped, the internet is extremely developed. All these actions can be completed as long as they are operated on the internet, and there is no need for Lin Feng to go to the bank branch to handle them in person. Mr. Kiao, a large amount of money has entered the bank. A director of the Hong Kong HSBC Bank Japan branch discovered a large amount of unidentified funds remittance and hurriedly reported to the president of HSBC. Where does the money come from? Joe always looked astonished. There was a sudden influx of 407 million yuan of funds, and he worried that this was a consortium borrowing money from HSBC. From mainland China. The director double-clicked on the keyboard in his hand, and said in a daze. Joe always frowned. President Kiao, now the funds are scattered. 372 accounts have been registered, and stock market accounts have been opened. The director's forehead was sweaty, and this technique was too much like money laundering. Record. President Kiao frowned. The bank's secrecy policy stipulates that he cannot report this abnormal behavior, but can only file it, so that in the future, if the Chinese government intervenes, he can show evidence. But usually when I wait for the question, the account funds have disappeared without a trace. This is also Lin Feng's method that is too direct. If the funds are scattered and transferred in small sums, they will not be noticed by the bank at all. Such large-scale fund transfers are not alarmed by the bank. After registering 372 accounts, Lin Feng converted all 407 million yuan into Japanese yen, totaling 5.874.28 million yen, and purchased shares of Enix and Square Inch's several batches. Enix's current share price is 1,980 yen per share, and Square's is 2,120 yen per share. Lin Feng bought a total of 10,000 lots of Enix stock and 20,000 lots of Square stock. One lot equals 100 shares in 2 days. This is because Lin Feng has insufficient funds. If the funds are sufficient, I am afraid I will buy more. However, Lin Feng did not mobilize Second World funds for this, nor did he seek a loan from ICBC President Jiang. First, it takes time, and Lin Feng doesn't have enough time. Second, Enix and Square will notice that if they know that they are sniping their stocks, if they know that they are attacking their stocks, the two holding companies will be able to kill themselves at any time. Firmly trapped his own funds in the Japanese market. This will not do any good to one's own plans. There is no way to make money, so you can take it if you see it well. Lam Feng has always followed this principle for the stock market. President Houghton, the campaigner's stock price suddenly rose by 20 yen in the afternoon. Many retail investors bought a lot of our stock. This merger will definitely bring the company to a higher level. A confidant section chief reported to Iwata. While flattering, Yang was extremely happy when he heard the staff around him being graciously flattering. He is about to merge with Square to become the largest game software company in Japan. He is extremely proud to be the president of the merged Square Enix. As for these retail investors entering the market and swallowing millions of stocks, in Wada H's view, it must be a few high-level executives who know the inside story of the merger taking the opportunity to make a fortune. For this, Iwata didn't worry too much, and didn't mind. As long as there is no large amount of capital to enter the market, let these high-level executives earn points and earn points. Anyway, in the end, it is the foolish investors who bear the loss. By the way, what about Arisa? Why haven't I seen her in the past 2 days? Thinking of Arisa's mature carcass, Wada Yang had a fever in her lower body, especially when she thought of her 13-year-old daughter. The desire in her heart was even greater. Can't hold back. Report to the president, Minister Arisa has resigned. The section chief thought for a while and said, "What? Resign?" Iwata threw the wine glass in his hand to the ground and shouted, "Does that woman want to stop in Japan?" President. The section leader was shocked. He had never seen the president so angry. Ah, by the way, did she resign for any reason? When Yang remembered that there were others around him, he quickly regained his composure. Back to the president, It's just that I resigned for personal reasons. Damn, bitch. Don't know what is good or bad. Do you think you can get rid of me like this? HMPH. After this merger, you and your daughter will come back to me sooner or later. Although Iwata resents the departure of Kazama Arisa, but the current major matter is urgent, and can only wait for the settlement of the merger plan with Square before going to clean up Kazama Arisa. Enix and Square didn't pay much attention to the funds that suddenly entered the market, which also allowed Lin Feng to enter the market quietly. At night, Tokyo, Japan is also a city that never sleeps. The neon lights dot the streets of Tokyo beautifully. Boss, there is a situation. A man went to Kazama Arisa, who seems to be the director of her company. The team member who followed Kazama Arisa called Lin Feng. Okay, He'll come right away. Lin Feng calmly rushed to Kazama Arisa's house. Is it really a double agent, or is it all just her strategy? Lin Fengman guessed that he was outside the house of Arisa Kazama. What's the situation? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. The middle-aged man has been in for 20 minutes and has not yet come out. The security officer in charge of monitoring replied, because we have not received an order before, we did not install a monitor, only a bug. Listen to me. Lin Feng took the earphones from the team members, but they were all in Japanese, and Lin Feng couldn't understand them, so he had to pass them to the security personnel. Arisa, say, what on earth did you sneak into President Houghton's office the night before? A man's voice came. Mr. Yuda, that is my personal matter. Besides, we have negotiated the day before yesterday. I will give you 20 million yen, so you won't mention it anymore. Kazama Arisa said in disgust. Hey! But I am also very interested in you now. If you don't want President Wada to know that you have entered his office, you can stay with me for one night. Just one night. The man named Yuda said obscenely. Mr. Yuda, you are too rude. You give me out. Arisa Kazama was disgusted. This Yuda is a senior in the company and has always coveted her, but because she is Wada H's prohibition, Yuda has never can succeed. Ha, Arisa, don't pretend to be high-minded for me. I don't know what you are. Isn't it just a bitch who slept with President Wada? Yuda sneered several times, and said extremely badly. Fuck me. Arisa Kazama was very angry. Her tone was already a little bit crying. Stop damn yelling at me. Don't think I don't know what you are going to do. It must be stealing the confidential document of the cooperation between Enix and Square. Yuda's voice hit the wind like a hammer. Painted pear yarn heart. Who said it? Arisa Kazama denied it, but the hesitation and weakness in her tone had already betrayed her. Ha! Do you want me to call President Houghton now and tell him that you have stolen the confidential case of Enix and Square's cooperation? Yuda raised his cell phone with a lewd smile on his face. Kazama Arisha's face changed drastically, and the cloudy and sunny changed. HMPH. I won't cry if I don't see the coffin. Seeing Erika Kazama, Yuda still refused to lower his head, muttered in his mouth, and started to call. How to do? Arisa Kazama was at a loss for a while. Although she didn't know what Lin Feng did with this confidential document, once he I knew it, it would definitely affect Lin Feng's plan, and it would make Lin Feng doubt her loyalty. It was hard to gain the trust of Lam Feng, and to be the CEO of the Second World, he must not make a mistake at this time. Arisa Kazama bit her silver teeth, pounced, and grabbed the phone in Yuda's hand. Unexpectedly, Kazama Arisa was hugged by Yuda. Hey, this is good. Arisa, I have been coveting you for a long time. As long as you fulfill my wish, I won't bother with you about stealing company confidential documents. Yuda hugged Erika Kazama. Buried his head in the neck of Arisa in the wind, took a deep breath, and looked lewd. Let me go. Arisa Kazama was startled and struggling again and again. But Yuda finally got this opportunity. How could he let it go easily? Hugging Kazama Arisha tightly with both arms, stretched out her mouth and kissed Kazama Arisha's lips. No. Kazama Arisa's face faded. She has become Lin Feng's slave girl, so she can no longer betray her master. Although it is shameful to be a slave girl, Arisa Kazama has already figured out everything. Rather than being abused by Uchiha in Enix, and sometimes even going to flatter a high-level executive of another company, or even a high-level government official, it is better to become Lin Feng's slave girl. In terms of age, appearance and future, Lin Feng is stronger than Hushin Yanai. Moreover, it is impossible for Lin Feng to stay in Japan for a long time, and the women around him are all better than him. Even if he is willing to serve, he may not admire himself. Besides, Arisa Kazama must get rid of Wada H's clutches. She is already unclean and she can do her best, but she can no longer let her daughter follow her path. In Japan, if you want to get rid of Uchi Wada's entanglement, you can only rely on this young super Lin Feng from China. Only he can give himself safety, and only he is not afraid of Uchi Wada. Therefore, She must not be destroyed by this Yudan now. She knew that the Chinese view of women is different from the Japanese. Even if Lin Feng is not interested in herself, but she has sworn to become his slave girl, she will never have any relationship with other men, and he will never allow others to get involved. Otherwise, you will definitely give up yourself. Bitch, pretend to be noble. Don't you have fewer men to serve? Yuda looked disdainful, hugged the struggling Kazama Erisha tightly with one hand, and began to tear Kazama Erisha's clothes with the other. Listening to the sound of clothes being torn in the earphones, Lin Feng's heart was full of anger, and he wished to rush to beat Yushin immediately. Although she will not fall in love with this Kazama Erisa, or even have a relationship with it again, but she swore to become her slave girl, and she will never tolerate others getting in on her. Rotten will be rotten in my field, but it can't be given to others. This is Lin Feng's philosophy for women who have a little relationship with him. Boss. Several security personnel around looked at Lin Feng. Although the target is the Japanese, these security personnel are all fighters and have a feeling of injustice. Seeing a rape happens alive, it makes them unable to sit idly by. Besides, this man and the boss are still a little bit ambiguous. Wait. Although Lin Feng was angry, he forcibly restrained the thought of rushing in. Lin Feng only believed 99% of whether Erisa Kazama was really loyal to herself, but 1% still wondered whether it was a show. Is it a show by director Erisa Kazama? The Japanese are very cunning, especially their sexuality is too casual, which makes Lin Feng dare not believe it easily. Don't use the suspect, don't use it. This is related to the future of his company, and Lin Feng must be cautious. Seeing that Lin Feng did not issue an order, everyone calmed down. They are security personnel, and the first thing is to ensure the safety of the employer, not to mention that the employer is his own boss. There was the sound of crying Kazama Erisa and Yuda's obscene laughter from the earphones. Bitch. Don't fucking pretend to be a chastity woman, in front of Wadoichi. You are still a bitch. Let him at the mercy of him. Pretend to be pure in front of Lozi. Fuck. Yuda slapped the face. Lin Feng's brow jumped. His fists were pinched tightly, almost unable to bear it. Boss, her daughter is back. A security guard suddenly reminded. Lin Feng looked over. A girl with a tender face but a developed figure walked over from the side. It was Harasu Ori, the daughter of Erisa Kazama. Mom. Yuan Xianglai pushed the door in. The two people in the living room were surprised. Oh, Xiang Li is back. Erisa Kazama was stunned. She is a mother. If she let her daughter see her like this, let her face her daughter in the future. Please, if you really want it, let's go to the bedroom and don't let my daughter see it. Erisa Kazama was already unaware of other things at the moment. Pulling Yuda to the bedroom. What is the hurry? I heard that your daughter is also very watery. I want to see how watery it is. But Yuda was not in a hurry, pushed Kazama Erisha away, and walked towards the hallway with a lewd smile. At this time, a stunning young girl came in and saw the ragged clothes of Kazama in the house. She exclaimed, Mom, you are. Yuan Xianglai pointed to her half-naked mother, faintly guessing what happened in her heart, but couldn't believe it. You. What are you doing? Hara Xianglai screamed when he saw the strange man walking towards him with a lewd smile on his face. Ha ha, I can't think of you as a slut who actually gave birth to such a beautiful daughter. DSK. Tusk. She should still be a virgin. Yuda grabbed the terrified Harasu Ori's mouth, who wanted to scream, and then backhanded. He hugged her and dragged her to the already silly Kazama Erisa, and another bear hugged her and dragged the mother and daughter to the bedroom. Fuck, I'm blessed tonight. Damn, mothers and daughters are so good. It's not bad to try 3P. Yuda smiled and kicked open the bedroom door. Lin Feng listened to the scared mother and daughter crying from the earphones, took off the earphones, closed his eyes and took a deep breath, pointing his fingers. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 212 Unexpected Ending. Mother, a great word that cannot be described in words. is also the greatest person in the world. At the moment Harasai Angali enters, the moment that Kazama Erisa chooses to compromise for her daughter, Lin Feng has completely trusted Kazama Erisa. If even the daughter of Erisha Kazama can sacrifice to set the game for herself, Lin Feng can only admit that he is unlucky. At least Lin Feng didn't want to think of human nature so dirty. Come on, I can't take care of that bastard life. Lin Feng waved his finger, and the security guards around him stepped out like a tiger, kicked the door open, and rushed in. For this despicable and shameless Yuda, the soldiers have long been disgusted, but because of their duty, they have been tolerant. Now that Lin Feng ordered, how could they be polite? Yuda just dragged the mother and daughter of Erisa Kazama to the bedroom, threw the mother and daughter onto the bed, laughed a few times, and took off their clothes neatly. The naked white flesh accompanied by the lustful laugh, which made people nauseous. The jitter of the person is about to pounce on it. Erisa Kazama is already desperate. She doesn't know how to escape, and the only hope in her heart is that Yuda will not be able to ruin her daughter anymore. At this time, there was a sudden bang sound from the hallway and a burst of rapid footsteps. Yuda was startled, and instinctively grabbed his pants. Suddenly, his eyes went dark, and a black figure rushed over. Original yarn. Kazama Erisa exclaimed. Yuda's eyes widened, his face was horrified and he couldn't believe it. He clutched his stomach, and made a low growl from his throat. After a few seconds, he fell down in shock. Harasa Ori looked at her blood-stained hands, then looked at Yuda who was lying on the ground. She was stunned. Erisa Kazama was shocked and hugged the stunned Harasa Ori tightly. At this time, the security team arrived, entered the bedroom but was stunned. The despicable Yuda has fallen to the ground, blood is flowing around him, and a cutting knife is inserted in the middle of his belly. Looking down the blood, the murderer is the 13-year-old Harasa Ori. The security personnel were stunned. They did not expect this to happen. What's the matter? Lin Feng walked in and asked the security guards at the door. Boss, something went wrong, one said, pointing inside. Lin Feng squeezed in to take a look, but was also taken aback. Master. Master. Kazama Erisa didn't expect Lin Feng to appear here, and she was a little bit stunned. Who are you? Why did you show up in my house? Harasai Angali recovered from the shock of stabbing Yushin to death, instinctively guarding her mother, looking at Lin Feng with a nervous expression on her face. What a stubborn girl. She didn't have any overreaction when she killed someone. Instead, she protected her mother. She was only 13 years old. Lin Feng was secretly surprised. Although it was the first time to witness the murder with his own eyes, Lin Feng did not make Lin Feng too panic, but was shocked by what Harasai Angali did. Yuansha, don't be rude. He is. Kazama Erisa came back to her senses and stopped Harasa Ori's rudeness. She wanted to introduce Lin Feng, but she didn't know how to start. Hello, I am your mother's boss, and my name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled slightly and stretched out his right hand. Now your mother is the CEO of our company. Yuansai Angali frowned, looked at her mother and then at Lin Feng, barely stretched out her blood-stained hand and shook Lin Feng lightly. Are you Chinese? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Yuansai Angali to be able to speak Mandarin, but he was relieved to think that Kazama Erisa could speak Mandarin. I killed this man, and it has nothing to do with my mother. If you want to catch me, I'm not yet 18 years old. I'm not afraid. To Lin Feng's surprise, Yuansai Angli's calmness proves that today's move is unreasonable. It was impulsive, but planned. Yuansha. Kazama Erisa hugged Yuansha Angali, looking at Lin Feng pitifully. Lord. Lin Dong, please save Yuansha. I am willing to pay any price. Erisa Kazama didn't want her daughter to go to the juvenile office. It would ruin her life. Don't worry. Lin Feng gave Erisa Kazama a comforting look. Is there any way to deal with him? Lin Feng asked the security personnel behind him. The boss can rest assured that we will deal with it cleanly and will never let the Japanese police find out. The security guard nodded. For them, Handling a corpse is not a big deal. There are at least 17 perfect solutions. Okay, Erika, you put on your clothes and I'll wait for you in the living room. Lin Feng took the security personnel out. Not long after, Kazama Erisa dressed neatly, and pulled Harasa Ori out. After this catastrophe, Erika Kazama, who put on a housewife costume, became more charming and mature. No wonder Yuda would die because of this. However, Yuan Xianglai looked at Lin Feng with a vigilant face, her body slightly leading half of the body of Kazama Erisha, as if she was protecting Kazama Erisha. Lin Feng laughed blankly, but his impression of Yuan Xianglai was greatly changed. Originally thought she was a girl who loved vanity and devoted herself to the avenue career. Now it seems that this may not be the case. However, her stubborn face and the wildness and arrogance revealed in her bones made her lose a bit of feminine tenderness, but she has more desires for men to conquer. Looking at this face, Chengwen under the man's crotch may be the reason why her avenue is hot. However, Lin Feng couldn't see the slightest fear and panic after the murder from his face, which made Lin Feng curious. I don't know what circumstances caused Yuan Xianglai to make such actions, and afterwards he seemed calm as an ordinary person. Okay, let's go. Go to the hotel where I live. Let them handle it. After Lin Feng ordered the security team members, he took the mother and daughter Kazama Erisa and left. After arriving at the hotel and arranging housing for the two of them, Lin Feng left. When this happened today, Lin Feng believed that the mother and daughter must have a lot to say. Thank you, Lin. Dong Lin. Erisa Kazama bowed deeply. It's okay. It should be. I have the responsibility of protecting my employees. Lin Feng almost uttered the word slave in front of Xiang Li. For a mother, losing dignity in the face of her children is undoubtedly harder than death. After looking at Lin Feng and her mother suspiciously, Hara Xiang Li pulled Kazama Erisa into the room and closed the door. Seeing the door was violently closed, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Harasu Ori, who has such a tough personality, does not know whether it is a blessing or a curse. In the middle of the night, when Lin Feng was about to go to bed, there was a knock on the door. After opening the door, Yuan Xianglai flashed in. What are you doing? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, before taking a few steps back subconsciously. Yushan's death left a shadow in Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng is really afraid that Yuan Xianglai will make any radical moves. After all, she and her mother belong to that kind of. I want to talk to you about my mother. Yuan Xianglai sat on the sofa and looked at Lin Feng. Looking at Yuan Xianglai with a serious face, Lin Feng looked surprised. Is she really only 13 years old? And she was so calm after the murder. Is she still a minor? Don't think I'm young. I don't know anything. In Japan, 13-year-old minors know no less than your adults. Hara Xianglai saw Lin Feng's eyes and knew what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, and poured 2 glasses of red wine. Would you like a little bit? Lin Feng asked. I'm not yet 20 years old. Drinking is not allowed. Yuan Xianglai pushed away Lin Feng's red wine. Drink? I really treat her as an adult. Lin Feng shook his head, took a sip of red wine, and asked, well, why are you looking for me? What is the relationship between you and my mother? Yuan Xianglai asked, staring at Lin Feng. Relation? Lin Feng frowned and thought for a while. The relationship between the boss and the subordinates. She works for me, and I pay her salary. It's as simple as that. Lin Feng didn't want to say that he was in front of Yuan Xiang Li and Kazama Erisa. The relationship between master and servant. Yuan Xianglai frowned and looked at Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng's face was calm, she didn't seem to lie anymore. After thinking about it, she asked, will you let my mother do that kind of company? Dirty things? Lin Feng was taken aback. You already knew it? Lin Feng asked. Well, I saw it when I came back from school early last year. Do you want my mother to do this? Yuan Xianglai's eyes were red, and she knelt down suddenly. Please, don't let my mother go anymore. Do these things. Every night she cries with her father's picture, but she doesn't want me to see it. My mother is so hard. please. Looking at Yuan Xianglai, who was crying, Lin Feng didn't know what to say. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Will you look down on your mother? Lin Feng asked. No, my mother endured their insults because of me. I blamed me for being too young. If I were a year older, I could make money. Yuan Xianglai shook her head. Making money? You are only 14 years old. 1 year older. What kind of money do you make? Lin Feng asked curiously. I can participate in the audition of the Morning Museum Girl Group, and I can also participate in TV shows and shoot photos. If I am a few years older, I can still shoot Avenue. This is very profitable. As long as I shoot a few, my mother won't have to work so hard. I was bullied by those scumbags. Yuan Xianglai's tone is not at all like a 13-year-old girl, but like a college student who has a detailed plan for her life. Okay, don't worry. Your mother won't do this again in the future. She will become the CEO of my Second World Japanese branch, and the salary is very high. With an annual salary of 30 million yen, it is enough to support you. Graduated from university. Lin Feng patted Yuan Xianglai's head gently. Really? Will you really give my mother an annual salary of 30 million yuan, and just do things? Yuan Xianglai's face showed surprise. I'm all grown up. Why lie to you, a little girl? Lin Feng shook his head. Thank you. Actually, it looks like you are handsome now. When I grow up, if I don't find a boyfriend, I will consider you. Harasaori was excited and restored the innocence of a Japanese girl, but Lin Feng couldn't laugh or cry. Okay, go back to sleep, lest your mother wakes up and you will be nervous if you don't see you. Lin Feng urged Yuan Xianglai. Well, thank you. That's a handsome young uncle. Yuan Xianglai took advantage of Lin Feng's unpreparedness, kissed Lin Feng on the face, and bounced away. But when Yuan Xianglai opened the door, Lin Feng called her. Yuan Xia, I have a question to ask. Do you have a plan or impulse for Yuda, that man? Lin Feng asked. Last year, I discovered that those scumbags bullied my mother. I prepared this cutting knife. Whoever dared to bully my mother, I would be rude to him. In the cold of Lin Feng, Harasaori left. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 213, Aiming at Sega? The next day, Erisa Kazama has recovered from yesterday's shock. With Lin Feng's ability, Erisa Kazama believes that Harasaori killed Yuda to protect herself, and Yuda's body will be handled properly and will not cause any trouble to her daughter. Master, I can already work for you. I have a list of talented game talents in Japan. Erisa Kazama handed Lin Feng a list. Without outsiders, Kazumi Lisha honored Lin Feng as his master, and was extremely respectful to Lin Feng. She stood quietly beside Lin Feng and did not dare to sit down at all. Lin Feng is also accustomed to painting pear yarn in the wind. After taking a look, most of the list is of Chinese descent. The parents of these people are Chinese. Although they grew up in Japan, they are of Chinese descent, so they are much worse than the native Japanese in terms of work and salary. And since the dot-com bubble burst, the Chinese in the IT industry are not in Japan. It's easy to find a job. Therefore, it should be easy to dig them, and this is a Chinese company. They should have a great sense of belonging. Kazama Erisa saw Lin Feng in doubt, explained. Lin Feng nodded. If this is the case, that would be great. By the way, is there a suitable place for the office address of the Japanese branch of the Second World? Lin Feng asked. In reply to the master, there is a suitable place, but Kazama Erisa hesitated slightly. Go ahead. Just say something. Across from the new Square Enix headquarters, there is a vacant building for rent. Both the price and the location are ideal. Kazama Erisa said bitterly. Lin Feng gave a soft O and looked at Kazama Erisa with interest. This position is worth studying. Master, I'm sorry, I'm a little selfish. In fact there is actually a better position. Kazama Erisa was seen by Lin Feng with a guilty conscience, plop and knelt down. Okay, get up. It's okay. Since you are the CEO of my Japanese branch, you will meet NX sooner or later. The opposite is the opposite, just to help you out. Besides, Japan is so big, I think you can't hide. Lin Feng gently pulled up Kazuma Erisha. Thank you, Master. Erisa Kazama looked grateful. Lin Fengnin helped her breathe out, and she was deeply moved. When thinking of the future as the CEO of the Japanese branch of the Second World standing in front of Hiroshi Wada, Erisa Kazama was thrilled. Be sure to help the owner overwhelm Square Enix and make Second World the best game company in Japan. Erisa Kazama secretly made up his mind. By the way, Master, I also received a message. Erisa Kazama flipped through the folder and pulled out a document. Sega announced in January this year that it would stop producing Dreamcast DC, the masterpiece Shenmue, and develop game consoles, focusing on game software development. By March, after the death of its president Okawa Gong due to a heart attack, the company was in chaos. Now, according to the news, some of the internal shareholders intend to sell the game hardware division that has ceased operation. When Lin Feng looked at the information, Kazama Erisa turned around to pour a cup of coffee for Lin Feng. Looking at the information in his hand, Lin Feng's heart became active. Online games are indeed the protagonists of the future game market, but it is undeniable that the standalone game market still occupies an unshakable position. Think about Call of Duty 6. Modern Warfare 2 inches, 3 months after its launch. The world has rolled up $3 billion in cash, which is enough to prove that for a long time in the future, standalone games will be enough to keep pace with online games. What do you think? Lin Feng had the answer in his mind, but wanted to take a test of Kazuma Erisa to see what she could see. Back to the owner. Now Sega is in trouble and internal management is chaotic. This time the sale of its hardware development department is about $100 million. If the owner company has enough funds, I hope I can buy it. Erisa Kazama thought for a while. His mature face showed a confident smile. In Japan, standalone games still dominate the absolute market. In the world, standalone games are now also occupying a leading position. If it weren't for the legend storm that the owner suddenly directed a year ago, I think today's online games are still in the Stone Age. Lin Feng nodded secretly as he looked at the extra beautiful Erisa Kazama because of his self-confidence. If the owner wants to build a game empire, he must not rely solely on online games. The biggest difference between standalone games and online games is the hardware that determines the direction of the standalone game market. For example, game hardware is like a human skeleton, and the torso, the game software, is the soul. The skeleton and the torso determine the form of the soul. Just like Wu Song, if he was Wu Dalang's body from a young age, he would not have grown into a tiger fighting hero Wu Song. The image of Erisa Kazama is a metaphor. However, Sega's game hardware level does not have a leading position in the industry. The previous SS Saturn was defeated by Sonos PS, and now DC is defeated by Sonos PS2. What is the use of the acquisition? Lin Feng continued to take the test. Hey! Kazama Erisa gently flicked her forehead bangs behind her ears with her hands, but her casual movements exuded the infinite charm of mature women. Master, there is actually another market. The handheld market. Now Nintendo is the dominant player in the handheld market, with an annual profit of hundreds of millions of dollars. Sega's hardware level is mainly weak in 3D, but for a handheld, 2D is the key. Not to mention that Sega's hardware development department is more than competent compared to handheld 3D. I think the company's goal should not be the home console market, but the handheld market when buying Sega's hardware development department. In particular, now that social competition is fierce, few people have a lot of time to sit in front of the TV and play games all day. Mobile games will be the trend of the future. Kazama Erisa said surely. Lin Feng drank all his coffee in one sip. This Kazuma is indeed a talent, and now it is worthy to become his own slave girl. Master, drinking too much coffee is bad for your health. Why don't I make a cup of ginseng tea for you? Kazama Erisa turned out a coffee cup from Lin Feng's hand. Okay, Erisha, I will give you full responsibility for the acquisition of Sega's hardware development department. Lin Feng ordered. The acquisition of Sega's hardware development department can only be handed over to Kazama Erisa. In any case, Sega is also a Japanese national brand. If it is acquired by a Chinese company, even if it is only one of the development departments, it will cause an uproar. Lin Feng did not want to cause unnecessary trouble before the acquisition. Yes, Master, I will definitely not let you down, Kazama Erisa said in surprise. Being able to get this important task shows that she has been fully trusted by Lin Feng. By the way, the construction of the Japanese branch has to be stepped up. The people from my headquarters will soon arrive in Japan, and will soon begin to structure the Counter-Strike Online Asian Interconnection project. This is the theme. Others can be postponed a little bit, Lin Feng exhorted. Understood. There will be no delay. After Kazama Erisa handed Lin Feng a cup of ginseng tea, she turned and left. The acquisition of Sega's hardware development department for $100 million seems to be insufficient for the second world. Counting 300 million loans now, the company account is only 780 million. Except for the 50 million spent by the Taiwan Development Department, 100 million will be spent on the Korean branch, and the construction of the Japanese branch will probably be invested at around 130 million. Only 500 million are left in the second world. It is not enough to acquire Sega's hardware development department. However, Lin Feng is not ready to seek a loan from President Jiang, and is ready to directly use the income of the members of the Second World Club. In this regard, there is a balance of 180 million yuan, plus the company's fiscal revenue in July and August, and the liquidity is sufficient to guarantee the acquisition. What's more, the acquisition of Sega's hardware development department will not be completed in a moment. When an agreement is reached and payment is made, the Second World account already has sufficient liquidity. This is the advantage of online game companies. As long as they are operating, they are not afraid of no income. Daily operating income will be rolled into the company's account. While Erisa Kazama was busy building the Second World Japanese branch, Lin Feng paid attention to the stock prices of Enix and Square. In the past 2 days, the share prices of the two companies have begun to rise slowly. On the fifth day, when Ichihashin held a press conference to announce that Enix merged with Square, the shares of the two companies rose sharply, and that day rose 17%. In just 3 days, when the stock price rose sharply and stabilized, Lin Feng did not hesitate to sell all the shares. In just 1 week, Lin Feng's 407 million funds have become 710 million, and Lin Feng's assets have almost doubled. Erisa, take it, and choose a good house for you and your daughter. Lin Feng handed Kazama Erisa a check. Master, this is. Looking at the number of RMB 10 million on the check, Erisa Kazama was startled and knelt down quickly. Master, what did I do wrong? Lin Feng was startled, but for some reason, he quickly picked up Fengji and Elisha, what's wrong with you? This is reward for you. Lin Feng asked puzzled. I haven't got any results yet, Master. This reward is too flattering for me. Do you dislike me for not doing well, or dislike me for useless? Kazama Erisa looked terrified. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. This is earned from the top secret plan you gave me. You deserve it. Take it. Lin Feng stuffed the check into Erisa Kazama's hands. Thank you, Master. Erisa Kazama, who understood the whole story, burst into tears instantly. Originally, she only got rid of Ichihashin for the sake of her daughter, and then she voluntarily became a slave and recognized Lin Feng as her master. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng not only did not let her do anything embarrassing in the past few days, but also helped her daughter settle the homicide, and finally gave her such a generous reward. At this moment, Kazama Erisa truly recognized Lin Feng as the master in her heart. Before that, it was just for my daughter and for survival. Now it is the acceptance from the bottom of my heart. The two are not the same. There is a world of difference. Okay, Erisa, let's go back. I'm tired too, and I'm ready to rest. Lin Feng yawned and was about to go to bed. Kazama Erisa frowned. Master. Master, let the slave girl serve you. Kazama Erisa walked to Lin Feng's body and knelt down, gently taking off Lin Feng's leather shoes and putting on comfortable slippers. Erisa, I'll give you the money, that is what you deserve, but you are not allowed to do this. Although Erisa Kazama claims that Lin Feng is the master, Lin Feng is unwilling to use this to force Kazama Erisa does anything she doesn't want to do. As long as she can loyally try her best to help herself manage the Second World Japanese branch, Lin Feng will be very satisfied. Master, the female slave knows that this is the female slave's willingness, and it is the female slave's duty. Kazama Erisa gently took off Lin Feng's suit and trousers, and put on her nightgown, like a virtuous wife. Master, wait a minute, I will put the bath water for the host. After finishing speaking, Feng Ji and Hu Elisha went to the bathroom to put hot water for Lin Feng. When Erika Kazama came out, she had already changed into a sexy bathrobe. Along the way, sexy round thighs and towering chests appeared from time to time, and Lin Feng's throat dried up. I have to say that although Lin Feng already has Lizu, there is no shortage of sexy enchantresses like Lin Ziyui, and Huang makes this melancholy and noble, but the temptation of Kazama Erisha's mature carcass is still difficult to resist, especially Ziyu's lips slightly opened, and the lazy and coquettish master almost made Lin Feng's whole body crisp. Master, the hot water is ready, let the female slave come and serve the master. Kazama Erisa's face turned red, and she gently pulled Lin Feng into the bathroom. Master, let the slave girl undress for you. Kazama Erisha was like a wife, removing the clothes for Lin Feng with great gentleness, and letting Lin Feng lie down gently. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed at first, but in the water vapor that filled the room, and the fragrance of the room, he relaxed. It was just a massage, not to mention that the two had a brief ambiguity before. The right water temperature, the refreshing fragrance, the soft whispers in the ears, and the occasional contact between the skins made Lin Feng extremely comfortable, and he couldn't help but groan softly while speaking. Master, is the water temperature suitable? Kazama Erisa picked up the towel and gently wiped Lin Feng's body, and asked affectionately. Very good. Lin Feng closed his eyes, enjoying the service of Kazama Erisa. Master, I put a little ylang-ylang oil in the water, which can prevent modern presidential diseases such as heart palpitations, heart failure, and irregular heartbeat. It is of great benefit to the owner's body. Kazama Erisa's face was even redder. Very good. Lin Feng groaned very comfortably, feeling the comfort of his body. Master, sit up a little bit and I will wipe your back. Lin Feng got up slightly, and felt a slender carcass in his back. The softness of the two groups made it easy for Lin Feng to guess what it was. Although his body reacted immediately, Lin Feng didn't want to destroy the current atmosphere. Still lying comfortably, enjoying the service of Kazama Erisa, the sound of screaming water sounded. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 214. With the sound of water, Lin Feng enjoys the gentle service of Kazama Erisha. Elisha, why didn't you do this 2 days ago? Lin Feng couldn't help asking. So comfortable. I would have enjoyed it if I knew it. Erisa Kazama didn't know how to answer. Before that, I just dealt with Lin Feng. Just a life-saving straw to grasp in times of crisis. Although willing to be a slave, it is not voluntary. In addition, Lin Feng did not make these requirements, and Kazama Erisa pretended not to know. Right now, it is her true feelings. Seeing Kazama Erisha did not answer, Lin Feng also guessed the secret. It would have spoiled this relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Lin Feng stopped asking, and concentrated on enjoying the service of Kazama Erisa. The sound of water that I remembered from time to time, and a slight comfort groan, accompanied by the occasional panting sound. Lin Feng extremely enjoyed the service of Kazama Erisa. However, as time passed, Lin Feng instinctively felt that his body became hotter and hotter, especially his lower body was as hard as steel. Master, let's go to bed. Let me serve you in bed. Kazama Erisa naturally noticed Lin Feng's reaction, and her face became more flushed, but she was not as shy as a girl. Instead, her hand slid along Lin Feng's chest, down, sliding all the way. But in the end it didn't do what Lin Feng wanted. It just staggered from the hard place, but the fingertips cleverly scraped lightly, making Lin Feng even more passionate. "Erisa, let's go to bed." Lin Feng could no longer control herself under the teasing of Kazama Erisa. What's more, there is a strong desire in the body, longing for a mature and sexy carcass. "Master, please come with the slave girl." When Lin Feng was lying on the bed comfortably, Kazama Erisa took off all the clothes on her body, revealing her mature and sexy carcass. While Lin Feng groaned, she gently bit on Lin Feng's hard object. Hearing constantly, slight moans echoed in the room. Men enjoy women's heartfelt service. Beautiful scenery, full of spring. The room is filled with the smell of lust. The next day, when Lin Feng woke up, he felt comfortable. The feeling last night was wonderful. It was the enjoyment of being served. Especially Kazama Erisa's technique is extremely skillful and very slutty, allowing Lin Feng to experience the enjoyment he had never had before. At that moment, Lin Feng even forgot Lizu, and Lin Feng had to admit that in terms of pleasing men, Kazama Erisa leads Lizu by at least 10 years. But between men and women, besides sex, there is love. Lin Feng would not let this purely physical need overwhelm his emotions. For Lin Feng, Erisa Kazama was best positioned to be his most loyal subordinate. The so-called female slaves really can't see the light. And this must not be let Lizu know. Lin Feng didn't want to see Lizu sad. Therefore, this beautiful thing last night, although it is memorable and even sweet, it can't happen again. At least, it should happen less frequently. And it must be secretive. "Master, you are awake. This is your breakfast." At this time, Kazama Erisa gently knocked on the door and came in, holding a tray with steaming milk and bread on it. "Thank you, Erisa." Lin Feng enjoyed the weight of Erisa Kazama. "Erisa, the relationship between us." Lin Feng was eating breakfast, and decided to clarify the matter with Erisa Kazama. "Although I only enjoyed the full service of Kazama Erisa last night, Lin Feng didn't want this to cause hidden dangers in the future, nor did he hope that Kazama Erisa would have any thoughts that he shouldn't have. "Master, I understand. I'm just a slave girl of the master." In front of outsiders, I'm just the head of the Japanese branch of the second world. Erisa Kazama understood Lin Feng's meaning as soon as she heard it, but she didn't have any unhappy. Female slaves shouldn't have any unrealistic ideas, and they should belong only to the master, and they should be private. "Thank you." Lin Feng thanked Erisa Kazama for her intelligence, which made him less troublesome, and many people in Japan who were completely loyal to him would make him feel more at ease. It's just a bit unfair to her, but for this, Lin Feng can only compensate in other ways. In the next 2 days, the financial officers and technical directors transferred from the Shanghai headquarters have also arrived in Japan. Together with the talents recruited by Erisa Kazama in Japan, the Second World Japanese branch is officially completed. "Erisa, for tomorrow's ribbon-cutting ceremony, I think you must send this invitation yourself." Lin Feng handed an invitation card to Kazama Erisa. Kazama Erisa took a look. Her face was pleasantly surprised. Her beautiful eyes looked towards Lin Feng and she only worshipped and respected, and she was still a little bit devoted. "Thank you, Master, I'm going now." Erisa Kazama bowed deeply, carrying the invitation, and leaving with a touch of pride and joy. Yoichi Wada was very excited. Since the merger with Square, the new Square Enix has become the largest game software company in Japan, and the company's future prospects have been optimistic. He is also convinced that he can flex his muscles and open up a new era. The future game market must belong to Enix Square. "President Wada, there is Miss Erisa Kazama. Please." The secretary called. Erisa Wada Yang's heart jumped, and the mature and sexy carcass of Erisa Kazama flashed in his mind, as well as her equally beautiful and delicious daughter. Yoichi Wada has been thinking about when to have a mother and daughter serving one husband together, but he has been rejected by Erisa Kazama. This made Toten Yangda annoyed. Later, after hearing that Erisa Kazama had resigned, she became even more furious. Now Erisa Kazama, who had just handed her resignation letter, came to look for herself again, which made Wada Hiroshi a lustful heart bitch. She must be looking for herself again when she can't find anything outside. HMPH, just rely on you. If it weren't for the president to pity you, your mother and daughter would have starved to death. Yoichi Wada decided to take this opportunity to take the mother and daughter of Erisa Kazama. In Wada H's 3P fantasy, Erisa Kazama comes in with a confident look. Erisa, this is your voluntarily resigned. The company has found someone to replace your position. And now the two companies are merging and are about to lay off employees. But there is no position for you. Yoichi Wada is preparing to intimidate Erisa Kazama. When she was desperate and helpless, she asked her daughter to serve her. Unexpectedly, Kazama Erisa's reaction was unexpected by Wada Hiroshi, not only not surprised, but smiling. Erisa, I didn't mean to laugh with you. Wada Yang's face was stretched, and he was waiting to say a few alarmist words, but was interrupted by Kazama Erisa. Mr. Wada, I think you made a mistake. I am not here today and beg you to give me a job like before. There was a slight disdain between the corners of Erisa Kazama's mouth. What did you say? You didn't come to work? Hitan Yang was taken aback. I'm here to send you the invitation. I hope you will participate in the ribbon cutting ceremony of our company tomorrow. Erisa Kazama elegantly placed the invitation card in front of Yoichi Wada. Invitation? Your company's ribbon cutting ceremony? What company dares to ask you? Hitan Yang was furious and snatched the invitation. President Wada, our company's current CEO, Miss Erisa Kazama, would like to invite you to participate in the ribbon cutting ceremony of our company's Japanese branch tomorrow, and I hope you will participate on time. Of course, it doesn't matter if you come or not, it's better not to come. There is no tea to serve. The company location is just across from your company. Signed, Second World Lin Feng. After reading this provocative and disdainful invitation, Hitan Yang tore the invitation on the spot. Seeing Erisa Kazama, who was full of confidence, in front of him, Wada Hiroshi felt suffocated. You actually became the CEO of the Second World? Wada Yang's nose sprayed white gas. Yes, Mr. Wada, I am now the CEO of the Japanese branch of the Second World. I have sent the invitation card, and I will leave. Mr. Wada does not need to send it. Erisa Kazama asked. Lin Feng's invitation can make Hitan Yang like this in one go. He was extremely happy. This time, Lin Feng gave her a good breath. Stop. Wada Yang stood up abruptly, and stopped Kazuma Erisa. You bitch. Did you get this position by sleeping with that Lin Feng again? Damn, you bitch. Don't you like being fucked by men so much? Hitan Yang grabbed Kazama Erisa's wrist one by one. Looking at the woman in front of her was the most attractive and most sensitive period of the body. Erika Kazama, Wada Yang felt lust burning in her heart. How could this woman escape his clutches? Mr. Wada, please respect yourself. Kazama painted Li Shane's frosty face, coldly reprimanding. Haha, self-respect, you stinky bitch. When you used to groan and breathe under my crotch, why didn't you say self-respect? You bitch, let me take care of you today. Hitan Yang one by one. He hugged Kazama Erisa and kissed it. Stop. Kazama Erisa struggled desperately. Since that night last night, Kazama Erisa has completely identified Lin Feng and the owner from her heart. Looking at Yoichi Wada at the moment, I feel more and more ugly. Haha, the bitch still needs to be reserved. Yuck. Hitan Yang laughed disdainfully. At this moment, the two men suddenly kicked the door open and rushed in. With a slight twist of his wrist, he pulled Hitan Yang away from Kazama Erisa's body, and his hand shook again, and Hitan Yang slammed into the wall like a sandbag. Security. Hitan Yang screamed like a pig. No need to call. Your security guards were all brought down by us. One of the people who rushed in said disdainfully. What? Hitan Yang was furious, but seeing that there was no security outside, the two people did not lie in his heart. Miss Kazama, the boss asked us to pick you up. Let's go. The two protected Erisa Kazama. Thank you. Kazama Erisa warmed her heart. But when he went out, His brows frowned, and he came back again. "You bastard. What do you want to do?" Uchiwada shrank in the corner, trying to scold Erisa Kazama, but when he saw two bodyguards with fierce faces, he swallowed the words in his stomach. Pop! With a crisp sound, Kazama Erisa slapped Wada on the face. Yang was stupid. "Wada Uchi, I played this for my husband." Kazama Erisa's eyes were reddish. You dare to hit me?" Yang's eyes flushed red after he recovered. The woman who once let him gallop under his crotch dared to slap him with such disdain. This made Wada Uchi unacceptable. "Let's go." Erisa Kazama finally glanced at Uchiwada, who was like a mad dog on the ground, and turned and left. "Erisa Kazama, I will definitely not let you go." Wada Uchi screamed violently. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 215. The division uses long skills to control barbarians. The landing of Chinese game companies in Japan is definitely an extremely sensational event in Japan. Without Lin Feng's advertisement, a large number of Japanese reporters gathered at the ribbon-cutting ceremony the next day. TV Tokyo and major newspapers also carried out a lot of reports on the establishment of the Japanese branch of the Second World and interviewed many game industry experts. However, most experts have a skeptical, negative, and critical attitude towards the Second World, believing that the Second World will definitely encounter Waterloo in Japan, and asserted that within a year, Lin Feng will roll back to China in disgrace. However, the report also pointed out Lin Feng's success in online games, which is a fact that they cannot avoid. However, in the end, I still did not forget to ridicule that in Japan, online games cannot be successful, and Lin Feng must fail. But obviously the sour taste in it is clear at a glance. For these reports, Lin Feng didn't care. The more fierce you scold, the greater your motivation. Especially now that the company is almost all Chinese, this can arouse the fighting spirit of the company's employees. "Master, did my behavior yesterday cause you trouble?" Kazama Erisa said worriedly while helping Lin Feng tidy up her appearance at the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Looking at the well-dressed and mature woman in front of her, she has a worried expression at this moment, which makes people feel a little more compassionate. Lin Feng knew what she was worried about. "Okay, don't worry too much. From the time I decided to dig you to become the CEO of the Japanese branch of the Second World, I was destined to stand on the opposite side of you, Wada. What's more, at the beginning, he was waiting for the price, and Magic Baby was sold to Xinlang, and I have already settled a grudge with me. If he doesn't find me, I will find him." Lin Feng patted Kazama Erisa's shoulders and said with relief, but Kazama Erisa still looked worried. Yesterday's slap was indeed out of anger, but after thinking about it, it was a bit scary. "Okay, I said nothing would be fine. If you are scared, it is better to help me develop the Japanese branch and suppress NX." Lin Feng encouraged. "Yes. The slave girl must not let her master down." The confidence returned to Erisa Kazama's face again, with a bit of heroism, especially the look in Lin Feng's eyes. Worship, admiration and complete trust, made Lin Feng almost a little lost. For such a woman, I believe it is difficult for a man to refuse. "Let's go." Lin Feng appeared in front of many media with Kazama Erisa. The protagonist appeared with a natural flash, and many raised their microphones, rushing to ask questions. However, when asked, most of the questions are the same, asking whether Lin Feng has the confidence to establish a foothold in Japan, and some even ask when Lin Feng will get out of China. For these questions, Lin Feng didn't bother to answer them, and handed them all to Kazama Erisa. It was Lin Feng who wanted to establish the authority of Kazama Erisa in the company. Now the company is almost all Chinese, either of Chinese descent or authentic Chinese transferred from the Shanghai headquarters. Erisa Kazama is Japanese and a woman. If she does not establish authority for her now, it will be difficult to convince people in the future, which will cause unnecessary trouble and hidden dangers to the management of the company. Secondly, to deal with this perversion in Japan, a nation that nods when you see the strong, and flaunts the mighty when you see the weak, The best way is to learn from the barbarians' skills to control the barbarians and let Kazama Erisa to deal with them. Of course, in this way, Erisa Kazama is bound to endure unimaginable pressure. But from the moment she recognized herself as the master, this was her destiny, and she had to break with Japan. Between the motherland and herself, Erisa Kazama must choose herself. Of course, for this, Lin Feng will absolutely support Kazama Erisa behind her back, giving her absolute trust and rights. Many reporters saw a Japanese woman come forward. After a while, they looked at each other and asked who Erisa Kazama was. After learning that Erisa Kazama was the chief executive of the Japanese branch of the Second World, she became more excited in an uproar, but the problem became more tricky. Miss Kazama, why do you work for a Chinese game company? Isn't the Japanese game company as good as a Chinese company? The Asahi Shimbun reporter said with extreme contempt. Kazama Erisa looked at Lin Feng, who was looking at her with encouragement, and made up her mind to herself. My reporter friend, do you know how many female CEOs are among all game companies in Japan? Erisa Kazama looked at the reporter and asked this. The Asahi Shimbun reporter Nana was speechless. He hadn't checked this information. I'm telling you, no, there is no one. In Japan, almost all the top executives of game companies are men. Is it true that in Japanese game companies, women must be inferior to men? Erisa Kazama's tone revealed endless indignation. Naturally, many reporters are absolutely sure of this. But it must not be said, otherwise the world must be in chaos. The Asahi Shimbun reporter could only divert the topic. Miss Kazama, what does it have to do with you working for a Chinese game company? Even if you can't serve as a senior in a Japanese game company, but with the strength of our national game industry, a third-rate company is better than a Chinese game company. The words of the Asahi Shimbun reporters won applause from the reporters on the scene. Sneer. Kazama Erisa sneered disdainfully. Miss Kazama, what is your attitude? Don't you think that our country's game companies are still inferior to Chinese game companies? A reporter from the Asahi Shimbun deliberately moved the topic between China and Japan. This is also to create a gimmick. It was even more for the public opinion to destroy this woman who actually worked for a Chinese game company. The game industry has always been the pride of Japan. This woman actually works for a Chinese game company. This is an act of treason in the hearts of many reporters at the scene. It is an insult to the country's game software industry. The Asahi Shimbun reporter's wolf ambition is clear to Erisa Kazama, but she does not intend to avoid it. Treason is treason, and now he is Lin Feng's slave girl. Now he belongs only to him, not to any country. I don't think that my country's game industry is inferior to China. I just think that the Second World will definitely become the world's greatest game company. I am proud to work for this company. Erisa Kazama's words aroused. There was strong indignation at the scene, and many reporters at this moment completely forgot their duties, instead became defenders, and they strongly protested against Kazama Erisa's big words. Looking at the indignation of many reporters in the audience, Lin Feng sneered and rushed out to draw a pear yarn in the wind. Everyone, there is always only one goal for the Second World, to be the best game company in the world. As for Chinese game companies, they are not as good as Japanese third-rate companies. Lin Feng looked at the reporters on the scene coldly, arrogantly said, with all due respect, if you give me a level playing field with your country's game companies, my Second World will definitely be stronger than your best game companies. Lin Feng's words caused an uproar again, and a group of Japanese reporters even began to swear. However, Lin Feng's move was so high-profile. It was originally to build momentum. After offending Hashan Yanyi, Lin Feng feared that he would play a black hand behind him, especially afraid that the Japanese government would play a black hand on himself. This declaration is also the place where the system will die, and at the same time it will be the Japanese game company and even the Japanese government. If you want to bring down my game company, you can use formal means. If you use extraordinary means, Lin Feng will naturally exaggerate and accuse Japan of improper behavior. With the pride of the Japanese in their country's game industry, Lin Feng's words forced them to fight head-on. Moreover, With this declaration, Lin Feng can also seek help from the Chinese embassy in Japan at any time, and can even use the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs to exert pressure on Japan. Chinese game companies can enter Japan, and now there is only one company in China. Rare is precious, and Lin Feng believes that the country will not allow his company to be bullied in other countries. Of course, Lin Feng does not expect much results from the so-called pressure from the state. But what Lin Feng wants is only an attitude of the country. Even if he failed this time, Lin Feng could earn a sympathy point for the country. What's more, the second world is currently dominated by online games. In this regard, the second world with cloud computing and a year of mature network operation experience, Lin Feng said without exaggeration, now the second world stands at the top of the world, will be the top of the Ling. A glance at the mountains. The so-called single-handedly fighting against Japan's national game software companies is even more of Lin Feng's gimmick. If he wants to attack his company, unless he adopts unconventional and despicable means, Lin Feng has no fear at all. Moreover, his own declaration can also attract a lot of popularity in China and gain the support of a large number of domestic netizens. Why not do it? Although the reporters at the scene looked like crazy dogs, they couldn't refute Lin Feng's declaration. In the end, they can only calm down. Although they look unwilling, no matter how much they clamor, they can only appear to be incompetent. In the end, everything can only rely on strength to speak. To defeat this arrogant Chinese, it can only be done by the game company of the country. However, they are also sure that they must hype the news well so that all game companies across the country will know about this arrogant Chinese. Let the game software companies across the country teach the Chinese the mentality of Japanese reporters. Lin Feng is just so happy. Zenza can't promote the second world Counter-Strike online Asia internet, they just act as their own free advertising. Under Lin Feng's high-profile strength, the scene was slightly cold. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, I didn't think your second world has opened a branch in Japan. Congratulations. Wadachi walked over from the other side. However, this greeting was spoken in Japanese, obviously provoking Lin Feng. Welcome. President Houghton is really a rare guest. Lin Feng answered in Chinese after hearing the translation of Kazama Erisa. The two of them are donkey heads wrong, and neither can understand each other's words. This time there was a tie. He Tan Yang let out a cold snort and walked straight to Kazama Erisa. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 216 False Alarm. When He Tan Yang saw that the corner of his mouth could not take advantage, he stopped provoking Lin Feng and walked straight to Kazama Erisa. Looking at the graceful, self-confident and more charming Risa Kazama, Hiro Wada is full of resentment. Especially when I saw Risa Kazama dressed up next to Risa Hara, the girl's purity, and her stubborn and arrogant face. Wada Yang became even more eager, and the look in Lin Feng's eyes became even more resentful. The mother and daughter were supposed to be happy under their crotch, but now they look at themselves with such a high attitude, which makes Wada Yang totally uncomfortable. I can't wait to drag the mother and daughter of Kazama Erisa under the crotch, and take a good time. Many reporters were surprised when He Tan Yang appeared. As the president of Square Enix, He Tan Yang is definitely the strongest figure in the limelight today. His appearance here is definitely big news, especially seeing the two people seem to have a bad relationship, which makes many reporters even more excited. Kazama Erisa frowned, knowing that Wada Hiro was not here to congratulate him. Thinking of Wada H's behavior in the past, Kazama Erisa couldn't help but trembled. Don't be afraid, Irisha. Everything is mine. Lin Feng saw the instinctive timidity of Irisha Kazama, and patted Irisha Kazama lightly on the shoulder. Thank you, Master. Kazama Erisa softly thanked Lin Feng in front of the many people on the scene. The word master was especially heartbreaking. Seeing the intimacy between Kazama Erisa and Lin Feng, Wada Chi became more and more angry. President Wada, welcome to our campaigner's ribbon cutting ceremony. Kazama Arisa stretched out her right hand. He Tan Yang instinctively wanted to hold the jade hand that he had let him need. Unexpectedly, when he stretched out his hand, Kazama Arisa retracted. Humiliation. This is an absolute humiliation. Arisa Kazama completely ignored Wadachi with a face full of humiliation, and shook hands with this man. Now for Arisa Kazama, it is an insult to the crowd. Ignoring Hushan Yang's blue veins on his forehead, he began to preside over the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Although Ichiwada was extremely annoyed in his heart, under the eyes of all the people, he could only press his anger into his heart, and watched as Arisa Kazama finished cutting the ribbon in the spring breeze. When the reporters saw that Hushan Yang hadn't made any trouble, it was also disappointed. I originally thought that the president of the country's top game company would humiliate this arrogant Chinese kid on behalf of the Japanese empire, but he didn't expect to say a word. But obviously, Wadaichi's cultivation is not as high as his self-estimation. Witnessing Kazama Arisa's intimate conversation with Lin Feng, the incomparable worship and respect between her eyebrows, these are the expressions that she did not have when facing herself, and the look in Harasa Ori's eyes that despised her, Wada finally controlled it. Can't help being angry. Arisa Kazama, you, the former head of the public relations department of my subordinates, I don't know how you became the chief executive of the Japanese branch of the Second World. Do you rely on your bed work again? Wadaichi. Although this is a loss of status, it is undoubtedly extremely insidious. And in Japan, it is not too rude to talk about sex in public. This sentence undoubtedly provoked the interest of all reporters. Kazama Arisa's body trembled. She did not expect Wada Yang to talk about it in public regardless of her identity. Although Lin Feng could not understand what Wadaichi was talking about, he guessed it when he witnessed his expression and Kazama Arisa's reaction. Lin Feng stepped forward without hesitation under the resentful translation of Yuan Siangle beside her. Mr. Wada, I invited Miss Arisa Kazama to serve as the chief executive officer of the Japanese branch of the Second World because of her ability. As for your insult to Miss Kazama, I would like to ask, is it expensive? Is the company's so-called public relations department always relying on women to accompany men to bed to win relationships? Lin Feng's sharp language left Hushan Yang speechless. In Japan, female staff in the public relations department usually have services in this area, but this is an unspoken rule and cannot be on the stage, let alone admit. How could Ichiwada admit in front of reporters that once he admits the uproar caused by him, he might not be able to bear the responsibility? Mr. Lin, let's just wait and see. I want to see how long Second World, a Chinese game company, can last in Japan. Wada's contemptuous tone drew the reporters' applause. You will never see this day. Lin Feng gave a weird smile. The reporter at the scene was at a loss, not knowing what Lin Feng meant. Even though they all understand Chinese, they would not be sent to interview Lin Feng, but the Chinese is so extensive and profound that they can understand it. However, Arisa Kazama, who is proficient in Chinese, realized the meaning of Lin Feng from it, and suddenly pushed with a smile. Lin Feng's remarks ostensibly said that the company had a long lifespan, and there was a curse secretly that He Tan Yang died early. Arisa Kazama's pounce smile made the hearts of many reporters on the scene a little tight. The charm of a mature woman is irresistible, especially for reporters who are no longer motor boys. It is even more lethal. This also makes many reporters feel even more upset about why such a mature and sexy woman has become an employee of a Chinese company. Wadaichi once again took a deep look at the trembling Kazama Arisa, and left with jealousy. The Japanese evening news and news from major TV stations that day focused on the establishment of the Second World Japanese branch, and focused reports on Lin Feng's declaration of challenging the Japanese game industry, which caused great repercussions in Japan. Many Japanese people appealed to the giants of their country's game industry to fix Lin Feng and let him know the strength of the Japanese game empire. Some even threatened to let the government ban the Second World business license. However, with Lin Feng's previous declaration, These remarks are seen by more Japanese right-wingers as a sign of weakness. How can the dignified Japanese empire be afraid of the challenge of China's influential game companies? Regarding Lin Feng's strong landing and blatant challenge, many game companies have also revised their company plans and announced that their new masterpieces will be listed in advance. He pledged to let Lin Feng teach the strength of the Japanese gaming kingdom. Many newspapers focused on the meaning of Lin Feng's phrase "you will never see this day." Finally, after they hired a Chinatong who had lived in China for 30 years, they understood Lin Feng. The meaning of the phrase "wind." As soon as He Tan Yang found out, he almost fainted with anger on the spot. It was immediately announced that the Final Fantasy XI online game will be launched soon, and it will be longer and shorter with Lin Feng's Counter-Strike Online. Japanese right-wingers naturally clapped their hands in welcome, threatening that under the strong attack of the newly merged Square Enix, the Second World would definitely roll back to China in despair. Lin Feng didn't care about these noises. This time, his Second World has gained enough popularity in Japan, especially after repeated reports. Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet is also well known in Japan, and Lin Feng also published the game of China, Japan and South Korea in a timely manner. The declaration of confrontation further aroused the indignation of Japanese right-wingers, who threatened to teach Chinese players severely in the game. And the strong actions of these Japanese right-wingers are in harmony with Lin Feng's mind. With their participation, this Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet is absolutely popular. Moreover, looking at the situation now, I don't want to worry about being treated unfairly. Obviously, the Japanese think that the game kingdom is disdainful of using some despicable means to deal with an influential game company. When there was an uproar in Japan, Lin Feng also received a call from the country urging to return home. "Erisa, how about it? Is there any problem? If you can't resist it, don't force it. I know that you are a Japanese and work under my company. I am very high profile this time. You must be under a lot of pressure. Really, I can't hold it. I'll replace you with someone else." In the past few days, the newspapers have been overwhelmed with insults and crusades against Erisa Kazama. Even Suorihara has been implicated and bullied at school for 2 days. Did not go to school. Lin Feng was afraid that he could not bear it, so he asked with concern, "Thank you, Master, for your concern. I'm fine, I can still handle it." Erisa Kazama stubbornly shook her head. She had anticipated these pressures and was prepared for it. Compared to previous years, when her husband just died, she had no job and her daughter was younger. The situation now is much better than then. At least she has no worries. What's more, the work of the past few years has also allowed Erisa Kazama to learn how to face pressure and self-regulate. Besides, Erisa Kazama is also a very stubborn person, and Harasa Ori has inherited her advantages. Since the harsher the outside world, the more successful she will be, and she must help the Second World defeat these clamoring game companies, especially Square Enix. Well, then I'm back home. If you have any difficulties, remember to call me. There are also these 2 people as bodyguards I sent to you. There are underworlds in Japan. I don't know what they will do. I must protect your safety. Lin Feng transferred 2 female bodyguards from the Lania Security Company to prevent accidents. Moreover, in view of the current situation, Lin Feng transferred from the Lania Security Company to the Second World Japanese branch security personnel far more than other branches. Since these are all security guards composed of military veterans, Lin Feng believes that as long as there is no large-scale underworld invasion, it will be sufficient to protect the company's safety. Thank you, Master, for your concern. Looking at the 2 female bodyguards who looked vigilant outside the door, Erisa Kazama felt grateful, and looked at Lin Feng with more tenderness and loyalty. "Master, the acquisition of Sega's hardware development department is already a bit of a brow. However, Sega said that it will hold off for a while, and the acquisition will be discussed after avoiding the limelight." Kazama Erisa said. "Well, I'll leave this to you." Lin Feng was not in a hurry about this matter. Sega is already doomsday, The founder has just died of illness and sold an abandoned hardware development department. They have no reason to refuse. Lin Feng believes that the temptation of $100 million is enough to make Sega shareholders tempted. The next day, Lin Feng left Japan and got on the plane back to Shanghai. But this time, returning home with Lin Feng is Harasu Ori, the daughter of Erisa Kazama. Affected by this incident, Harasu Yanglai is now unable to study quietly at school, and since she learned about the second world, after seeing Lisa and others, she also wanted to be a contemporary speaker, to make money, and to share her worries for her mother. After thinking about this, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Yuan Xianglai has such a congenital condition, and she is fresh enough. She is a lily, and has a figure that is no longer inferior to an adult, which can definitely meet the needs of an otaku. And I just declared war with the entire Japanese game industry. Not only did I hire a Japanese as the company's senior official, but also invited a Japanese woman as the company's spokesperson. This is undoubtedly a big slap in the face of the Japanese. After returning to China, just after arriving at the company, she was greeted by the girls in the villa. "What's the matter? Don't I come back? No one welcomes it." Lin Feng opened his arms to Lizu. The other girls ignored Lin Feng. Only Lizu was reluctant, but still cleverly fell into Lin Feng's arms. "What's wrong, Yu?" Lin Feng pulled Lizu aside, knowing that something must have happened. Brother Lin, do you have that kind of relationship with the Japanese woman?" Lisa hesitated for a long time before asking. Lin Feng was startled. "Ordinarily, the relationship between myself and Kazama Erisa should be extremely secretive. No one knows." "How did Lisa know?" "Yu, what are you talking about?" Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged, pretending to be calm and puzzled. "Brother Lin, it is said in the newspapers that you hired that Japanese woman as the CEO of the company because you are greedy for beauty." Lisa gently broke free of Lin Feng's embrace, took out several newspapers from the side, and looked suspicious and angry. Lin Feng watched. Most of the news published in these newspapers borrowed the original words of Japanese newspapers. In fact, this is the Japanese newspaper slandering Kazama Erisa, but in China, Lin Feng became a lecturer, and for personal desire he hired Kazama Erisa. Yu, how can you believe things in this kind of newspaper? I invited her because she has this strength, and she is a Japanese. It is a bit more convenient to communicate with other companies or departments than the Chinese. Lin Feng thought lightly, with a cry, secretly, by luck. Also, this is Hara Yangalai, the daughter of Erisa Kazama. You said, her daughter is so old, will I have a relationship with her? Lin Feng saw that Lisa still didn't believe it. Lin Feng could only take Yuan Xianglai as a shield. Lisa looked at Yuan Xianglai and thought for a while. His face suddenly turned cloudy, and he laughed. Believe it now. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Later, under Lisa's explanation, Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi also believed that Lin Feng was not that kind of erotic, and immediately gathered around to celebrate Lin Feng's excitement for all Asians in Japan. Obviously, Lisa, Lin Ziyui, and Huang Meixi, as Koreans, are also extremely hostile to the Japanese. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 217 Anti-Japanese Heroes. The behavior of a few girls made Harasu Ori extremely disturbed. I don't know if I was right or wrong to follow Lin Feng to China this time, so I can only stand aside with composure. Originally, Xiang Li, who was extremely confident in her appearance and figure, lost confidence in herself for the first time after witnessing Lizu, Linzu, and Huang Meixi with her own eyes. But that face of stubbornness and compulsive composure made her more arrogant than the three girls, which made her want to conquer. Fortunately, Yuan Xianglai was introduced by Lin Feng, especially after the girls knew that her mother had encountered her. The girls did not racially discriminate against her. After all, Yuan Xianglai was only 13 years old and had a pitiful background. When the girls were greeting each other, Lin Feng began to read the newspaper to read the domestic views on this matter. Most domestic newspapers praised Lin Feng's opening of a branch in Japan this time, saying it was a big step for China's game industry. But at the same time, he also thought of Lin Feng's high-profile remarks in Japan, and even declared war with the entire Japanese game industry, that it was unwise. Even the analysis of the Second World may be implicated because of this. There are also some old scholars who come out to accuse Lin Feng for lacking demeanor, and should show the mind of our Chinese nation as a big country and should be humble. Lin Feng directly ignored this kind of remarks. The so-called big country's mind is aimed at a polite nation and country. It is unnecessary for Japan, a country that dare not recognize its own history. However, compared to the neutrality in the newspapers, there was a lot of applause on the internet, and they praised Lin Feng Shun for being a man. Some netizens even gave Lin Feng the title of anti-Japanese hero and praised him for making a face for Chinese game companies, and strongly urged the Second World to quickly open Counter-Strike Online so that they can learn a lesson from Little Japan. Regarding the matter of Kazama Erisha, many netizens are even more direct and praise Lin Feng. This is to promote my Chinese national prestige. Some even encourage Lin Feng to have a few more Japanese women to strengthen my Chinese man's power. This made Lin Feng extremely ashamed. Fortunately, no one knows that Hara Yangalai is the daughter of Erisa Kazama. Otherwise, I am afraid that Lin Feng's mother-daughter Takiol remarks will come out. As for Algra, her fashion brand store has also been established, and Versace's first brand store in China has been opened on the Golden section of Shanghai. Due to the popularity of Audition and the reputation of Versace, the business of the Algra store is excellent. This also allows Algra to enjoy the troubles of happiness, and is busy and dizzy every day to design new fashions. Later, Lin Feng went to the company. At this time, Wu Xiaopu also returned from South Korea. The construction of the South Korean branch was extremely smooth. Park Rong-ho recruited a group of game talents in South Korea, so there was no need to transfer talents from the headquarters. On the contrary, many people were recruited from South Korea to the headquarters. The strength of the game development department of Second World. Now in the Second World, there are a total of 4 game development departments. The director of the first game development department, Kui Mings, has a development team of 150, mostly Koreans, who are in the process of follow-up development of Audition, and Legend 3 Inches has been temporarily suspended indefinitely. Kui Ming himself led dozens of people in the development of Journey in Giant Technology Co., Limited. The second game development department, Director Kook Sin, has a development team of less than 70 people, mainly domestic talents, and is developing Sword Under the Love Online. However, due to the trapped 3D engine, we are only developing unimportant map scenes for the time being. Stuck in a dilemma. The third game development department, Minister Wu Gang, once developed the famous real-time strategy game Bloodlion in China. Although Bloodlion has a lot of bugs, it is undoubtedly a very shocking game for China at that time. Afterwards, he was spared at home for various reasons, and was later dug up by Wu Xiaopu to be responsible for the maintenance of Plants vs. Zombies. There are a development team of more than 30 people, and they are studying new casual online games. The fourth game development department, Minister Cohen, the father of BT, is also the founder of cloud computing. Of course, the copyright now belongs entirely to Lin Feng. The development team has more than 180 people, responsible for the maintenance of Counter-Strike Online. CG Development Department, Director of Japanese CG Master Kagaya Joe, and a development team of more than 10 people. As Lin Feng has no 3D games for the time being, he mainly renders the 3D wallpapers of the current games Legend, Audition, and Plants vs. Zombies. Donglin, the preliminary test of Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet has been carried out in the past 2 days. Shanghai, Taiwan, South Korea and Japan are transmitting simultaneously in different places. For the time being, no data packet loss, network delay, and the emergence of major bugs have been found. The next week large-scale testing will continue. It is estimated that the public beta will be officially launched in mid-September. Wu Xiaopu put a datasheet in front of Lin Feng. Well, it's finally going to be publicly tested. I have been tossing for so long. Lin Feng sighed and everyone sighed. However, everyone is optimistic about future performance. Audition is operating well, and it was very popular right after it went public. Now the highest online rate has exceeded 500,000. Also, many manufacturers have called for advice on the sale of advertisements that Dong Lin proposed. Wu Xiaopu said with a smile. Although audition is completely free, Lin Feng's costumes and props can also bring huge income. Especially there are advertisements. Wu Xiaopu didn't know how Lin Feng thought of advertising on clothing, but it is undoubtedly a good idea. For ordinary players, they can experience this game without spending money at all, which is also extremely satisfying. Although the costume items are charged, they can all be earned in the game, but it will be very slow. Well, we still take a bidding meeting. Remember, ask them to provide clothing styles and 3D computer graphics. Lin Feng ordered. Understand. Wu Xiaopu nodded. Donglin, Plants vs. Zombies now has an average online population of around 60,000. And we are stepping up the development of new casual online games. Wu Gang was able to develop Bloodline that year. Naturally aspiring, he is optimistic about the casual online game market, and believes casual online games will definitely prosper for a long time, even no less than other large-scale online games. Just step up. Lin Feng didn't care too much about the casual online game market. The company's main profits are still in Legend and Audition. Of course, there is also the upcoming Counter-Strike Online beta. Wu Gang frowned slightly when Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to it. However, I also know that the current profit point of the second world is mainly in large-scale online games, but I am secretly determined to make some achievements to prove my ability, and come to the second world not to eat idle food. Okay, I have another news to announce. Lin Feng thought through his thoughts and said his decision. I have already set out to acquire the hardware development department of Sega, and the investment amount is about $100 million. Once acquired, the second world will enter the home game console market. Lin Feng's words surprised the audience. Donglin, did you really decide to buy the hardware development department of Sega? Wu Xiaopu looked weird. He couldn't figure out why Lin Feng suddenly wanted to enter the home console market, not to mention that Sega has proven to be the home console market loser. Lin Feng looked at other people, and like Wu Xiaopu, they didn't understand. But because of Lin Feng's authority in the company, he didn't say anything. Well, rest assured, I am not going to enter the home console market, but into the handheld market. The home console market is now dominated by Sony's PS2, and Nintendo is struggling to support it, and Microsoft's Xbox will soon enter the home console market. There is no room for our company, which has just been established for more than a year, to enter. Lin Feng's words were affirmed by everyone present. So, I am going to enter the handheld market, launch mobile games, and the concept of friend interconnection. Lin Feng said surely. Everyone was stunned, and apparently did not expect Lin Feng to enter the handheld market. All of you don't have much idea about this aspect. Lin Dong, the handheld market seems to be Nintendo's sole dominance, and there is no other handheld to compete with it. Wu Gang thought. He had studied this aspect for a while. The GB launched by Nintendo and the currently hot GBA dominate the entire handheld market. Can we still enter? Wu Gang asked, puzzled. Because only Nintendo is a handheld manufacturer, we have to enter. The handheld market has a huge prospect, and there will definitely be a huge profit return. Lin Feng thought of the hot sales of NDSL and PSP, and his heart throbbed. There is no reason to let go of such a big cake market. Everyone was silent and had reservations about this. Okay, it's so decided. Believe me, This will definitely become the company's new profit growth point. Lin Feng is not ready to continue to convince everyone that facts speak louder than words. So let the future results speak for themselves. Everyone can only nod their heads and say yes. Lin Feng is the founder of Second World and also owns 67% of the company's absolute controlling rights. Everyone has no right to object. What's more, the miracle that Lin Feng has created over the past year has made everyone hope that this is a new miracle. When a person creates a miracle, no matter what he does in the future, others will believe it. Mr. Wu, you are responsible for making an acquisition fund plan for me to see how much money we can raise for the acquisition. Lin Feng had only made a rough estimate in Japan before. The detailed company's fund operation must also be planned by the finance department. Yes, Lin Dong. Wu Zhaopu nodded and said yes. In fact, at the shareholders' meeting, Lin Feng had one other idea that he did not put forward, that is, to develop a computer game. I have played so many standalone games, there is no reason not to develop them first. But I have to eat one bite at a time. What's more, the company also lacks top talents in this area. Lin Feng, come to dingdong.com headquarters. Liu Yinying called at this time. Judging from his rapid tone, something seems to be happening. But Lin Feng was absent a moment ago, and he didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Fortunately, dingdong.com was not far from the Second World headquarters, and Lin Feng arrived after a while. However, Lin Feng felt that there was one more thing to do. The headquarters building of the Lin Group must be constructed. The 28,800 square meter piece of land in my hand cannot always be empty. However, whether to build the building in the name of the Lin Group or the name of Second World, Lin Feng has not made up his mind. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 218 Borrowing a Chicken to Lay Eggs? When Lin Feng arrived at dingdong.com, there were already two people waiting there. Ting is Liu Yinying, and the other is Wang Juntao, who is a little old, but looks energetic but has not seen him for a long time. Mr. Wang, I am lucky enough to be here. Seeing Wang Juntao, Lin Feng was quite surprised. His presence here means that my 8,848, for which he devoted his efforts, has closed down, which has to be embarrassed. Donglin, I have come to ask you for a job this time. Wang Juntao was slightly embarrassed. He was once a man in the IT industry, but now he has almost become a crossing mouse, which made Wang Juntao stay away for a while. Internet, the idea of staying away from China. But when he left, Wang Juntao was unwilling to leave. This failure was not his fault, and he did not lose. He still has ideals and ambitions, and he is eager to regain social recognition. Lin Feng's Dingdong.net is the best place Wang Juntao can think of to realize his ideals and ambitions. Dingdong.com has a strong momentum and is the most popular online trading platform in China. It recently reached a C2C online payment service alliance with ICBC. The concept was a bit wrong before, similar to Taobao.com. It should belong to C2C, consumer to consumer, and between individuals. E-commerce, and even launched the ISCO card with the meaning of credit cards. Domestically, and even globally, there is nothing more suitable for Wang Juntao than this company. He believes that he will be able to show his strengths here and realize his ambitions. However, what made Wang Juntao's heart beat was that Lin Feng's invitation was rejected at the beginning, and now he is desperate. Would Lin Feng give him a chance to prove himself? Ha! Welcome, welcome, I am looking forward to it, and I am eager to join Mr. Wang for a long time. Lin Feng's warm embrace made Wang Juntao a sigh of relief. Now the team under his team is loyal and believes that he can make a comeback and will never leave him. If he can find a good livelihood job for everyone, he really has no face to go back. The three greeted Liu Yinying's office. Donglin, congratulations. Now you can become an anti-Japanese hero. On formal occasions, Liu Yinying called Lin Feng as Lin Dong. Haha, netizens are ridiculously praised. Lin Feng was praised by others today. He was a little proud at first, but the more praises made Lin Feng feel a little bit ashamed. Donglin, don't be humble, you have indeed saved face for all Chinese people. Wang Juntao also fanned the flames and took out a magazine. Look, this is what netizens say about you. Lin Feng took a look. It was a domestic console game magazine, electronic game software. This magazine can be said to be the best TV game magazine in China, with a rather open style. Many netizens commented on Lin Feng's declaration of the Japanese challenge. For example, a netizen named Feng Jinlongying commented like this: Lin Feng's move, although a little arrogant, has greatly improved the face of our Chinese game industry. With the status of second world in online games, it is enough to let little Japan know that China can also make games. Come on, second world, let little Japan see the strength of Chinese game companies. Read the book and read it again. Netizens commented that they must be so arrogant to deal with small Japan. Let them know that China can also cultivate the best game company. I hope that Lin Fengnin will lead the second world to crack down on the arrogance of little Japan, and it is best to enter the console game market, and finally unify the Japanese game market, so that the Japanese game industry will be made in China from now on. Persian Divine Emperor comments from netizens: Lin Feng's move is so fast that I am the heart of the Chinese nation, and it is best to hit little Japan severely. However, little Japan is despicable, shameless, cunning, and indecent. Lin Feng and the second world must be careful of little Japan's despicable methods. It's best to launch Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet as soon as possible, so that we Chinese players will slaughter the little Japan in the game. I love red netizens commented: Kill little Japan, kill the emperor, kill all Japanese. The netizen of Lengyuk commented, regardless of whether his mother is for the woman or the company, he must beat the little Japan fiercely. Looking at the comments of many netizens, Lin Feng was very pleased. This shows that even though the Harbin Japan phenomenon in China is extremely serious today, there are still a large number of netizens who are angry with Japan and support their own company. I must succeed in the future. Okay, let's not talk about this. Lin Feng put down the magazine and looked at Wang Juntao. Mr. Wang, thank you very much for joining my company. I wonder if you have any suggestions for our company's current situation? Lin Feng is testing Wang Juntao. Although he was previously known as the #1 e-commerce player in China, how much skill does he still have? This requires seeing is believing, and then Lin Feng can take the post according to his talents. Liu Yinying is extremely interested in Wang Juntao, who was once a leader in e-commerce. Now almost everyone shouts and beats the cross-street mouse. Back then, when he was studying for the MBA, some professors took Wang Juntao as an example, but now we have to see what his true talents are. Wang Juntao seemed to be prepared for this long ago, and after a little indulged in his thoughts, he expressed his thoughts. Donglin, Dingdong.com is now the most popular C2C e-commerce company with the largest transaction volume in China, and it has stabilized its rival eBay. However, eBay has lost its popularity due to a series of improper measures. In the future, China's C2C market Dingdong will be the only one. Wang Juntao praised. Lin Feng didn't comment on this. He didn't come to listen to Wang Juntao's praises. However, Lin Dong, C2C has now reached a bottleneck. No matter how it develops in the future, there will only be quantitative changes without qualitative changes. Especially for Dingdong.com, only advertising revenue is a profit point, which is in line with the popularity of Dingdong.com. In comparison, it is too inconsistent, and it is greatly affected by the market. Then I wonder if Mr. Wang has any opinions? Liu Yinying couldn't help but interject. As the CEO of Dingdong.com, she also racked her brains to open up financial resources for Dingdong.com, but apart from her achievements in transaction security and market regulations, she did not find any new financial resources. Someone once proposed to charge transaction sellers or draw transaction commissions, but Liu Yinying refused without hesitation. That is definitely the most stupid way, and it will definitely push users to competitors. Haha, it's very simple to see. the development of B2C direct transactions between enterprises and consumers, which is what I did before with 8848 and my 8848. Wang Juntao said cheerfully. But didn't the previous failures of 8848 and my 8848 prove that this road was unreasonable? Liu Yinying asked Lin Feng's eyes in a questioning tone. This sentence can only be questioned by Liu Yinying. If Lin Feng questioned, then why did he invite Wang Juntao in the first place? Wang Juntao seemed to have anticipated Liu Yinying's question, and did not shy away from it. Yes, B2C has the lessons learned from 8848 and my 8848. It seems that this way is not working, but it is not. The failure of 8848 and my 8848 lies in 4 points. First, I did not estimate the working capital required for B2C before, which resulted in insufficient liquidity for the company. Second, investors are too impetuous, hoping to see a profit return within 1 year, which is a big taboo for B2C. Third, the online shopping conditions were not mature enough at that time, and major banks did not open online payment functions. This was also the most fatal blow to B2C at that time. Consumers had to pay too much trouble. They had to go to the bank or post office to remit. Fourth, at that time, whether it was 8848 or my 8848, the reputation and credit were not enough to be recognized by consumers. Wang Juntao sighed. The failures of 8848 and my 8848 can be said to be man-made disasters or providence. The timing is wrong, and the partners are not right. On the contrary. Now Dingdong.com does not have these weaknesses, but has its advantages. First, with Lindong's current assets and Dingdong's liquidity, I don't think that Lindong will be like those lacking insights and superficial investors immediately. Demand returns. 2. Now that online shopping has matured, and the popularity of Dingdong.com has become the biggest boost for B2C. Third, this is also the most important point. Dingdong.com has regulated the C2C trading market and is among all users established a trustworthy image. And with Lindong's current domestic fame and financial resources, both the supplier and the consumer can be 100% assured. Wang Juntao praised. This is indeed the biggest advantage of Dingdong.com or Lin Feng, its reputation. Dingdong.com and Lin Feng have credibility that other IT companies cannot have. Also, the ISCO card jointly launched by Lindong and ICBC before is not suitable for C2C, but it is very suitable for B2C. This will not only promote the development of B2C, but also prevent malicious overdraft as much as possible. Wang Juntao the analysis said. Oh, what's the answer? Lin Feng asked. Personal credit generated between C2C, first, usually due to trust issues and after-sales issues. Most consumers will not buy too expensive items online. At this point, Lin Feng deeply agrees. Now the most expensive thing is mobile phone transactions, and most of them are around 2,000 yuan. No matter how expensive it is, few people choose to believe in online shopping. Second, credit business with too small amount cannot generate much profit, and it will cause many people to have an overdraft of tens of yuan or more than 100 yuan. Dingdong.com and banks will not go into the mentality. They will think that Dingdong.com and the bank will not file a lawsuit against them over a mere 100 yuan. Wang Juntao's analysis was in the slightest. Then what do you mean? Liu Yinying asked. Now Dingdong.com is the best time to develop B2C, and we will not have any conflicts with C2C users, so it will not affect the popularity of Dingdong.com. We trade large or valuable commodities and provide personal credit for this. Cancel the credit of the C2C Tesco card. Wang Juntao's words caused Lin Feng and Liu Yinying to fall into contemplation. After some weighing, Lin Feng had to admit that Wang Juntao was right. And B2C is the best time for development, and it can also bring huge returns. Furthermore, Lindong, there is one more thing. With Dingdong and Lindong's current fame, You can get the goods directly from the manufacturer. Not only can they supply the goods at the lowest price, but you can also imitate the GOM and temporarily withhold the manufacturer's 1 month's payment. This is a huge amount of liquidity. Wang Juntao became more excited as he said, this is all his experience summed up from the failure of 8848 and my 8848. This trick is called borrow a chicken to lay eggs. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 219, Those Who Control Public Opinion Win the World. Wang Juntao's strategy of borrowing chickens to lay eggs is the same as the one pursued by Gom Huangwang. The company's reputation and assets are used as collateral to force or induce manufacturers to deliver goods first, and then settle the payment at the end of the month, withholding for 1 month. The working capital is used for the sustainable development of the company. This is a standard no-cost transaction. All you need is your fame and credibility, and you hardly need to bear any risks. All losses are borne by the manufacturer. The reason why Wang Juntao's 8848 and my 8848 failed to make good cash flow at the end, and even the news that the money was absent, was that Wang Juntao could not let the manufacturers provide them for free. The manufacturer requires his 8848 to pay half of the purchase price first, and settle the remaining purchase price within half a month after the goods are sold. The manufacturer's settlement method for 8848 is basically that the 8848 does not have enough funds as a backing and does not have any good reputation in the industry. The manufacturer is worried about its repayment ability and fears that it will run away with the payment. On the contrary, Lin Feng has been recognized as the richest person under the age of 30 since Li Zikai's financing of the Second World. Only when the Huron Rich List and the Forbes Rich List are announced at the end of the year, you can know how much property Lin Feng has. However, regardless of Lin Feng's assets, the manufacturer has no doubts about its ability to repay. Under this circumstance, Lin Feng's Dingdong.com proposed to ship the goods first and postpone the payment in 1 month. In the case of a huge profit return, no manufacturer would refuse. People are more angry than people. Wang Juntao has this kind of psychology, but he is also fortunate to be able to join this company. Of course, now he also knows where he can sit in the end, and it depends on whether this interview can satisfy Lin Feng. Lin Feng highly approves of Wang Juntao's theory of borrowing chickens to lay eggs and the promotion of B2C. However, Lin Feng's only concern now is whether such a delay in the payment for 1 month will follow Huang Guingyi's old path and eventually be slaughtered by the state. But after thinking about it, he was relieved. As President Jiang of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China said, he has a clean net worth and he started from scratch, and he belongs to the country's cultivation objects. There is no need to think too much about these. After all, Huang Guingyi's foundation is not clean, and he misappropriated all the manufacturer's payment for other purposes. He gambled on the high seas and lost hundreds of millions of yuan. If the state would kill him, I am afraid that the entire Chinese home appliance industry would be dragged by Huang Guangyi. Then what type of e-commerce products do you think we should do? Lin Feng asked. Wang Juntao felt relieved, knowing that Lin Feng recognized his B2C e-commerce. Donglin, I suggest using electronic products such as small home appliances, mobile phones, and computers as the main business objectives. Larger products, such as TVs, refrigerators, etc., are not suitable for online shopping, and they are shipped directly from manufacturers, making it difficult to guarantee transportation. There is no problem in the middle. No matter how small the value is, the profit is too low, and there are too many varieties. The reputation of the manufacturer is difficult to guarantee, and it is temporarily not suitable for B2C. Only electronic products are the most suitable main target. Now, although there are many individual merchants selling electronic products on Dingdong.com, There is a question that worries all consumers whether it is genuine or not. Many consumers are worried that what they buy is fake. Then there is after-sales service. Now Dingdong, the after-sales service of individual merchants on the internet, except for a few products that have repair stations in various places. Most of the products must be mailed to the merchants by consumers themselves, and repaired by the merchants. The delay time and postage fees are also not borne by ordinary consumers. Yes. Wang Juntao analyzed. Lin Feng also knew what Wang Juntao said. I believe it is also a problem that most users who trade on Dingdong.com must face. In this regard, Liu Yinying tried many methods, but with little success. Especially for electronic products, counterfeiting is too fast, and the appearance is almost difficult to distinguish. Liu Yinying's list of reputable merchants and satisfactory merchants still cannot guarantee 100% authenticity of the goods in it. Even many individual merchants pointed a deer to a horse and lied on behalf of a peach and received complaints from many consumers. Although all these behaviors have nothing to do with Dingdong.com, they are a big blow to consumers and also affect the enthusiasm of online shopping. As for the after-sales service, there is almost no expectation for almost an absolute majority of Dingdong users. Before buying things, he usually burns incense, worships Buddha, and asks God for blessing. Bless one's character, and don't run into bad goods. As for the defective product, it is already acceptable. From this point of view, Chinese consumers are actually really kind. Donglin, we can sign a 100% authentic, zero-defect agreement with several well-known manufacturers in China and even the world to ensure that the products in the hands of every consumer are absolutely authentic and flawless. As for after-sales, some manufacturers are in. If there is a local repair point, you can send it directly to the repair point. If there is no repair point, we will provide repair services. We can build a professional repair point in major cities across the country and hire experienced repair personnel to perform repairs. Now there are many laid-off workers. I believe there is no need to worry about talents in this area. Moreover, it can also solve part of the re-employment problem for the society, which is also very good for the company's image. Wang Juntao confided in all his long-conceived plans. Lin Feng appreciated it greatly. It can be said that Wang Juntao has considered all aspects of this borrow chicken to lay eggs plan, and there are no problems or unconsidered parts. Especially in the end, the construction of maintenance stations across the country and the hiring of laid-off workers were very much approved by Lin Feng. President Jiang warned Lin Feng to be a local person, to do things high-profile, and to do more good deeds. In China, a socialism with Chinese characteristics, the more good deeds are done, the greater the protection for oneself. The recruitment of a large number of laid-off workers is undoubtedly beneficial to Lin Feng. Okay, do everything as you say. From today, you will be the chief operating officer of Dingdong.com. After Lin Feng took his attention, he no longer hesitated, and directly authorized Wang Juntao to be responsible for this matter, supervised by Liu Yinying. Wang Juntao smiled with satisfaction. The chief operating officer, Lin Feng, has given him full trust and rights, and now it's up to him how to repay Lin Feng's trust. As for Lin Feng's previous pledge of 5% of Wang Juntao's shares in Dingdong.com, the two agreed that if B2C can be fully implemented, Lin Feng will give 5% of Dingdong's shares as a reward to Wang Juntao. After signing the contract with Wang Juntao, Lin Feng was extremely happy. Now the second world is developing well and has successfully established branches in Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan, and has become a multinational company. Dingdong.com also started B2C construction after Wang Juntao joined. If the future prospects can be implemented in full accordance with Wang Juntao's plan, the profits it will bring will not be lower than the second world. In particular, for the personal credit business of Ego Card, Lin Feng faintly felt that ICBC's 40% of his profits would bring returns far beyond his imagination. At the same time, the Starting Point fast food restaurant, reported by the British Times and reprinted by the domestic media, once again set off a national fast food fever in the country. This is, after all, the first domestic catering industry to be published in the Times, and for the first time the Starting Point fast food restaurant overwhelmed KFC in terms of profit and passenger flow in August, and it was the first time that McDonald's. However, when the good news came, Lin Feng received bad news from Bao Jianfeng, the chief CEO of Starting Point Chinese Network. Starting Point Chinese Network continues to lose money, especially now that more and more contracts are signed. The monthly expenditure for full attendance alone has been close to 2 million, as well as broadband rental, staff and other expenses, and now it has a net loss of 3.2 million in January. The so-called advertising revenue is only a few $100,000 per month. Of course, this is much better than the advertising revenue of other book sites, but compared to popularity, the results are a bit horrible. Fortunately, Lin Feng was fortunate that he made a small profit in Japan this time, and this money was still a loss. However, Bao Jianfeng also proposed a VIP membership fee system in response to the current situation of Starting Point Chinese Network. For this, Lin Feng also delegated power to Bao Jianfeng to do it. Before Rebirth, Bao Jianfeng pulled back the starting point of dying with one hand. Now that he proposed the VIP membership system, it shows that he is certain. Although the VIP membership system was implemented 2 years earlier than before the Rebirth, under the butterfly effect, everything is possible. As for Lin's Technology Co. Limited, Danzi has been immersed in the Dongguan factory, supervising the work day and night, ensuring that the first MP3 player arrives on Lin Feng's table as soon as possible for Lin Feng to review. As for the acquired Pacific Computer Network and the Zhongguancun Online that has been established after emergency preparations, with sufficient funds, the two websites have become the most instructive and authoritative computer websites in China, especially Zhongguancun Online, because it announces the prices of various computer accessories and electronic products in Zhongguancun every day. It has become the preferred reference website for all domestic netizens before buying computers and electronic products. The weather vane effect mentioned by Danzi has begun to appear. Lin Feng can imagine how much he will be sought after when his company's first MP3 player product comes out soon. Those who control public opinion control the world. Media tycoon Murdoch. As for the NetShield jointly developed by Li Yuan and Wang Hai, one of the 12 Zodiac of the secret military forces, the NetShield has also completed final testing and officially launched on the market. The just acquired Pacific Computer Network and Zhongguancun Online, under Lin Feng's signal, carried out a lot of publicity on them. The front pages of the two websites focused on the NetShield, and they all boasted that the NetShield's antivirus capabilities, and network security protection functions are first class in China. The large-scale reports of the two websites naturally aroused the interest of netizens. In particular, NetShield adopts a novel charging model, and does not conduct market sales like the traditional one. It will provide free downloads directly on the official website, and users will pay monthly usage fees. This novel charging model has also attracted the attention of netizens. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 220. Who Run is here. The monthly service fee of NetShield is extremely cheap, 3 yuan, only a dime a day. You can enjoy the service of 1 month of genuine antivirus software. Li Yuan was extremely opposed to the low cabbage price set by Lin Feng. I think this is an insult to the efforts of all NetShield development and technical personnel, and believe that the minimum monthly service fee should also be more than 10 yuan. Lin Feng can understand Li Yuan's anger. After more than half a year of hard work, the proud product developed by the entire development team was sold at a low price for cabbage by himself. It is strange that he is not angry, but Lin Feng also has his own reasons. Rising is now the dominant antivirus software market, with a market share of 80%. The remaining market is also occupied by companies such as Jiangmin, Kaspersky, and cement. If Lin Feng's NetShield wants to squeeze into this market, he must think something unusual. It is Lin Feng's strategy to cancel the listing and directly provide services to charge monthly fees. Although Li Yuan agrees with this, he can't agree with the monthly service of only 3 yuan. However, Lin Feng's next reason caused Li Yuan to shut up completely. Piracy, piracy, piracy. Regardless of whether it is the software industry or the standalone game industry in China, the biggest enemy is not that the software is not good, it is not that there are no consumers, and it is not the so-called lack of consumption power in China, but piracy. The hateful pirates plagiarize the programs that programmers have racked their brains to develop and sell them cheaply. Under this absolutely fatal blow, all the software and game industries in China have been devastated. Although it seems that consumers are getting benefits, in the long run, it has dealt a fatal blow to the entire industry. China's software industry is not as good as India's, and the game industry is far behind Japan. The toxic effect of piracy in it is not negligible. Facing Lin Feng's pirated poisoning theory, Li Yuan completely lost his voice. Originally, the piracy industry was not too developed last year. The anti-theft technologies of many companies have allowed software or games to survive the initial release period. However, since Lin Feng's online game was launched, it has been in the competition between game companies and plug-in manufacturers, which indirectly promotes the innovation of piracy technology, and also makes today a newly listed software often sold in the morning, and pirated editions appear in the afternoon. I have to say that it is very sad. Lin Feng can only say that the butterfly effect is really everywhere. In the end, Li Yuan reluctantly agreed to Lin Feng's monthly service fee for selling NetShield at a price of 3 yuan. However, what Li Yuan did not expect was that under the bombardment of information from Pacific Computer Network and Zhongguancun Online, NetShield became the most anticipated software by netizens in September. Especially real-time monitoring technology, rapid antivirus technology, and extremely low prices. On the first day of listing, the number of downloads exceeded 1.2 million. By the next day, all major software download sites across the country had downloaded more than 2.5 million copies in total. More than 50% of the monthly service fees are paid through payment platforms such as bank cards and mobile phones. That is, at least 1.25 million customers have purchased the service fees of NetShield. The cost of the NetShield is too cheap to be able to produce such a good performance. At 3 yuan a month, you can enjoy the absolute security maintenance of your computer if you eat one less meal prematurely. Now, just for the service fee of 1.25 million users, Lin Feng can also have a net income of 3.75 million per month. Compared with Rising's sales of around 80,000 sets of antivirus software in January, it can only bring more than 8 million in revenue. Except for the cost and feedback from various software stores, the profit is only on the same level as the NetShield. However, NetShield can have a monthly service fee, but Rising's listing model is free for 3 years. This calculation makes NetShield more profitable. In response to the 3 yuan monthly service fee of NetShield and its popularity after its listing, major antivirus software companies, led by Rising, strongly condemned Lin Feng's unfair competition, thinking it was killing chickens and getting eggs. Lin Feng directly ignored the complaints of these companies. It is also directly released through the Pacific Software Network and Zhongguancun Online the declaration of the permanent 3 yuan monthly service fee of NetShield. The angry Rising and other companies vomited 3 liters of blood, and almost never filed a lawsuit against Lin Feng for monopoly. However, under the advice of lawyers, companies such as Rising finally dispelled this idea. After all, although Lin Feng's methods are suspected of improper operation, after careful calculation, Lin Feng's NetShield profit is reasonable. Even if it is reported, there is definitely no chance of winning. In the face of this situation, companies such as Rising were in trouble. Is it to adopt Lin Feng's sales model, cancel the listing, directly rely on the monthly service fee, or continue to choose the current sales model? In a dilemma, no matter the choice, It is a difficult decision for software companies such as Rising. Damalam Fung, he played his cards according to common sense. It's horrible. Rising boss Wang Xin cursed secretly in his heart. At the same time, Lin Feng made the situation worse and spared no effort to attack the fragile Rising and other company bosses' injured hearts. Lin Feng used two of the most authoritative computer websites in the country to compare NetShield with several other antivirus software. No surprises. NetShield won all of them. This also strengthened the determination of netizens to use NetShield. This also made Lin Feng the first taste of the power of the media when the bosses of many antivirus software companies were itching. Those who control public opinion control the world. While Rising and other companies continued to talk to NetShield, Lin Feng received a call from an unexpected person. This person is no one else. He is a British man with great influence in China, and even a foreigner, who has influenced the Chinese economy to a certain extent. Lin Feng was extremely surprised that he would actually receive a call from Hurun, but Hurun's proficiency in Mandarin clearly came through the call, and he invited Lin Feng to do an interview. Before he was born again, he could only see the Hurun rich list in newspapers and magazines, as well as the Hurun interview. The interview with Hurun this time is undoubtedly an affirmation of Lin Feng's commercial achievements over the past year. Lin Feng readily responded. Hurun was born in Luxembourg in 1970 and graduated from Durham University in the United Kingdom. He studied Chinese at Renmin University of China, and studied Japanese in Japan. He is fluent in 7 languages including German, French, Luxembourgish, Portuguese and Japanese. He created the 100 Rich list in 1999, and is known as the godfather figure in the study of China's private economy. In 1999, just because of personal hobbies, Hurun and his assistants compiled the ranking of the richest entrepreneurs in mainland China and published it in English for the American Forbes magazine. So far, Hurun has written a list of Forbes in mainland China once a year. Every October is the time when the Hurun Rich List in mainland China is announced, and before the announcement of the Rich List, Hurun is used to interviewing a man of the year to discuss his path to success. This year, Hurun's goal is Lin Feng. In more than a year, this leader has set off the world's online game frenzy, and has a local fast food that can compete with McDonald's and KFC in China. The C2C developed by him has become the most popular online personal trading platform in China. Especially recently, the second world has successfully landed in Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan, turning it into a multinational company, and issued a crazy declaration to challenge the Japanese game industry in Japan. Hurun is naturally very interested in such a man in the midst of such a young age. In particular, the more he studied Lin Feng, the more Hurun realized that his success was incredible. It seemed to be luck, but Lin Feng's extraordinariness was everywhere. Hurun and Lin Feng met at the Bund in Shanghai on a clear afternoon, with blue seas and blue sky, and another cup of latte coffee. Hurun believes that today's interview will be a success. It is also of great help to the study of the Chinese economy in the new century. Here, sir. It's 115 yuan in total. The taxi driver had stopped for half a minute, but the foreigner in the back seat seemed to be lost in thought and did not notice that he had arrived. The driver had to remind him. Oh, thank you. Hurun shook his head, thinking about what it would be like to meet Lin Feng for the first time, and lost consciousness for a while. After all, Lin Feng's personality is also extremely interesting. The online game tycoon, who is known by the media as loving the country and the beauty more, does not hesitate to offend almost all the rich in Hong Kong but also to testify to the good citizens of their children. In the press conference, he pointed out the middle finger with the sun and challenged the Japanese game industry in a high profile in Japan. The crazy declaration, which one is the real Lin Feng? Hurun smiled and handed the taxi driver 150 yuan. First. Are you Hurun? That Hurun is the Hurun, right? When the taxi driver handed Hurun the change, he looked at Hurun and exclaimed with excitement, ha, yes. I am Hurun. Hurun smiled slightly. After so many years in China, only after making Hurun China's rich list, Will he be recognized? This also gave Hurun a little sense of accomplishment. Haha. You are really Hurun. I finally got a big man today. By the way, Mr. Who are on the list this year. Do you know how much money they have? The taxi driver exclaimed excitedly. Hurun couldn't bear the noise of the taxi driver, and after barely coping with a few sentences, he got off the car immediately. Mr. Who, my name is Dan Xungwin. Next time I take the car, I will definitely call me. My phone number is 138xxxxxxxxxxxxx. The driver's excessive enthusiasm made Hurun too much, so he nodded and hurried away. Mr. Who, here. Lin Feng heard a noisy voice yelling from a distance. Looking at it, a blonde foreigner smiled bitterly. It was Hurun, who quickly called Hurun over. Donglin, I didn't expect you to come first. Ashamed. Hurun said a little apologetically. Haha, Mr. Who is serious. In China, I am a lot younger than Mr. Who, and I should wait for Mr. Who to take it for granted. Lin Feng didn't care about it. Instead, he took the opportunity to win the relationship with Hurun. Donglin, I have to admit that there is a big gap between you and the rumors of the outside world. The rumors that Lin Dong is young and ambitious, very frivolous and arrogant. Now it seems like an old Chinese saying goes, hearing is false, seeing is believing. Hurun smiled and sat down. Haha, yes, Mr. Who. Donglin, call me Rupert. Be so kind. Hurun reminded. Haha, then don't always call me Lin Dong, just call me by name. Lin Feng also reminded Hurun. The two looked at each other and smiled. Lin Feng, this time I am here only for a simple interview, to discuss your success, and to consult your views on China's economic development in the future. Hurun took out his notebook and pen. This is his habit, which is also different from the difference between him and the reporter. Usually reporters will take out the tape recorder for interviews, but it is often difficult to get the interviewee to speak out. This is a big taboo for Hurun, who is eager to get the most true and reliable news. Therefore, only use pen to record. Only in this way can the interviewee be assured that the content of the conversation will not be leaked. After all, even if Hurun really leaked out sensitive topics in conversation, the interviewee just had to deny the account. If there is a tape recorder, the conversation is recorded, it is really indistinguishable. Lin Feng, my first question. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. Chapter 221. People are afraid to be famous. Hurun's interview with this bank has an expectation, but also an anxiety. In 1999, when Hurun produced the first China's 100 rich list, he was unable to meet a rich man on the list. He relied on collecting various financial newspapers and magazines in mainland China, as well as various financial news and listed company reports and other information. The first China mainland 100 rich list was released after half a year. The following year, in 2000, after the media reprinted Forbes' top 100 rich lists in mainland China, Hurun was already well known in mainland China. The second production of China's top 100 richest list has been able to meet many rich people on the list. But this year, with the launch of the Chinese version of Forbes, and his own China mainland 100 rich list, everything has changed from the sudden appearance of the media and the rich in front of 1.3 billion Chinese people. When meeting these wealthy people before, the people of the interview were able to talk freely, and many people even provided him with some confidential financial statements of the company, which helped him a lot. But since Forbes launched the Chinese version, mainland China's 100 rich list suddenly appeared in front of 1.3 billion Chinese, making these rich people unable to adapt for a while. People are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being strong. Many rich people on the list have called Hurun, and his China mainland 100 rich list has caused them big troubles. Either come to ask for donations or sponsorships, or question their source of wealth. Even many rich people also revealed that they want Hurun to remove their names from the China mainland 100 rich list. In this regard, Hurun was very helpless. However, we still compile the China mainland 100 rich list according to our own logic, but now it is difficult to get the most accurate information as before when we meet with these rich people. It seems to be back in 1999. With the help of the magazine, the company announced annual report and other information to calculate. Fortunately, now that we have entered the internet age and the era of information explosion, it is much more convenient to inquire about a lot of information. During this interview with Lin Feng, Huron hoped that this recent figure in mainland China could give himself some real data. If you are young, you should always be young and frivolous. Lin Feng, I first declare that I am not a reporter, and the content involved in the conversation between us will not always be leaked out. Huron first emphasized his position. Lin Feng nodded. Well, let me ask the first question. Lin Feng, are you afraid of being on the list? Unlike other Western countries, many rich people in mainland China are not willing to be on the list now, Huron asked. Lin Feng frowned slightly. There are many advantages and disadvantages of being on the list, and it's hard to say clearly. However, many people in China joked about the 100 rich list of mainland China as killing pigs, so as to prove the disadvantages of being on the list. Once on the list, influence spread from the place to the whole country in an instant, especially the inexplicable source of wealth, which will arouse many people's suspicion. Being on the list is a kind of honor, a kind of affirmation, but also a kind of responsibility and pressure. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Lin Dong, I have investigated you carefully. It took you about 21 months to change from an ordinary school dropout to a super rich man with a net worth of billions. What is the secret of your success? Huron asked curiously. This is also the reason why he has been studying Lin Feng not thoroughly. The secret of success? Lin Feng thought for a while. Could it be said in his heart, if you are born again, I am afraid that you can be so successful. However, no one believed the matter of rebirth. If I have to say the secret of my success, I can only use an idiom to describe it: whimsical. Lin Feng said half seriously and half jokingly. Whimsical. Huron was stunned, thinking about these 4 words in his mouth. Yes, I'm not afraid I can't do it. I'm afraid I can't think of it. Lin Feng said with certainty. Everyone has a dream. Some of them are elegant, permeated with the tranquility of the countryside. Some of them are shy, and a lady in pink has an appointment. Some of them are passionate, and the great glory of entrepreneurship. Will destiny always hold it in your own hands? Grasp an unrepentant goal and immediately put it into action. Use your own wisdom and unremitting efforts to launch a thunderous challenge to your destiny. Never give up. Never retreat. Lin Feng's passionate tone and the demeanor made Huron obsessed with it. A good sentence, a thunder and lightning challenge to fate. Never give up, never retreat. What was your initial goal? Huron sighed and asked curiously. My goal at the beginning was just to hope that my parents will live well, and then I can have a penthouse garden apartment that is entirely my own, and a girl who loves me, and I will live my life. Lin Feng said with a hint of amusement. Huron smiled. Then Lin Feng, your initial goal has already been achieved. What about your current goal? Huron asked expectantly. The current goal? Lin Feng knocked on his forehead with his finger. This question really hadn't been considered carefully. When I came to Shanghai from Chu City, many things seemed to happen naturally. I just followed the trend and walked all the way to the present. Future goals? The richest Chinese, or the richest in the world? Lin Feng really didn't think about it seriously. I don't know. I have never seriously considered this issue. However, at this stage, my goal is to make the second world the world's best gaming company, and the starting point fast food restaurant can go out of China and become a world-renowned fast food restaurant shop. After Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, he still said what he wanted most in his heart. Huron nodded. This answer already satisfied him. Donglin, do you want to know where you rank in the China mainland 100 rich list this year? Can I estimate your assets? Huron looked at Lin Feng with interest. Haha. It doesn't matter. Money is flowing, not piled, flowing freely, just enough to spend. I'm not fighting for money. Lin Feng said casually, people always have a little style. Of course, I did not forget to add a sentence here: as long as I can do what I want to do, how much money is really not important. Huron smiled, and then asked some questions about Lin Feng Company and its future goals, and announced today's interview is over. Donglin, are you really not curious about where you rank on the China mainland 100 rich list? You know, this position is quite important for some rich people on the list. Some people hope that the higher the better, but many people wish the lower the better. When Huron got up, he asked the previous question again. Haha, I don't care. I started from scratch, and my net worth is clean, and I have been questioned by the public. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and said goodbye to Huron. I'll see you next time. I believe this issue of China's top 100 richest list will definitely give you a surprise. Huron blinked and smiled and waved goodbye to leave. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to Huron, Lin Feng received a call from Liu Yinying. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the B2C plan? Lin Feng asked worriedly. B2C is a big plan for Dingdong.com in the coming year. This time, it invested all the liquidity in it, and even used some of the retained funds of the transaction merchants. After all, although all products are directly supplied by manufacturers, it costs money for website construction and maintenance shops in important cities across the country. Moreover, Dingdong.com will set up a courier company under Liu Yinying's suggestion. B2C is made by Dingdong.com as a direct seller. All goods are sent by Dingdong.com, and the quality problems that arise will be borne by Dingdong. Nowadays, it is difficult for domestic express companies to believe their operation methods in terms of delivery. In particular, Dingdong.com mainly focuses on electronic products, which must be handled with care. Otherwise it is extremely easy to damage and produce defective products. At the same time, when Liu Yinying negotiated courier business cooperation with other express companies, they did not get enough discounts and absolute product quality assurance. This made Liu Yinying extremely dissatisfied, and she had the idea of establishing her own express company belonging to Dingdong.com. In Liu Yinying's view, Lin Feng has money. If Dingdong really has trouble in capital turnover, it is a big deal that Lin Feng can inject capital again. The 10% shares in her hand can be allocated according to the amount of Lin Feng financing. What's more, the establishment of its own courier company can not only guarantee the quality and speed of B2C cargo delivery, but also contract the courier services of ordinary individual merchants on Dingdong.com. Monopoly. What Liu Yinying wants is monopoly. With this condition and this opportunity, why not monopolize it? No. The B2C plan is going well. Mr. Wang is signing contracts with major electronic product manufacturers across the country. Domestic Mealing and Chenghong, and foreign Nokia and Siemens have all reached contracts. Liu Yinying reported. What happened then? Lin Feng asked in surprise. It's Shuki. I heard the news from Chu City that Shuki's tuition fees this year have not been resolved. It seems that her mother has lost all her money by playing cards, and even overdrafted in the Chufingnet city for the next 3 years. Monthly dividends. Liu Yinying frowned. What? Aunt Huang lost so many cards? Lin Feng was startled. Oh, I don't know the specific situation. Shuki can't get through. But I remember you promised to send Shuki to Peking University to sign up. You were in Japan during this period and you were delayed. Now what do you think? Liu Yinying worried say. Okay, I see. Don't worry, I will take care of it. By the way, you should pay more attention to the establishment of a courier company. GPS positioning system must be installed on each delivery truck, and we must ensure that all trucks are on the computer within the monitoring. Lin Feng reminded Liu Yinying. Well, you don't have to worry about this, wait for the good news. On Shuki's side, don't delay any more. This girl still likes you. No matter what, you can't. Speaking of the latter, Liu Yinying didn't know what to say. She sighed for a long time. Anyway, you figure it out. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Then he called to Chu City and asked his friend Ding Feng and others, as well as his father, and finally understood the whole story. Huang Shuqi's mother has lost a lot of cards recently, and no one knows exactly how much. All I know is that her mother not only overdrafted her income in the next 3 months in Net City, but also sold a lot of things in the home. If the house is not owned by the government, she only has the right to reside, and I am afraid that even the house will be sold. As for Huang Shuqi, originally went home to find her mother for tuition, but when she saw the situation at home, instead of opening her mouth to ask for the tuition, she gave her mother all the salary of a month of working at Linfeng Company to repay her debts, and went to Peking University to report on her own. After learning the whole story, Linfeng confessed to the company and immediately booked a ticket to fly directly to Beijing. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 222 The Night at Peking University. Anxious all the way. Lin Feng secretly blamed Huang Shuqi for not calling himself when this happened, but he also complained secretly that the trip to Japan took too much time. Originally, he planned to send Huang Shuqi to Peking University to report after returning from Japan. Lin Feng still remembered the agreement with Huang Shuqi that he also impersonated her boyfriend and invited her friend to dinner. As a result, all plans were disrupted by the trip to Japan. After coming back, I caught up with Wang Junto's B2C plan and kept busy until I received a call from Liu Yinying. While Lin Feng secretly blamed himself, the plane arrived in Beijing. When Lin Feng arrived in Beijing, 3 girls sat together frowning in the girls' dormitory of Peking University. Shuqi, tomorrow is the deadline for paying tuition fees. What should I do? It was Huang Shuqi's roommate who was also one of her best friends at Peking University, Li Qing. Yeah, Shuqi, just call your boyfriend. He has become an anti-Japanese hero on the internet now, and the company has opened to Japan. So rich, this tuition is nothing. Don't you just quarrel? You admit it wrong. The girl who spoke was Tan Yutong, another friend of Huang Shuqi's at Peking University. Huang Shuqi was silent. Both of them are right, but there are some things that only she knows. First, Lin Feng was not her boyfriend at all. Originally, Lin Feng promised to accompany her to Beijing and invite Li Qing and Tan Yutong for dinner. But when Lin Feng arrived in Japan, seeing the beginning of school, Lin Feng didn't even call. This makes Huang Shuqi very sad. After arriving at Peking University, she could only bite the bullet and tell her 2 friends that she had a quarrel with Lin Feng. I can't tell the 2 of them that she was wishful thinking from the beginning. It was too shameless. She was a favorite of heaven at Peking University. She didn't want to be laughed at. Second, Huang Shuqi is not worried about tuition fees. With regard to tuition, Huang Shuqi will go to Liu Yinying to borrow it with a cheeky tomorrow. What she worries about is the gambling debt owed by her mother. She has given her mother 8,000 yuan for a month's work during the summer vacation. Lin Feng specially set such a high salary. No matter how high it is, she is afraid that Huang Shuqi will not want it, and the future of Chufeng Internet City marks income. Her mother was short of 230,000 gambling debts. This made Huang Shuqi not know what to do at all. Ask Liu Yinying for a loan. She may not have it, let alone Huang Shuqi can't open this mouth. It is naturally the easiest to borrow from Lin Feng. But Huang Shuqi is annoyed by Lin Feng for not keeping his promise, and he refuses to even ask Lin Feng for tuition fees. Why would he even ask Lin Feng for a loan of 230,000? After thinking about it, Huang Shuqi sighed helplessly, took out the phone, and planned to call Liu Yinying, first to settle the tuition fee. As for living expenses, I have found a part-time job that can do odd jobs, but it can solve my life problems. Unexpectedly, I took out the phone and realized that there was no electricity. Plug in the charger, and just turn it on. A call comes. Shuqi, where are you? What's the matter? Don't you call me when such a big event happens? Do you still recognize me as Xiaofeng brother? Lin Feng's violent voice came out on the phone. After getting off the plane, Lin Feng took a taxi and rushed all the way to Peking University. He kept calling Huang Shuqi on the way, but always couldn't get through. At this moment, after finally getting through, A resentment broke out. Brother Xiaofeng. Huang Shuqi listened to Lin Feng's accusing tone. Not only was she not annoyed, but she felt very warm. At least the furious voice in the microphone proved that her brother Xiaofeng had not forgotten and cared about himself. Okay, I'm at the gate of Peking University. Where is your dormitory? I'm here to find you, Lin Feng asked loudly. Huang Shuqi did not answer, just tears of happiness. The two friends next to him were still strange at first, but when they heard the content, they laughed suddenly and handed out tissues to be happy for their good friends. Huang Xiuqi, come down for me. At this moment, Lin Feng's huge roar suddenly came from outside. The three girls in the room were taken aback. Huang Shuqi was the first to react, ran to the window and looked downstairs. Huang Xiuqi, you come down. Lin Feng looked angry, looked up at the female voice dormitory, and yelled. Lin Feng was also anxious. He blamed Huang Shuqi for being too productive, and didn't tell him anything that happened. Later, I finally got through the phone, but there was no sound in the microphone, which caused Lin Feng to yell downstairs in the female voice dormitory. Originally wanted to go upstairs, but the aunt guard wouldn't let it, so Lin Feng had no choice but to fight it out. Anyway, the current society's own personal reviews are not too good. Arrogant, young and frivolous, arrogant, and there is no more charge of making trouble at Peking University at night. As for why he was so angry and so excited, Lin Feng didn't quite understand. However, thinking of Huang Shuqi suddenly sharing this way with herself makes her heart uncomfortable. I also know that Huang Shuqi likes herself, but she loves Li Zhu. It is impossible to give Huang Shuqi any promise, but thinking that Huang Shuqi will leave her in the future, her heart is always inexplicably anxious. Polygamy. Lin Feng thought about polygamy, and also considered the feasibility. After all, as wealth increases, people's thoughts will inevitably be a little bit evil. As Huron said in an interview, half of the richest tycoons who had been on his China mainland 100 rich list and the wife of humiliation had changed their spouses after their fortune. This figure was actually investigated by Huron. In the other half, a considerable part of it is intended to be replaced, and another part is under consideration. Only a few remain intact. Therefore, Lin Feng not only fantasized about Li Zhu, Huang Shuqi, but also Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi, dreaming of sweeping the three top Korean car models. Lin Feng thought about entering Malaysia and other nationalities, where polygamy is allowed. But whether it is Li Zhu or Huang Shuqi, both of them may I treat you wholeheartedly, and you can only treat me wholeheartedly. It is impossible to allow Lin Feng to do this. As for Lin Ziyue, that character, Lin Feng feels cold after thinking about it. Shuqi, your boyfriend is here. Tut, tut, tut. The anti-Japanese heroes are now in Peking University at night. Shuqi, it depends on your face. They also said that your boyfriend doesn't care about you. Tan Yu Tong and Li King were aside. Envy said. Huang Shuqi smiled and hurriedly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her hands. What to shout? It's night. Yelling here. You still let people not rest? A woman upstairs screamed. That's right. This is Peking University. It's a place to study. It's not used to talk about love. You want to pick up girls and go out. The woman was a little hysterical. It was obvious that no one had chased her for a long time. The rest of the floors also complained. Meng Lang, who lashed out at Lin Feng, was extremely dissatisfied with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also very helpless. But fortunately Huang Shuqi went downstairs in a short time and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms with a smile on her face. Wu, brother Xiaofeng, I thought you had forgotten our agreement, and you have forgotten me. Huang Shuqi remembered that Lin Feng hadn't come to him until now, and felt aggrieved again in her heart. Oh, I'm sorry, Shuqi, the company has been delayed. It's Xiaofeng brother. So, Xiaofeng brother asks you to eat ice cream or cake? Lin Feng was sorry, and wiped away tears for Huang Shuqi. Hee, then I want to eat ice cream. Huang Shuqi burst into laughter, clapping her hands and shouting. Okay, let's go. Lin Feng took Huang Shuqi's hand and walked out. At this moment, there was a look of contempt upstairs. but it was unclear how much jealousy it contained. Although Peking University is an academy for talented scholars and women, compared with other colleges, the number of love pairs in Peking University is far less than that of other schools. Many girls are still single until graduation, and no one has even chased them. As for the reason, there is an online couplet that describes it very appropriately. The upper league, since ancient times, the confidants have been so unlucky. The bottom, long live the girls of Peking University. Of course, this couplet is unfair, and Peking University is not without beautiful women. For example, Huang Shuqi, who is next to Lin Feng at the moment, Liu Yinying, the current CEO of Dingdong.com, and Huang Shuqi's two roommates are also beautiful women. But in general, this couplet is correct. Under the Chinese test-oriented education system, in order to be admitted to Peking University, in addition to being smart, you must also memorize it by rote, which takes a lot of time. For beautiful women, time is just not enough. Of course, there are beautiful women who want to study hard and make progress every day, but the flies around them will never allow them, and they will definitely try their best to seduce beautiful women. The outside world is very exciting. Over time, the beauty naturally disappeared at Peking University. Now, Huang Shuqi is naturally an abomination to the girls who are immersed in a lot of study in the female dormitory, wanting to use their knowledge and education to find a future for themselves, and even more hoping to attract handsome guys by their temperament. Huang Shuqi is one of Peking University's college students, but her mobile phone number is unknown except for a limited number of people. Those who want to ask her can only shout downstairs every day, and over time, these women with endocrine disorders are a little hysterical. Damn. Good girls are letting dogs go. In the distance, a group of passing boys looked at Lin Feng angrily. Many of them are admirers of Huang Shuqi and have taken actions for it, but they have never succeeded. Not to mention just yelling downstairs a few times, and even someone spreading flowers on the ground failed to impress Yi Ren's heart. Today Lin Feng roared with these voices, and the Snow White in his heart went downstairs obediently, which made a group of boys not surprised. How not to be jealous? There is no limit to resentment. I curse you in circles, meant in the hearts of many boys. Hey, Shuqi, don't come back tonight. Tan Yutong and Li Qing yelled mischievously upstairs and burst into laughter. The two of them were worried that Huang Shuqi was always frowning because of Lin Feng, especially seeing that Lin Feng had become the president of a multinational company, and they were even more worried about Shuqi's fate. It is said that men become bad when they have money. For their friends, the only way they can think of is to let Huang Shuqi and Lin Feng have skin-to-skin relationship, and it is best to have another Feng Tsai married. Even so, I will be expelled from Peking University, but studying and entering Peking University are just for the purpose of having a good education, a good background, and finding a good job. Is there anything more promising to marry a 21-year-old president of a multinational company? However, their mischievous voice caused even greater resentment. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 223 meets the old man again. The voices of Tan Yutong and Li Qing are even more contemptuous of the excited dormitory girls, secretly spurning Huang Shuqi's depravity and shamelessness. The boys in the distance downstairs have green eyes. The Snow White in their hearts will become the Little Red Riding Hood in the mouth of the big bad wolf tonight. They hate, they are jealous. They want to stop, but they can do nothing. Heaven is injustice. Why can ordinary people be favored by beauties? I wait for a handsome person to be tall and handsome, but no beautiful woman likes it. Heaven, how unfair you are. Everyone looked up to the sky and sighed. Tan Yutong and Li Qing knew the thoughts of the dinosaurs and the frogs well, and they did not forget to hit everyone at the end. Hey, anti-Japanese hero, you have to treat our family Shuqi well tonight. Otherwise, don't think you are the youngest multinational company president, we will not let you go. The two specifically revealed Lin Feng's identity. HMPH, if you want to be jealous, then make you jealous. Tan Yu Tong and Li King are mad at the girls who only read dead books in the same dormitory, and they think they are superior, and slander them all day long. These beauties rely on their looks to seduce men. Tan Yu Tong and Li King are angry. As for the group of frogs who only complained about others all day long, the two of them had even more dislikes. After reading a few of Zuzimo's books, I came to pretend to be a poet and make some disgusting verses all day long. Do you think beautiful women are stupid? Can you fool us with a few copied poems? The voices of Tan Yu Tong and Li King surprised everyone. Anti-Japanese hero, the youngest president of a multinational company, is the young man who shouted Huang Shuqi downstairs just now the most popular anti-Japanese hero on the internet, or the youngest president of a multinational company? Everyone was talking and whispering. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "Yes." I said why I was so familiar just now. Everyone was in an uproar. Lin Feng is now an internet celebrity, especially the legend developed by Second World. Many people on the scene are his loyal players. As for the upcoming Counter-Strike Online public beta, everyone is looking forward to it. Now the president of the Second World appears on the campus, which is really hard for everyone to accept. At this point, the dinosaurs upstairs are even more resentful, secretly sighing that they have no eyes on the sky. Isn't it all saying that the beauty of the ancient times is so bad? Why can Huang Shuqi find such an excellent handsome boy as a boyfriend, but they can only all day long companion with books? The boys, after a while, they murmured, and came to a conclusion: money can make a ghost. I usually pretend to be noble, but after a long time, it is not enough for people to spend money. But looking at Lin Feng and Huang Shuqi who had departed, the jealousy in their hearts was even worse. Lin Feng and Huang Shuqi both felt a little embarrassed about the pranks of Tan Yu Tong and Li King. Fortunately, after walking out of Peking University, he was relieved. "Shuqi, why didn't you call me when such a big event happened?" Sitting in the coffee shop, Lin Feng finally had the opportunity to question Huang Shuqi. Huang Shuqi looked at Lin Feng's eyes, and her heart burst, but her original grievance became a guilty conscience. Huang Shuqi couldn't come out for a long time. Lin Feng didn't intend to really blame Huang Shuqi. His tone eased. "Shuqi, no matter what, I am your Xiaofeng brother. I will worry about what happens to you. Remember, if you have anything else, call me immediately." Phone. Huang Shuqi nodded. "In fact, I wanted to ask, what kind of relationship is the two of us like this, but after thinking about it, we still didn't ask. I'm afraid to ask. I will get the answer that breaks my heart again. By the way, this is a bank card with 200,000 in it. And the password is your birthday. I think it should be enough for your tuition and Aunt Huang to pay off your debt." Lin Feng took the time to apply for a bank card while waiting for the plane in Shanghai. Huang Shuqi looked at the bank card and hesitated for a while. "What's the matter? Are you still seeing me outside?" Lin Feng frowned. "Brother Xiaofeng, you are so kind to me, but my mother owes people 230,000. Huang Shuqi said with a shame on his face. 230,000. Lin Feng was startled. It's not surprising that this number, 10 times more, is not a big deal to Lin Feng now. What is surprised is that Aunt Huang actually owes so many gambling debts. How old does she play mahjong? Okay, I will transfer another 100,000 to this bank card later. You remit it to your mother tomorrow. Remember, tell Aunt Huang to stop gambling. A small gambling will make you happy, a big gambling will make your family ruined. Lin Feng admonished. Well, thank you Xiaofeng brother. I will tell my mother. Huang Shuqi nodded obediently. Brother Xiaofeng, I will pay you the money in the future. Let me work for you to pay you back. Forget it. This little money. Lin Feng originally wanted to refuse, but looking at Huang Shuqi's stubborn face, after thinking about it, he agreed. Everyone has self-esteem, and you cannot easily trample on the self-esteem of others just because you have money. Hee. Thank you Xiaofeng brother. Huang Shuqi finally smiled. Looking at the bright smile on Huang Shuqi's face again, Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. I like Huang Shuqi's pure smile, like QU without a trace of pollution. But the two of them didn't know that Huang Shuqi's mother, who was in hiding in debt, made another stupid decision to bet on football. Look, Sister Huang, I'll just say that the money for gambling will come quickly. Look, you won 70,000 in just a few games. If you win a few more games, you will be able to pay off the gambling debts you owe. In a ball bar in Chu City, a middle-aged man drank beer and watched TV and said, "Well, thank you, Xiao Zhao, thank you for pointing out the way." Huang Shuqi's mother watched the TV with a smile, but did not see a sly look in the eyes of the opposite man. "Okay, Shuqi, hurry up. I'll take you back to the dormitory." Although Tan Yutong and Li Qingmao told Huang Shuqi not to go back overnight, Lin Feng didn't really dare to let Huang Shuqi stay outside. If you really spend the night outside, God knows what will come out of school tomorrow about Huang Shuqi. "Well, by the way, Brother Xiaofeng, I haven't been to the Huhai Kiao bar you said. Can you take me to see it today?" Huang Shuqi asked suddenly. "Haha, it's okay. It's not too far. We'll leave after a while." Thinking of that special bar, and the more special Lao Bei, Lin Feng was also quite moved, and immediately took Huang Shuqi to Huhai Kiao bar. To Lin Feng's comfort, everything hasn't changed here, and the rules are still so weird, but he can have a seat at any time without making a reservation, which makes Lin Feng a little bit complacent. Lao Bei still sat in his fixed seat every night and saw Lin Feng coming, but raised his glass slightly. "Brother Xiaofeng, it's really special here, but the environment is really good." Huang Shuqi followed Lin Feng in, and saw many well-dressed and successful people who were blocked by the bartender, and said with emotion, "Hee, Beijing, there are many rules at the feet of the emperor." Lin Feng ordered a glass of juice for Huang Shuqi, and he still had a glass of Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary is made from a mixture of vodka, tomato juice, lemon slices, and celery root. The bright red tomato juice looks like blood, so it is named after it. Looking at the scarlet wine glass, Lin Feng reminded him of the blood and rain in the business world, as well as the intrigue between people. Lin Feng reminded himself. Not long after, a slightly noisy voice attracted Lin Feng's attention. Outside the door, several young people, both male and female, were stopped by the bartender and were arguing with the bartender. Their noise has attracted the attention of all the alcoholic guests in the bar. After all, this is the rule of this bar, and few guests are so uninterested. "Guests, our bar rules are like this. If you are not satisfied, you don't need to come. We are not rare." The bartender can't see that he is a bartender. But Lin Feng knew that this bartender was just an ordinary person, but the boss was weird enough, and his bartenders naturally inherited the boss habits. Fart. "What, the rules are like this?" This young master has never been to any bar in the world, and has never seen such a weird rule. "Get out of the way. Don't think this young master has insufficient money." As he said, the blushing man with the bartender took out a stack money. Lin Feng looked for a while and shook his head. "Prodigal son." Also, it must suffer. "Guest, even if you are Li Kashing, you can't enter without an appointment." The bartender didn't change his face and didn't pay attention to the pile of money. Now the man was really annoyed and wanted to be rough, but at this time a few big and 3 rough men came out of the bar and directly coaxed away the young men and women who were making trouble. In the end, the few heroes did not suffer from immediate losses, and could only leave in cursing. "Brother Xiaofeng, it's terrible here, let's go." However, Huang Shuqi on the side was frightened, apparently thinking it was a bar of evil forces, got up and pulled Lin Feng to leave. "Don't worry." Lin Feng was waiting to comfort Huang Shuqi, but was interrupted by someone unexpectedly. "Hey, I said, who is so familiar? It turns out to be you." A very familiar voice floated over, but the tone was extremely disgusting. Lin Feng looked around, and a person who disgusted Lin Feng appeared in his sight. "Xiaqian." Lin Feng sneered in his heart. "I was afraid of you before, but now I am not afraid of you." Indeed, since ancient times, China has not been fighting against officials, but after President Jiang's guidance, Lin Feng knew that he was now receiving the attention of the state and he was ready to cultivate a new era of Chinese tycoons. As long as they have made no mistakes, These people can't move themselves. Moreover, Lin Feng also asked someone to investigate the relationship behind Xiaqian. His mother is the president of MIH, with a net worth of only about 3 billion yuan, not as good as herself. His father is indeed not a small official, the deputy mayor of Beijing. But in Beijing, there is no going up or down. What's more, his own industry is based in Shanghai. Officials in Beijing and Shanghai have never met with each other, and Lin Feng is not afraid. Let's go, Shuqi, there are disgusting people here, let's go. Lin Feng ignored it, got up and took Huang Shuqi and walked out. Lin Feng, why? I'm scared now when I see it. Lin Feng's disdainful attitude made Xiaqian not be able to fall, and stepped forward to stop Lin Feng. In the bar, the others looked at the two with interest as if they were watching a play. Lin Feng sneered. Not worthy. After speaking, without even looking at Xiaqian, he pulled Huang Shuqi around him. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 224. Shameless. Shameless? Xiaqian has long heard of this Silver Sea Back Bridge bar, and today I am bored to take a look at the weird rules and weird owners. At first sight, it was indeed extraordinary. Not only the boss is weird, but the clerk is also weird. After a disturbance outside the door, Huang Shuqi pulled Lin Feng to leave, and Xiaqian found Lin Feng. For Lin Feng, Xiaqian felt very complicated. He did not have much hatred with Lin Feng himself. It was purely a momentary dispute. It was just that Lin Feng's involvement in Tencent shares caused him to fail to complete his mother's account, which made him lose face in front of his mother. He was even criticized by his harsh mother Azada, who could not support the wall. Later, with Lin Feng's success, Xiaqian's mother would always take Lin Feng's achievements as an example. The more exciting Xiaqian hated Lin Feng, but knew in her heart that there were mostly jealous elements in this hatred. Fortunately, his father, who later served as the deputy mayor of Beijing, gave Xiaqian a trick. Some people, if they are terrible enemies and cannot be eliminated, then be friends. Even a violent friend is better than a naked enemy. Today, when I accidentally saw Lin Feng at the Huhai bar, Xiaqian became interested in making friends, and wanted to turn the two into friends, even if they were just friends who just met and nodded. However, the entanglement in his heart made Xiaqian his words so unpleasant. Xiaqian knew that his tone was a little weird, but he was self-reliant, and he was unwilling to bow his head. But Lin Feng was not a vegetarian now, and a few words made Xiaqian unable to step off the stage. As a result, the more talked about the relationship between the two, the more stiff the relationship, especially Lin Feng's "you are not worthy" sentence. It is even more exciting that Xiaqian forgot his original intention, thinking that he could only survive in front of him before, but now he arrogantly treats himself like this. Xiaqian feels angry. "Am not worthy." Xiaqian trembled slightly, pointing at Lin Feng. "A handsome face, who do you think you are? It's just a nouveau riche who made a few money, you are here to be arrogant!" Lin Feng felt even more contempt for him. But although he was not afraid of him now, he did not want to cause trouble. Pulling Huang Shuqi around the table. "Stop." Xiaqian was very angry. When he came to Huhai bar, he was a person with a certain identity. He was so humiliated by Lin Feng here. This tells him how to meet people in the future. As Xiaqian his voice fell, the brother Li Wuji, who had caused Lin Feng a lot of hardships, stopped in front of Lin Feng and blocked Lin Feng's path. And the bodyguard next to Lin Feng immediately protected Lin Feng. The two groups stared, and the swords in the bar were rattled and triggered. "Stop, I don't care who you are. Anyway, those who can enter my bar are all guests. Whoever dares to make trouble in the bar, I will blast him out. If you want to solve your personal grievances, go out of this door, I don't care." Lao Bei snorted coldly, shaking the audience. Xiaqian his face beats a few times, and he can figure out the origin of this old man. The best way to face an unidentified person in Beijing is not to offend him. In the end, Xiaqian hummed a few times, and had no face to stay in the bar anymore and lead people away. Lin Feng, come, accompany me for a drink. Lin Feng was also leaving, but Lao Bei called out. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, but instantly realized that this was Lao Bei giving himself a step down. If he went out like this, Xie Qian might be waiting outside for him. The people around him were not the opponents of the Li Wuji brothers who were good at double swords, and he would definitely suffer. But if you don't go out, there are so many guests in the bar, and you can't get off the table. Shuki, sit down again. Lin Fengchong nodded with a nervous look on Huang Shuki, and took Huang Shuki to sit across from Lao Bei. Lao Bei just poured a glass of wine for Lin Feng, and then returned to normal, silently, and did not speak to Lin Feng, just staring into the distance in a daze. At this time, the guests in the bar shook their heads helplessly when they saw that there was no show to watch. Many of them recognized Xie Qian. Seeing that the sons of the deputy mayor of Beijing were deflated here, they secretly guessed the old white background, but they also made up their minds to come here less. After all, places that are too weird and can't figure out the details, it's better to come less. Lin Feng drank the wine silently, winking at the two bodyguards, and asked them to transfer from the branch of the Beijing Lania Security Company. Although I don't know whether Xie Qian will trouble himself, but he is not wrong. Lin Feng never wanted to taste the previous humiliation. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Feng got a hint from the bodyguard and put down his wine glass. Old Bei, thank you. Lao Bei nodded and didn't say much. When Lin Feng was about to leave, he suddenly said, be careful. Lin Feng smiled slightly, knowing what Lao Bei was referring to, but now he is not afraid. Out of the bar, the Beijing branch of the Lania Security Company has dispatched 3 vans with about a dozen bodyguards. With so many people, Lin Feng is really not afraid of Xie Qian coming to trouble him. Master Xie, they got in the car and left. There were a lot of people here. Our people are not enough. Not far from the High Back Bridge bar, 2 Santana 2000s, a leader said. Well, then proceed according to Plan B. You find a place where there are not many people in the front and stop their car for me, and someone will take care of the latter. Remember, you can provoke, but don't do it. It's best to let them do it. I will be responsible for the medical expenses of your brothers. Xie Qian, his yin voice came. I see, Master Xie, this couldn't be easier. The boss smiled sinisterly. They were worried that they would suffer a loss when they saw that there were so many people in the other party, and all of them looked extraordinary. Now that Xie Qian has other arrangements, they are relieved. After hanging up the phone, Xie Qian, who was drinking at KTV, made another call, and then looked playful. Lin Feng, don't think that you can make a fool of yourself if you make a few money. I want you to know that in Beijing, you are still good at cooking. Boss, there is a car behind. In the 3 cars, soldiers were transferred to serve as security guards. There were also scouts in them. They were very good at anti-tracking. At a glance, they could see that there was a car following behind. Well, throw it away. Lin Feng didn't want to cause any trouble to Huang Shuki, so he decided to throw it away before sending Huang Shuki back. Brother Lin. Huang Shuki's palms were all sweaty. She had never encountered such a thing before, and she was shocked. Don't worry, it's okay. Lin Feng gently squeezed Huang Shuki's hand, comfortingly said, Boss, they are going to run. The driving brother yelled, Damn. Bump into it. The boss looked around. He was no longer in the main street of Beijing. His face was stern, and said fiercely, Yes. The little brother's eyes flashed with a cruel look, and he ran into Lin Feng's car. Lin Feng was in a van with Santana 2000 in the back. The speed was not the same, and there was no time to avoid it. When the Santana accelerated and hit him, the other one hit the front again, blocking Lin Feng's car. Dead. Bye. Lin Feng cursed secretly. Fortunately, the speed was not too fast. Although the car was seriously damaged, everyone was fine. The bodyguards in the car also hated them. As bodyguards, they were hit by someone like this in the boss car, which made them very shameless. With straight temper, they jumped out of the car and looked for the 2 Santana to settle accounts. At this time, the other 2 vans also rushed back, and 8 people jumped out of the van. There were a total of 8 gangsters in the 2 Santana, but Lin Feng had 12 bodyguards, and they were all veterans. He was so angry that he was just in the bar on the spot, watching the venue, fighting at best. The troubled gangsters are shocked. Originally, they wanted to provoke a bit, but now they look at this posture and their faces are pale on the spot. Don't talk about provocation. Let them beg for mercy now, or kneel down and call Grandpa. The most important thing to come out is to turn the rudder in the face of the wind. Now this group of people look murderous, all burly and powerful, and they are not easy to provoke at first sight. And there are more people than them. Who is his grandma's young master Xia offended? The boss has a grieving expression. They are just gangsters, a group of small gangsters. How are these people's opponents? Boss, we are just taking people's money and helping others to eliminate disasters. The so-called wrongdoers and debtors, you should not find us. We are only doing things. The boss is also upright and begged for forgiveness on the spot. Seeing the boss like this, the other gangsters also begged for mercy. They shouted that there was an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. In short, one was miserable. They were just for money. More than a dozen bodyguards were dumbfounded on the spot. They had never seen such a shameless person before, and they didn't know what to do for a while. If this group of gangsters dare to be cruel to them, they will naturally not be polite. But now, they are very disdainful, and feel that beating such a person is dirtying their hands. Just you, go back and tell Xiaqiang, don't take 3 days, and look at it with admiration. I don't want to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it. If he wants to make such a provocation, I'm not welcome. Lin Feng pointed to the boss coldly say. Indeed, Xiaqiang is strong. His father is the deputy mayor, and his mother is the president of the Mi Consortium. He is rich and powerful, but it is not impossible to irritate Lin Feng and tear his face. An official is just like a cat. There is nothing that is not fishy. Don't think Xiaqiang his mother has money, but Lin Feng dared to guarantee that this one must have the right to deal with money. In addition, officials still have a habit of putting things in the safe at home instead of in the bank safe. Lin Feng also has this talent in his hands, and he will send someone to sneak into his home to steal evidence of corruption and bribery, and then publish it on the internet, and it will be over sooner or later. However, this method is too insidious, and the risk is not small. If it is not a last resort, Lin Feng will not take this dangerous move. Yes, your elders have a large number of them, so they must be a fortune. The boss was also extremely scared, and when he saw the chance to escape a severe beating, he slapped him on the spot. At this moment, a few dazzling lights came. What are you doing? What are you all doing? Shouted one person. Lin Feng and others looked back, and 3 police cars came. One person pointed at himself and others and glared at him. Ah, comrade police, quickly avenge me. This group of people ran into my car. Not only did they not lose money, but they also wanted to behave against me because of the large number of people. Please vindicate me for me. Many bodyguards looked surprised, and ran out crying, and when they saw someone coming, they screamed. Everyone despised for a while. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 225 The Crazy Deputy Director A group of gangsters change their faces, shamelessly making people helpless. Many bodyguards have weird faces. They have seen Shameless before, and never seen such Shameless. What's the matter? You all stand in a row for me. Put your hands on your head. The official-looking person shouted. Hurry up. Didn't you hear what our deputy director Li said? A group of police officers who got off the car pointed at Lin Feng and the others angrily. Lin Feng frowned even more, feeling this thing was weird. But still in accordance with the word, let the bodyguards stand in a row. Well, you tell me, what happened? Deputy Director Li pointed at the boss and asked harshly, full of authority. Ah, this Deputy Director Li, you always want to be the master for us. They crashed our car, not only unreasonably, but also hitting people, you see. Several of my colleagues were injured. With winks, the younger brothers immediately wailed. These police officers arrived in such a timely manner, and there was also a deputy director who was sitting in person. The boss didn't need to think about it and knew that this must be Xiaqian, his last move, and he couldn't help but admire Xiaqian even more in his heart. Deputy Director Lee cast a cold look and waved his hand. Go and see if it's true. Yes, a crash did happen. Two police officers came forward and came back to report after a few random glances. Okay, bring them back to me. Deputy Director Lee waved his hand. Lin Feng sneered, knowing that there must be a ghost in it. But want to take me back? Not so easy. What's the matter? You all get in the car for me. Deputy Director Lee glared at Lin Feng and the others with arms akimbo. Comrade policeman, this is a traffic accident. We are under the control of the traffic department. I think it should have nothing to do with the security brigade. Lin Feng said coldly. The deputy director of the Public Security Bureau can indeed be in charge of the Ministry of Transportation, but there is more than one deputy director in the Public Security Bureau. If the deputy director Lee is in charge of the transportation department, he must now drive a traffic police car instead of a public security police car. Deputy Director Lee was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect to encounter such a sting. He received a call from Xiaqian tonight, saying that he was helping him to teach him an arrogant and a bit rich foreigner, and Deputy Director Lee naturally answered. On the one hand, many things need to rely on Xiaqian's father, and on the other hand, his wife also works in the Mi group of Xiaqian's mother. But I didn't expect that this outsider would actually be so stingy. Right now, there is a big fire in my heart. In his eyes, a foreigner should be honest when he comes to Beijing. But here is the capital of the motherland. How can a foreigner be arrogant here? Deputy Director Li's face was pale, but it was not easy to have a seizure. Lin Feng is indeed right. This matter is under the control of the Transportation Department. Although he is the Deputy Director, he is in charge of public security, and the Transportation Department is not in his control. But Deputy Director Lee could sit in this position. Naturally there was his way. And he glanced at the bully leader casually. The bully leader understood that he was good at observing words and looks, and he immediately collapsed to the ground and screamed, "Oh, comrade police, my pain is so painful, I want to examine my injuries." Seeing the boss like this, the other gangsters were still a little confused at first, but under the repeated winks of the boss, they suddenly understood. All of them wailed and accused Lin Feng and others of atrocities against them. Lin Feng looked at it funny, it was too fake. The bodyguards around him also shook their heads, and this discerning person knew at a glance that they were acting. Just now, I was still alive and kicking, and suddenly weeping all over the ground, dying in pain, rolling around on the ground. This is too exaggerated. However, it does not matter to Deputy Director Lee whether these injuries are true or not. What he wants is just an excuse and a statement. Now you not only caused traffic accidents, but also maliciously wounded people. If you leave, you will all follow me back to the bureau. Deputy Director Lee had an excuse and immediately became confident. This comrade, don't you see that it's obviously their car that hit us? Is it possible that one car crashed into two cars and was caught by the two cars? And they didn't have any injuries at all, not to mention just now. It's okay. Suddenly he fell on the ground and rolled. Is that possible? A bodyguard team leader behind Lin Feng protested. Someone will naturally judge who hits and whom on earth, and now they are telling you to hit someone. You have to go back to the bureau with us to be investigated. Deputy Director Lee is not a person without vision. Seeing Lin Feng's group of people with a big waist and a round waist, he is also very human. But his purpose is also simple, that is, to get Lin Feng in for 2 days and let him suffer a bit. Lin Feng's bodyguard was waiting to say something, but was stopped by Lin Feng. Now it is clear that the so-called Deputy Director Lee was sent by Xiaqian, and it is useless to say anything. Deputy Director Lee, right? It's okay to go with you, but let me remind you that it's easy to ask God to give it away. When I go, I will never leave easily. Lin Feng said in a cold tone. Lee said. The secretary felt cold. However, If you take a closer look at Lin Feng, the faces are very close to each other, and because these people have accents from other provinces, they don't care much, but a little annoyed. Damn, outsider. What are you pulling? If it is a Beijing accent, such a large group of people, Deputy Director Li would have to really consider it. Come here, bring them all into the car for me. Deputy Director Li waved his hand. Wait, she has nothing to do with this. Team Wang, help send Shuki back to school, Lin Feng said. When Deputy Director Li saw that Lin Feng didn't take him so seriously, his heart became angry. Moreover, Xiaqian didn't explain that this woman would not let go. He only said that there was a man and a woman. After thinking about it, he glared at him. Wait, who do you think you are? I have the final say here, so I will bring them back. Deputy Director Li was full of arrogance, pointing at Lin Feng and cursing. Lin Feng frowned, even more unhappy in his heart. Deputy Chief Li, she is only a student, and she is also a girl. Even if there is a traffic accident, there will be injuries. I think no matter how you say it, it has nothing to do with her. Isn't it me that you are looking for? You go. You let her go, Lin Feng said in a negotiated tone as much as possible. No way. Now that Lin Feng is really crazy, Huang Shuqi will be taken back to the Public Security Bureau. No matter how true the matter is, it will be passed to the school, and it will definitely become a gossip. I don't know what it will be. How will Huang Shuqi be in the future? The school is at ease to study. Team Liu, you can help send her away, Lin Feng said without looking at Deputy Bureau Li, telling Team Liu. People will regret themselves and then others will regret it. The family will destroy itself and then destroy it. The country will destroy itself and then the people will destroy it. Since this Li Deputy Bureau is like this, Lin Feng will naturally not give him face anymore. Yes, boss. Team Liu couldn't understand Deputy Director Li's actions. In addition, they listened to Lin Feng's actions, so they took Huang Shuqi into another van and asked 2 bodyguards to drive him away. Brother Xiaofeng. Huang Shuqi looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Let's go. It's okay. I'm going in, they are the trouble. Lin Feng glanced at Li Deputy Bureau not far away, and said with a sneer. Presumptuous, it's your turn to come here, if you want to leave. Deputy Director Li saw Lin Feng and the others as no one was there, and became mad on the spot, feeling that his authority was being provoked. Come here, catch that girl for me. Who is going to leave? I only ask you. Deputy Director Li gave an order, and several police officers around rushed to Huang Shuqi's van, but they were caught by Lin Feng. The bodyguards around him stopped. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. You dare to hinder official affairs and hinder our law enforcement. Deputy Director Li did not expect Lin Feng and others to be so bold. But in this moment, the 2 members of Team Liu had already taken Huang Shuqi away by car. You. Deputy Director Li pointed at Lin Feng, furious, and trembled in anger. The gangsters rolling on the ground also stopped acting. They were also the first time they saw such a bull, and they dared to be such a bully with the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau. If it weren't for the hostility between the 2 sides at this moment, they really wanted to worship Lin Feng as their eldest brother. Such a big brother is called a cow. With such a big brother, even if you have no money, you still have face. Okay, Deputy Director Li, aren't you asking me to go back to the bureau and coffee? Let's go. Lin Feng teased. Asshole. Deputy Director Li has ever been despised so much. In a hurry, he raised his hand to grab the baton from the policeman on the side, and hit Lin Feng immediately, but suddenly he felt black in front of him, and one big hand was steady. Grabbed the baton in his hand. Comrade policeman, you have no right to practice any violence. Team Liu said coldly. Fuck account. Deputy Director Li gritted his teeth and used the force of milking, but despite the flushing of an old face, the baton in his hand was firmly in the hands of Team Liu, motionless. Damn. Come and help. Deputy Director Li yelled. The policeman on the side was taken aback and he was about to step forward to help with his baton. But many of Lin Feng's bodyguards were comrades in arms. Even if they weren't before, they are still working together. It's a deep brotherhood. How could it be possible to see Team Liu suffer? What these police officers did was really displeasing to the eye, and even greeted them. On the one hand, there are ordinary civilian policemen who are scary and lack training in a police uniform. On the other hand, there are well-trained and specially trained soldiers who are transferred to the post. While breathing, a group of police officers were shot empty-handed by the bodyguards, and took the batons from their hands. A group of gangsters are even more dumbfounded. His eyes were dull, his mouth wide open, and he couldn't close his mouth. Especially the bullshit leader's face pale in fright. No matter who this group of Lin Feng is, if they dare to confront the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, they must not be mortals. Even mortals, it is not something they can offend. It's over, it's over. The bullshit leader only felt that his future was bleak, and even if Deputy Director Li finally got Lin Feng and others into the game today, he would at most go through the scene. After this group of people come out, they will definitely not let them go. At that time, Xieqian will definitely not stand up for them. After all, they are just a group of small gangsters, collecting money and eliminating disasters for others. And if something goes wrong, they can only carry them on their own. Just when the bully leader was panicking, an accident happened. Deputy Director Li saw that the baton in his hand could not be taken off for a long time, so he hated him, and suddenly took out the pistol from his waist. The black muzzle pointed at Liu's team. Bullseye, let me go. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 226. The trouble is big. Looking at the black hole in front of the muzzle, Liu team was shocked, but not panicked. Lin Feng was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Li Deputy Bureau would actually draw his gun. However, Lin Feng is not too worried about this. Shooting in China is a major event. It is not allowed to shoot unless it is a last resort. Moreover, the group of bodyguards around were all retired by touching their guns, and they couldn't be more familiar with guns. However, a group of bastards watching the theater around him turned pale with fright. Originally it was just a simple trivial matter to teach a foreigner who didn't have long eyes, but unexpectedly moved the gun. Run, run, run as far as you can. In short, these two big men are struggling. It is not their group of punks who can offend, let alone they can mix in the middle. The bully leader made up his mind, winked at the few bullies around him, and immediately screamed and ran away. Those who come out are all human beings, not clever, and they have died long ago. In this situation, even if the boss doesn't say anything, these gangsters are ready to run away. As for the two Santana 2000s, they weren't theirs either. They were lent to them by Xieqian, so naturally they won't need them anymore. They ran away. They were very bachelors. As for whether Xieqian would trouble them, he couldn't care about it now. It's a big deal. At most, it's just a few days after these police officers find a place to stop and be beaten. It's better than mixing between two big men. It really doesn't work. You can still run away. It's a mess anyway. Where's not a mess? However, as they ran, the angry Deputy Director Li almost fainted on the spot, and he wanted to shoot these running turtles and grandchildren. They ran away. Where did he get the witness? Moreover, the speed of this group of people is not much slower than Bolt. What I just said was beaten, seriously injured, and I don't need to think about it to know that it is acting. This makes Li Deputy Bureau even more difficult to get through. Deputy Director Li, I think whether these people are injured, it is now clear at a glance. At Lin Feng's signal, Team Liu released his hand, and the other bodyguards returned the baton to the police. Looking at Deputy Director Li with a blue face, Lin Feng sneered in his heart. Deputy Director Li, my people were too sensitive just now. I'm really sorry. They are all veterans. They are my personal bodyguards hired heavily by me. If there are any offenses, I am here to make amends for them. Here there is a small amount of medical expenses. If a police comrade is injured, this small amount of money will be regarded as my little care. I hope Heihan, Lin Feng said with his hands. These words are for Deputy Director Li to step down the steps, and secondly, to make clear that he can hire so many veterans as bodyguards, so he is not a mortal. In the end, he took out a stack of money and invited them to drink to be shocked. They were very good at being a human being. If Deputy Director Lee was a little smarter, this matter should be revealed today. However, Deputy Director Lee didn't know the evil fire, and pointed his gun at Lin Feng. "Asshole, who do you think you are? Dare to command me, and your people dare to attack the police." Lee. The police behind Deputy Lee was shocked. If this incident were really shot today, the matter would be really troublesome. Moreover, the other party can easily take out so much money and can hire so many private bodyguards. They are definitely not ordinary people, and this kind of person is not easy for them to offend. Lin Feng was also taken aback. The black hole pointed at himself. This was the second time. Last time was in Hong Kong, this time in Beijing. Boss Team Liu was taken aback and stood in front of Lin Feng. As a bodyguard, his first duty is to ensure the safety of Lin Feng. Although the Deputy Bureau Li took out a gun, it was at best a threat. He definitely did not dare to shoot, but the duty of bodyguard still made Team Liu instinctively take advantage of Lin Feng. Block the muzzle in front of you. Suddenly, Deputy Bureau Li felt that his eyes were dark, and a figure was shaking. He was already extremely excited. He thought that the person holding his baton had just grabbed the gun. After being frightened, he instinctively snapped his fingers. Bang! The audience was shocked by a loud gunshot. "Team Liu!" Lin Feng exclaimed and watched as Team Liu in front of him collapsed while clutching his chest. Blood flowed down from his chest, and the blood ran all over the ground. Captain. Several bodyguards not far away immediately surrounded the team, looking at the King team lying in a pool of blood. With a look of indignation, they looked at Deputy Bureau Li with red eyes. If it weren't for the identity of the other policeman, I'm afraid it would be on the spot. "We'll beat it hard." Juju Li. A group of police officers also stayed, and the shooting was a big deal. Deputy Bureau Li was also a little confused. He just instinctively squeezed the trigger out of fear, but he did not expect that he would actually shoot and wounded someone. Knowing that this matter is really making a lot of noise today, Deputy Bureau Li's mind turned sharply in a daze, thinking about how to deal with it. "Quick, call an ambulance," Lin Feng urged, and the bodyguard around him quickly hit 120. Deputy Director Li was in a daze and didn't bother to care about it. The police behind him naturally also acquiesced to Lin Feng's behavior. After all, if a people really die, the problem will only get worse. Although they were not the ones who fired the gun, something really happened and they couldn't run away. "Come on, give me a good look at them. Before the ambulance comes, none of them are allowed to run away." Deputy Bureau Li woke up and shouted, Deputy Bureau Li, I will definitely make you pay for what happened today. Lin Feng stared at Deputy Bureau Li. His eyes were cold. "Bastard!" Deputy Bureau Li yelled, but looking at Lin Feng's cold eyes, he felt a cold, utterly cold from the depths of his soul. But at this point, he has no retreat. Shooting wounds is enough to make him leave his current throne, and there is no possibility of improvement for life. He managed to climb to this position, and he is absolutely not allowed to be carried on this matter. Take them to my mind. At the moment, Deputy Bureau Li had no intention of arguing with Lin Feng, so he hurriedly walked aside and called Xie Qian. "Qian, something happened," Deputy Bureau Li said anxiously. "What's wrong, Uncle E?" Xie Qian was startled. Deputy Bureau Li hurriedly explained the matter, and then asked, "Qian, what do you say about this? Do you want to ask your dad? I'm doing things for you." Xie Qian also didn't expect that the matter would develop to this point. Deputy Bureau Li would actually shoot and hurt someone. This thing is really making a big deal. But there was a voice in his heart. Why didn't Lin Feng kill him with a shot? Uncle Lee, what are you going to do? Although Xie was flustered, he was calm, and wanted to hear what Deputy Lee said first. Qiong, I am going to make this case true, so I will sue them for resisting arrest and seizing a gun. Deputy Bureau Lee gritted his teeth and said bitterly he had fallen into a puddle. No matter what, he must insist that the other party refused to capture the gun. Otherwise he couldn't explain why he shot and wounded people in the city. Even if Deputy Mayor Xia speaks for him, his position in this deputy bureau has to be handed over. Qiong, what do you say? Do you ask your father? Seeing Xie his silence, Deputy Bureau Lee urged him to ask. Uncle Lee, wait a minute. I'll call my dad now. Xie hesitated and hung up the phone. But when he dialed his father's number, he thought about it and hung up. If this matter were known to his father, he would definitely have to scold him, and according to his father's logic, he would definitely sacrifice Lee Deputy Bureau, and even drive himself abroad to study to avoid the limelight. After all, if this matter is not dealt with properly, it will cause fire. With his father's principle of protecting himself, he will definitely not harmonize without complete certainty. With Lin Feng's current status, Xie can guarantee that his father will not interfere in this matter. Damn, it's all this Lin Feng. Thinking of Lin Feng, Xie felt even more upset. Unexpectedly, he was only expecting Deputy Bureau Lee to take him back for 2 days and teach him a little lesson, which would cause such troubles. Faintly, the jealousy of Lin Feng caused Xie to make a wrong judgment. Uncle Lee, my dad said, no matter what you are accused of shooting and wounding, you can't get away with it. No matter how my father manages, I am afraid that you will have to change the position of the Deputy Bureau. Now you can only do as you said. This case is true, leaving them indisputable. At that time, my father will be able to do things up and down. Xie lied and prepared to report the matter to his father after cooking the uncooked rice. Even if the father scolded him, he would make the matter wrong for himself. It's worth being able to teach Lin Feng a charge of resisting arrest and grabbing a gun, and getting scolded. Okay, then I can rest assured. Deputy Bureau Lee had Xie his guarantee, and he felt relieved. But thinking of Lin Feng's cold eyes and the tone of vows to revenge, he was still a little unsure. Qiong, tell me the truth. Who is that Lin Feng? Just a lucky nouveau riche, without any foundation. Xie said vaguely. Deputy Bureau Lee repeatedly confirmed that after Xie guaranteed that he had no background, Deputy Bureau Lee finally settled. A rich man without any background will be rectified if he is rectified. Even if he blames the above, he will not deal with himself in order to protect the face of law enforcement agencies. At that time, there will be Deputy Mayor Xia who will take care of the situation, and the crisis will be over. Deputy Lee finally settled down. At this time, the ambulance also arrived, lifted Team Liu into the ambulance, and rushed to the hospital all the way. As for Lin Feng and others, they were taken to the municipal bureau by Deputy Bureau Lee. Originally, for the bodyguards whose captain was shot and wounded innocently, they were not prepared to let Deputy Bureau Lee take Lin Feng away anyway, but Lin Feng voluntarily expressed his willingness to follow Deputy Bureau Lee to enter. The bodyguards were extremely surprised, and Lee Deputy Bureau was even more surprised. However, Deputy Bureau Lee was surprised, but he didn't take it to heart. He also thought that Lin Feng was scared by the shooting just now, and he looked down upon him even more in his heart. Boss, several bodyguards said anxiously. Now the fool also knows that Lee Deputy Bureau is going to be disadvantageous to Lin Feng. Although they don't know how to deal with the current situation, they know they must not let Lin Feng go with them. Don't worry, him going in, they are the trouble. Moreover, I must ask for justice for Team Liu. Lin Feng endured his anger and explained to several people. Team Liu was shot and wounded by Deputy Lee because of himself. It can be said that he blocked a shot for himself, and he must seek justice for him. Although he didn't know any big people, Lin Feng knew his own advantages. As long as he got in, The trouble was definitely the Deputy Lee. By the way, is there any way for you to leave some information that outsiders can't see? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. Yes, everyone replied. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, quietly whispering a few words in everyone's ears. Then, under Lin Feng's sign, everyone obediently followed Lee Deputy Bureau and was taken to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. After Lin Feng and others were taken to the Municipal Bureau, Deputy Bureau Lee began the interrogation that night. Record the confession first, and then find someone to testify. This matter has not gone away. As for the gangsters who ran away, Xiaqian patted his chest, so he didn't need to worry about it. However, Deputy Bureau Lee didn't know. After they left, a man crept out, holding a DV in his hand, with a look of horror, hesitating about what to do. At this time, a van arrived. It was the van that sent Huang Shuqi away just now. After the two bodyguards sent Huang Shuqi away, worrying about the safety of Lin Feng and others, they rushed back immediately. The two noticed that the one in front was sneaky, and immediately got out of the car and took it down. Don't hit me, don't hit me, I'm just an ordinary photographer, the man screamed. The two were stunned, and asked, where was the group of people here just now? Both were taken away by the police. The man cowered. He didn't know the identity of this group, but he was taken away by the police. In his opinion, he should be a bad gang member. What's in your hand? One of the bodyguards asked. Just the video just taken, the man said tremblingly. The two of them took a look. Although the picture was very vague, they could barely see the whole story, especially the gunshot. After watching, the two men looked shocked, but they were more angry. They didn't expect that Deputy Lee dared to shoot, and Liu Team got a gunshot wound. The two looked at each other and looked at the man. We are asking for your DV tape. This is 300 yuan, which should be enough for you to buy a new tape. Go. Yes, yes. The man grabbed the money and immediately ran away. As for the matter tonight, he decided not to mention it for the rest of his life. Instructor, there was an accident with the boss and Team Liu. The two called Wang Meng. What? Wang Meng was practicing. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly asked, where? What happened? The two briefly talked about the whole thing. Okay, I'll take the first flight to Beijing tomorrow morning. You must keep it with you, and Team Liu, you go and guard me. In any case, don't let him get into trouble. Something happened. Wang Meng. There was an endless chill in his tone. Yes, instructor, the two replied. After hanging up the phone, Wang Meng directly dialed Liu Yinying, Wu Zhaopu and others to tell them the matter. Everyone was shocked when they answered the phone, but they didn't expect this to happen. What to do? Are you looking for someone to lobby? Wu Zhaopu asked. Well, this matter can only go to the upper level in Beijing. Isn't Lin Feng having a good relationship with ICBC President Chiang? You can call him, Liu Yinying suggested. After everyone discussed, although they had an idea, what they knew was about the financial system, which was not related to the administration, and I don't know whether it was useful or not. But in any case, Lin Feng must be rescued as soon as possible. There is no Lin Feng. This empire that has just taken shape may be about to collapse. At this time, Wang Meng's phone rang again. Just now the two bodyguards found the message left by Lin Feng's order. Wang Meng hung up the phone, looked at Liu Yinying and Wu Zhaopu, and said in a deep voice, Lin Feng left a message and asked us to build momentum, and the bigger the better. He said that he wants to bring down the Lee Deputy Bureau and negotiate for Liu Team. Fair. What? Liu Yinying and Wu Zhaopu were startled. Take down the Lee Deputy Bureau. The two looked at each other, both eyes were horrified, not knowing what Lin Feng wanted to do. But since they said they wanted to build momentum, the two had a vague idea. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 227 Desperate Sashimi. North X City. A hidden point. really afraid of harmony in the Public Security Bureau. The people who stayed on duty in the Municipal Bureau were extremely surprised that Deputy Bureau Lee came back with such a large group of people. And Lee Deputy Bureau's face was sullen and unkind, and everyone didn't dare to ask. However, after secretly inquiring, I heard that this group of people resisted arrest and seized the guns, and was frightened on the spot. In Beijing for so long, it is rare to hear that anyone dared to resist arrest and seize guns in the capital. But looking closely, all the people who came here showed indignation, especially one of the young people, who had a cold face, staring at Deputy Bureau Lee as if staring at a dead person. Weird. Everyone didn't dare to intervene even more, and hurried to the side. After arriving at the Municipal Bureau, Deputy Bureau Lee did not take a break and interrogated Lin Feng himself. Sitting in the interrogation room, Lin Feng was not nervous at all, but stared at Deputy Bureau Lee closely. I have left a message. If Wu Zhaopu and the others receive it, their wisdom will definitely help them build momentum. Some government agencies still have the bureaucratic arrogant attitude that I am an official and you are the people. I simply don't understand that after entering the internet age, any small matter may be magnified hundreds of times on the internet and attract a lot of attention. With his current identity, being brought in like this will surely cause an uproar. What Lin Feng wants Wu Zhaopu and the others to do now is to direct public opinion to him in advance and gain public opinion. Deputy Bureau Lee was stared at by Lin Feng and his heart grew furry. He couldn't restrain himself. He patted the table and gave a violent shout. Name: Lin Feng. Lin Feng said coldly. Professional. Deputy Bureau Lee frowned. Lin Feng's tone made him extremely uncomfortable, but he seemed to have heard the name somewhere. Chairman and President of Lin Group. Lin Feng's tone still made Lee Deputy Bureau extremely annoying. Lin Group? Deputy Bureau Lee was startled at first. Chairman and President, is there such a young chairman? But frowning for a while, it seems that he has never heard of this group. There was a bit of stability in his heart, sure that this was Lin Feng's boasting. What did you do? Deputy Bureau Lee spoke disdainfully. In his opinion, Lin Feng was just a little rich man in one place, and he was worth tens of millions when he reached the sky. This kind of rich man is really not rich in Beijing. Lin Feng smiled playfully. Why are you laughing? Answer the questions. Deputy Bureau Lee looked angry and slapped the table. If I tell you, you will regret bringing me in. Finally, give you a chance. Now you let me and my bodyguards go, and then go to apologize to Team Liu who was shot and wounded by you. We will write off the matter. Lin Feng gave Lee Deputy Bureau one last chance. Along the way, Lin Feng is also considered to be connected. If Lee Deputy Bureau is willing to bow his head, he does not have to make trouble in the city. After all, the other party is still a deputy director in the capital. If he can, Lin Feng doesn't want to cause too much trouble. But obviously, Deputy Bureau Lee disappointed Lin Feng. Haha, who do you think you are? Who are you talking to? Do you think you are negotiating? Deputy Lee smiled angrily. He hated Lin Feng's eyes, Lin Feng's tone, and even Lin Feng's attitude. Damn, an outsider. He should be respectful when he sees Lao Tzu as the Deputy Bureau, and he looks so arrogant. There is a good saying, Beijingers think that foreigners are inferior, Shanghainese think that foreigners are all rural people, and Guangzhou people think that foreigners are all poor. Deputy Bureau Lee was tainted by the scorn and bureaucracy at the feet of the emperor, which made him extremely displeased with Lin Feng's equal attitude and tone. Say, what does your company do? Deputy Bureau Lee shouted angrily. I opened an internet company dingdang.com, which provides online transaction services. Lin Feng said lightly. Dingdang.com. Deputy Bureau Lee frowned. This company has never heard of it, but since it is connected to the internet, it is obviously an internet company. Most internet companies start from scratch, or come back from overseas students, usually without any background, and Deputy Bureau Lee feels more secure. However, the young man responsible for recording around him frowned. That's it. Are there any more? Deputy Bureau Lee continued to ask. He The second world belongs to our company. Lin Feng looked at Lee Deputy Bureau playfully. Deputy Bureau Lee basically didn't touch the computer, and there was no reaction yet. But the young recorder around him was horrified and his pen flicked. Lin Dong, are you really the Lin Dong of the second world? The Lin Dong who opened the company to Japan and declared war on the Japanese game industry? The young recorder said a little excitedly. What? Do you know him? Deputy Bureau Lee frowned and asked. Lee Deputy Bureau. He is the anti-Japanese hero recently circulated on the internet and the idol of all netizens. The young man said a little excitedly. What kind of shit anti-Japanese hero? What age is it now? You honestly keep the record, Deputy Bureau Lee exclaimed. However, there was a sudden shock in my heart. If the company can open to Japan, it is a multinational company. This asset is not small. I am afraid it will be hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions. Deputy Bureau Lee took out a tissue and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, feeling vaguely bad in his heart. In today's China, the difference between tens of millions of assets and hundreds of millions of assets is not just zero, which represents too great significance. Don't count as rich. Only hundreds of millions are counted as rich. Once your personal assets reach 100 million, it means that you have won a death-free gold medal in some aspects. Especially once you become a multinational company. In this era of economic leadership, there is generally no order from a senior leader, and movement is never allowed. The young man shook his head helplessly, but he was afraid of Lee Deputy Bureau's strength and did not dare to say more. But between his brows, he looked at Lin Feng from time to time with admiration. Also, the Starting Point fast food restaurant is also under my banner. Lin Feng naturally saw the cold sweat on the forehead of Deputy Lee, and threw another fatal blow. If you dare to come in, you have to rely on it. The second world is one of Lin Feng's reliance, and the Starting Point fast food restaurant is the second. What? The Starting Point fast food restaurant is yours, Deputy Bureau Lee said in shock, almost jumping out of his chair. Just now, Deputy Bureau of Second World Lee didn't know, but Starting Point fast food restaurant was familiar. Although he didn't go to eat, his family would occasionally eat. In addition, some internal party member digest and other magazine materials also gave a detailed introduction to the Kienji fast food restaurant, and there was news inside that pointed out that the Kienji fast food restaurant is a national enterprise and should be strongly supported. Thinking of this, Deputy Bureau Lee felt a pain in his chest and a little breathless. I only know one point in my heart, and I am in a big trouble. Also, the Domestic Kunxing Charity Education Fund is also under my name. I am the founder. Lin Feng continued to attack Lee Deputy Bureau's already fragile heart. This is also the third of Lin Feng's reliance. There was a loud bang. Deputy Bureau Lee felt a buzzing in his brain. This time he might really offend someone who shouldn't be offended. The Kunxing Charity Education Fund is the hottest topic this year, especially the internal news obtained by Deputy Bureau Lee. This year's top 10 outstanding young people in China has already appointed one person, including the founder of the Kunxing Charity Education Fund, which is said to be very young. Damn, by the way, I said well Lin Feng had heard of it. That's it. One of the top 10 outstanding youths this year has won Lin Feng. The top 10 outstanding youths in China selection activity was creatively planned by the All China Youth Federation, in conjunction with the China Youth Development Foundation and People's Daily, China Central Television, China National Radio, Guangming Daily, China Youth Daily, People's Liberation Army Daily, Science and Technology Daily, 10 major news organizations, including Economic Daily, Workers Daily, and Farmers Daily, are co-sponsored with the aim of recommending young talents, promoting outstanding young people, and setting a model for the times. With cold sweat on the forehead of Deputy Bureau Lee, he felt a chill in his heart when he thought of the upcoming top 10 outstanding youth in China being brought in by him. But now he has no retreat. Even if Lin Feng is released now, he can't run away if he shoots and wounds people. and this position still cannot be maintained. In the entanglement, Lee Deputy Bureau was in a daze, not knowing what to do. He just kept wiping away the sweat, but the dog that Xiaqian cursed was bloody in his heart. With Lin Feng's background, Xiaqian only said that he was a foreigner with a little money. Didn't this dig a hole for him to jump inside? When Deputy Bureau Li's eyes were red, and he almost grabbed the phone to question Xiaqian, Lin Feng once again sent out a message that almost made Deputy Bureau Li desperate. Also, Deputy Bureau Li, I am not a nouveau riche who made a little money as you mentioned. I am indeed a nouveau riche, but my assets are at least more than 6 billion. Lin Feng said coldly. This 6 billion is still Lin Feng's conservative estimate. None of his companies are listed. Only his personal assets and 10% of Tom's shares in his hand. Lin Feng owns 6 billion assets. If the company goes public, I am afraid that a number will be added in front of it. A bolt from the blue. The end of the world. Deputy Bureau Li only felt that the sky was spinning, and he was stupid. The young recorder beside him was also a little dumbfounded, looking at Lin Feng with a dull expression. 6 billion. Lee Deputy Bureau shivered slightly all over. He had seen 600,000 at most once in his life, and that full box of money made him almost sluggish at that time. What is the concept of 6 billion? If you want to pack it in boxes, how many boxes should you pack? That's it. Today I am afraid I really offend someone who shouldn't be offended. Lee Deputy Bureau only felt that the future was gloomy. Indeed, it is no big deal to rectify the rich, but for the super rich, there is no central order, let alone a small director. Even the mayor does not have this right. After all, a super rich has too many things involved behind. Except for the country, ordinary officials like them are not qualified at all, nor are they capable of moving. It's over, it's over. Deputy Li's eyes were distracted, he murmured, with a look of despair. He felt like a piece of sashimi about to be baked on the fire at the moment. Liu, the young recorder recovered, and gently pushed Lee Deputy who was a little silly. What's the matter? Deputy Bureau Li asked in a daze. Is there any misunderstanding in the middle? The young scorer wanted to make a round. It is definitely not a good thing for such a big man to be locked up in his own city bureau. Let it go? Deputy Bureau Li was stunned. He really wanted to let Lin Feng go immediately, but he was entangled again when he thought of the fact that he shot himself. I just let it go. I must change my position in this post. I have worked so hard for so many years, so easy. Maybe, Deputy Bureau Li thought for a while. He was in a dangerous situation. He was in a state of desperation. His eyes rolled. He had an idea, coughed lightly, and drew the young recorder back. Boss Lin. Deputy Bureau Li tried to squeeze a smile that was uglier than crying. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 228 Taking off your police uniform? Deputy Bureau Li barely squeezed out a smile. Boss Lin, I wonder if there is any misunderstanding between us? Deputy Bureau Li's voice was worse than crying. But he is not to blame. He was originally the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, but after learning of Lin Feng's identity, the helpless Deputy Bureau Li could only lower his status. Fortunately, the other party had a lot of background, and he was not too much. Fell shame. Misunderstanding. My person was shot and wounded by you. And I was also caught by you. Is this a misunderstanding? Lin Feng said mercilessly. This. Deputy Bureau Li also felt embarrassed. But for the sake of his own future, he didn't want this old face. It was not the first time anyway. Boss Lin, it's my fault today. I don't know Chan. But the so-called enemies are easy to get in touch with and are not easy to understand. That's how I am offended. I don't know if Boss Lin can give me a face. So forget it. Deputy Bureau Li's tone became extremely respectful. Comparing position and face, he undoubtedly chose the former. Forget it? How about it? Lin Feng snorted. Although Lee Deputy Bureau cursed Lin Feng secretly in his heart, his face was not unhappy. and instead poured a glass of water for Lin Feng. "Boss Lin, why don't you do this? I received the report today saying that someone was gathering to make trouble. After rushing away, I found that a group of gangsters were going to be unfavorable to Boss Lin. When they were arrested, there was a little conflict in the chaos. Injured your bodyguard. I brought Boss Lin back, just to collect evidence." The lie made up temporarily by the Deputy Bureau, however, slipped away, and when it came to the end, my heart became more happy. In this way, as long as Lin Feng can cooperates, not only will he not be investigated for the shooting, but he will be considered meritorious. Lin Feng sneered twice after listening. That group of gangsters is shameless, but compared with the Deputy Li in front of him, it is insignificant. What is shameless? This is it. Deputy Bureau Li, you are fine. High? It is really high. Lin Feng stretched out his thumb and said sarcastically. Then I don't know, Boss Lin. Deputy Bureau Li accompanied all smiles and ignored Lin Feng's sarcasm. No. Lin Feng coldly refused. A joke. If you agree, it would be too bully. He had no identity, he was going to give himself offense, and now that he knew his identity, he wanted to compromise. There is no such thing as cheap. What's more, if I agree, how to explain to the bodyguards around me? Team Liu was shot because of himself, and now he chose to compromise. Lin Feng could imagine how this group of passionate brothers would think of him, and how he would have the confidence to entrust his life to them in the future. Deputy Li's face froze. Although he knew that he would not be so easy to deal with, he still felt hot on his face when he was so rejected by Lin Feng face to face. Lin. Boss Lin, in this way, I am willing to apologize to him, of course, privately, and I am willing to bear all medical expenses. I will make friends this time. Deputy Bureau Li could only agree to Lin Feng just now. Conditions, but it is still a compromise. If he apologizes publicly, why should he make such compromises? Lin Feng coldly glanced at Li Deputy Bureau. His disdain and uncompromising attitude came to his face. Deputy Bureau Li was not a good man and a believer, gritted his teeth and said threateningly, Boss Lin, this is good for you and me. It's really going to be deadlocked. I sue you for resisting arrest and taking a gun. You know, we were the one who was there that night. I can do whatever I want. The Deputy Bureau adopts alarmist talk. However, Lin Fengnan started from scratch and turned the company into a multinational company. How could he be frightened by Li Deputy Bureau with a few words? Deputy Bureau Li, in a word, you publicly apologize. This matter is deemed to have been exposed. Otherwise, I took off your police uniform. Lin Fengson said. Ha, you want to pick up my police uniform? Who do you think you are? Deputy Li laughed angrily. You only have a few money. Who do you think you are? You want to move me? Deputy Li was stern, and although he didn't believe that Lin Feng was capable of picking up his police uniform, he felt chills in his heart. In short, if you apologize publicly, we will expose the matter. Otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk. Lin Feng stopped speaking after speaking. Deputy Bureau Li frowned, thought about it, and decided to call Xia Qian first. Qian, you really hurt me. This Lin Feng is so tricky. You didn't make it clear at the time. Although Deputy Bureau Li was annoyed by Xia Qian, he didn't dare to be too harsh in his tone. He just complained and hoped. What can Xia Qian do? Xia Qian was also taken aback. He did not expect Lin Feng to be so rich, more than his mother. With assets of more than 100 million yuan in China, it will not be easy to move when waiting for an idle city. Once 1 billion has passed, especially Lin Feng, a super rich man with a net worth of 6 billion, it really can only be moved by the order of the central government, unless the other party makes a problem that violates principle, such as treason, drug trafficking, or things that have great public grievances. Ordinary minor mistakes will open one eye and close one eye. Uncle Li, things have become like this now. We can only do nothing, and give him the charge of resisting arrest and grabbing a gun. He'll find some gangsters for you. You are responsible for your colleagues. Everyone insists on Lin Feng refused to capture the gun, no matter how much money he had. No one could excuse him in the face of such a thing. Xie Qian also sternly. Deputy Li was speechless for a while. If he was really so easy to handle, he wouldn't be annoyed. Lin Feng is too rich, such a rich person. Even if he wants to forcibly embezzle, it is difficult. The above is not an idiot, and it will be clear after a little investigation. In the end, after thinking about it, Deputy Bureau Li felt that it would be the safest to get through Lin Feng. As for Xie Qian, it was all about life and death, and he couldn't care much anymore. But a few minutes later, the roar of Deputy Bureau Li came from the interrogation room. Lin Feng, don't be unreasonable. Who do you think you are? The big deal is that I won't sit in this game, but I must play you to death first. Li Deputy Bureau has bruised veins and his eyes are blood red. Deputy Bureau Li, don't scare me, otherwise I will be scared of something, and I will sue you to torture a confession. Lin Feng's slow tone made Deputy Bureau Li even more angry. You. Who the hell do you think you are? I represent the government. You are against the government. Deputy Bureau Li slapped the table and roared. Wrong, Deputy Bureau Li, you only represent you personally, not to mention that I never oppose the government. No matter how much money I have, I will never oppose the government, and I am very patriotic. Long live the People's Republic of China. Lin Feng. The tone made Deputy Director Li almost crazy. Deputy Bureau Li took a few deep breaths, resisted the desire to violently beat Lin Feng, and went to other interrogation rooms full of anger. How about it? Have anyone investigated and dealt with them? Deputy Bureau Li asked. If only one of these bodyguards is desperate, or has a little criminal record, he can do it. The person in charge of the interrogation was also on duty just now, sweating profusely, pulling Deputy Bureau Li to the side and handing the record of the interrogation to Deputy Bureau Li. July Li, these people are not easy to provoke, we can't ask anything at all, and they are not afraid of us threatening. The interrogator looked helpless. Deputy Bureau Li opened the interrogation record sheet, his face was greener, and his heart was cold. Seeing that all the records above were from the 20 unit of the 20 Army of the 20 military region, Deputy Director Li wanted to scold his mother. All veterans, this is even more tricky. After hesitating, Xie Qian, his words came to mind. If Lin Feng asked him to apologize publicly, it would be equivalent to letting him go from the position of the Deputy Bureau. Damn, it's death anyway, so I have to fight for it. Come here, you do it for me. Deputy Bureau Li made up his mind, and no longer hesitated, immediately ordered his confidant around him. Yes, Bureau Li, don't worry, I will take care of this little thing. After speaking, the policeman went out. Lin Feng, now I will let you see the consequences of offending me. Deputy Bureau Li is already a bit crazy. He is forced to desperate by Lin Feng, and decides to make a dangerous move. When Li Deputy Bureau arrangements, Liu Yinying and Wu Zhaopu also started to act. Lin Feng wants them to build momentum and direct public opinion to his side. The best way to build momentum is to use the media. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, after Wu Zhaopu and others worked out a detailed mass-building plan, they notified various media outlets in Shanghai. Many journalists were in their dreams, but when they got a call from Wu Zhaopu and others, they all drove away Zagong and ran over with bright eyes when they said that there was important news. The Second World has always been news, especially Chairman Lin Feng is their sales guarantee. If they come this late, there must be a major event, then the sales of the newspaper must be hot tomorrow. But when they arrived at the scene, many reporters found that Lin Feng was absent. Everyone, I want to make an announcement here. At 11 o'clock last night, our chairman Lin Feng was attacked by a group of gangsters on the 20 section of North X City. After the police arrived, the gangsters ran away. The police instead appointed us as director. The leader took it to the police station, but it has not been released so far, and the bodyguard of our chairman has also suffered a gunshot wound. Wu Zhaopu said gravely. As soon as the voice fell, the lowering suddenly blasted the sky. Lin Feng's being taken away by the police station is a major news in itself. and the shooting incident is undoubtedly even more major news. Mr. Wu, can you explain what happened? A reporter asked. Sorry, I don't know. But we strongly protested against those police officers on duty, protesting that they detained our chairman for no reason, which caused our company to be unable to operate normally, Wu Zhaopu said indignantly. As for just protesting against a few policemen and ignoring Deputy Chief Li, it is also in order not to expand the matter. At least you can't openly accuse the cadres of the national government's law enforcement agencies from your side. But Wu Zhaopu believes that with the ability of these reporters, he will dig out the whole story. Not to mention that he still has a DV tape in his hand. Many reporters were even more upset. At the same time, I also want to announce here that because Lin Dong was arrested for no reason, the company cannot operate. Its starting point fast food restaurant and Kungsing Charity Education Fund will all suspend operations. As for its Dingdong.com, their other second world will be temporarily supervised by Mr. Wu and I. Liu Yinying dropped a heavier bomb. The scene was even more uproar. Excuse me, President Liu, are you trying to force the balance? A reporter asked boldly. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 229 3 Advantages. Excuse me, Mr. Liu, are you trying to force the palace? A reporter asked boldly. Forcing the palace? This reporter friend said too serious. The reason why the Kianxing fast food restaurant and the Kungsing Charity Education Fund temporarily suspended operations is only because the core figure of our group company Lin Dong was arrested, and the starting fast food restaurant and the Kungsing Charity Education Fund has always been personally in charge of Lin Dong, because he was inexplicably arrested, and the company and the foundation are temporarily unable to operate normally. Liu Yinying replied. This is also their plan, to put pressure on, use the most important national enterprises and charity funds to put pressure on. But it is also not allowed to stop all companies under Lin Feng. Otherwise Lin Feng will lose too much and will really annoy the government. If he really annoyed the government, it would be useless for Lin Feng to have money. All he is doing now is to show his attitude here, and I just hope that Lin Dong will release it as soon as possible. Naturally, many reporters would not believe Liu Yinying's words, and asked a few more questions. When they saw nothing more, they immediately scattered around, prepared to rush to the article, and published tonight's news on the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers. The news tonight is too violent. It is conceivable that the newspaper sales will be hot tomorrow. After the reporter left, Liu Yinying and Mr. Wu looked at each other with a smile, and then watched these reporters perform. As for the momentum that Lin Feng wants, they have done 50%, and the rest is up to Lin Feng's own friends, to see if they will come out to support Lin Feng. Of course, it depends on how the North X City Public Security Bureau responds. When necessary, they will publish the DV tape to give Lin Feng the most beneficial support. Of course, Liu Yinying and Wu Zhaopu dared to do this. In addition to Lin Feng's request, there was also Wang Meng's promise. As long as things are controlled to a certain extent, the state will not deal with Lin Feng. But this degree must be mastered well. Once it is exceeded, the sky will fall apart. Water can carry a boat, and it can also overturn it. After many reporters went back and reported today's important news to the editor-in-chief, they began to call North X City through various connections to inquire about the situation and investigate the whole story. Under the huge network of many reporters, I quickly found out the whole story. Lin Feng was indeed taken back to the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and there were more than 10 bodyguards of Lin Feng, and I heard that one of them was injured by a gunshot, lying in the hospital, and did not pass the dangerous period. The wind is surging. When Deputy Bureau Li was still trying to fight his life, he didn't know that a huge public opinion pressure had already rushed to him. Ding, the piercing bell kept ringing. Who, speak? A middle-aged man said in a low voice. Deputy Mexia, Something went wrong. I heard that Lin Feng was arrested and shot on the spot. A hurried voice came from the microphone. Lin Feng. Which Lin Feng? What shot? Deputy Mayor Xia was taken aback. It's the Lin Feng who has been scheduled to be the top 10 outstanding youth this year. The secretary's voice became more and more urgent. I heard that Deputy Bureau Li led the team personally. I don't know what happened. Deputy Bureau Li fired a shot. Lin Feng's bodyguard was shot, and it is still in danger. Deputy Mayor Xia frowned upon hearing this. Where is Lin Feng now? At the Municipal Bureau. I was taken back by Deputy Bureau Li. Well, I see. Let me know if I have news. Deputy Mayor Xia hung up the phone. Although this matter has nothing to do with him, Deputy Mayor Xia always feels uneasy, especially his son has always been at odds with Lin Feng, and Deputy Bureau Li and Xia Qian are approaching again. After thinking about it, Deputy Mayor Xia called Xia Qian. Damn, who? It's so late. Xia Qian, his unhappy voice came from the microphone, and there was a woman's coquettish gasp beside him. Deputy Mayor Xia frowned even more. Bring me back. I have something to ask you. After speaking, Deputy Mayor Xia hung up the phone. Since Xia Qian had spoken with Deputy Bureau Li, he felt a little nervous, so he found a model who wanted to vent. Unexpectedly, he was in the mood, but someone called to ruin his good deeds. But hearing the simple, direct, and infinitely majestic voice inside, all the desires in my heart dissipated. Xia Gongtsai, Xia Gongtsai. Seeing Xia Qian run away without clothes, the model on the bed frowned and mumbled a few times, but she did not dare to blame Xia Qian. Not long after, Xia Qian rushed home. Father. Father. Xia Qian had a ghost in his heart, and he dared not look at Deputy Mayor Xia. Broken. Upon seeing Xia Qian, his look, Deputy Mayor Xia guessed that tonight this incident was invariably related to his precious son. Say, is this tonight related to you? Deputy Mayor Xia asked. What's the matter? Xia Qian avoided his father's eyes, pretending to be confused. Asshole. Don't tell me the truth. Deputy Mayor Xia was even more certain that Xia Qian would definitely be involved, and slapped the table angrily. With a plop, Xia Qian, his feet softened in fright and fell to his knees. Say, what the hell is going on? Deputy Mayor Xia felt cold when he saw his son like this. Xia Qian knew that he couldn't hide it, so he told the whole story and didn't dare to hide a word. Naughty. You are just ridicule. Do you think that you can deal with a super each with billions of assets with this kind of mischievous means? You are simply whimsical. This Lin Feng made from scratch, with clean net worth, is the object of national observation. You are just a fool. Deputy Mayor Xia raised his slap, but after thinking about it, he still didn't fight. Father. This has already happened. Tell me what to do. Besides, he is also a nouveau riche and has no background. Xia Qian didn't understand the influence of the super riche, but Lin Feng became popular too quickly. There is no background at all. I don't understand why my father is so jealous. You know what a shit. Deputy Mayor Xia scolded. People like Lin Feng are what the country values most now. He has been able to create such a foundation in less than 2 years. As long as he does not treason, sell drugs, or do harm to the world, the country will leave it alone. But you to offend him, you are a pig brain. Didn't I tell you to be friends with him? Deputy Mayor Xia was so angry that he couldn't wait to have this son. Xia Qian was so scolded that he did not dare to talk back. Deputy Mayor Xia took a deep breath and calmed down his emotions. I tell you, Lin Feng has 3 advantages. First, the starting point fast food restaurant is now the 3rd largest fast food restaurant in China. It is a national enterprise and the country sees the hope of fighting the invasion of foreign fast food. Second, he founded Kungsing Charity Assistance. He has a very high prestige. Third, he is very young and has a clean net worth. He is a self-employed talent that the country will focus on in the 21st century. In the past 2 years, with the release of Herun's Top 100 Rich list in mainland China, he has been in China. It caused huge repercussions. Many people questioned the unknown source of wealth of these rich men. Lin Feng is a propaganda window for the country to prepare to deal with such rumors. You said, In this case, Deputy Bureau Lee's 3 indiscriminate methods can bring down Lin. Is it windy? Deputy Mayor Xiu analyzed. He hopes his son will have a long memory. What should I do now? Xiaqian was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so important now. You go abroad at dawn. I have already prepared your passport for you. I was planning to let you go abroad at the end of the year, but now it's just right. Remember, don't have any relationship with Deputy Bureau Lee. He is already finished. Also, what kind of gangsters must be stop them, give them a little more money, and let them disappear forever. Deputy Mayor Xia's expression showed a hint of determination. Father Xiaqian was shocked. You know or not, I'm going to get rid of this. At this critical juncture, I absolutely can't let anything affect me. I want to kill all threats in the cradle. Deputy Mayor Xia decided to say. Yes, I see, Father. Xiaqian felt ecstatic in his heart. The vice registration has more rights. Naturally, his son will benefit more from his father's cuteness. As for the Deputy Bureau Lee, this little thing can't be handled well, and it's useless to keep it. Deputy Bureau Lee didn't know that he had been abandoned, and he was still struggling to death. Old Lee, come to my office. At this moment, a call came to Lee Deputy Bureau's cell phone. After taking a look, it was his immediate boss Director Go who called. Go Bureau, how did you get to the office? Deputy Bureau Lee's forehead was sweaty, and things were only half prepared. And now he was a little caught off guard, but still bite the bullet and went to Director Guo's office. Old Lee, did you arrest someone? Guo asked. Yes. Deputy Bureau Lee said the whole story, but he repeatedly emphasized that it was Lin Feng's bodyguard who refused to capture the gun before he fired. Lao Li, we should have worked together for more than 20 years. We graduated from a police academy. Guo sighed after hearing this. Go Bureau, why are you mentioning these now? Deputy Bureau Lee is not in the mood to take care of things now. Old Lee, tell the truth. I want to see if I can save you, Director Go said gravely while looking at Lee Deputy Bureau. Lee Deputy Bureau's heart burst. Go, what do you mean by that? Deputy Lee wanted to hold on. Lao Li, who is Lin Feng? Don't you know, the national key training target? You actually used this kind of indiscriminate method against him. Don't be sophistry. I have just interrogated a few police officers who went with you. They all confessed. Director Go stopped Lee Deputy Bureau's sophistry. Go, Deputy Uli's eyes suddenly turned grey. Lao Li, no matter who you are doing for this matter, in short, if you still want to wear this police uniform, don't bite him out. It's no good for anyone. As for Lin Feng, I will help you. Director Go reluctantly shook his head. He knew that this matter must have nothing to do with Xiaqian. Xiaqian and Lin Feng had conflicts, and it was not a big secret in this system. Deputy Bureau Lee and Lin Feng have no grudges or grudges. If they hadn't stood up for others, how could they have offended such a tricky person like Lin Feng? Oh, thank you Go. Deputy Bureau Lee knew that this could only be the case. As for biting out Xiaqian, Deputy Bureau Lee is not that stupid, and he will only die faster if he bites out. If you don't bite it out, maybe Deputy Mayor Xia will still take care of his affection, and if it doesn't affect him, he may help himself with good things. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 230. Who is more important? Not long after, Director Go went to the interrogation room. Hello, Mr. Lin, this is Director Go, and now I am here to apologize to you on behalf of some officers and Deputy Director Lee of our bureau. They are careless, they have been on duty for several nights, a little dizzy, low blood pressure, and made some mistakes. I hope Mr. Lin will not forgive me. Director Go self-examined as soon as he entered the door, with a confession on his face. However, all the faults were put on the top of Deputy Director Lee's exhaustion. Lin Feng couldn't hold Director Guo's intentions, and was silent. Mr. Lin might as well sit in my office. It's too shabby. How can it be used to entertain your distinguished guest? Director Go took Lin Feng's hand affectionately and walked out. Wait, Director Go, I am a suspect, but Deputy Bureau Lee has accused me of resisting arrest and seizing the gun. How dare I go to your office? Lin Feng stopped. Go Just Hang's heart suddenly burst. This Lin Feng really is as rumored. It is not easy to deal with, but it's no wonder that he dared to confront reporters at the press conference, and even dared to provoke the entire Japanese gaming industry in Japan. Today, he was locked up by this stupid Deputy Lee for one night and injured a bodyguard. He had to speak well. Ha ha, Mr. Lin, I think you are in your 20s, about the same age as my son, so I will ask you to call you nephew Lin Xian. I wonder if you think it is okay? Director Go pulled the relationship closer without waiting for Lin Feng. Appose, my nephew. There is an old Chinese saying that is so good that you should be forgiven and forgive. Now, Deputy Bureau Lee also knows that he is wrong. How about you raise your hand because he has worked hard for the country all his life? Raise your hand high? How do you raise your hand high? My bodyguard is still in the hospital. The life or death of my bodyguard is still unknown. Also, if it weren't for me, I would still be arrested on charges of resisting arrest and seizing a gun. Raise your hand, hee. I should. It's right to ask Deputy Director Lee to raise your hands high. Lin Feng's sharp sarcasm made Director Go embarrassed for a while. However, Jiang is old and spicy. Although Director Go was ridiculed by Lin Feng and couldn't get off the stage, he returned to smile in an instant. But he sighed helplessly in his heart. If it wasn't for his son, but also for the reputation of the Bureau, he would be lazy to deal with the mess. Deputy Bureau Lee has a daughter, Ting Ting Yulai, who came out, and Director Go's son just likes Deputy Bureau Lee's daughter. The two young people also meet each other, and the two families are also very close. Gin Jin's good intentions. In addition to the fact that Lee Deputy Bureau has made a lot of trouble, he, the director, will inevitably be accused of being incompetent by the superior. That's why Director Go is so partial to Deputy Bureau Lee. Of course, if he is really helpless, he can only lose his pawn and protect his car. Nephew Lin Xian, you should be so angry, so I should be angry too, but, nephew, you see that I am a lot of age, and I can't stand standing like this. How about going to my office? Director Go said roundly. Forget it, Director Go, I think this place is very good. Lin Feng didn't give face. This is not that Lin Feng is too arrogant, but that his heart is really too angry. Today, Lin Feng is so strong, it also means to knock the mountain and shake the tiger. This Xiaqian always came to trouble Lin Feng, so that Lin Feng didn't bother too much. However, Xiaqian had a father who was the deputy mayor and the mayor of North X City, and Lin Feng couldn't do anything to him at all. Now I can only vent my anger with Deputy Director Lee. Kill the chicken and warn the monkey and warn Xiaqian not to provoke himself again, otherwise it will be anxious, and everyone will not look good. Director Go was not happy anymore. It was too difficult for Lin Feng to speak. In other words, he is also the head of the Public Security Bureau, so low-pitched, it is considered to have given Lin Feng face. Okay, nephew, I'll start straight to the point and tell your conditions. How can you let Deputy Bureau Lee take the lead? Director Go also stop being polite. It's very simple. I'm going to take off his police uniform. Lin Feng said coldly. Joke. Who do you think you are? Director Go finally couldn't control his temper. Lin Feng's tone was too arrogant. I am no one, but I also know how to be bullied. If you don't fight back, people will only bully you even more. I am not a softie, nor can I be bullied at will. Lin Feng hated Xiaqian also counted on Lee Deputy Bureau. Director Go also faintly guessed why Lin Feng was so tough, and after thinking about it, he decided to compromise. In this way, I can guarantee that Lee Deputy Bureau will step down from the position of Deputy Bureau, and he can also apologize to the injured friend, but he cannot apologize publicly. Director Go said. After this incident, Deputy Bureau Lee was certain that the position of Deputy Director could no longer be taken, but Director Go also wanted him not to work hard for decades, once back before liberation, and strive to be transferred to a police station under his jurisdiction. Director, or Deputy Director? No, I can accept a private apology, but I must take off his police uniform. Lin Feng refused. Naughty. Director Go yelled, don't think that you have money and you can be arrogant. Also, don't think that President Jiang can stand for you because he can't control the police department. Moreover, he doesn't have that much power. Director Go had checked Lin Feng's information before coming, and the person Lin Feng had the most power to get to know belonged to President Jiang of ICBC. Haha, Director Go, I am not relying on others, but on myself. Lin Feng sneered. On your own? Yes, I'll bet a little bit. For the country. It is the 21-year-old who has created 6 billion net worth in 2 years, also founded a local fast food restaurant, and founded the Star Charity Fund. It is important for the 21-year-old to retire alone. Deputy Bureau Li, who sits in the position of Deputy Director, is important. Lin Feng Senran said. Director Go was surprised and looked up and down Lin Feng in horror. You are betting too much. Director Guo's expression was stiff, and the young man in front of him was too terrifying. This scheming is too deep, but there is one point that Lin Feng said correctly. For the country, it is clear which is more serious. Haha, I'm very young. I can bet. Lin Feng laughed wildly. Lin Feng was 95% sure to win this gambling. And even if it fails, Lin Feng can start all over again. His own personal funds of 700 million are still in Hong Kong's HSBC, and the second world now has a Japanese branch, a Taiwan branch, and a South Korean branch. Even if the country bans its own company for this reason, it is not afraid. What's more, the core of the second world is cloud computing, and the core of cloud computing is Cohen, and Cohen is an American. Lin Feng knew that if he did it by himself, many people thought it was not worth it, but Lin Feng felt it was worth it. First, it can knock the mountain and shake the tiger. As long as the bet is successful, Xiaqian and his ilk will absolutely not dare to trouble themselves again. This is a once and for all method. Second, they can reap the hearts of those bodyguards in this way, and bet on the company for them. They will definitely. I am extremely grateful to myself, and Lin Feng will not worry about the security issues around him in the future. Third, the identity of the bodyguard is also the reason Lin Feng dares to gamble. Many of them are talents in the military, but chose to retire for some reasons. But it does not mean that the troops have forgotten them. Lin Feng believes that if necessary, someone will come forward to protect these veterans, and because of their personalities, they will surely beg to save themselves by the way. Fourth, his bet is not against the country or against government agencies, just against a district deputy director. Lin Feng believed that his bargaining chip would always surpass the deputy director Li. Seeing that Director Go couldn't agree, he could only frown and leave. Lin Feng's request was too excessive. So what is the dignity of the Public Security Bureau, saying that if you pick a police uniform of a deputy director, you will pick a police uniform of a deputy director? This is too arrogant. However, Director Go had to admit that Lin Feng's bet was a very big win, because Lin Feng is smart enough. He did not ask the Public Security Bureau to apologize publicly, but only asked the person involved, Deputy Director Li, to take off the police uniform. From the perspective of Director Go, the above would compromise. It's just that he is unwilling to talk about the future relationship with Deputy Director Li's family, just subordinates, and Director Go can't tolerate others dealing with his subordinates in this way. Of course, Director Go is only trying his best. Deputy Bureau Li was waiting in the office, and seeing Go Bureau's face solemnly returning, he knew that things were difficult to handle. Old Li, he is going to take off your police uniform. Director Go did not conceal Deputy Director Li. Asshole, who does he think he is? Go, he is disrespectful to you, to our entire public security system. Deputy Bureau Li hammered the table angrily, and did not forget to pull righteousness to his side. Director Go shook his head. Oh, by the way, what do the bodyguards say? Since Lin Feng can't solve the problem, then solve the bodyguards. If the bodyguards are willing to change their confession, it will be easier. Go, they are silent, it seems difficult. Li Deputy Wu also shook his head. For these people, they have no way. They usually deal with those gangsters. They can also use torture to extract confessions. They dare not deal with Lin Feng and these bodyguards. What to do? The sky was already bright in the hesitation of Director Go and Deputy Bureau Li. Neither of them realized that a press conference should be held on this matter. The next day, when all ordinary people started morning exercises, went to work, and carried out their daily lives, they found that all newspapers and the internet had reported one thing: Second World Chairman Lin Feng was arrested, and his bodyguards with one shot. Many white-collar workers who wanted to buy breakfast also found that the Starting Point fast food restaurant was temporarily closed. At the same time, the Kunxing Charity Foundation also announced that the foundation was temporarily suspended due to the arrest of the chairman. Suddenly, Lin Feng suddenly appeared in front of all ordinary people, and it seemed that Lin Feng had a lot of energy. The entrance of the Public Security Bureau of North X City is already full of reporters. If it weren't for government agencies and law enforcement agencies, I'm afraid these reporters have already rushed in. The reporter who couldn't get in had to ask every police officer who got in, even the old man who opened the water in the concierge. Suddenly, the Public Security Bureau was unable to carry out the normal office of the crowded Public Security Bureau. Director Go and Deputy Bureau Li did not expect things to deteriorate to such a degree overnight. News about Lin Feng's arrest has been flying everywhere, not only in newspapers and magazines, but also on the internet. Especially on the internet, public opinion is even more leaning towards Lin Feng, and many netizens attack them unscrupulously. June loudly questioned why Lin Feng was arrested and why his bodyguard was shot. Let go. Now Director Go thought of letting Lin Feng go first, and then dealing with the current situation. Otherwise, Lin Feng is always locked in, and the trouble will be even greater. But what Director Go couldn't predict was that when he was about to release the people, Lin Feng fell ill and fell ill in the interrogation room. Quickly, go to the hospital. Director Go felt cold. If Lin Feng fell ill here, whatever happened, no matter what, it would definitely be counted on them. Although there is media control, the media dare not talk nonsense, but they still have the right to question. And above, the key is the above attitude. The scene of Lin Feng being carried on a stretcher and sent to an ambulance was naturally captured by all the reporters on the scene and uploaded to the internet instantly. The internet has also begun to question the Public Security Bureau's use of torture to extract a confession, and even more strongly demand the Public Security Bureau to come forward to explain the whole story. And the source of all these troubles, Xie Qian, has already embarked on a plane to the United States. Looking at the smaller and smaller Beijing, Xie Qian was helpless and even more unhappy. Unexpectedly, he would hide from Lin Feng and go to America. But I don't know that Lin Feng may not be able to escape when he arrives in the United States. However, although Xie Qian was gone, the troubles did not go away, and things seemed to be even more difficult. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 231. All parties attacked. Lin Feng's disease affects thousands of people. Liu Yinying, Wu Zhaopu and others were naturally worried, but they couldn't go away now, and they wanted to appease the more anxious Li Zu, especially Algra, who had always been wayward, and almost didn't hold a press conference to criticize certain government agencies. If it were not for Li Zu, who understood a little bit of China's national conditions and stopped Algra, I am afraid that Liu Yinying could only find a piece of tofu and hit her dead. Liu Yinying is also worried about the company. Lin Feng was arrested for unknown reasons, and now he is inexplicably ill. The company is already a bit unstable. If the two giants leave again, I am afraid that the company will really be in chaos. Although Lin Feng often travels to various places before, he rarely directly intervenes in the administration and management of the company. Most of the time, Lin Feng almost does not exist, and many employees have never even seen Lin Feng. But now that Lin Feng is sick, Liu Yinying and other talents have discovered that Lin Feng's impact on the company is ubiquitous. The miracle that Lin Feng has created has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. The ordinary employees have blind trust and admiration for him. Everyone believes in working under him. The future must be bright. Both Liu Yinying were happy and anxious about this. Having such a boss is certainly good for the company's cohesion, but at the same time, a slight problem with this core figure is a major blow to the company. In desperation, the two of them could only frequently use the media to appeal to the North X City Public Security Bureau to give an explanation and return Lin Feng to be fair. After Lin Feng fell ill, the strongest reaction was the 9 bodyguards who went in for interrogation at the same time as Lin Feng. At the moment when they saw Lin Feng being carried out on a stretcher and taken away by an ambulance, 9 people ran away in a group, believing that it was the severe torture of the Public Security Bureau that caused the boss to be carried away on the stretcher and taken to the hospital. Started with the police around him on the spot. Regardless of whether it is daytime and the peak time for work, almost all the staff of the Public Security Bureau are there. But in front of the 9 people who went violently, there was no one under him. When Director Go learned that the situation was urgent and temporarily mobilized the surrounding armed police to suppress it, it was already too late. When the armed police arrived, the entire police station was full of wailing policemen. However, these 9 people were very well measured in their actions, all with minor injuries, which only caused these police officers to temporarily lose their ability to act. Faced with the armed police force, the 9 people full of anger and resentment still wanted to use the narrow terrain and the pistols they robbed from the police to fight back. They even considered preparing to hold Director Go to seek justice for Lin Feng. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Wang Meng took a plane from Shanghai and arrived in time. Stop. Don't forget your identities, you are all soldiers, and the state trains you not to deal with the Chinese. Wang Meng shouted. Instructor. 9 people admired Wang Meng very much. They could think of Lin Feng being carried on a stretcher to the hospital, and the breath in his heart couldn't be swallowed even more. But the boss. Comrades, your boss Lin Feng just fainted temporarily because of overwork and contracted a bit of wind and cold. I promise in the name of the director that I will never use any torture to extract a confession. Director Go dared to stand up at this moment and rushed to it. Next to the armed police, after taking a breath, patted his chest continuously to ensure that Lin Feng was safe. In the end, under Wang Meng's sign, the 9 people put down their guns and were isolated by the armed police and the rising civilian police. Director Go breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the 9 people finally did not cause any more trouble. But now I am afraid that he even regrets his intestines. He didn't expect this matter to be so tricky. Lin Feng fell ill, and his bodyguards violently attacked the police officers of the overall situation. This is undoubtedly another major news. As the director, he is in a dilemma. The police officers in the whole situation were overturned by 9 people and they were also taken guns. This shows that these policemen are usually negligent in training, and they must be dissatisfied with the above, and they will definitely be punished by his innocent leadership. And these 9 people are all veterans. 2 of them have second-class merits in the military, and 1 of them is a former sharp sword army. In short, the identity is tricky. Dealing with them must be dealt with. But how to deal with them is a huge trouble, and attitudes of all aspects must be considered. One more thing, this incident must never be publicized. If it is known to the outside media, his position as director may be all over. Trouble, great trouble. Director Go really wanted to be like Lin Feng at this moment, suddenly fainted and sent to the hospital. Forget about the mess. As for the source of the accident, Deputy Bureau Li, he was already stunned. He never expected the situation to develop to this point. Knowing that I must be finished, and the position of deputy director is no longer thought of, now the only hope is to be demoted and downgraded a few more levels. But thinking that Lin Feng threatened to take off his police uniform, Deputy Director Li felt even more chill. The most excited naturally belonged to the media reporters. When Lin Feng was carried out, they had too much news material. Although some things cannot be said or written, they can question and doubt. Suddenly, for example, Lin Feng was carried out of the Public Security Bureau on a stretcher. Lin Feng is sick, and so on. The reports are on the paper, and the various media have given full play to their writing skills, questioning the whole story of all these things, and have the potential to dig into the roots. The hottest and most unobtrusive ones naturally belong to netizens, who lashed out at these law enforcement officers on the internet. There were a lot of similar incidents in various places, and most of them were abuse of power by law enforcement agencies. Now that a celebrity like Lin Feng has also entered, he also fell ill at a critical moment, which naturally caused many netizens to speculate. They don't worry as much as the news media, saying what they think of, and all the rumors are spread all of the time. In a word, Lin Feng became a vulnerable group in this incident. Among them, Wu Xiaopu added fuel to the fire, announcing that the Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet project was temporarily shelved indefinitely because of Lin Feng's illness, which even roused the indignation of netizens. They had already sharpened their swords and were preparing to slaughter players from Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. Now, as Lin Feng was taken to the Public Security Bureau for some reason, they fell ill for some reason, and their previous expectations were all in vain. Now that everything is in the water, many netizens naturally vent their grievances on this matter. In this incident, the Public Security Bureau fell into a complete passivity. However, Director Go has been slow to respond. So far, he has not thought of holding a press conference to explain the matter. He still hopes to resolve the matter internally. It only entrusted the propaganda department to issue a notice explaining that this was just a simple traffic accident. As for Lin Feng, he was taken to the hospital because he fell ill rather than torture to extract a confession. Director Go frowned in the office, thinking about how to solve the matter. Deputy Director Li looked at Director Go bitterly, hoping that the future in-laws, old classmates, and old superiors could give him an idea. Go Zhang hoped that this matter could be reduced to major and minor matters, and that Lin Feng would be sweetened by then, so that Lin Feng would not pursue it anymore. But Lin Feng insisted on picking up Deputy Director Li's police uniform, which gave Director Go the heart of protecting the calf. After all, the rabbit died and the fox was sad. If he made a mistake, he would just be demoted, and he had to take off the police uniform. This is too bullying. But now Lin Feng is ill, and he can't even negotiate. When Director Go was still thinking, something more troublesome came to him. Zhong Qingyu, president of Waxa Group, first publicly expressed support for Lin Feng. Dong Lin and I have always been partners. My very cola can become the third largest carbonated beverage in China, thanks to the Starting Point fast food restaurant under Dong Lin Corporation. Now consumers are very satisfied with our very Coke and feel that the taste is no worse than foreign Coke. At the beginning, Zhong Qingyu praised his drink wildly, which made the reporter look depressed. They came to interviews on Qingyu's views on Lin Feng's matter. Unexpectedly, he advertised first. Fortunately, after a compliment, Zhong Qingyu finally got to the point. I understand Lin Feng, and he is very good, impulsive and foresight. Although he acts more publicly, he is definitely not a person who will commit an illegal act. I hope that the public security organs can give an answer as soon as possible. Moreover, Lin Dong is now ill. Is he really ill? Shi Yazu of the Zhen Group also spoke at the same time. I am very optimistic about this young man, Lin Feng. He is the helm of the future Chinese economy. He does not smoke and is very polite to our predecessors. How could he do anything harmful to the world? Both of these two are very important figures in the country. Although they criticized the posture of the Public Security Bureau a bit, the fire control is extremely superb. They only involve a law enforcement agency and do not involve a higher level. What's more, none of their companies are in North X City, and they are not afraid that the Public Security Bureau will make some bad tricks in the future. Compared with these two people, Lin Feng's other partners, such as Li Yanhong, Zhu Hongwei and others, have all spoken about the matter, but most of them only expressed concern and hoped that Lin Feng would recover as soon as possible. Obviously, those who started with network software, especially those who are still struggling, have no right to criticize or even question certain law enforcement agencies. In this matter, the highest profile belongs to Li Zikai, who lives in Hong Kong. Lin Feng was arrested. Why was he arrested? Did he sell drugs or kill people to prevent fire? Now the Public Security Bureau has not given a reply, so Lin Feng has been detained. Can the Public Security Bureau arrest people like this? And I heard that Lin Feng is still ill. Did he fall ill or be tortured to extract a confession? Why did the Public Security Bureau not even have an explanation for the past 10 hours or so? Li Zikai was bombarded with artillery and the sky was dim. Regarding his son's remarks, Mr. Li Ka-shing, the richest Chinese man, had no choice but to shook his head. His second son was sometimes too reckless. Although talented, he was too genuine. In this characteristic socialist country, this is not a good thing. At the same time, supporting Lin Feng are the elites of the Hong Kong Flying Tigers and the captain. We have contacted Lin Feng and are a good citizen. The last time he arrested the Bio princelings, he assisted us. How could this kind of person be possible? Do something illegal. As for the Second World Branch in South Korea, Taiwan, and Japan, they all issued strong protests, demanding justice for their chairman. But what makes Director Go most difficult is that the Shanghai municipal government has also issued a statement proving that Lin Feng has always been a good and law-abiding citizen in Shanghai, and is by no means a criminal who commits a crime. Although this statement did not imply any accusations, it undoubtedly placed the greatest pressure on Director Go. But it's no wonder that Lin Feng is now the #1 individual taxpayer in Shanghai, but he is a sweet pastry in the eyes of the government. Moreover, Lin Feng is so young that he has a tendency to become China's Bill Gates. If a future richest man in the world is born, Shanghai will have a lot of face. What's more, even if he is not the richest man in the world, but the richest man in China, starting a business in Shanghai is enough to give the city a gold and promote the development of high-tech enterprises in Shanghai. But now the future richest man was arrested as soon as he went to Beijing, and there is no explanation. What is this? Although they are all national government departments, this cannot be the case. What's more, the officials of the two places were not pleasing to their eyes. Director Go, who was in the whirlpool, didn't expect Lin Feng's energy to be so great that there would be so many economic giants to support him, which made him more passive, and at a loss. For a while, he didn't know how to deal with it. At this time, one call after another. First, the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, then the mayor, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, and finally even the Ministry of Public Security called to ask about the whole story. For these big shots, Director Go was more frightened the more he answered the phone. Many leaders have a tone, asking him to hold a press conference as soon as possible to explain everything and give an explanation to the people of the whole country. Don't cover things up anymore, just do what you should do. Despite the above order, Director Go also has a headache. What should be done? What should be done? This is so knowledgeable. What is meant by what to do and what is meant by what to do? Some people will not be able to figure out the knowledge in the middle for a lifetime. Guess. If you guess a little wrong about the above meaning, I'm afraid the future will be slim. Fortunately, Director Go is not an ordinary person, and he also figured out the taste. It is very simple. The above order requires that the turmoil be quelled as soon as possible, and the personnel involved shall be dealt with as soon as possible. In short, the turmoil shall be quelled as soon as possible. But at the same time, we must not lose face of law enforcement agencies, and we must not give some foreign countries or news organizations an excuse to criticize national law enforcement agencies. Of course, there is one more thing to appease Lin Feng's emotions. In short, what we have to do is beautiful and to ensure the satisfaction of all parties. Things are difficult to handle. How can all parties be satisfied? But the leaders must complete their speeches, and they must be done beautifully. After thinking for a while, Director Go ordered the propaganda department to notify reporters of a meeting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Old Lee. Director Go sighed helplessly, and looked at Deputy Director Lee, who was frowning. Deputy Director Lee looked at Director Go, and knew that he was truly dead this time. Lao Go, Do what you should do. Deputy Director Li's eyes have lost their color, and he sits on the sofa dejectedly. Don't worry, I will try my best to keep your police uniform. Director Go doesn't believe that Lin Feng will be threatened by the above. Besides, Lin Feng is just a businessman. What right does he have to say that he is going to pick up a cadre at the national department level? Police uniform. This is too arrogant, too pretentious. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the press conference was held on time, and reporters gathered there. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 232. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the crowd gathered. Looking at the many reporters in the audience, Director Go began to hate the development of the current media a little bit. Whatever happened to these reporters would become a big trouble, leaving them passive. Dear friends from the news media, first of all, I want to declare one thing here. Mr. Lin Feng fainted because of excessive fatigue and contracted wind and cold. For his safety, we sent him to the hospital. There are hospitals. Medical certificate. Director Go first clarified the biggest misunderstanding, otherwise he would be in serious trouble. Many reporters got Lin Feng's hospitalization diagnosis early due to their relationships. They didn't come here to listen to the news, but to find out why Lin Feng was brought to the Public Security Bureau. Besides, a medical certificate can prove nothing. Everyone, yesterday's situation was actually just a very simple traffic accident. Mr. Lin Feng's car had a traffic accident with two Santana 2000s. After Deputy Director Li led the team to the scene, the two parties had quarrels and confrontations. When Deputy Director Li dealt with the disagreement, the Santana victim suddenly attacked, causing Deputy Director Li's pistol to fire, and unfortunately hit Mr. Lin Feng as a bodyguard. In this matter, Deputy Director Li was indeed at fault, and now it is decided by the Bureau's party committee meeting. He has been suspended for investigation. Director Go turned black and white and shifted everything to the traffic accident and the two Santana victims. In this way, there is nothing to blame for the position of the Public Security Bureau. Then why did you take Lin Feng to the police station, and isn't Deputy Chief Li in charge of public security? How could he handle the traffic accident? A reporter got up and asked. Bringing Mr. Lin Feng back to the police station is to make a statement. As for Deputy Director Li in charge of public security, everyone is a servant of the people. He is nearby, so naturally he has to come forward. Director Go explained. I heard that there was a violent incident in the Public Security Bureau this morning, and armed police were dispatched. It is said that Lin Feng's bodyguards were dissatisfied with their boss Lin Feng's illness and there was a conflict. A journalist with magical powers asked, focusing on reading the word sick. No, nothing happened this morning. The mobilization of the armed police was just a routine exercise. Director Go denied categorically. He secretly scolded that the bastard leaked out, and he must be found out later. Many reporters took turns asking questions, but Director Go just insisted that this was a traffic accident, and it was only because Lin Feng was so famous that he had such a big misunderstanding. In the end, many reporters left without asking too much information. As for what the matter is, it depends on what Lin Feng said after waking up. But at the moment, everyone can only wait outside the hospital, because Director Go had already imposed martial law on the hospital where Lin Feng was hospitalized. These reporters were not allowed to enter at all. Director Go secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The first level has been passed, and now I will look at the second level. Lin Feng's attitude is, as long as Lin Feng can cooperate, this matter can be reduced to minor issues. Fortunately, after Lin Feng woke up, Director Go got the news immediately and immediately took Deputy Director Li to buy flowers to see Lin Feng. Just after Lin Feng woke up, he looked around and found that he was in the hospital. Except for half of the fainting that was caused by overwork, the other half was also because of Lin Feng deliberately pretending to be faint and pressured him. At the same time, it was also to prevent excessive power from causing dissatisfaction with high-level government. Pretend to be dizzy first, and then if the potential is out of control, you are already dizzy, and what happens next naturally has nothing to do with you. After Lin Feng woke up, the doctors and nurses surrounded him for the first time, checking and questioning again, as if Lin Feng was the head of state. After checking repeatedly and confirming that Lin Feng was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When Lin Feng sent in, they received news that they must ensure that Lin Feng is safe and sound, and there must be no difference, otherwise they will be removed from their posts. Under the pressure from the above, Lin Feng was originally just a little cold, and was treated as terminally ill by the frightened doctor. There are 2 nurses in the ward 24 hours, and a doctor is always on standby. Fortunately, Lin Feng was fine. After enduring the harassment of doctors, especially nurses, Lin Feng asked for a newspaper. Sure enough, the newspapers are all about themselves. Some of the friends I made in shopping malls have supported themselves before, but now the potential is on their side. After watching the TV and turning on the TV, it happened to be live broadcast of Director Guo's press conference. Watching Director Guo push all the spearheads on the TV to the traffic accident and the group of gangsters, Lin Feng was amused. But since they did this, it was obvious that they would come to shut their mouths later. Lin Feng lay on the hospital bed in his spare time and waited for Director Guo's visit. However, while waiting, Lin Feng not only didn't make a call, but turned off the phone. Ensure that you are in a vacuum state, and that everything that happens outside has nothing to do with you. Sure enough, as Lin Feng expected, soon after the press conference was over, Director Guo came, accompanied by Deputy Director Li. Haha, Lin Xian's complexion is very good. Director Guo had a brighter smile than flowers. Mr. Lin, congratulations on your recovery. Deputy Director Li looked unnatural. The man who threatened to take off his police uniform, not only could not offend him, but also accompany him with a smile, which made Deputy Director Li very uncomfortable. But he dared not show the slightest on his face, which made Deputy Director Li even more aggrieved. Director Guo, thank you for coming to see me as a suspect. I don't know what's the matter. Lin Feng deliberately omitted Deputy Director Li, and even lengthened the pronunciation of suspect. Seeing Lin Feng completely ignored him, Deputy Director Li's complexion became stiff, but he recovered in an instant with a smile on his face. Nephew Lin Xian, where is this? You have never been a suspect. Director Guo hit haha, feeling helpless. This Lin Feng is so difficult, I am afraid it is not an easy task for him to gain something today. But this deputy chiefly wanted to sue me for resisting arrest and seizing the gun before at the police station. I am not a suspect. What is it? Lin Feng is extremely sarcastic instinct. Director Guo frowned and glanced at Deputy Director Li. Obviously, Deputy Director Li hadn't fully told him the truth just now, and had concealed some things. But this is not the time to discuss this. Nephew Lin Xian, misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. No, Deputy Director Li came to apologize to you personally. As for all the medical expenses of you and your subordinates, our Public Security Bureau will bear. Director Guo indicated to Deputy Director Li. Let him make Lin Feng apologize. Deputy Director Li was unwilling. His position in the Deputy Bureau was no longer guaranteed, and he had to make amends for this person. How awkward he was thinking, but in order to be able to wear this police uniform and drop a few ranks, he had to do so. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng didn't give him face at all. Director Guo, I also watched the press conference. My conditions are still the same. I want to pick up his police uniform, and everything else is easy to discuss. Lin Feng stared coldly at Deputy Bureau Li and said. Director Guo's face froze. Today, the director of the Public Security Bureau of North X City came to visit Lin Feng in person. He said all the good things, and he was still so hard to speak so much to give Lin Feng face. Are you just a businessman? Of course, a very rich businessman, but you can't be guilty of ruining people like this. Nephew Lin Xian, it's better to think more about the future as a human being. Don't stop doing it. Deputy Bureau Li has been suspended for investigation, and he has also come to apologize to you. Apologize? Team Liu is still unclear about life and death. An apology can solve it. It's ridiculous. Lin Feng laughed. If it weren't for me, Lin Feng is not an ordinary citizen. I am afraid that I have already been charged with resisting arrest and seizing a gun. In short, I must take off his police uniform this time. Director Go has never seen such a hard talk. He is also a dignified deputy provincial level cadre. Lin Feng is just a white man. It is already a shame for him to come to the door like this. He actually has to pick up a police officer at the department level cadre service. This gives them the face of the public security system. But if he doesn't appease Lin Feng's emotions, even if his work is not done well, he will naturally not be satisfied with the above. While hesitating, Deputy Director Li broke out. My surname is Lin. What are you? I am a cadre at the national department level anyway. If you want to pick up my police uniform, you can come if you have the ability. After that, Deputy Director Li left straight away. Nephew Lin Xian, talk again next time, and talk next time. Director Go was not in the mood to continue chatting with Lin Feng, and hurried to pursue Deputy Director Li. Lin Feng knew that he had completely offended Go Zhang this time, but he was not afraid. This incident has already become like this, so you must get a result that satisfies yourself. Afterwards, many people came to visit Lin Feng. Almost all the leaders of relevant departments in North X City came, and cadres, large and small, almost reached the threshold of Lin Feng's ward. The leaders also vaguely asked Lin Feng's requirements, and at the same time expressed the hope that Lin Feng can make major and minor matters smaller. In this regard, Lin Feng was also blunt, demanding that the black sheep who abused his power be driven out of the public security system. Everyone frowned at Lin Feng's request. These cadres have always said the same, and they have never been so amiable to a businessman, but he didn't expect this Lin Feng to speak so hard. I tried to lose my temper several times, but finally held back. They are also very intimidated by rats. This time it was just a matter of individual cadres. There was no need to make matters worse. It was just that Lin Feng's request was too rude. Officials are defending each other, and it has been there since ancient times. When who was not in trouble when it was an official committee? Everyone would like to compare their hearts. This time Deputy Director Li did not do the right thing, but he was transferred from his post and went to the King Shui Yamen to stay until retirement. In the eyes of these superior cadres, this is a very heavy punishment. But Lin Feng wanted to kill him, and even the other party's police uniform had to be stripped off. This was too inhumane and too deceptive. Lin Feng could also guess the thoughts of these cadres. However, Lin Feng was not upset. Ordinary people went to death when they made a mistake, wishing to kill him with one shot, so that he would never turn back. And some cadres make mistakes, but they can live leisurely. Is this fair? Unfair. Lin Feng is not that great, and there is no reason to stand out for other people who have nothing to do with him. But now that he provokes him, he naturally won't let it go so easily. Deputy Mayor Xia also wanted to visit Lin Feng to ease the tension between his son and him, but after seeing Lin Feng so difficult, he hesitated for a long time and finally gave up. This motor boy is Tu Chong. I am afraid I will only be humiliated if I go, and I will not be guilty of his age. Deputy Mayor Xia hesitated again and again, but refused to see Lin Feng. Many cadres hate Lin Feng and Itchy, but Lin Feng your control is just right. He can't go up or down. It's arrogant to say that he is arrogant, but it is not enough to say that he has violated the country's taboo. Now Lin Feng is stuck in everyone's throat like a fishbone, making people feel like a fishbone in their throats, which is extremely uncomfortable. But for the time being, there is no way to take Lin Feng. When the two sides were in a stalemate, Wang Meng took a shot and put the box of DV tape in his hand on the internet anonymously. Once this DV tape was put on the internet, it immediately caused an uproar. Director Guo's wording at the press conference was ruthlessly overturned. Although the DV tape was extremely vague, the voice of the people's dialogue and the gunshot were extremely clear. Obviously, it was definitely not an accidental mischief during the entanglement, but Deputy Director Li became angry and threatened the opponent with a pistol, and when he was excited, he injured Lin Feng's bodyguard Team Liu. The advent of this box of DV tapes made the Public Security Bureau more passive, and there was an overwhelming voice of doubt and criticism. Although Director Go repeatedly emphasized that this was a fabricated video clip and was modified by someone, no one believed it at all. As for the person who wanted to find out who gave out the videotape, there was no trace at all. Under the control of Huang Xin, one of the top 5 hackers in China, Western Poison, and Wang Hai, the former cybermaster of the 12 Zodiac Network, master of the secret army of the military, the traces uploaded on this box of DV tapes have long been cleared. After a day of desertedness, Lin Feng's ward was once again crowded. Now it is not a problem of abuse of power by the deputy director, but a credit problem of the Public Security Bureau. This DV tape is undoubtedly a slap in the face of the Public Security Bureau. For this box of DV tapes, Lin Feng did not know. No matter who he faced, Lin Feng was right and confident, and he never admitted that he was operating behind the scenes. After inquiring about Lin Feng's telephone records, the facts also proved that Lin Feng did not make a single call during his hospitalization and no one else came to visit. Lin Feng was in an absolute vacuum environment. Although this still cannot reduce the suspicion of the cadres towards Lin Feng, there is no trace of evidence to prove that this is what Lin Feng did. If Lin Feng had laid out from the beginning, many cadres might be shocked to think of this. If this is the case, this Lin Feng should either not offend him, or it would be best to keep him from turning over at once, otherwise there will be endless troubles. But Lin Feng's request was still simple, and the same conditions were still used, so he picked up Deputy Chief Li's police uniform. Regarding this, many cadres are still non-committal, because Lin Feng's condition is too inhumane. Under the pressure of public opinion, a person Lin Feng could never imagine came to Lin Feng's ward. He never thought that this person would appear in his ward. This person should appear on the TV screen, in Zongnanhai, in the Great Hall of the People, and should never appear in his own ward. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 233 The Richest Man in Mainland China. Lin Feng is now sitting firmly on the Dai Yutai, and now there is a question of the Public Security Bureau outside, especially after the DV tape is uploaded to the network. Lin Feng has the upper hand. Although the DV tape was inexplicably blocked, it was still downloaded by many netizens and saved. Although Lin Feng didn't know who put the DV tape on the internet, he did a good job. Of course, the most important point is that Lin Feng was extremely smart and didn't contact anyone, and kept himself from everything, so that people couldn't get any of Lin Feng's words. Otherwise, if Lin Feng did this, he would undoubtedly be an enemy of the entire government agency. For Lin Feng, it was undoubtedly a catastrophe. Many cadres had to admit that Lin Feng's disease came at a high time. Otherwise, if Lin Feng is outside, I am afraid that this incident will be enough for the senior management to order this arrogant and unkind young man to be banned. Bullfighting, now it's up to who can't hold it first. However, Lin Feng did not have any pressure, and Lin Feng must not lose in the end. But this evening, someone came to Lin Feng's surprise. 2 eyebrows were raised uncontrollably, the slender eyes shot sharp light, the front of the broad nose was shiny, and the upper lip curled up with a stubbornness. This is the impression that someone gave to Lin Feng. I'm afraid it's also the impression that came to the people of the whole country. Mr. Zhu. Lin Feng was startled, and quickly got up from the hospital bed. Chairman Lin should sit down, so he looks like a patient. Mr. Zhu smiled faintly and motioned Lin Feng to return to the bed. Lin Feng's heart shuddered, knowing that he was pretending to be sick and was seen through by Mr. Zhu. However, Mr. Zhu did not point out, but reminded himself that the country still values itself and is on its side. Lin Feng received these news in an instant, and the panic and tension in his heart caused by Mr. Zhu's arrival disappeared. Thank you, Mr. Zhu, for your concern. Lin Feng suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, and said as calmly as possible, this person in front of him has always been the person Lin Feng respects most. Chairman Lin, Are you ill? Mr. Zhu's extremely unique voice makes people never dare to take it lightly, especially this sentence: is the disease healed? Illness, the body is ill. The heart will also be ill. One language puns. Looking at the face and voice that I often see on TV before me, I remembered his famous saying: whether it is a minefield or an abyss in front of me, I will never hesitate, I will do my best, and I will have nothing to do with my death. The character, unfortunately, disappeared without a trace in the end. Who could have imagined that a man who used to be so brilliant would be completely hidden when he said yin? Mr. Zhu, my illness is half healed. But Lin Feng thought for a while, extremely cunning, and answered with a pun. Today, Mr. Zhu, who has a lot of possibilities, sees himself. It is absolutely extraordinary. You must consider, and then consider every sentence. Ha ha, Chairman Lin, you are only 21 years old this year, then I will call you Xiao Lin. Mr. Zhu stared at Lin Feng and pondered for a moment. But at this moment, Lin Feng felt that the air in the ward was stagnant, as if a Shan mountain was pressing on him. Without anger and prestige, this is the feeling of Mr. Zhu, who is always wise. Fortunately, Lin Feng was also very human, and soon returned to normal. Mr. Zhu nodded secretly. There are not many young people who can be alone with him without losing their attitude. They are worth training. Mr. Zhu, it's really an honor for you to come today, Lin Feng exclaimed after recovering. Xiao Lin, I have to come today. Mr. Zhu took an English magazine from the secretary beside him. Xiao Lin, this time, I am here to congratulate you first. After that, Mr. Zhu handed an English magazine to Lin Feng. It was Lin Feng's head and the headline written in English: 21 years old, mainland China. The richest man, earned 8.4 billion net worth in 2 years. Lin Feng froze for a moment, and then opened it to discover that Tencent.com was listed in Hong Kong in the past 2 days. Due to the butterfly effect brought by Lin Feng, Tencent was originally listed at 4.38 yuan. Now, although 400 million shares have also been sold, the initial price is as high as 12.4 yuan. Lin Feng owns 10% of Tencent's shares and 180 million shares, so only Tencent's shareholding. Lin Feng owns 2.232 billion Hong Kong dollars. Adding Tom shares, Herun's assessment of Lin Feng's net worth of 8.4 billion is basically correct. Scrolling further, Herun's top 100 rich lists in mainland China listed Lin Feng as the first place, surpassing the second-placed Liu Yongyao and Liu Yongxing's 8.3 billion fortune, ranking first. And Ma Huang, the president of Tencent.com, who has just gone public, owns 27% of Tencent, with a total value of 6.026 billion yuan, ranking fifth. However, after Tencent went public, Ma Huang cashed out 120 million Hong Kong dollars, and Lin Feng shook his head. In the future, Tencent's stock price will exceed 1 million, and it will sell too early. But think about it and feel relieved. After all, he was a poor man before Tencent's online market, so how can he not cash out after the listing? But looking at the list, it took only 2 years to become the richest man in the mainland, which is a bit of a dream. Especially in an individual interview written by Huron about himself, it is even more clear that Lin Feng's net worth of 8.4 billion is not accurate. If Li Zikai acquires 20% of Lin Feng's Second World shares by 4 billion, Lin Feng's net worth exceeds at least 21.5 billion. It was also the report of Huron's interview with Lin Feng that made Lin Feng's AI wrong wait for the first place on the top 100 richest list of mainland China while also waiting for the cover of Time magazine. Xiao Lin, congratulations, the richest man in mainland China. Huan Rong is waiting for the cover of Time magazine. You are now the hottest person in China and the world. Mr. Zhu praised. Thank you Mr. Zhu for the praise. Just luck. Lin Feng said, how dare to be arrogant in front of Mr. Zhu, very modestly. Haha, the second thing, I want to ask Xiao Lin. Do you have any requirements? Mr. Zhu stared at Lin Feng and asked. That strong sense of oppression emerged again. Lin Feng took a deep breath, relieved the pressure on his body, and looked at Mr. Zhu with piercing eyes. Mr. Zhu, I think some black sheep who abuse their power should be kicked out so as not to harm the people," Lin Feng said without evasiveness. This was his original intention. Even in the face of Mr. Zhu, Lin Feng would not give in. Besides, when Mr. Zhu came to see himself, he should also bring good news to himself. I am afraid that this time it was also because he became the richest man in mainland China. Even more wrong waited for the cover of Time magazine. In order to appease himself and understand himself personally, Mr. Zhu had to come. Mr. Zhu nodded, without any expression on his face. "So are there any other requirements?" Mr. Zhu continued to ask. "No, if there is, I just want to develop the company well. Respond to Comrade Xiaoping's slogan, let myself get rich first, and then drive others to get rich." Lin Feng is also unambiguous, taking the classic Xiaoping quotations that he once read in middle school. "Recite it." Mr. Zhu smiled slightly and nodded to himself. Kobayashi, rest assured, the country needs talents like you very much. You can develop the company with peace of mind. The country will never hinder you who have contributed to the country, and will never treat you badly. As long as you remember, after development, don't forget the country, just forget the people," Mr. Zhu said earnestly. "Thank you, Mr. Zhu, for your advice. I also hope that the motherland will be strong, the people will be happy, and I will be happy too." Lin Feng nodded and said, but did not forget to add himself at the end. Mr. Zhu smiled again. "Okay, Xialin, I'm going to leave. You can recuperate well and leave the hospital when you're done. How can the company move forward without you?" Mr. Zhu got up and spoke upon. "Well, I will be discharged immediately when I get better." Lin Feng respectfully sent Mr. Zhu away. But when Mr. Zhu was about to leave the ward, Lin Feng suddenly called to Mr. Zhu. "Mr. Zhu, you have been vigorous throughout your life, and you are not afraid." Lin Feng didn't say anything later. It was unnecessary and shouldn't. It was wrong to call Mr. Zhu, but Lin Feng didn't want this person who he respected. In the end, he left the stage of history so lonely, but this is not something that an ordinary businessman can do. "Xiao Lin, I do things but I ask questions with a clear conscience. If I can serve the country and the people, I am willing to do my best and die." After speaking, he left a stalwart figure and left. Lin Feng sighed, knowing that there are still some things that the butterfly effect cannot change. There are still 2 years to go. In these 2 years, with Mr. Zhu's commitment, Lin Feng decided to develop as soon as possible. When Mr. Zhu left, he had grown up and he was no longer afraid of any Xiao. That evening, Director Go received a call. "Lao Go, do your job as Deputy Bureau Li. This time I have wronged him." Lin Feng's 9 bodyguards will be released immediately. After the visitor finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Director Go shook his head after answering the call, with a sad heart. Obviously, he had compromised with Lin Feng this time. Regarding this ending, what else could he do? He could only follow the instructions above. As for the 9 bodyguards, Director Go had already prepared for it. The identities of these 9 people were too sensitive, and it was impossible to impose severe punishments. As for their troubles in the police station and almost overthrew the entire police station, it can only be said that it was an accident. Of course, in this matter, Director Go will definitely not be able to get away with the charge of unreasonable leadership. Although this made Director Go feel wronged, he felt much better when he thought of Deputy Bureau Li. Old Li. Director Go sighed as he looked at Deputy Director Li, who looked grey on the sofa, but he had done his best and had a clear conscience. "Go, I understand that this time I don't blame others, but myself. Forget it. I'll retire early for a lifetime." Deputy Director Li also wanted to understand these 2 days. Now that the above decision has been made, there is nothing to argue about. Fortunately, the above gave him the last bit of face and gave him enough severance pay. There is no need to worry about eating and drinking later, but the face is not good. The next day, the Public Security Bureau announced that Deputy Director Li, who had been suspended for investigation due to abuse of power, was dismissed after review and found that his abuse of power was true. It repeatedly emphasized that any law enforcement personnel must not abuse their power, otherwise they will be severely punished. Obviously, Since the matter is irreversible, the senior management also took the opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity to take a good look at some law enforcement agencies that are acting a bit absurd now. It can be said that the waste is used. All parties were shocked by this news. Many police officers of the same system also interceded for Lee Deputy Bureau. After all, there was a mistake, but there was no need to not even let him wear the police uniform. This was too cruel. But apparently, their plea was of no use. Instead they got the warning from the above: if they interceded again, they would all be dismissed. So far, there is no pleading voice inside. However, Lin Feng, the pupa who started this incident, and the grassroots police officers of the entire public security system were resentful, but more fearful. I don't know what kind of energy this ordinary businessman has to say that a police uniform of a hall-level cadre can be stripped off. Terrible. This person cannot be offended. The media was also in an uproar. Unexpectedly, a national cadre at the head office level was dismissed after saying that he was dismissed. However, thinking of all this, I am afraid that Lin Feng played a role in it. And he was even more speechless and frightened by Lin Feng, especially when this month's Time magazine appeared before the eyes of many media. It was even more exclaimed. An ordinary dropout student with a net worth of 8.4 billion in 2 years and even appeared on the cover of Time magazine. It is a miracle that such a person is only 21 years old this year, and he gradually understands why Lee Deputy Bureau was fired. As for the heroes of all parties who had previously supported Lin Feng, they suddenly died down. A cadre at the main hall level dismissed, get out of class. If they make trouble again, I am afraid they will really get angry. Now Lin Feng is okay. Their favors for giving charcoal in the snow will naturally be recorded on Lin Feng's head, and naturally there is no need to toss about it. Liu Yinying, Wu Zhaopu and others also immediately resumed the operation of the Starting Point fast food restaurant and the Kunxing Charity Education Fund, and announced that Lin Feng would resume normal work after physical recovery, actively responding to the government's actions. Helpless, they did not expect that Lin Feng could really pick up the police uniform of a department-level cadre, and now they were afraid. I was really afraid that the senior management was dissatisfied with Lin Feng, so the company was closed. As for Lin Feng, after receiving the dismissal from Deputy Bureau Lee, he immediately applied for discharge. Don't behave if you are cheap. Mr. Z can see himself in person, and he has nothing to worry about. What's more, Team Liu has also passed the dangerous period, and after half a year's rest, he can once again become a vigorous man. However, Lin Feng had just left the hospital and was immediately surrounded by a crowd of reporters. Donglin, do you have anything else to say about this incident? Donglin, what do you think about you becoming the richest man in the mainland and getting on the cover of Time magazine? Many reporters questioned one after another, and Lin Feng was squeezing the water, but Lin Feng had many questions that were not easy to answer, especially about this incident. Lin Feng would never say more. To say more, it will cause unnecessary trouble. The only thing Lin Feng can do now is to remain silent and let this storm dissipate slowly over time. At this time, a group of brawny men with big waists separated many reporters and gathered around Lin Feng. Boss. The 11 bodyguards before Lin Feng in the Public Security Bureau bowed to Lin Feng. Although they are not very proficient in politics, they also know that Lee, who shot and wounded Liu Team this time, was fired. It must be Lin Feng who was behind the scenes. They are naturally very grateful to Lin Feng. Okay, let's go. Lin Feng patted everyone on the shoulders. Brother Meng, you are here too. Lin Feng saw Wang Meng as soon as he got in the car. Well, thank you, Lin Dong. Wang Meng nodded, his eyes shot with gratitude. Ha ha, yes, Team Liu got the gunshot wound for me, and I should seek justice for him. Lin Feng said softly. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to ask about the DV tape, but thinking about the presence of many reporters, it is inconvenient to ask. What's more, the matter is over, so there is no need to go into it further. In order to avoid unnecessary waves. Brother Xiaofeng. At this time, Huang Shuqi sitting in the rear driver's seat threw himself into Lin Feng's arms and hugged Lin Feng tightly. Okay, Shuqi, why are you crying? Am I okay? Lin Feng lightly patted Huang Shuqi's twitching shoulders, and sighed secretly. This time the prison disaster was quite rewarding. Not only did he see Mr. Zhu, and knocking the mountain to shake the tiger, in the next few years, there will be no need to worry about someone playing black hands. Brother Xiaofeng, you are fine. Huang Shuqi just wanted to hold Lin Feng tightly at the moment. She has been restless for the past 2 days, worrying about Lin Feng's safety. In the car, Lin Feng opened the phone to Liu Yinying. Wu Zhaopu and others called and informed them that he was okay. Of course, I didn't forget to call Zong Qingwu and others who supported me in the past 2 days to express my gratitude. However, in the past, without exception, congratulations to Lin Feng for becoming the richest man in mainland China, and at the same time on the cover of Time magazine. This is the supreme glory. Chinese people usually appear on the cover of Time magazine, and most of them are state leaders. As a young businessman like Lin Feng, he can be envied by being on the cover of Time magazine. Of course, in the end, Lin Feng did not forget to call Li Zhu and others. In the past few days, if Liu Yinying had not repeatedly discouraged Li Zhu and others from staying sensible and believing in Lin Feng, otherwise the girls would all go to Beijing. That would make Lin Feng passive. Maybe the one who will be waiting is not Mr. Zhu, but one. Paper seizure company order. Shuqi, I have been delayed for a few days here. I am going back to Shanghai. I will see you next time. Lin Feng sighed and patted the beautiful woman in his arms. This time this happened to me, and seeing Huang Shuqi now like this, I am afraid it is even more difficult to sort out the relationship between the two. However, Lin Feng didn't want to be too clear. After experiencing the case of the girl slaves of Irish Kazama, Lin Feng knew that he had changed a little, and he was not as dedicated to feelings as before. But for now, it's better to keep your distance. Well, Brother Xiaofeng, goodbye. Huang Shuqi jumped out of the car and waved goodbye. Shuqi, what's the matter? You seem to have something on your mind? Lin Feng saw that Huang Shuqi's eyes were hidden in his eyes. No. Nothing. Huang Shuqi shook her head. But Lin Feng is better sure that she must be okay. Let's say, now your Xiaofeng brother is the richest man in the mainland, there is nothing that can't be settled. Lin Feng gently stroked Huang Shuqi's head and said proudly, only now, Lin Feng can put on the airs of the richest man in the mainland. If I put the airs of the richest man in the mainland in front of outsiders, I am afraid that Lin Feng will be reprimanded for being arrogant. Of course, if someone really bullied him, Lin Feng would naturally be arrogant and domineering if he should be domineering. The richest man in the mainland must have the majesty of the richest man in the mainland. How can Xiao jump around in front of him? Brother Xiaofeng, it's not my business, but it has something to do with me. If Brother Xiaofeng has a way, please help her. After Huang Shuqi hesitated for a moment, he told Lin Feng the whole story. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 234 The Way of Rebirth. Huang Shuqi looked at Lin Feng pitifully. It turned out that the day after Huang Shuqi went out with Lin Feng, a boy who had failed to pursue Huang Shuqi took the opportunity to satirize Huang Shuqi's admiration for vanity. Li King, Huang Shuqi's roommate, couldn't see it and scolded the boy severely. Unexpectedly, the boy suddenly kissed Li King during the self-study class in the afternoon. Huang Shuqi and Tan Yutong were frightened at the time. Although they wanted to separate the two, the boy was strong and the two were afraid of hurting Li King. In the end, Li King let the boy kiss for 30 seconds. Afterwards, even though the boy was taken away by the security department, he spoke out loudly that he and Li King were friends with each other regardless of shame. In the end, the security department did not have the power to detain students, so it could only be let go. In the past 2 days, the school is still discussing how to deal with it, but the boy has been triumphant, boasting about his behavior when he meets everyone. As for Li King, because he was a local, he went home crying afterwards and didn't come to school for 2 days. Brother Xiaofeng, Li King is so pitiful. The boy is so disgusting, and took away Li King's first kiss. Li King now sees no one and just cries all day long," Huang Shuqi said indignantly, but her tone was full of Li King worries. Lin Feng shook his head straight after hearing this, but at the same time he felt fortunate. Fortunately, he didn't kiss Huang Shuqi strongly, otherwise Lin Feng might want to kill someone now. Although this matter didn't provoke Lin Feng's head, it attracted Huang Shuqi to it, especially when a boy bullied a girl like this. It was too shameless. Lin Feng decided to teach him a lesson. "Shuqi, call Li King. I have a way to help her out and let her forget about it forever," Lin Feng said. Huang Shuqi called Li King quickly, and after talking for a long time, Li King agreed to come over. Half an hour later, Li King with a haggard face came by car. Although it was September, it was still a bit hot, but Li King wrapped his whole body tightly, leaving Lin Feng speechless. "Isn't it just being kissed by someone? Taking the first kiss? Isn't it being raped? As for this, but this kind of thing is not easy to say. After all, everyone feels different. For some people, chastity is nothing, but for some people, the first kiss is extremely precious. Come with me." Lin Feng took Li King to the Peking University campus. "I won't go, I won't go." Li King struggled desperately, but was forcibly dragged into the school by Lin Feng. What are you doing?" The security division saw such a large group of people rushing into the school and wanted to stop it, but under Wang Meng's stare, he swallowed it back, but was afraid of the student's accident and immediately beat it. 110. "Where is he?" Lin Feng asked. "Brother Xiaofeng, what do you want to do? Do you want to beat him?" Huang Shuqi asked worriedly. Lin Feng brought in such a large group of people. "I'm afraid anyone would think so." Wang Meng and others thought the same way, but after listening to the story told by Huang Shuqi, now they saw Li King's haggard appearance, and their hearts were also uneasy. A man bullying a woman is a man, especially a girl who is so frivolous in class, is a beast. Lessons should be learned. Beat him? He is not worthy. I have a better way to teach this kind of person. Lin Feng said disdainfully. "Well, tell me where he is." Brother Xiaofeng, that's the one who is playing basketball." Huang Shuqi looked around, just in time to see the frivolous Li King boy playing on the court. "Go." Lin Feng pulled Li King straight to the stadium. Li King struggled even more when he saw the boy who kissed him forcibly, but Lin Feng couldn't let her break away. The heart disease must be treated with medicine. This time he not only taught the boy, but also helped Li King heal his heart disease. With a large group of people like Lin Feng, more than 10 men with big waists entered the stadium, which immediately aroused the ideas of all the students. The student who forcibly kissed Li King also saw Lin Feng and others under the reminder of the classmates beside him. Seeing such a large group of people coming over, my heart was flustered, but when I think about my father's strength in Beijing, his confidence is a lot, especially on the court. This group of people are all buddies, who want to fight. Grass, who are you afraid of? Yo, Li King. Why, miss me? Do you still want me to kiss you a few more times? Your mouth is slippery. The boy's extremely frivolous tone teased Li King. Lin Feng could clearly feel the violent shaking of Li King's whole body. "It was you who kissed Li King brazenly in class?" Lin Feng asked. Li King trembled even harder. "Who are you?" "It's not your turn to take care of the affairs between my girlfriend and I." The boy laughed after he finished speaking. Lin Feng sneered several times, with a look of disdain. The boy's face became stiff, but when he saw a group of bodyguards surround Lin Feng, his mouth moved, but he didn't reply in the end. Lin Feng. He is Lin Feng. But some people still recognized Lin Feng. After all, the hottest news in North X City in the past 2 days is Lin Feng. Especially because of him, a cadre at the department level has been dismissed from class. This is even more shocking news. What's more, after the new issue of Time magazine was released, Lin Feng was on the cover, and her runs China Mainland 100 Rich list. Lin Feng became the richest man in the mainland. Now Lin Feng's name is by no means limited to a certain field as before, but the whole country, Now Lin Feng is known to women and children. The 21-year-old richest man in mainland China started from scratch. He created his empire in 2 years. In particular, the Second World has developed into a multinational company and the first Chinese game company to enter Japan. The starting point fast food restaurant has become a domestic anti-foreign company. The vanguard of the fast food invasion, as well as the Star Charity Education Fund, benefited thousands of students. Dingdong.com and ICBC jointly launched the ISCO card. This series of miracles made Lin Feng the endorsement of miracle. Uproar. The whole school was shocked. No one thought that the richest man in mainland China would come to Peking University. 1 past 10, 10 past 100. This stadium with more than 10 basketball courts was quickly squeezed by the Peking University who came to hear the news. Everyone has to witness the appearance of the richest man in the mainland. In particular, many senior students hope to have any relationship with Lin Feng and pave the way for future job hunting. No just big Lucio rich, I'm not afraid of you, the boy said bitterly. But no one knew this was a strong support. Lin Feng ignored him, turned his head and gave a few words to the bodyguard beside him, and then a bodyguard beside him separated from the crowd and left. Why? I want to call someone. This is Peking University. I want to bully our Peking University students. It's not that easy. The boy wanted to pull Day on his side, but the companions around him had already doubled up after learning about Lin Feng's identity. With his eyes gleaming, he almost came to worship Lin Feng as the boss. The boys became angry for a while. He wanted to escape, but he was surrounded by people, and he couldn't run if he wanted to. Not long after, the bodyguard came back and whispered a few words in Lin Feng's ear. What I don't want to do. I just want you to know that good and evil will be rewarded in the end. I don't care if you bully others, and I don't care, but if you bully my friend, I have to control it. Lin Feng said coldly. What do you want to do? The boy asked nervously. Catch him to me. Lin Feng gave an order, and 2 bodyguards grabbed the boy from side to side. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Do you want to hit someone? The richest man in mainland hit someone, and the richest man in mainland hit someone. The boy was so excited that he shouted desperately. People always sympathize with the weak. When he shouted, many people began to fight for him. They accused Lin Feng of bullying others, accused him of bullying a Peking University son, the richest man in mainland China, and some even said that Lin Feng was tarnishing Peking University for a while. In the meantime, the proud man of these days criticized Lin Feng as a bad and rich man who could only bully others, humiliate people, and corrupt social morals. What are you shouting? When he kissed Li King forcibly in class, where were you guards? Why didn't you come out to scold him and stop him? Lin Feng roared, and pointed at the group fiercely. A group of people were speechless. Thousands of people were suppressed by Lin Feng's momentum. They were silent and afraid to speak. You, come here. Lin Feng pointed to a girl who had just squeezed in from the crowd. What's the matter? The female grows up more hibiscus than hibiscus. At the first glance, people don't want to eat. At the second glance, they feel nauseous. And at the third glance, they want to kill themselves with a knife. You kiss him in the past. I will give you 100 yuan per second. How many seconds will I give you for the kiss? Lin Feng said. Uproar. Everyone didn't expect Lin Feng to be like this, and they couldn't help but look weird. As for the boy who was held by the 2 bodyguards, he looked panicked. The girl in front of him was too ugly. She was taller than him and had thicker arms. Especially the yellow teeth was extremely disgusting. Damn, when did Peking University have such a superb woman? Don't come over, don't come over. The boy struggled desperately, but under the control of the 2 bodyguards. He couldn't move at all. Seeing the girl who looked like a Yasha getting closer and closer, especially when he left, he didn't forget to lick his tongue. The meal was also spit out overnight. Wow, the boy yelled, but the Yasha girl had already kissed. Nausea. Many onlookers felt nauseous, but thinking that the boy had kissed Li King so strongly before, seeing Li King's haggard appearance, The balance in his heart gradually turned towards Li King. Especially for Lin Feng to retaliate against the boy like this, it feels even more interesting. No one scolds Lin Feng for bullying others anymore. Instead, many students start to count the time that the girl who is like a Yasha kisses. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. After 1 minute and 20 seconds, the Yasha-like girl let go of the boy and took a long breath. As for the boy, half a minute after the Yasha girl kissed him, he passed out. How many seconds is the boss? The Yasha girl's eyes lit up. 1 minute and 20 seconds. But you performed well. I will give you 10,000 yuan. Lin Feng directly took out a stack of money and handed it to the Yasha girl. There was a sigh of onlookers, and they could make 10,000 yuan in 1 minute and 20 seconds. This money is too good to make. I had known that they would also make it, but I also knew in my heart that it was not easy to make this money. Lin Feng was avenging the boy, and he had to be such a top Yasha girl. After a few minutes, the boy regained consciousness, and saw the Yasha girl counting money there, vomiting violently. I'm going to sue you. The boy had tears in his eyes, and was forced to kiss by such a girl for 80 seconds. He would have nightmares for the rest of his life. At this time, the Yasha girl finished counting the money and carried it into her pocket proudly, but at this time, a water bag fell off her body. Oh my god, this water bag is not easy to use, and it's too heavy. It's not good to be a girl. The Yasha girl took a mouthful of Shandong accent, uncovered the wig on her head, and then took off her clothes to reveal her sturdiness. The chest muscles and the fingers. Do not forget to buckle the nostrils. The crowd watched, suddenly vomiting collectively. As for the boy, he passed out directly. Before fainting, there was a word in my mouth. I was kissed by a man. It turns out that this Yasha girl is not a girl at all, but a man. Pretending to be a girl like a Yasha, but reverting to a man's costume. I am afraid that Yasha will vomit when he sees him. Vomiting, vomiting, shocked countless talents of Peking University. This is also Lin Feng's strategy. I deliberately find a boy who is so ugly and disguise himself as a woman, so that at first the boy was kissed by the girl. Although he was ugly, he could barely accept it in his heart. But when he finally accepted the fact that he was forcibly kissed by a Yasha girl, and then discovered that the Yasha girl was actually a boy, it would definitely become a nightmare for his life. What's the matter? At this moment, the police sirens sounded and a 110 came in. Just now I received a call from the security department of Peking University saying that someone came to make trouble at Peking University, and 110 rushed over immediately. After all, this is the highest institution in the country, and if someone is making trouble here, they dare not come. Comrade police, it's okay. It's just that this boy likes this boy, and the two are kissing in the playground. Lin Feng said lightly. The 4 policemen looked at the boy who could scare Yasha to death, and then at the boy who had just woke up over there. When they remembered the scene of the two kissing, they suddenly vomited. Especially that made Yasha also vomit. The boy also asked if he wanted to kiss. The stomach acid in the body of the 110 policemen couldn't help but surge up. Police, police, I want to make a complaint, they are indecent to me. The boy woke up to see the policeman, his face was full of tears, and he rushed over to hold the policeman's leg. Indecent to you? Several policemen were taken aback. Comrade police, I didn't insult him. We really love each other. The boy who scared Yasha to death said with his nostrils. Taking people's money and wealth, and eliminating disasters with people, the play will naturally have to be a complete set. Vomiting, vomiting. Everyone vomited again. Comrade police, these people are not from the school. The security guard pointed to Lin Feng and others with a grim expression. The 110 who recovered and looked at Lin Feng. It was indeed not like a student. Especially Wang Meng and others. They were all strong and powerful. Hey! What are you doing? Lin Feng looked at 110 and smiled. One of the policemen stared and exclaimed, I said you, why laugh? Answer. A policeman was upset by Lin Feng's smile, pointing to Lin Feng and asking. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by the police who had just exclaimed, what are you doing? Go, go, This is the plague god. God of plague? What kind of plague? Hurry up, or else we will be unlucky. Lee Deputy Bureau was trimmed by him and even the police uniform was stripped off. Let's count on the green onion. Let's go. The policeman who recognized Lin Feng pulled his companion and went up. 110 police cars. What? This plague god? Several exclamations came from the 110 police car. After a few seconds, the 110 police car whistled and left. Police, police, I want to call the police. The boy cried loudly. At this time, Li King, who had been frowning, finally laughed. I have to say that although Li King is not the beauty of heaven, he laughs pretty well. No wonder the boy would kiss her forcibly. However, after hearing 110 call himself the god of plague, and even after recognizing himself, he ran away without paying attention. Lin Feng touched his cheek. Is he so terrible now? Lin Feng didn't want to think about it either. He said that he would take off the police uniforms of Lee Deputy Bureau, a state-level cadre at the department level. This word has already spread to the cadres of North X City. Everyone was still watching the jokes, but in the end Deputy Li's police uniform was really picked off. This kind of person is not a plague god. Who dares to offend? Shuki, how is it? How did I handle it? Lin Feng did so much, not for Li King, but for Huang Shuqi. Brother Xiaofeng is the best. Huang Shuqi clapped her hands and shouted. She also didn't expect Lin Feng to tease the boy who forcibly kissed Li King in this way, but this method was undoubtedly very effective. In the way of the other, return to the body. Thank you. After this scene, Li King also forgot the first kiss that was taken away by the boy. After all, it wouldn't be a big deal after all this happened. But I am very grateful for Lin Feng to vent her anger for her. Okay, let's go. Lin Feng led everyone straight away. As for the poor boy, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape his nightmare. For countless nights, a boy would always have a girl who kissed him forcefully in his dreams, and when they kissed him forcefully, they would turn into a man who made him vomit. On the way, Lin Feng also met the principal of Peking University who had come after hearing the news. Regarding Lin Feng's disturbance at Peking University today, the president of Peking University did not blame Lin Feng, but instead invited Lin Feng, hoping that when he would come to teach Peking University students the way to success. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to refuse, but under Huang Shuqi's plea, he also thought about a high school graduate giving lessons to Peking University. It was also quite interesting, so he agreed and promised to come to Peking University when he had free time. What is the way to success? Okay, Shuqi, this is the phone number of the Beijing branch of the Lania Security Company. Call this phone if you have anything to do. Also, this is an anti-wolf spray. There is a box here. You and your friends will take it with you. If you don't have any, call them to ask for it. Remember, don't be eaten tofu like this. Lin Feng said worriedly. Hee, don't worry, Xiaofeng brother, people know. In Huang Shuqi's sweet laughter, Lin Feng left Beijing and set foot on the plane back to Shanghai. But as soon as he arrived in Shanghai, Lin Feng received a call from Director Zhao of Shanghai Oriental Television. Donglin, Fox is calling. I hope you can go to the United States to discuss with you about Supergirl. They seem to want to produce the same show. Tai Chang Zhao said proudly. Fox is one of the most successful TV stations in the United States. Now they are also coming to learn from a Chinese TV station. This is a very glorious thing. Fox. Lin Feng was taken aback, but then agreed. It's time to go to the United States to buy 3D engine technology for the company. Recently, too many things have been delayed. This matter can't be delayed any longer. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 235 Countdown to 9.11 Fox's invitation call made Lin Feng decide to take the opportunity to buy a 3D engine in the United States. The target was naturally the 3D engine of Quake 2, which is undoubtedly the best first-person shooter game in the game industry today. Its engine is also the best engine today. But when he talked about his trip to the United States, Lin Feng looked at his watch and gave a weird smile. Today, September 8, 2001, is only 2 days away from the September 11th terrorist attack that shocked the world. It is really interesting to go to the United States at this time. However, Lin Feng was not afraid. The 4 planes hijacked in the September 11th incident all took off from Boston to New York. They were in Los Angeles and did not conflict. As for reminding the US government, Lin Feng is not that great yet. Although I am no longer the angry youth of the year, there is no need to remind the United States. As for how many Americans died, Lin Feng didn't bother to care. It would be better if the United States collapsed because of this. What's more, remind me now that I can treat myself as a suspect if I can't do it. As for taking the opportunity to make a fortune in the stock market, Lam Feng is going to buy stock index futures after going to the United States. However, Lin Feng had just arrived in Shanghai and was not ready to go to the villa to pack his luggage and go to Los Angeles. The people waiting for Lin Feng were all journalists from all walks of life. The nationwide shock just happened in Beijing. The innocent richest man was arrested. In the incident, a cadre at the department level was directly dismissed and dealt with. This has left many journalists unheard of. What's more, Lin Feng is now 21 years old, becoming the richest man in mainland China, and he is also on the cover of Time magazine. This is too newsworthy. The nearly crazy enthusiasm of the media reporters made Lin Feng feel overwhelmed. After following Lin Feng's Mercedes-Benz all the way to Sijiayuan, many reporters still stationed outside the gate of Sijiayuan. The enthusiasm of the reporters made Lin Feng feel after becoming the richest man. Troubles. When you are not famous, you want to be famous. Only when I became famous did I realize that it is better not to be famous. Not only these reporters, but even those who were traveling in the first-class cabin of the plane just now were all successful people, but their attitude towards Lin Feng was extremely diligent. Those who had no words to talk to and Lin Feng took home routines. There are also flight attendants, who are even more flirtatious. After all, the 21-year-old richest man in mainland China is too attractive. Even if Lin Feng has a real celebrity girlfriend, he still can't stop other women from fighting the fire. Lin Feng had to admit that sometimes men get bad when they have money, and sometimes it's not all men's fault. It's just because women will voluntarily rush over and dedicate themselves. Faced with this irresistible beautiful temptation, Lin Feng believed that no one would resist unless the eunuch or homosexuality. Resist once, can you resist twice, 3 times, or even more? In trouble, Lin Feng returned to the villa. As soon as he arrived at the villa, Lisa threw himself into Lin Feng's arms, crying. Lin Feng knew that these 2 days would definitely make Lisa particularly worried, but there are some things that cannot be told to her. Otherwise it will worry her even more. Yu, look, I'm not okay, and this kind of thing will never happen again. This is Lin Feng's biggest gain this time, especially when there is a business card of Mr. Zhu's secretary in his pocket, which is even more so. Lam Feng's death-free gold medal in distress. Brother Lin, congratulations on your safe return. Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi both had reddened eyes. Obviously, they were also worried about Lin Feng in the past 2 days. Brother Lin, if they dared to treat the richest man like this in Europe, it would have been a big trouble. Algra said with a little disdain. Obviously he didn't understand China's national conditions. Okay, thank you for your concern. But I'm going to the US soon. Yu, can you help me prepare my luggage? Lin Feng patted Lisa lightly. Ah, Brother Lin. Are you going out again? Lisa's face was lonely. Well, it's okay, I'll be back in a few days. Lin Feng gently kissed Lisa's forehead and said to the 4 girls, yes, now your brother Lin has become the richest man in mainland China, and you are so worried. This time I go to the United States. What kind of gift I will give you when I come back? Mysterious gift. The 4 girls were stunned. Well, I believe you will like it. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously, then pulled Lisa into the room, watching Lisa help him pack his luggage, and talking sweet words to Lisa. Feelings are like this. We must communicate frequently, and often talk nonsense without any nutrition. so as to keep the relationship between the two people from deteriorating. Big Brother Lin, everything is packed up. Alas, if I don't want to help Al grow with a few shows and other contracts, I really want to go with Big Brother Lin, Lisa said bitterly. Lin Feng sighed, did not speak, just hugged Lisa tightly, feeling each other's tenderness. By the way, Brother Lin, how is Shuki? There is a madness on the internet, saying that the richest man in mainland China is making trouble at Peking University. Many people criticize you for being young and frivolous and arrogant, Lisa said bitterly. Hee, let them talk. But Shuki is fine. At Peking University, I helped her classmates vent their anger. Lin Feng told Lisa the whole story. After listening, Lisa was happy. Brother Lin, you are too bad. That boy might have a lifetime nightmare. Lisa covered his mouth and laughed. By the way, Yu, there are still a few hours to get on the plane, it's not as good as us. Lin Feng was ambiguous, biting Lisa's earlobe, touched his hands from the bottom edge of the loose shirt, and held it. To Mount Everest. Yu, it seems a little bigger. Lin Feng exclaimed. Lisa's cheeks are redder. His hands are pushing Lin Feng slightly, but his eyes are closed. His face is flushed, especially attractive. Brother Lin, it's still daytime. And they are all here. Lisa grew shy and buried his head tightly in Lin Feng's arms. It doesn't matter, Yu, I miss you so much. Under Lin Feng's aggression, Lisa quickly sank. Proclaim fornication by day. Lin Feng likes the golden blush on Lisa's face during the day, especially when Lisa is as shy as the first night when he gets in touch with each other. He can always give Lin Feng unlimited impulse and passion, especially his desire to refuse. Ying's shyness can always make people want to stop. In this respect, Erisa Kazama is another passion. It is the wildest desire to tease a man, and it is a kind of conquest. After a lot of cloud and rain, the cloud and rain in his arms have not disappeared, and the blushing face of Lisa, Lin Feng always has endless tenderness and sweetness. But this sweet time was broken by a phone call. Donglin, I have arrived in Shanghai, and the 3-player samples have come out. Come and see. If you think it is possible, you can prepare for mass production. Tan Zai's excited voice came over the phone. Well, I'm coming right away. Lin Feng deeply kissed Lisa, and after bidding farewell to the girls, he got up and rushed to the Second World office with his luggage. Friends of wisdom. After Lin Feng left, the 3 girls screamed and ran towards Lin Feng's room. Hey, why don't you guys come in? Lisa was ashamed. Now she has no trace. How can she see people? Zhu, The 3 girls had already barged in, looking at Lisa, who was flushed with shame, with a smirk. The 4 girls huddled together. Donglin, this is the sample of the MP3 player just off the production line. As long as Donglin approves it, it can be mass-produced. Tanzi cautiously held a rectangular, beautiful-looking technology product to Lin Feng. His tone was extremely excited. Although it is not the first time that Lin Feng has come into contact with an MP3 player, he received his companions' first MP3 player. Like Danzi, he felt a burst of excitement from the depths of his heart. This MP3 player is modeled after Apple's iPod, but it is different from the silver and other plain colors used in the first generation of iPod. Lin Feng directly requested that the shell be colored, brilliantly colored. Now is the 21st century. Young people like to show off and show their personality, like trends, and like beautiful things. In terms of appearance, this MP3 player is better than Apple's first generation iPod. In terms of touch, MP3 player shells are generally divided into 3 types. Metal is the best, followed by rubber, and engineering plastics is the worst. Lin Feng's request is to choose the metal shell with the best feel. Although this MP3 player is priced at less than 300 yuan, it does not give people the feeling of parallel or inferior products. Especially the positioning of MP3 players is young people. Young people hate that kind of parallel imports that feel uncomfortable to the touch. There is no problem with the shape and appearance, and then there is the connotation of the MP3 player sound quality. Lin Feng put on his headphones, listened to a few symphonies and a few cappella songs, feeling very satisfied. At least whether it is treble or bass, for ordinary listeners like Lin Feng, it is enough to meet the needs. After all, Philips decoding chip is selected, one of the two best decoding chip manufacturers in the world. Yes, it is produced in this way. But Mr. Dan, there are more sets of molds prepared. The appearance cannot be single. The overall shape is the same, but the details must be changed. First, temporarily develop 12 sets of zodiac molds. Yes, still there are 12 constellation molds. I think young people must like them very much. Of course, each model must have a different color. The largest mainstream consumer group of MP3 players is young people, and the demand for colors must be colorful. Lin Feng said, well, but in this way, the cost will be very high, and the cost of the mold will be very high. I am afraid that the final profit will be about 3%. Tanzi frowned. It is really not worthwhile to invest so much money in this profit. Enough, Mr. Dan. We just need to make sure that the MP3 player does not lose money. What I want to earn is the money users download MP3. Although each MP3 download is only 1 point, but the number of downloads is large, the profit is very substantial. Of course, it all depends on how many MP3s we can eventually sell. Lin Feng said with vision. Haha, Lin Dong is really a clever plan. With such MP3 quality and price, I think it is difficult for other companies to compete with us. By the way, Lin Dong, Intel has already sent 1,032M and 1,064M flash memory chips to our company. After building momentum some time ago, many domestic companies have launched mobile flash memory. However, their prices are too high and they have begun to consult us. Tanzi smiled triumphantly. This is all from his plan. Now major domestic mobile flash memory, the company was almost played in the palm of his hand. I'm all up to you in this regard. By the way, a software must be developed to connect the MP3 player to the computer. In this regard, Li Yuan will cooperate with you. In order to make a set of software to prevent pirated downloads, Lin Feng let Li Yuan cooperate with Tanzi temporarily to develop a complete set of software for him. By the way, Lin Dong, what is the name of this MP3 player? Tanzi asked. First name? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Just call it Phantom. All the players who buy our Mezzo. The trademark is cursive or artistic characters with the word my. In short, you decide on the trademark. Lin Feng thought of one of the 6 major races in the vast world of Kyushu, Mezzo. I feel very appropriate. In the future, all consumers who have bought this Phantom will automatically become a member of Mezzo, and may also take this opportunity to set up a club. Then I'm busy. I believe that when Lin Dong returns from the United States, the Phantom will be listed. Tanzi said expectantly. Lin Feng nodded and bid farewell to Tanzi before leaving, took the time to look at Yuan Xianglai. After this 13-year-old girl came to Lin Feng Company, she began to receive second world training. All-round training in Chinese dialect, Chinese literature, singing, dance, etc. Training 12 hours a day. But to the surprise of the trainer, Hara Xiangrai is only 13 years old, but she can endure hardships and never shouts tired. Coupled with Hara Xiangrai's congenital conditions, everyone is unanimously optimistic about her future prospects. After confessing to Wu Xiaopu and Liu Yinying, Lin Feng called Huron specifically to express his gratitude. Huron's top 100 rich lists in mainland China usually only appeared in Time magazine in October. This time it was released in September. There is no doubt that he gave himself a favor in this incident. For Lin Feng's gratitude, Huron just smiled and said that he hoped that Lin Feng could participate in the Huron Wealth Forum he held at the end of the year. In this regard, Lin Feng naturally agreed. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng embarked on a plane to the United States. This incident is 61 hours away from the 9.11 incident and the 902 impact incident. On the plane, Lin Feng checked Fox's information through the internet. Among the national television stations in the United States, the most famous ones are ABC American Broadcasting Corporation, CBS, NBC National Broadcasting Corporation, Fox Broadcasting Corporation, etc. Fox was established late October 1986, a newly established commercial television network in the United States. In April 1987, the radio network simulcast program began to be aired, headquartered in Los Angeles. But the boss behind the scenes is Murdoch. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. He lashed out at Murdoch last time, and now he wants to cooperate with him. I have to say that life is wonderful. Fox's ace program is naturally American Idol, but it has not been created yet. This time I invited Lin Feng to serve as a temporary consultant, obviously for this future American ace program American Idol. After a 12-hour flight, Lin Feng finally set foot on the land of Los Angeles. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support genuine reading. Chapter 236 American Idol? At 8 a.m. on September 9, 2009, Lin Feng arrived in Los Angeles. At this time, there are 49 hours before the 9.11 impact. The city of Los Angeles, referred to as LA, is located in California, USA. It is the largest city in California and the second largest city in the United States after New York City. It is also known as the City of Angels. For the whole world, Los Angeles is undoubtedly the most famous Hollywood, and of course, Disneyland. For sports fans, there is also a very famous NBA basketball team, the Los Angeles Lakers, the pride of this city. After Lin Feng arrived in Los Angeles, Fox TV station had sent someone to pick up Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, our producer has been waiting for you for a long time. These are. The American guy in charge of the pickup did not expect Lin Feng and his party to have 5 people. Originally he thought that Lin Feng came alone, but unexpectedly brought 4 burly bodyguards with serious faces. One of his cars simply can't hold so many people. They are my bodyguards. Okay, we just need to take a taxi. Lin Feng went straight to stop the taxi. Although the American guy who picked up the plane thought this was a bit rude, it could only be so. However, I was really surprised that Lin Feng brought bodyguards. Secretly guessing what kind of big person Lin Feng is in his mind, he actually wants to hire 4 bodyguards. Although Lin Feng has been on the cover of Time magazine, this pickup guy is just an ordinary American worker. Although he occasionally reads Time magazine, how can he pay attention to a rich man in a faraway country on the other side of the ocean? Therefore, he did not know Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also helpless. Usually he only brought 2 bodyguards. But Wang Meng said that Lin Feng now has a different identity. He is the richest man in the mainland, and he brought more bodyguards to prevent accidents. Therefore, Lin Feng specially replaced 4 special soldiers who had been retired from a secret army as Lin Feng bodyguards. Among the 4, 1 is good at all kinds of transportation, except that airplanes and ships can't posture. Any transportation is fine. 1 is good at multi-language. 1 is good at various high-tech products, and the other is good at finance. But an extremely powerful trader. This time Lin Feng is planning to fiercely speculate in the US stock index futures. Of course, these are the talents of the 4, and what the 4 are best at is fighting and firearms. No, in Wang Meng's words, it was murder. A soldier who has undergone special training can no longer be called a soldier, but a killing machine. These 4 will also become Lin Feng's personal bodyguards for a long time in the future. Not long after, Lin Feng followed the American guy who picked up the plane to the Fox headquarters. Mr. Lin, welcome. The producers were Nigel Lesge and Ken Warwick, who saw Lin Feng approaching with an insincere smile. Mr. Lin, your country's Supergirl is very successful, but we think we can make it even more successful. So we specially asked Mr. Lin to assist us. Although Ken Warwick's tone is extremely enthusiastic, but the words his contempt is undoubtedly obvious. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This kind of superior tone made Lin Feng extremely annoying. Mr. Lin, This is the contract we prepared for you. The contract stipulates that Lin Feng will be invited to stay in Los Angeles for 3 days to give pointers and suggestions on our American Idol project. We will pay Mr. Lin $30,000 remuneration in US dollars. Of course, we will also bear the air tickets for Mr. Lin's coming and going, as well as the accommodation for the 3 days. Nigel Lesge handed Lin Feng a contract from the side. Lin Feng frowned again. The two men's attitude towards themselves was really annoying, and they almost regarded themselves as begging beggars. Lin Feng didn't know that the reason for the two people's hostility towards Lin Feng was that apart from being a producer of gold medals and despising Chinese TV programs themselves, what was more important was that this American Idol was the president of Fox Television, Roger A.I. It was decided by Els, after an accidental discovery of Supergirl, which was popular in China. Roger Ayres saw the prospect of the show at a glance. Therefore, I downloaded all the videos of the Supergirl Shanghai division from the internet. After watching carefully, he immediately called a meeting with his staff, and passed the American Idol plan, appointing the gold medal producers Nigel Lessig and Ken Warwick, producer of American Idol. However, in order to avoid the failure of American Idol, the cautious Roger Ayres called the director of Shanghai Oriental television station Zhao, hoping to send someone to serve as a temporary consultant. Therefore, Director Zhao recommended Lin Feng. But this is an insult to Nigel Lessig and Ken Warwick, who are already gold medal producers. Isn't it a joke to let Chinese people serve as consultants? Can the Chinese make movies and TV? The two looked down on Chinese TV programs, so their attitude towards Lin Feng was naturally very bad. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with this contract? $30,000 in 3 days. Ken Warwick said contemptuously. Mr. Warwick, I'm here to be invited by your company's president Roger Ayres. I don't want your country to imitate my country's Supergirl so much that it fails to come. Instead of taking this mere $30,000. Lin Feng sneered at each other. Nigel Lessig and Ken Warwick flushed with anger on the spot when they heard that, when a middle-aged man walked in. Ah, Mr. Lin is here. Welcome, welcome. I am Roger Ayres, the president of Fox, and welcome you. Roger Ayres immediately stepped forward when he saw Lin Feng with a warm expression on his face. Roger, if you want to hire this person as a consultant, I won't be the producer. Nigel Lesge said angrily. Me too. A Chinese who knows what TV is like playing the piano indiscriminately. Ken Warwick said in unison. Roger Ayres frowned, and he didn't expect that the three of them had just met. Mr. Lin, please have a cup of coffee. Roger Ayres ordered someone to bring coffee, and dragged Nigel Lessig and Ken Warwick to the side office. What's the matter? Roger asked. Roger, this Chinese is too rude. We don't want to cooperate with a rude Chinese. Ken said angrily. Thinking of Lin Feng's expression and tone just now, he felt uncomfortable. Isolate and rude. Roger shook his head. Well, anyway, American Idol is also borrowed from Supergirl. For the future of American Idol, we have to ask him more. Roger said. You don't have to give this Chinese $30,000. It's too high. Nigel protested. High? Roger shook his head helplessly, and handed Nigel a copy of Time magazine. Take a look. Boss, is this the Chinese just now? Nigel took the magazine, just glanced at it, and yelled in surprise. Ken also leaned over, and after reading it, he also looked horrified. Yes, this Lin Feng earned $1 billion in 2 years and became the richest man in mainland China. How can people value this mere $30,000? I'm afraid that this $30,000 will not move him and will be regarded as an insult. After all, American Idol also borrowed from the Supergirl he conceived. The two of you temporarily put aside the gold medal producer and cooperate with him. Roger first praised Lin Feng, and occasionally calmed the two of them. We America people are the most powerful nation in the world. Although the idea of American Idol comes from his Supergirl, we can definitely do better. You have to prove this for the Americans. Roger did not lose his position as Fox president, and a few words reversed the emotions of the two of them. However, the two of them were still extremely indifferent to Lin Feng, but they finally did not mock Lin Feng anymore. But even if they mock Lin Feng, they will only take their own humiliation. Lam Feng can earn $1 billion in 2 years and has the qualifications to let anyone fall for it. To mock Lin Feng, I am afraid that Bill Gates is here and he is not qualified. Mr. Lin, in addition to hiring you as a temporary consultant this time, I also want to invite you to participate in one of our talk shows. Originally, Roger only wanted to invite Lin Feng as a temporary consultant, but this issue of Time magazine Lin Feng became the cover character and the richest man in mainland China. Roger will naturally not let this news hotspot be. He believes that the American people must really want to know about this 21-year-old young man who has earned $1 billion in 2 years. Knowing that at the same age, Bill Gates was still in college. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He wasn't here to get Fox ratings this time. What's more, this can easily invite the richest man in mainland China, which is too worthless. Originally wanted to refuse, but seeing the name of the talk show and the host, Lin Feng immediately agreed. Okay, no problem. Lin Feng thought for a while and asked, the talk show is about thinking about what to say, right? If I accidentally say something wrong, will it cause any bad consequences for your station? Ha ha, Mr. Lin, rest assured, this is the United States. Free speech. Roger heard that Lin Feng agreed to participate in the talk show. Dealer, for Lin Feng's question, shook his head, repeatedly asking Lin Feng to feel relieved. Ha, I see. Lin Feng gave a smirk. Well, thank you Mr. Lin for your face. The program is scheduled to be broadcasted nationwide at 7:30 tomorrow night. These are some questions that may be asked. Please prepare more for Mr. Lin. Roger is very efficient and works in Lin Feng. Everything was arranged before getting off the plane, but now it was just waiting for Lin Feng to nod. But when he was happy, he didn't notice the smirk on Lin Feng's face. Otherwise, perhaps, he will definitely prevent Lin Feng from participating in this talk show. Lin Feng looked at the questions. They were all about how to make a fortune, and some questions about the future economy. But he certainly wouldn't ask these questions when he thought of the host of this show. After Roger left, he immediately tore it up and threw it away. 2. Can you start? Lin Feng sat down in his seat, holding the American Idol project case and said. Nigel and Ken looked at each other helplessly, and began to discuss some details of American Idol with Lin Feng. But once they started working, Nigel and Ken let go of their prejudice against Lin Feng, or the Chinese, and began to discuss all the details about American Idol. Lam Feng had to admit that Nigel and Ken did not lose the gold medal in the United States. This project has already made up for many loopholes in Supergirl and commercialized it. The possible profits will be far greater, more than Supergirl. However, Lin Feng still raised a few details that they did not pay attention to. The American Idol stipulated by Nigel and Ken stipulates that all Americans over the age of 18 can participate, but there is no upper limit. In the later American Idol programs, there were incidents of 70-year-old men participating. This undoubtedly did not conform to the purpose of American Idol, and the audience did not like to watch the performances of 70-year-old men. Lin Feng directly asked him to be an American citizen between 18 and 28 years old. Nigel and Ken immediately woke up, and their eyes looked at Lin Feng with a hint of reluctant appreciation. On the judges and host, Nigel and Ken have been undecided. Both of them have their own candidates, but they are not the best. Not everyone has their own shortcomings, and neither can persuade each other. When they came back, they quarreled in front of Lin Feng. This also allowed Lin Feng to see the other side of American work. Hot. The relationship between the two people used to be seen as close as brothers, but now they are quarreling. They are like enemies, fighting each other on the basis of reason, not giving way. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. The two fire-breathing monsters almost deafened his ears. Well, I have a few candidates. Lin Feng told the host and judges of the popular American Idol in the future for his own ears. The host, Ryan Seacrest, was named the sexiest man in Los Angeles because of American Idol. The three judges are the beautiful and sexy Paula Abdul, the black Randy Jackson with a unique commentary style, and the British Simon Cowell, who is hated by all contestants but is loved by the audience. Looking at the talents recommended by Lin Feng, and then finding out the deeds of the four on the internet, Nigel and Ken looked very weird. These four are really suitable, and they are definitely the best candidates. But it happened that they were raised by the Chinese, who they looked down upon, which embarrassed the two of them. After the two murmured a few words, the following discussion began. For the original 3-day meeting, Lin Feng only finished it in half a day. The efficiency of his work surprised Nigel and Ken again. Although he was still extremely cold towards Lin Feng and was not convinced between his words, he had already acknowledged Lin Feng's ability in his heart. This Chinese is not easy. The next day, while waiting for the evening talk show, Lin Feng went to Hollywood. At this time, at 8 a.m. on September 10, 2009, Lin Feng arrived in Los Angeles. At this time, there are still 25 hours before the 9.11 impact. Lin Feng went to Hollywood today, mainly to find Wentworth Miller, the actor of one of Fox's most successful TV series Prison Break. Mike Schofield. Yesterday's half-day contact with Nigel and Ken, although the cooperation was very pleasant, but Nigel and Ken's contempt for Chinese TV and TV producers during their conversation made Lin Feng extremely uncomfortable. In one night of contemplation last night, Lin Feng moved his heart to film a TV series. What's more, I once boasted about going to Haiku in South Korea. In 5 years, I made the three of Lisa become movie queens. It's time to fulfill my promise. Besides, making TV shows can also make money. Lin Feng's first goal is naturally his favorite American drama Prison Break. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 237, 10 Years of Grinding a Sword. On September 10, 2001, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng arrived in Hollywood, 23 hours before 9.11. Hollywood, translated as Hollywood in Hong Kong, is the world's most famous film and television entertainment and tourist hotspot. It is located in the northwestern suburbs of Los Angeles, California, and is a neighboring area of Los Angeles. It only takes more than 40 minutes to go from Los Angeles to Hollywood by bus. Instead of taking a rented Lincoln car, Lin Feng took 2 bodyguards on the bus to enjoy the scenery of Los Angeles along the way. As for the other 2 bodyguards, Lin Feng arranged to help him speculate in US stock index futures. Of course, Lin Feng ordered to buy and sell with all his strength. Although the 2 bodyguards, especially the one who is proficient in finance, didn't quite understand, they still followed Lin Feng's orders and tried their best to buy and sell. I have to say that when you get to Hollywood, you feel like you are in a movie scene. You can see actors who have been called by names or cannot be named in movies or TV shows almost everywhere. Of course, the real top big-name superstars are still easy to see. Wentworth Miller, Lin Feng muttered, but didn't know where to find him. He is still a small clerk who serves tea to celebrities in his office and buys sandwiches. With so many film companies in Hollywood, it is really not easy to find a small clerk. Boss, be careful, the bodyguard reminded him. Lin Feng was taken aback, then looked at his feet. A lovely 3-month-old golden retriever was peeing. But what is ridiculous is that the golden retriever is wearing a diaper. But right now, the diapers were wet, and the urine was dripping out of it, and a few drops even splashed on the legs of Lin Feng's trousers. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, which was unlucky enough. But at the same time, I also lamented Americans' public health awareness that a dog must wear diapers when going to the street. Sorry, sir, Tim has a bad stomach for the past few days, so I can't help it. A man apologized softly, squatted down to change the diaper of golden retriever, and at the same time used the cotton cloth that he carried with him on the floor. Wipe clean the urine. After wiping, the man stood up, twisted his eyebrows, and looked sorry and helpless at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng saw the man's appearance clearly and was stunned. Sir, sir." The man pushed Lin Feng gently. "Field Mike Schofield." Lin Feng yelled. Who would have thought that the idol who had been searching for a long time would appear in front of him like this? The crowd looked for him thousands of times, and suddenly looked back, but the person was there, dimly lit. Looking at the familiar smile that made the woman fall for it, Lin Feng shook his head straight. Who could have thought of meeting Mike Schofield like this? And he was actually changing diapers for the golden retriever. "Sir, did you recognize the wrong person?" Mike Schofield looked blank. "Oh, no, Wentworth Miller." "You are Wentworth Miller." Lin Feng patted his forehead and shook his head helplessly. "Hey, sir, who are you? How do you know my name?" Wentworth Miller looked surprised. He don't care who I am. In short, I'm here to invite you to make a TV series, and I want you to play the leading role. Lin Feng's mood gradually calmed down. Playing a TV series, actor. Wentworth Miller's eyes lit up, but looking at Lin Feng was a little puzzled. Lin Feng knew what he was wondering about. He was a yellow-skinned Chinese, and it was the first time that the two met. He said that he was invited to play the leading role, and no one would believe it. Lin Feng thought for a while and found a way. Lin Feng looked around, ran to the newsstand in front, and bought a copy of Time magazine. "Look, this is me." Lin Feng handed the magazine to Wentworth Miller. Wentworth Miller took the magazine suspiciously, but when he saw the cover man, he shook slightly. After carefully examining Lin Feng, he opened the magazine and let Lin Feng wait for a few minutes. Wentworth Miller looked with Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, hello. Aren't you a big man in the IT industry? Why would you invite me to make a TV series? Are you going to enter the film and television industry?" "Well, I'm going to make a prison TV series. The plot is probably..." Lin Feng briefly told the plot of the first season of Prison Break, and Wentworth Miller was completely caught in the plot when he finished. "Mr. Lin, do you really want me to act as the leading actor in this TV series?" Wentworth Miller said a little excitedly. Just listening to Lin Feng's brief description, he can already see that this TV series is bound to become a big hit. If he can play the leading role, then he can no longer do the work of changing diapers for dogs, but can become a real man. "Actors." "Yes, this actor is none other than you. No one is more suitable than you." Lin Feng patted Wentworth Miller on the shoulder and laughed. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your appreciation. Can I ask when this TV series will start filming?" Wentworth Miller asked slightly cautiously. Thinking that this person might be his future boss, Wentworth Miller couldn't help but be cautious. Lin Feng was taken aback. "This is just my own idea. It's hard to say when the shooting will start. I have to acquire a 3D engine, a new MP3 player, and Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet. This time is really tight." However, Lin Feng is angry when he thinks of Nigel legend Ken Warwick's disdain for Chinese filmmakers. Indeed, Lin Feng is not a member of the film and television industry, and they are not mocking Lin Feng. But everyone is Chinese, and your achievements can be on the cover of Time magazine. Can't you film and television people compete? It is said that tens of thousands of TV series are released every year, but none can enter the international market. "Don't worry, the filming will start soon. I am looking for the director and other actors. The filming will start within 3 months at the latest." Lin Feng made up his mind to grab the most important actor first. "Mr. Lin, then I will wait for your call. This is my business card." Wentworth Miller handed out his business card. Lin Feng took a look, his face dumb. There are all kinds of introductions above, such as clerks, typists, and part-time workers, but there is no such profession as an actor. "Mr. Lin, although I have learned acting, I haven't had the opportunity to enter this line yet, so I do this to survive. But I believe that meeting Mr. Lin will definitely be the luckiest thing in my life," Wentworth Miller said a little embarrassedly, but in the end he looked longing. Lin Feng nodded. "I remember the interview with Wentworth Miller when I watched A Date with Liu before, which meant that he had honed his sword for 10 years and did all kinds of work before, including changing the dog's diapers." "Miller, in this way, I will express the plot to you in a few days. Then you will first look at the plot. By the way, help me find a suitable role candidate. But remember, don't show the script to anyone," Lin Feng reminded. "Well, Mr. Lin, I know this." "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I'm going back to hand in the dog. I'm leaving first. I'll be waiting for your call anytime. Wentworth Miller trot all the way with an excited smile. Leave. Lin Feng also found it interesting watching Wentworth Miller trot away in excitement, at least letting him survive for 2 years. But the director and other actors are troublesome enough to think about. Lin Feng shook his head. For the time being, I don't care about this. I will wait until the 3D engine is bought and Counter-Strike Online is fully publicly tested. Lin Feng looked at his watch and found that it was 12 o'clock in the morning on September 10, 2001. 21 hours before 9:11 in the afternoon. Lam Feng casually strolled around Hollywood. He saw a lot of stars he had seen in movies, but the real first-rate stars, such as Tom Cruise, Schwarzenegger and others, still did not meet. In the evening, Lin Feng returned to Los Angeles to prepare for the evening talk show. The talk show that Lin Feng participated in is Fox's most famous talk show, All Facts, and it is also one of the most popular talk shows in the United States. The host is Ollie, an American right-winger who pretends to be fair, but is in fact full of savage and snarky words, and is extremely unfriendly to China. Any topic that has anything to do with China should be arrogantly criticized. Is a controversial host. The reason why Lin Feng knew about Ollie originated from the historical 2006. He made a show about Yao Ming. In the show, he described Yao Ming as a freak from China, especially in the middle of the show. The song is even more ugly. Yao Ming. Lin Feng remembers that the lyrics are probably Houston has a team called the Rockets. In order to put a lot of money into its own pockets, it recruited Yao Ming from the other side of the ocean. Yao Ming, Yao Ming, Yao Ming. People around rushed to see the 7'6" freak from afar at this time. In the TV screen, fat Yao Ming, walking heavy, yelling like a monster Godzilla, and pushing down his surroundings like a King Kong. NBA players played by children. This episode caused a huge response in China at the time. Although many netizens slammed it, it was actually irrelevant to Ollie and Fox. The reason why Lin Feng is willing to appear on this show is to take the opportunity to teach this arrogant, ignorant, and stupid American old man who can only boast, especially in the Tibet issue. When the Olympic torch was forced to diverge, this Ollie laughed shamelessly. Almost the public enemy of the Chinese, Lin Feng was very happy to have the opportunity to humiliate this person. Tonight's Ollie Facts will be broadcast at 7:30 in prime time in the United States. For the audience rating, Fox President Roger Ailes also hype. China's Bill Gates will come to Ollie Facts. Inadvertently, Lin Feng's reputation was fully publicized by Fox TV, and after Time magazine, it became a household name in the United States. It is said that the number of American viewers watching this issue of Ollie Facts is expected to reach at least 30 million. That is to say, only 1/10 of the 300 million American population will watch tonight's show. This rating has already exceeds the ratings of any program of all previous TV stations. Obviously, the American people are extremely curious about Lin Feng, the 21-year-old richest man from across the ocean in China. But Lin Feng knows that this talk show tonight, Ollie, who discriminates against China, will definitely try his best to humiliate himself and China. But Lin Feng's purpose is the same. He came to this show to humiliate Ollie. Come on, Ollie Facts, and see who humiliates whom. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 238 Lotus Phenomenon. September 10, 2001, 7:30 p.m. The shocking 9.11, there are 13 hours and 32 minutes. When Lin Feng walked into the studio of Ollie Facts, the audience was already full. A middle-aged American man with a little bald head came over. Welcome, the richest man from China. Lin Feng took a deep look at him and knew that he was Ollie, the host tonight, an extreme right-winger. Thank you. Lin Feng sat down flat. 3 seconds after the countdown to the director, Ollie Facts officially began. Live broadcast throughout the United States. Hello everyone from the United States of America. I'm Ollie, The yellow-skinned young man from China next to me. I believe that many Americans who often read Time magazine will not be unfamiliar. He is this issue. The cover character Lin Feng. Orally introduced. Hello, American audience. Lin Feng smiled. Mr. Lin, this issue of Time magazine says that you have earned $1 billion in 2 years and become the youngest and richest man in mainland China. Can you tell me the secret of your success? Ollie casually flipped through the Time magazine, showed a trace of contempt at the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng was about to answer, but was interrupted by Ollie. Is there a lot of this kind of wealth in China? Just like the disintegration of the Soviet Union, a lot of super-rich people suddenly emerged. Oral's words are very poisonous, directly insinuating that China, like the former Soviet Union, is corrupt and will disintegrate sooner or later. At the same time, it also implies that Lin Feng's success does not come from hard work, but from a special political and economic system. Lin Feng smiled contemptuously, and pointed to the Time magazine in Oral's hand and said, Mr. Orley, my secret to success is explained clearly in this interview by Huron, a British man. Not to mention that the IT industry is very rich overnight. I believe there are more examples in Silicon Valley in the United States. Orley touched a nail and asked Lin Feng several questions about the source of his property. One was more tricky, and the other was more pungent, but they were all pushed back by Lin Feng, neither humble nor overbearing, which made Orley quite annoyed. Mr. Lin, I watch many Chinese movies and say that Chinese people like women in our country. They like to have long hair, especially combing their hair. What about your braids? Orley used this to slander Lin Feng and insult Lin Feng. Chinese people. Lin Feng sneered and looked around. Mr. Orley, I saw that many American men have longer hair than the ladies around me. Can you explain to me why this is in your country? Lin Feng looked at Orley provocatively. Orley's face changed. Looking at the scene, it was indeed true that many of the men in the audience had long hair, some with pigtails, and some even straight. Orley cursed in a low voice, but it couldn't be troubled by Orley. I think these people are all music artists. You have to know that music artists always show their difference in this way. And there are too many music geniuses in our country, such as Michael Jackson, so it's not surprising at all. Li's words greeted a lot of applause. Ha ha, Mr. Orley, do you know what poems and words are? Lin Feng did not wait for Orley to answer, and said directly, I think you must not understand. Poems and words are the products of 5,000 years of culture in our country, with a long history. It can be described as a jewel of words and words. Some superficial people don't understand. I'm afraid they have not even listened to it. But in our country, most people are proficient in poems and songs. Therefore, many people also like to keep long braids, because they are all poets. The braids can let people know that they are different. Lin Feng Zhao hit back at the gourd painting dipper, and at the same time did not forget to damage Orley. Orley was insidious by Lin Feng, and his heart couldn't help but become angry. Then Mr. Lin, his short hair. Does it mean that your literature is superficial? I think Mr. Lin seems to have graduated from high school and didn't even go to college. Orley seized this and lashed out. Lin Feng smiled. That's because we Chinese know what humility is. In order not to embarrass the other party, we cut our long hair short. As for me, like Mr. Bill Gates, we think that school can't educate us more. Lin, the words of the wind left Orley speechless. Outside the studio, Fox President Roger watched the TV playfully, but he rarely saw Orley slumped. What's the ratings? Back to the president, more than 40 million people are watching. Okay, let Orley ask a little bit more. We'll see how Lin Feng responds. Roger exclaimed excitedly. Regardless of whether Lin Feng is embarrassed or not, today's ratings will definitely hit a new high. Orley, who was interviewing, received the message from Roger, with a treacherous look in his eyes. He also worried that Lin Feng was the consultant of Roger's new program American Idol, and he had spared his energy. Now that he has received the signal from the president, he naturally doesn't have to hesitate anymore. He can use all his firepower. But to everyone's surprise, This episode of Orly Facts had to end after only half an hour of live broadcast, because the host Orly is like an angry bull in the show, in front of 50 million Americans, showed violence and shook his fist at Lin Feng. The reason is that Lin Feng satirized a scandal in Orly's early years at school. This scandal is Orly's culprit, and it is also Orly's inverse scale. It was exposed by Lin Feng in front of 50 million Americans. How not to be angry? Annoyed into anger, he kicked over the table on the spot and rolled up his sleeves. As for the scandal of Orly, it was also that domestic netizens were angry at his shameless behavior, and the reactionary human flesh search was found through the American Chinese. At that time, because of the Olympics, Orly did not cause any trouble, so it is now borrowed by Lin Feng. Sure enough, it succeeded in angering Orly. The first punch was passed by Lin Feng, who had already prepared. The second punch was directly blocked by Lin Feng, and then Lin Feng counterattacked, and Orly was directly beaten to the ground by Lin Feng. After being supported by someone, he roared at Lin Feng with a flushed face, screaming for a duel, but Lin Feng ignored him directly, leaving him with a dashing back and drifting away. Lose people and lose face. Roger didn't expect Orly to move rough, his face extremely gloomy. What's the ratings? Roger asked bitterly. If the ratings plummet, he is ready to fire this Orly back. To the president, the ratings exceeded 100 million, and 100 million viewers watched the show. The data officer yelled in disbelief. President, many viewers called and said they hope to see Orly again. Lee was beaten on the show. Roger was also shocked when he heard this. After a long time, he chuckled and hurriedly ordered someone to comfort Orly, who was still swearing violently, but began to silently calculate whether it would be the same in the future, so that Orly would be beaten a few more times on the show. I believe Orly will sacrifice his flesh and blood for the ratings. Lin Feng left the studio and ignored everyone. Not only did he humiliate Fox's ace showman, but also beat him. Now I am afraid that he has become the most unpopular person in Fox and even the American audience, so why bother to be boring? But to Lin Feng's surprise, the ordinary Fox staff gave Lin Feng a thumbs up one after another along the way. Good job. Someone even patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said admiringly. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, which shows how unpleasant Orly is. To blame, he can only blame his mouth for being too poisonous. Afterwards, the newspaper the next day also proved how hate Orly was in the United States. After Lin Feng beat Orly, an organization conducted a poll. The result was beyond everyone's expectation. More than 50% of the interviewees deeply agreed with Lin Feng's beating Orly, and even praised Lin Feng. But the strange thing is that when asked if they hate Orly, they all said they hated it. But when asked if they would continue to watch Orly Facts, everyone said they would continue to watch it. But I hope Orly can be beaten several times on the show. In this regard, Lin Feng can only say that this is human nature. Just like the domestic sister furong, although so extreme, it still attracts a lot of attention. After Lin Feng left the Fox building, he rushed directly to the Los Angeles airport. At this time, at 21 o'clock on September 10, 2001, there are still 12 hours before 9.11 daytime. Lin Feng contacted id Software, the game company that developed Quake 2. John, the president of id Software, was attending a conference in New York. After learning that Lin Feng asked to purchase his company's 3D engine, he was very happy. I also hoped to cooperate with Lin Feng, but now he couldn't get away for a while, and Go invited Lin Feng to New York. Lin Feng naturally readily agreed to John's invitation. Although I am a little worried about 9.11, I don't have much worry in my heart when I think about my flight from Los Angeles to New York, and the plane hijacked on September 11th was flying from Boston to New York. What's more, if you can witness this shocking terrorist attack with your own eyes, you can watch a Hollywood blockbuster on the spot. Pack everything, rushed to the airport, and boarded the flight to New York. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and there were still 7 hours before 9.11. Lin Feng booked first class. Compared with ordinary business class, First class is much more comfortable. Although this journey is not a long one, it is only 5 or 6 hours, but what makes money for is not just enjoyment. Why bother to abuse yourself? However, in the first class cabin, Lin Feng accidentally found a woman who made Lin Feng's heart fascinated. Jessica Alba, a sexy and stunning stunner. Jessica Alba was born in 1981 and is just 20 years old this year. The one she is most famous for is the invisible blonde woman in Fantastic Four. The face of the angel and the figure of the devil make many men remember it after watching Fantastic Four. Of course, the filming of Fantastic Four only started in 2005, and Jessica is still only a small well-known actor, not familiar to many people. Jessica. Lin Feng muttered softly. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 239 Hijacking Incident. Jessica is indeed a blonde beauty that Lin Feng liked before, but Lin Feng has no choice to get acquainted with this blonde sexy stunner at the moment. Lin Feng knew that there were enough girls next to him, so there was no need to pick up girls anymore. Besides, it was really uncomfortable, so it was better not to pick up girls. What's more, there is an extremely handsome blonde man next to Jessica, with a noble temperament on his face and graceful manners, making Lin Feng feel a little ashamed of himself. I really don't have the courage to hook up Jessica in front of such a handsome man. But what's a little weird is that the blonde man who made men jealous, although madly courteous, but Jessica remained unmoved, just dealt with helplessly. Yes, helpless. Lin Feng saw helplessness from Jessica's face. But no matter how helpless it is, it doesn't matter to him. The man also has a few bodyguards before and after. At first glance, he was born from a wealthy and aristocratic family. There is no need to offend such people. If Lin Feng is still a single man with only a successful career, maybe he will rescue this sexy stunner Jessica, and then have a fascinating romantic affair. But now that he has the almost perfect Lizu, and the extremely loyal mature sexy female slave Erika Kazama, it is really not guilty to risk offending such a handsome guy of unknown origin to seduce Jessica. Lin Feng ordered a glass of red wine, closed his eyes after drinking, and went to sleep quietly. Boss. Lin Feng was pushed to wake up. What's the matter? Lin Feng looked out the window. It was already dawn, and he should be in New York. Look at your watch. At 8:30 a.m. on September 11, 2001, there are still 32 minutes before 9.11. Boss, something went wrong. Li Rui, good at all kinds of transportation, said softly. What? Lin Feng's heart jumped, instinctively feeling bad. At this time, Zibo, proficient in multiple languages, ran up from below, saw Lin Feng awake, walked to Lin Feng and said softly, Boss, this plane was hijacked. What? Lin Feng jumped 8 feet high when he heard it. Hush. Li Ru and Zubo hurriedly covered Lin Feng's mouth. Boss, Feng Jun, proficient in various high-tech products, and Zheng Za, proficient in finance, have mixed into ordinary business class, to see if there is a chance to seize control of the aircraft from the hijacker. Zibo calmly said. Although they did not expect a hijacking incident to happen, they have also performed more dangerous tasks than this, but they are not too worried about this. However, Lin Feng is just an ordinary businessman, and the two worry about Lin Feng alone. And Lin Feng's reaction was clearly within their expectations. But they didn't know that Lin Feng's reaction was still different from their expectations. Does the hijacker see clearly what nationality he is? Lin Feng asked with a trembling lips. Although I have the answer in my mind, I still hope this is a coincidence. You can see clearly, they should all be Arabs. They are all talking in Arabic. Li Rui can understand Arabic, so he explained. It's over. It's over. Lin Feng slumped on his seat as thunderously thundered. He never thought that the 911 tragedy would happen to him, and he would actually become the unjust victim. Is this the butterfly effect that I brought? or is it God's punishment for his desperation? But Lin Feng really didn't want to die. He managed to create a foundation and had a near-perfect woman and a slave girl. There are still a few women in the family who have such an ambiguous relationship. Fortunately, he hasn't enjoyed life yet. Let yourself be one of the unfortunate victims in the 9.11 incident. Lin Feng was never reconciled. Boss, don't worry. The hijacker will definitely ask for negotiations with the US government. At that time, we should cooperate internally and externally. The chance of success is very high. Li Ru and Zubo comforted Lin Feng. Negotiation shit. These hijackers were all lunatics, and they went straight to the World Trade Center. And there was no chance of negotiation. Lin Feng's heart roared wildly. No, Li Ru, we must stop them, or we will all die. Lin Feng suddenly woke up. He has not yet arrived in New York. He still has a chance. Maybe he can take the plane back from the hijacker, especially Li Ru and others. Special forces. What's more, I can pass through. And there is no miracle that can happen. Lin Feng's voice was a little high, which caught Jessica's attention. Mister, what are you talking about? Why are we going to die? The blonde man pushed away the guard with a wary face and walked over to ask. Yeah, gentlemen, why do you say that? Jessica asked with a look of puzzlement. Li Ru and Zubo are also puzzled. Generally, hijacking incidents, unless the final negotiation breaks down, hostage deaths rarely occur. Especially the passengers in the upper-class cabin are also the amulet of the hijackers. As a last resort, the general hijackers will try their best to fist the passengers in the upper-class cabin. After all, those who can sit in the cabin are either rich or expensive, and no head of state would easily sacrifice these people. And usually, the final outcome of a hijacker is either a self-defeating mental breakdown, committing suicide by swallowing a gun, or surrendering. Therefore, neither Li Ru, Zubo, nor this extremely handsome blonde man and Jessica were too worried about this. Especially in the United States, it is not afraid that the US government will choose to easily abandon the hostages. Especially Jessica is more certain that as long as the US government learns this news, it will definitely reach an agreement with the hijacker. Because this handsome blonde man by his side must never have an accident in the United States. Jessica looked at the blonde man without any worries. Facing everyone's doubts, Lin Feng didn't know how to explain. Can't tell them that they have traveled from the future, and even if they say this, they won't believe it. Lin Feng looked out the window at New York City, which was like a small black spot. He was anxious and didn't know how to explain it. Didn't you find this hijacking incident extremely strange? None of these hijackers came up to this first-class cabin, and they didn't restrict any of our actions. Lin Feng thought about it, seizing a flaw and said. Everyone was slightly taken aback when they heard it. This is indeed very strange, especially Li Ru and Zubo have already inquired about the situation, and the ordinary business class is also the same. Only 2 gunmen guard the door to the cockpit, and they did not threaten everyone, just ask everyone to be quiet. In the first-class cabin above, none of the hijackers came up. Strange, strange indeed. Lin Feng saw that everyone was puzzled, knowing that everyone was beginning to be suspicious. I've watched an American TV series, and there are similar sections on it. I remember that the robbers in that TV series did the same. They didn't make any threats to the passengers on the plane, but in the end everyone died. Lin Feng had an idea and used a TV series to tell the future he knew. All dead? Everyone was taken aback, especially Jessica exclaimed. Yes, because in the end the hijacker crashed into a building with a plane. I suspect that the same is true for the hijackers who hijacked our plane. Also, they are Arabs. The Arabs hate the United States very much. And their Muslims are right. People have an absolute bewitching effect. I guess this possibility is extremely high. Lin Feng finished speaking and looked at everyone. If everyone believes his story, then everything is easy. Li Ru and Zubo looked at each other and looked at Lin Feng calmly. Boss, what do you say we do? The 2 of them were originally Lin Feng's bodyguards, and everything obeyed Lin Feng. What's more, The two of them are not so confident when they entrust everything to the US government, and they are also used to taking everything in their own hands. Since Lin Feng both decided to take risks, the two of them had no hesitation. Wait, if the hijacker is not like the TV show you said, what should we do if we act and anger the hijacker? The blonde man said to stop it. I will never infer that it is wrong. Lin Feng looked at the blonde man with piercing eyes and said confidently, he has Liru and Zubo by his side, but the other party has 4 bodyguards, who are also tall men. If he doesn't agree, there is no way to act on his side. But in case we were wrong, we might really die. The blonde man did not give in. Lin Feng frowned. New York in the distance was getting bigger and bigger, and it would be too late if he didn't make a decision. Okay, vote. Lin Feng took the lead and raised his hand. He who agrees with me to take action raises his hand. Liru and Zubo immediately raised their hands. Jessica looked at Lin Feng and then at the blonde man, not knowing who to trust. After hesitating for a long time, he still didn't raise his hand. There are 3 of you. And now we have 6 people who oppose it. Even if you add a pair of mother and daughter over there, you will only have 5 votes at most, and the minority obeys the majority. The blonde man breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng anxiously didn't know what to do, but he couldn't force it. Seeing the opponent's bodyguards staring at themselves with indifference, Liru and Zubo had no chance to take tough measures at all. Yes, although the minority obeys the majority, the truth is always in the hands of the minority. At this moment, the mother and daughter came over. Everyone looked back. The mother was in her 30s, dressed as a professional woman, showing courage and self-confidence. The daughter next to her was about 10 years old, with a panic expression on her face, tightly pulling her mother's sleeves. Everyone, I think now we should share the same hatred and unify our thoughts. The woman introduced herself. My name is Abby Cohen. And this is my daughter, Alice. Lin Feng frowned, and it was another Cohen. Of course, this is definitely not related to Cohen, who invented BT by his own company, but Lin Feng always felt that he had heard the name somewhere. Hello, my name is Jessica Alba. Jessica smiled slightly, and reached out to comfort Abby's daughter who was only about 10 years old and looked panicked. My name is... The blonde man looked at the crowd, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Sir, you can call me William. My name is Lin Feng, Chinese." Lin Feng also introduced himself. As for Liru, Zubo and William's bodyguard, they all introduced themselves briefly. I know you, Mr. Lin, the youngest and richest man in mainland China. Abby stretched out his hand to light up Time magazine. The cover character is Lin Feng. William and Jessica were slightly taken aback, and looked closely at Lin Feng again. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so famous. Well, we are running out of time. Let's talk about my plan. We must stop them, or we will definitely die. Lin Feng said gravely. William frowned. Mr. Lin, this is too risky. I can't allow you to take this risk. Especially I can't risk Jessica's life. William looked at Jessica affectionately. Lin Feng was speechless for a while. Jessica also frowned helplessly, obviously a headache for William's confession. William, I think I should trust Mr. Lin. Abby objected. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 240th 9.11 is coming? William, we have to believe in Lin Feng. Abby said affirmatively. Why, Miss Abby, you have to know that once we take action and alarm the hijackers, I'm afraid they will really choose to die with us. William said worriedly. At this 10,000 foot altitude, annoying the hijacker is really a life of 9 deaths. I know, but Mr. Lin is so sure. I think he must have a reason. Abby stopped William, who wanted to oppose, and said in an unquestionable tone, I have carefully studied Mr. Lin's success stories and found that Mr. Lin's several key decisions of Mr. Lin were extremely unwise at the time, but in the end facts proved that Mr. Lin's decision was extremely famous. At first I also thought Mr. Lin was lucky, but then I realized that Mr. Lin did not rely on luck, but on how to put it, it is a kind of anticipation of the future direction of the market, or a prophet? William and Jessica looked at Lin Feng in surprise. They were surprised, and Lin Feng was even more surprised. He didn't expect that Abby, who had never met before, would be so powerful, and he had a clear analysis of himself. Fortunately, I only said that I was anticipating, and I didn't directly say that I came through. At this moment, it is certain that this Abby is just the wisdom of the pinnacle of mortals. Therefore, I believe that Mr. Lin must have some clues, enough to make him judge that the robbers will use a plane to hit them. Abby definitely said. This time, William and Jessica were even more surprised. Well, William, time is running out. When the plane arrives in New York, we will be too late to do it. Trust me. Lin Feng looked at William tightly. William pondered for a while. The decision was too big. William, although I don't know why, I think he may be right. Moreover, he has no reason to gamble his life. The 21-year-old Chinese richest man must have his reasons and confidence. At the critical moment, Jessica chose to believe in Lin Feng. She didn't know why, but she thought in her heart that Lin Feng was definitely right. Perhaps this is the sixth sense of a woman. Well, I will lend you all my bodyguards. William finally made up his mind, but finally took Lin Feng's arm. You must not fail. It doesn't matter if I die, but Jessica can't die. Lin Feng was speechless. Although Jessica was moved by William's sincerity for herself, Jessica would never accept his love for William. Although William's appearance and conversation are in line with her mate selection criteria, Jessica feels helpless when he thinks about his origin and his unfortunate mother, and she has no courage to accept this love. Well, rest assured, I won't fail. I don't want to die, let alone a big star like Jessica. Lin Feng eased the tension and said jokingly. Jessica's eyes lit up. I am not well known now, but I can be recognized by Lin Feng, and I still feel a little bit happy in my heart. At least it proves that her efforts have paid off. Liru, Zibo, it's all up to you. Lin Feng looked at Liru and Zibo nervously. Although he hoped to take action to regain control of the aircraft, Lin Feng had no idea how to act and how to act, so he could only give it to Liru and Zibo, two professionals. Don't worry, boss. We are 80% sure that we can regain control of the aircraft. It's just. Liru thought for a while, but didn't say anything later. With Lin Feng and others watching nervously, Liru led two Williams bodyguards down the stairs, while Zubo led two Williams bodyguards to sneak in through a vent inside the plane. Feng Jun and Zheng Zhe, who were mixed in the ordinary business class, received Liru's signal and understood. Zheng Zhe immediately wailed, foaming in his mouth and convulsing on the seat, while Feng Jun called for help, calling for help from the hijacker who was guarding the cockpit in the distance. Both of them were Arabs. They looked at each other, and one of them came with an AK-47 like Feng Jun and Zheng Zhe. They did intend to cause the 911 tragedy, so they did not threaten the passengers, but just asked them not to move. But now that an accident occurred, it was inevitable that there was chaos inside the plane, which affected the final plan, and the two had to come forward and have a look. What's wrong with him? Ask him to keep quiet, or I will kill him. The man with the AK-47 screamed, and at the same time raised the gun and pointed it at Zheng Zhe. There was a cry of exclamation in the business class. At this time, another hijacker also looked at this side with a vigilant expression. When Liru saw that the time was ripe, he winked at Feng Jun. Feng Jun knew how to calm down the foaming Zheng Zhe and grabbed the AK-47. At this time, the foaming Zheng Zhe also reached out to the trigger with one finger. Suddenly, the man immediately wanted to shoot, but Zheng Zhe blocked the trigger and couldn't depress it. He tried hard to get the gun back, but Feng Jun was holding him tightly, and he couldn't move at all. Sania, what's the matter? Seeing that something was wrong, the hijacker in the distance hurriedly called out. When Sanya saw this, he immediately prepared to call for help. But Zheng Zhe's eyes flashed cold at this time, and a flying needle clasped by his right hand shot into Sanya's throat with lightning speed. Sanya dropped the gun subconsciously and touched it to his throat. Sanya. The hijacker in the distance raised his gun and was about to rush towards him, but at this moment, his eyes flashed, a big hand grabbed his AK-47, and then he felt his head held by a pair of big hands, and then he felt black in front of his eyes. No sense. The passengers in the business class suddenly cheered, applauded, and gave thumbs up to Feng Jun, Zheng Zhe, and later Li Ruined William's bodyguard. Bad. Li Ruined. The others changed their faces and looked at the cockpit nervously. At this moment, in the cockpit, the two robbers who were flying the plane frowned when they heard the cheers coming from the cabin. The main pilot winked at the co-pilot, and the co-pilot got up and walked towards the cabin with the gun in hand. Shortly after he walked away, a cover with the electromechanical unit on the floor was lifted, and Zubo got out of it with two Williams bodyguards. The driver heard a strange noise and picked up the pistol vigilantly. But he couldn't react. A pair of big hands had already pressed his head, and then he twisted and suddenly lost consciousness. The co-pilot who had just left just opened the door, and he had not been able to see the outside situation clearly, and was swiftly and quickly killed by Li Ruin. There was even greater cheers in the cabin, and even many enthusiastic American girls began to embrace Li Ruined others, praising them as heroes for all passengers. Lin Feng and others in the first-class cabin heard the call and they knew that the plan was successful, and there was a burst of cheers. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, you are right." William said a little sorry. "Haha, it's okay." Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. "At least I don't have to be a hapless funerary, but without my own plane, will the World Trade Towers fall down? If the Twin Towers don't fall, will the US stock index futures fall with all their strength? How can they make money if they don't fall?" Lin Feng couldn't help but look depressed. "Mr. Lin, thank you for saving my life. If possible, I would like to get off the plane and ask you to have a cup of coffee. I think we can be very good friends." Jessica walked over enthusiastically. "Extremely affectionate," said. Lin Feng frowned. Being so affectionately held by a beauty like Jessica is naturally the dream of all men, but Lin Feng can clearly see William's face gloomy. Lin Feng knew that it was Jessica who used herself to get rid of William. But what's wrong with William, the commander? I'm afraid he's no worse than Beckham. The temperament and demeanor are more aristocratic than the Algra that Lin Feng has seen. The graceful demeanor that comes out naturally between his gestures, almost didn't let Lin Feng look for him. A bag puts up his head, and in terms of wealth, the four bodyguards around him have a sturdy face, which is not something ordinary people can invite. Lin Feng really didn't know what was wrong with Jessica, and he didn't like William, who was enough to make any woman's heart touch. Does she really belong to her assistant director husband? Fortunately, although Lin Feng is not a gentleman, he has the beauty of adulthood. Lin Feng wanted to help William. Unexpectedly, Jessica asked Lin Feng in a very pitiful tone. Her eyes were dim, and she looked at Lin Feng imploringly. "Lin, please, don't refuse me." Facing such a poor Jessica, Lin Feng believed that no man would refuse, and no man could bear to refuse. "Well, it's my honor to be able to drink coffee with a beautiful woman like you." Lin Feng finished speaking and looked at William. As expected, William's face was even darker. But to Lin Feng's surprise, William recovered after a few minutes. Although he looked disappointed, he was not full of resentment towards Lin Feng as Lin Feng expected. Instead, he sighed with helplessness. "Mr. Lin, take good care of Jessica." After saying this strange sentence, William sat on his seat alone, drinking sullen wine. Jessica also sighed when she saw William like this, but she didn't regret at all. She just exhaled quietly in Lin Feng's ear. "Thank you, Lin. Don't forget our date." After that, Jessica sat aside, but didn't return to the original seat. But Lin Feng's seat was also drinking red wine. Not knowing what she was thinking, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, not knowing what they were doing. However, William was able to see the girl he likes thrown into the arms of others, and she was so graceful that Lin Feng admired it. Obviously, William knew that Jessica didn't like him. This time, William had to give up on Jessica's obvious behavior and stop stalking him. Obviously, William didn't have the patience of Jiu Anyu, otherwise he might really embrace the beauty. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, William's demeanor was too demeanor. Lin Feng asked himself, if he sees that the girl he likes doesn't like him, but instead throws into the arms of others to reject him. Lin Feng promises that he will never have such a good temper. Lin Feng thought for a while, ready to go to comfort William. But at this moment, a rapid broadcast sound came. "Dear passengers on the plane, does anyone know how to fly an airplane?" When Lin Feng heard it, he was silly on the spot. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 241. I'm the captain, I'm the master. Dear passengers on the plane, does anyone know how to fly an airplane? The voice from the radio surprised all passengers at the airport. Boss, something went wrong. The captain and co-pilot were killed by the robbers. Li Rui hurried up, with a worried expression on his face. Just now when he chose to implement Lin Feng's plan, Li Rui had some concerns. If the facts are as Lin Feng said, the robbers will use the plane to hit the building, then the captain will definitely be killed first. And now it has been proved that when Zubo and others rushed in, the captain and the co-pilot were dead. The robber who was in charge of driving the plane died at the hands of Li Rui and others, and the plane is now in an autonomous and unmanned state. But obviously, it is impossible for unmanned autonomous driving to land. At this time, it was heard that there was no pilot in the plane, and the ordinary business class was already in chaos, with constant screams and bursts of crying. Both men, women and children were at a loss. But at this time, it also showed the benefits of having faith. Many people began to pray to God, hoping that God could save them. But God never saves the world. Only himself can save the world. Go and see. Lin Feng led Li Rui and the others to the cockpit. Wait, I'll check it out too. William recovered from Jessica's blow just now and stood up and said. Lin Feng turned to leave, saw Jessica and Abby look panicked, smiled pretending to be calm, and patted Jessica on the shoulder. Jessica, Abby, don't worry. There is a Chinese saying, "Ji people have their own things." I don't think we are short-lived people. We will never go to God so early. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Lin Feng's composure calmed down the two of them. But the moment he turned around, Lin Feng sighed secretly in his heart. Since ancient times, the hero has been saddened by beauty pass, and in front of Jessica, he has acted like a hero. But what the final outcome was, Lin Feng was not sure at this moment. But maybe I can. The ordinary business class has gradually subsided under the reassurance of Feng Jun and others. But at a height of 10,000 feet, without a pilot, the outcome can already be predicted. When Lin Feng and William arrived in the cockpit, Zubo and others looked anxious. Can no one fly a plane? Lin Feng asked unwillingly. Zubo shook his head. Although Li Rui is proficient in various vehicles, tanks, automobiles, and even engineering excavators, he does not know how to fly planes and ships. William shook his head. Neither he nor his bodyguard. Lin Feng frowned. Is it really destined that this plane will not escape the crash? Boeing 767, Flight ZX 2154. Is Captain George here? At this moment, there was a rustle. Everyone looked around, and the voice came from the headset, which should have been a message from the control center. Captain George, your plane is descending rapidly. Please keep the altitude. The voice of the console hurriedly called. Captain George, Captain George. Seeing no one responded, the voice over there was even more urgent. Lin Feng and others also felt that the plane was descending. I'm afraid there was a problem with the unmanned autopilot. But even if there is no problem, once the plane's fuel is exhausted, the only thing waiting for everyone is the crash. Although this Boeing 767 was flying from Los Angeles to New York, there was enough fuel to fly back, but no matter how much fuel there was, it would only crash if it could not land. At this time, there was a louder exclamation in the business class because of the rapid descent of the plane. Captain George, Captain George. The console's voice was even more rapid, even a little panicked. Lin Feng grabbed a microphone, put on the headset and sat down on the captain's seat. Hey, There is no Captain George here. Lin Feng said. A dull moment. Who are you? Where is Captain George? The console asked after a moment of silence. Captain George has died unfortunately. There has just been a hijacking incident here. But we took back control of the plane, and the hijacker was killed by us in the fight. Lin Feng's words drew a strong reaction from the other party. When they heard the death of Captain George, the other party was obviously shocked. Later, they screamed when they heard the hijacking incident, but finally heard that they had regained control from the robbers, and the console heaved a sigh of relief. Good job, gentlemen. Then please reply from the co-pilot Finney. And now he will temporarily replace the captain. You are now declining in height, and you will crash if you don't lift up. The other party ordered. Sorry, Finney is also dead. Lin Feng said helplessly. What? The console's voice was octave higher. Well. Who is driving now? The tone of the console was extremely panicked. The captain was dead, and the co-pilot was dead. Everyone at the console couldn't imagine what the plane was like now, unmanned automatic driving. But it seems that there was something wrong with the unmanned automatic driving just now. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. What? There was a scream from the console. And I'm sorry, no one on the plane can fly the plane. Lin Feng put down his headset and looked at William and Li Ru and others. What to do? Lin Fengton asked. Everyone was at a loss, and they didn't know what to do. Lin Feng scratched his head, hesitated for a moment and said, I have a suggestion. I will fly the plane. What? Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Board. When did you learn to fly a plane? Li Ru asked in surprise. In the game, Microsoft Flight Simulator, I have been a 357-hour-old pilot, and I have received the highest evaluation. Lin Feng flaunted. But he was discouraged in an instant. No matter how good the game was, it was just a game after all. Looking at the dozens of dashboards and hundreds of buttons in the cockpit, Lin Feng felt dizzy. Everyone was speechless for a while, looking at Lin Feng as if looking at an alien. Can the experience of flying a plane in the game be brought to reality? Besides, this is the Boeing 767. Well, if you believe in me, give your life to me, and I will try not to let you down. Lin Feng also knew that everyone did not believe in himself. In fact, everyone didn't believe in himself, and Lin Feng didn't believe in himself either. But no one on the plane can fly the plane. If you continue to let it go and look at the current downward trend, I am afraid that the plane will crash in a few minutes. Everyone looked at each other and nodded helplessly. Now they can only be a dead horse, doctor. Maybe the boss will do a miracle. Li Ru and others comforted themselves. Everyone, don't worry, now the plane has a pilot. This Boeing 767 will be piloted by our commander Lin Feng temporarily. Lin Feng calmed the many passengers in the cabin through the broadcast. There was a trace of fear in the words, but excitement when waiting for more. When I played Microsoft Flight Simulator before, my biggest wish was to be able to fly a real airplane one day. But knowing that this wish is hard to come true, but now unexpectedly gave himself a chance to taste his long-cherished wish, Lin Feng wondered if God was taking care of him. It's just that the Boeing 767 came up, which is too difficult. Hearing that there were pilots, many passengers stopped praying and crying. But in the first class, Jessica and Abby looked surprised. Abby, aren't you familiar with him? Can he fly an airplane? Jessica asked curiously. According to my research, he seems to have never learned to fly an airplane. Abby frowned. The two looked at each other speechlessly. Suddenly the plane shook violently, and all passengers on the plane were caught off guard and staggered. Sorry, I made a little mistake just now. Lin Feng's voice came, but before the words fell, the plane shook violently again. There was a scream inside the plane. Just now everyone was still fortunate to finally have a pilot, but now they are even more panicked. Lin Feng is also in a hurry. Although he has 357 hours of flying experience in Microsoft Flight Simulator, he has also won the highest evaluation. But in fact, it was very difficult to actually fly an airplane. And the most important thing is that Lin Feng doesn't know what these hundreds of buttons are for. Hey, Flight ZX 2154. What's going on? Why is your plane flying up and down? What are you doing? The console's frustrated voice came from the microphone. At this moment, Lin Feng has no time to take care of him, sweating profusely on the hundreds of buttons under the dozens of dashboards, busy corresponding to the buttons in Microsoft Flight Simulator. While Lin Feng was busy looking for the corresponding button, the plane also jumped the rumba in the air. Old boss, if we continue to toss like this, I'm afraid we will have to throw up. Li Ru and the others looked unhappy. Just now, Lin Feng was so messing about for dozens of seconds. The plane was like a roller coaster. If it weren't for Li, the physical fitness of Ru and the others is amazing. I'm afraid they can't stand such a violent bump long ago. As for the passengers in the cabin, they have already vomited collectively. Fortunately, the physical discomfort temporarily overwhelmed the panic about life, but it was quiet, only the sound of vomiting. Don't say it, I'm learning to drive, Lin Feng yelled. Although he was prepared for the difficulties of flying a real airplane, he realized that the difficulties were not normal when he really sat in the main driver's seat. And thinking that the life of the entire machine was on his own shoulder, this invisible pressure almost made Lin Feng breathless. Damn. Which dashboard control button should the Y key correspond to? Lin Feng cursed in a desperate manner. Lin Feng's whisper left Li Ru, William and others behind him speechless, and they could only pray secretly about this. Don't you have to stand here? Standing here, I am under too much pressure. Lin Feng turned around and said, displeased. Originally bearing the life of the entire machine on one shoulder, Li Ru and others watched again. Lin Feng had a faint sign of collapse. Yes, boss. Li Ru knew that he could no longer put pressure on Lin Feng, so he hurried out. As for the ending, I can only pray. But William did not leave. Mr. Lin, it better stay here. Even if I die, I want to know how I died. William's words hit Lin Feng a lot. Lin Feng was speechless. But with only William alone, Lin Feng's pressure was much smaller. Flight ZX 2154. Damn it, who is driving? Your plane is getting lower and lower. A sharper and stronger condemnation came from the microphone. Lin Feng was upset when he heard it, and the pressure was already great, so who is still chirping here? Damn, what are you shouting? I am driving now. Call again. The plane crashed, you are responsible for it. Lin Feng yelled and calmed the console for a few seconds. Who are you? How can you fly an airplane? Do you have a pilot's license? The console asked hurriedly. Lin Feng, Chinese. I fucking have a driver's license. Lin Feng roared, taking the opportunity to vent his pressure. Sir, you can't fly a plane by regulation. Stop the fucking nonsense, or you can turn me into a pilot now, or you can shut up the fuck. Now I am the captain, and I am in charge of my territory. Lin Feng yelled and made the console suddenly to shut up. Sir, you can't swear words. Damn, don't you chirp. Shut up. Lin Feng also knew that the plane was descending, but he couldn't find the button for the plane to rise, and he couldn't control the joystick to raise the plane. Sir, how long do you have flying experience? This is a Boeing 767, which is expensive to build. The console was still muttering. Don't worry, I have 357 hours of flying experience. Lin Feng said that the other party was relieved that he thought he was a Chinese civilian pilot, but Lin Feng's next sentence left the other party dumb. It's just in the Microsoft Flight Simulator. Inside, Lin Feng's ears heard the console exclaiming. After a moment of silence, the other party said, Sir, now we temporarily grant you the right to pilot the plane, and hope you can land safely. Lin Feng disdain, it's already like this, what else can be done if authorization is not authorized? Sir, your plane is too low, 2,000 meters, 1,800 meters, 1,700 meters. The sound of the console getting more and more rushing came from the headset. Pull up, the console screamed. Damn, I know I want to pull it up, but I don't know which button it is. Lin Feng roared. Blue, blue. The other party screamed. Lin Feng looked down and saw that there was a blue button. Lin Feng immediately pressed it, and then controlled the joystick, the plane really began to gradually change its rapid downward trend. 500 meters ... 300 meters ... 150 meters. The console screamed desperately. Looking at the data displayed on the screen, everyone's heart was raised in their throats. William was also panicked, but in order not to put pressure on Lin Feng, he closed his mouth tightly and his face was pale. Get up, get up, get up. Lin Feng desperately pulled the joystick, trying to raise the nose of the plane, but it fell too hard just now. Get up, Lin Feng roared, desperately pulling the rocker. When it finally landed at 120 meters, the nose of the plane was finally parallel to the sea. Thank God. The console cheered. There was also a burst of cheers in the cabin. There was an obvious downward trend just now. Everyone thought they were going to see God. Now they saw the plane flying in parallel on the sea, and they all cheered. Good job. William secretly breathed a sigh of relief and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Lin Feng also sighed lightly, turned around and patted his palm with William to express his congratulations. Whether it was before or after the rebirth, the most nervous thing was this time. But, shit, the feeling of flying a plane is awesome. It's just too much pressure. Go up, you fucking go up. Suddenly the console's rushing voice came from the headset again, and in the end even scolded. What the hell did you shout? Lin Feng scolded angrily. Statue of Liberty. You are about to hit the Statue of Liberty, the console exclaimed. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 242. Go to your mother's US President? The Statue of Liberty, a gift from France to the United States for the 100th anniversary of its independence in 1876. It is a symbol of the friendship between the American nation and the American and French people, and it always expresses the American people's lofty ideals of fighting for democracy and yearning for freedom. The Statue of Liberty is also an important tourist attraction on New York's Liberty Island, and there is an endless stream of tourists who come for sightseeing every day. Standing on the Statue of Liberty, the scenery of New York is unobstructed. In the east, you can see the tall buildings on Manhattan Island, known as the Steel Babylon. In the south, the New York Bay is endless, with waves of light and boats, and the Hudson River in the north stretches into the distance. My dear, look, I am the king of the world. A French boy and his girlfriend stood by the onomatopoeian window of the Statue of Liberty, learning from the Titanic hero, sticking their heads out of the Statue of Liberty. Punch. The girl smiled first, but her face changed drastically in an instant. What's the matter, dear? The boy asked worriedly. The girl did not speak, but pointed behind the boy in horror. The boy turned around, completely stunned. A huge Boeing 767 was hitting head towards the Statue of Liberty. Oh, my God! The boy exclaimed, attracting the attention of tourists, and immediately fled, and the boy hurriedly took the girl and ran down. This is going to be hit, and there is only one result. To see God. Lin Feng was also nervous at the moment. Just now, I managed to prevent the plane from crashing, but I was not lucky enough to escape. Under the anxious reminder of the air traffic control center, I was surprised to find that a few hundred meters away is the United States symbol Statue of Liberty. Lin Feng and William exclaimed at the same time. Lin Feng slammed the joystick, and desperately lifted the plane up, hoping to avoid it. Otherwise, he might admit that not only would he die here, but he would eventually be falsely accused by the US government of a terrorist. After all, if one head crashes into the United States symbol, the Statue of Liberty, the blow to the United States is by no means inferior to the World Trade Building being hit. Get up, get up, get up. Lin Feng desperately pulled the rocker, gritted his teeth, and exerted his strength. Go up. The three-dimensional simulation map of the Air Traffic Control Center accurately analyzed the flight path of Lin Feng's Boeing 767. If Lin Feng did not pull the plane up within 3 seconds, he would definitely crash into the Statue of Liberty. Thinking of the blazing flames on the Statue of Liberty, All personnel in the air traffic control center felt terrible. It was definitely a nightmare for all Americans. Go up. The person in charge of the air traffic control center roared. You fucking get me up. Lin Feng also roared. This is not for the damn American symbol, but for myself. 20 meters. 10 meters. Finally, just as it was about to hit the head, Boeing 767, under Lin Feng's hard work, the nose of the Boeing 767 almost staggered the Statue of Liberty and flew up diagonally. The eyes of everyone on Liberty Island were dull. Seeing this huge Boeing 767 almost hit the American symbol, subconsciously rubbing their eyes, they looked unbelievable, wondering if they were watching a Hollywood blockbuster. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, but before Lin Feng could catch his breath, the fuselage shook for a while. Bad. The body did not completely avoid the Statue of Liberty. The fuselage shook violently, and there was a faintly audible sound of metal rubbing. After that, the plane seemed to light up, and there was already an open sky in front of me. The Boeing 767 is still flying steadily in the sky. However, there was chaos on Liberty Island, with the sound of police sirens and screams. And there was a huge head on the square of the Statue of Liberty. Shit, I almost died. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds in front of him, Lin Feng saw for the first time that the sky is so blue, the clouds are so light, and life is so beautiful. He finally escaped another catastrophe. Mr. Lin, before taking your plane next time, you'd better knock me out. This is so exciting, William said, wiping his sweat. At that moment, he really had the consciousness of death. Fortunately, otherwise I can go with my mother. But before Lin Feng was grateful for the rest of his life, the air traffic control center's hysterical roars and curses came from his ears. Asshole, bastard, rubbish, damn, keep your mouth clean. Lin Feng was angry. Somehow he saved the life of a passenger on the plane, so I didn't want to thank him, and even dared to scold myself. Do you know what stupid you did just now, you idiot? You stupid Chinese. You actually crashed the head of the Statue of Liberty, the symbol of our country's spirit. You are a trash. Hang. As soon as Guanzong roared, his voice became more and more excited. At first, Lin Feng was very angry when he heard that the head of the air traffic control center insulted the Chinese, but then he heard that the Statue of Liberty had been destroyed, and he was a little confused. What? The head of the Statue of Liberty was destroyed by me? Lin Feng was taken aback. The plane circled slightly, and he saw that the current Statue of Liberty is headless, a big hole. The headless goddess is holding the torch, and it seems that the torch is also falling down at any time possible. Bad. Lin Feng knew that this might be troublesome, but he was a little bit dark in his heart. Damn. Let you bomb our Yugoslav embassy. Today, I will take revenge on the staff who died in the Yugoslav embassy. You bastard. I must lodge a complaint against you. I must disqualify you from flying forever. I have to compensate you for your losses. I also want to sue you for your despicable behavior to the United Nations. The person in charge of the air traffic control center is still chattering, obviously witnessing the destruction of the American spirit by Lin Feng. It was a bit insane. Shut up your fucking mouth. Lin Feng was scolded and shouted, damn. It's not me. This plane is ruined. More than 200 people on it are going to die. You fucking blame me. You have the ability. Come up and see for me. Lin Feng scolded the other side stupidly. Yes, but the Statue of Liberty is a symbol of our country. Lin Feng was a bit stupid at the air traffic control center. After all, Lin Feng was talking about things, but how willing is he to destroy the Statue of Liberty? Go to your mother's symbol. Go to your mother's Statue of Liberty. This is just a pile of broken copper and iron. It is just rebuilt after it is destroyed. The plane is about to crash, and people can't be resurrected if they die. Do you think that more than 200 lives are not worth a pile of broken copper and iron? Lin Feng said with disdain. Americans value life the most. And the person in charge of the air traffic control center who choked with Lin Feng was speechless for a long time. If he objected, doesn't it mean that he wants these people on the plane to die? But if there is no objection, The Statue of Liberty was destroyed by Lin Feng. Tangled, the head of the Air Traffic Control Center was very tangled. This is not broken copper, it is a symbol of our country. The person in charge of the Air Traffic Control Center argued with a grudge. Okay, let me know how to land now. Otherwise, everyone on this plane will be looking for you if they die. Lin Feng interrupted. I don't want to talk about this topic anymore. After all, the Statue of Liberty was destroyed by myself. There is really no need to speak up. Did you see the airport? There is an airport at 10 o'clock in front of you. I will let someone signal you to remind you of the runway you want to land on. Remember, when landing, be slow, and pay attention to the air pressure, oil pressure. The person in charge of the Air Traffic Control Center said hurriedly. Landing is the most critical and difficult technique for an airplane. A little carelessness, I'm afraid it will be a plane crash. Okay, I know, I can only rely on luck now. Lin Feng stopped the chatter of the person in charge of the Air Traffic Control Center. For Lin Feng's words, all the staff in the customs center were speechless. I began to pray to God, hoping that the flight could land smoothly. Of course, for Lin Feng, the villain who crashed and destroyed the Statue of Liberty, I am afraid that no one at the navigation center would pray for him. Just as Lin Feng was nervously preparing to land, the Air Traffic Control Center found two more planes. It was the 11th American Airlines flight and the 175th United Airlines flight that were previously notified by the U.S. Department of Aviation. Oh my! How could these two planes appear here? And what are they going to do? The Air Traffic Control Center exclaimed and hurriedly contacted the two planes. But there was still no response. The Air Traffic Control Center staff quickly reported the matter. Lin Feng had already seen the runway mentioned by the Air Traffic Control Center and knew that the New York police had been waiting there, ready to take over the hijacking incident. Now as long as he can land the plane smoothly, everything is done, and he can also become a hero. But at this moment, there was a sound of telephone call. Lin Feng and William looked at them. And in a corner not far away, a telephone was ringing. William took it over and saw it was a satellite phone. Hey! William answered subconsciously. A string of unintelligible language came through the microphone at first, but after William asked again, a rough man's voice came through the microphone. Mohammed, is that you? When William heard it, he felt bad, and quickly held down the microphone. I'm afraid it's an accomplice of the hijacker. William looked at Lin Feng and said, Zubo. Lin Feng called Zubo. William passed the satellite phone to Zubo. Zubo had a conversation in Arabic immediately, but after a few words, he gave a wry smile. Boss, this should be called by an associate of the hijacker and asked why we didn't hit the Statue of Liberty. I wanted to lie to him about an operation error, but he was caught. It was discovered. And the other party threatened that it would definitely cost us. Lin Feng shook his head and paid the price, even if the other party knew he was Chinese. What would he do? My roots are in China, not other countries. In China, no matter whether he is Al-Qaeda or Saddam assassin, it is impossible to make trouble in mainland China. I am afraid of a P. What's more, there are so many bodyguards around me. Okay. Don't care about them. You quickly find a place to sit down. I am going to land. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This is the most critical moment today. If the landing is successful, even if he gets his life back, he may still be a hero. If the landing fails, he will only face death, and will bear the notoriety of deliberately crashing the Statue of Liberty in the United States. Health is supported by everyone. If you die, you will be stinking for thousands of years. Just as Lin Feng was about to land, not far from New York, there was a fierce quarrel between the two bandits who hijacked the plane on 11th American Airlines flight and 175th United Airlines flight. Ahmed, go and execute the boss orders. Rashid, don't stop me. They killed my brother, and I must avenge my brother. But you are like this. We can't complete the command that the boss gave. I don't care. I can't let the murderer who killed my brother get away with it. Ahmed. Rashid watched the plane hijacked by Ahmed went away on the screen, knowing that he could no longer dissuade him. However, out of loyalty to the boss, Rashid gritted his teeth and continued to rush towards the established old New York World Trade Center. one of the Twin Towers. Under Rashid's control, American Airlines Flight 11, a Boeing 767 full of fuel, crashed into the north building of the World Trade Center DC-1 at a speed of approximately 490 miles per hour. The impact location was 94 to 98 north of the building, between layers. On the spot, the building caught fire immediately, and 69 tons of aviation fuel from the plane was dumped into the building, which exacerbated the fire, and the entire building structure was destroyed. At this time, Lin Feng heard the news from the Air Traffic Control Center that the World Trade Building was hit by a terrorist attack and the North Building was hit strongly. For some reason, Lin Feng felt a little sad, but he was more happy. Maybe I am evil, but a dead fellow is not dead, let alone a crash. How could the US stock market crash? How could I make money and then buy a small Japanese company? Okay, I am ready to land. Lin Feng reminded the person in charge of the Air Traffic Control Center, who was already a little sluggish. Yes, we have already separated other flights. Even if you land, remember to slow down, be slow, but also pay attention to the air pressure, oil pressure. The person in charge of the Air Traffic Control Center came from the impact of the World Trade Center in New York. Reluctantly recovered and hurriedly arranged for Lin Feng's landing, but out of absolute distrust of Lin Feng's technology, the person in charge of the Air Traffic Control Center became noisy again. This made Lin Feng, who was already nervous, even more nervous. Shut up! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. The Air Traffic Control Center immediately lost its voice. The terrorist attack just now has made everyone a little unbearable. If this plane crashes again, even if it doesn't hit anything, it will be extremely sad for all Americans. Lin Feng reluctantly controlled the plane to descend, but the plane only descended for a while and then lifted up again. Open the landing gear. The person in charge of the Air Traffic Control Center yelled, and Lin Feng would actually make such a low-level mistake. Ashamed, Lin Feng immediately opened the landing gear. Lin Feng tried a second time, the landing gear hit the ground, and the plane bounced again. The fuselage shook for a while, but this time no one in the cabin exclaimed. They have experienced something more severe than this just now, and now this is regarded as pediatrics. Besides, the plane is already close to the ground. Psychologically speaking, it makes everyone feel safer. Oh, no, get up quickly. Lin Feng had already mastered a little trick, and when he was about to make the third attempt, there was an exclamation from the Air Traffic Control Center. What's the matter? Lin Feng still pulled the plane up according to his words. Damn, there's a plane behind you hitting you. Quickly raise it, otherwise not only will your two planes be over, I'm afraid the other planes around will also be over, said the customs center angrily. What? When Lin Feng heard it, he quickly pulled up and left the runway. Sure enough, Lin Feng could visually see a Boeing 767 passing under the fuselage of his plane. The two planes passed so close, causing Lin Feng's plane to shake. Damn. What's going on with this plane? Lin Feng asked angrily. One good news, and one bad news. The person in charge of the Air Traffic Control Center said. Damn, I'm still in the mood to talk and laugh at this time. Now I have bad news, Lin Feng scolded. The bad news is that from the information we intercepted, the robber of this plane and your plane robber should be brothers. He knows that you have killed his brother, so he wants to avenge his brother. I am afraid it was hit by a plane. Your plane. The person in charge of the Air Traffic Control Center said in a low tone. What about the good news? Lin Feng asked with a sinking heart. The good news is that the Northeast Air Defense Command has dispatched two F-15 Eagle fighter jets from Massachusetts Air Force Base for emergency liftoff 20 minutes ago, and they are coming. As long as you stay in a direct flight. Wait. Just come by the plane. Damn. When will the F-15 arrive? Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the opponent's plane turning around. Fortunately, the U-turn of a Boeing plane is not as easy as a fighter jet. It takes a big circle. You will be there in 27 minutes. But I suggest that you take the hijacked United Airlines Flight 175 to the outskirts so that the F-15 can shoot it down. the person in charge of the air traffic control center suggested. What? Lin Feng's expression was strange when he heard it. I just crashed the Statue of Liberty just now, and now I have to pay the debt myself. This present world report is too fast. But using yourself as bait is dangerous. If the F-15 even destroyed itself, wouldn't it be wronged? Although Lin Feng didn't want to do this, there seemed to be no other way at this time. Okay, I will turn it away. You let the F-15 come quickly. Lin Feng recognized the direction and drove straight to the outskirts. Now I can only expect the F-15 fighter to be as powerful as the rumors. It is important to call the wrong plane. You can't run. I will let you pay for my brother's life. Ahmed's eyes were red, thinking that his brother had been taking care of him and helping him fulfill all his wishes. But he was killed by an unknown celebrity. I want to avenge my brother so that my brother can return to the embrace of the true God Allah. Dear tourists, because of an accident at the New York airport, we have to hover for a while before we can land. Please don't panic. Lin Feng can only comfort the passengers first, so as to prevent the passengers from being unable to land because of the delay in landing. What an accident. Fortunately, although the passengers heard that it would take a while to land, because Lin Feng created a series of miracles in the past 10 minutes to save them from the brink of death, they were not dissatisfied, but extremely cooperative. However, Lin Feng had a hard time knowing that he could immediately follow a plane behind his ass, which was not fun. Lin Feng also couldn't recognize the direction, so he flew straight all the way, regardless of whether the outskirts of the air traffic control center were outskirts. At this time, the person in charge of the air traffic control center looked gloomy. The Lin Feng aircraft displayed on the screen was getting farther and farther, but they did not circle around the same place as they had negotiated, waiting for the F-15 to arrive, but kept flying. Although the person in charge of the air traffic control center repeatedly asked Lin Feng to circle the suburbs, Lin Feng did not listen at all, and he had no choice but to continuously transmit the coordinates of the Lin Feng aircraft to the F-15. As for the hijacked United Airlines Flight 175, the tracker on it lost its signal for some reason and was apparently removed by the robbers. The F-15 couldn't get its exact position either, and could only rely on Lin Feng's airplane position to guide it. Mr. Lin, you have to turn around. Turn around quickly, the person in charge of the air traffic control center said suddenly in surprise. What are you doing? Lin Feng said with dissatisfaction as he listened to the noise coming from his ears. The plane behind is getting closer and closer, because Lin Feng's Boeing 767 collided with the Statue of Liberty just now. Although it did not crash, it affected the speed of the aircraft. If it still makes a circle now, I'm afraid it will definitely be overtaken by the aircraft behind. Lin Feng doesn't want the British year. Die young. Damn, turn around. Your current direction is Washington. You know, it's Washington, the capital of our country. The air traffic control center was furious. If the Lin Feng plane is allowed to fly over Washington, then the 175th United Airlines flight will definitely also fly over Washington. Then how can the F-15 destroy two planes over Washington? Just now the customs center concealed something from Lin Feng, that is, let Lin Feng divert United Airlines flight 175, while waiting for the F-15, if necessary. The F-15 can destroy two Boeing 767s on the spot. As for Lin Feng's flight, he can only inform that he was unfortunately killed. But now that Lin Feng has gone to Washington, how is the US military's plan be implemented? Lin Feng didn't know that his timidity saved his life instead. Lin Feng was lazy to deal with the roar from the air traffic control center. When you turn around, your own flying skills are not good enough, and the opponent's plane is almost as good as a fighter jet. Now I turned around, and if the two planes collided directly, I must be dead. Lin Feng ignored what the air traffic control center said and continued to fly directly. Has faintly seen Washington. No, you turn around. Mr. President of our country is holding a meeting in the White House. The Air Traffic Control Center is even more anxious. Go to your mother's American president. Lin Feng threw away the headset and ignored it. The Air Traffic Control Center was directly intimidated by Lin Feng, and it was the first time someone heard such blatant abuse of the President of the United States. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 243 The Conspiracy of the United States. At 22:02 Beijing time and 9:02 New York time, USA, a Boeing 767 crashed into the north wing of the World Trade Tower in New York and exploded violently. At the same time, the Statue of Liberty, a symbol of the American spirit, was also a few minutes before it was hit by a Boeing 767. Fortunately, the Boeing 767 did not directly hit the Statue of Liberty, but it still caused irreparable damage to the Statue of Liberty. The head of the goddess has fallen on Liberty Island. The CCTV host broadcasted in a sad voice. At the same time, it is accompanied by the process in which the north wing of the World Trade Building and the Statue of Liberty were hit. CCTV News and other countries in the world reported this news for the first time. However, in contrast to the host's sorrowful tone in the news report, firecrackers and cheers were heard on the streets of cities across the country. Especially on the internet, it is very hotly discussed. The netizen I Love Red spoke, "This is God's best punishment for Yankees, and the arrogant world police finally received retribution. Ha 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 ha." The netizen Hoshin Divine Emperor spoke, "It deserved it. This is the punishment that Yankees deserve." God opened his eyes. The netizen asked, if then said, "Oh, you should hit harder. Why didn't you crash the Statue of Liberty?" Netizen Grandmaster Taixuan speaks, "Long live damn US imperialism, go to hell." Netizen Lenai Uduke speaks, "Good and evil will be rewarded in the end." This is the evil result that the US imperialism has planted itself. There was cheers in the streets and alleys, exulting for God's punishment of US imperialism. A few minutes later, an unknown insider from the U.S. Air Traffic Control Center revealed in an interview with reporters that the Boeing 767 that crashed into the Statue of Liberty, the spiritual symbol of the United States, is now missing, but it is certain that it was a Chinese who flew the plane. The news came out and immediately caused huge disputes. Many Western media that hate China have targeted this terrorist attack at China, claiming that China is behind the terrorist attack, and demanding that the US government immediately launch military operations against China by the United Nations to protect the north of the destroyed World Trade Center. And the American spirit symbolize revenge for the Statue of Liberty. The Chinese government immediately convened a press conference to strongly protest the unfounded speculations and random assertions of the Western media, and repeatedly stated that China is absolutely a pacifist country and will never plan and carry out such dehumanizing terrorist attacks, and demand that it cooperate with the United States. The government had an equal and candid conversation. Unlike the government's moderation, the people are cheering. The internet exploded with amazing energy again at this time. The netizen Fenion Angus said, "Well, I don't know which buddy, it was cool to hit his grandma." Netizen Phantom Dragon said, "This buddy is good enough." The netizen BS Annihilation said, "It, buddy, all Chinese support you." At this time, at the White House, President, the Air Traffic Control Center has revealed the news under our orders. This is the conversation between the Chinese and the Air Traffic Control Center we have processed. A presidential staff member pressed a button. The captain is dead. The co-pilot is also dead. Now I am in charge of the plane. Go to your mother's American president. After cutting, this recording only contains Lin Feng's insults to the head of the Air Traffic Control Center and his disdain for the United States. As for Lin Feng's snatching back control of the aircraft from the robbers, all other dialogues with the Air Traffic Control Center were cleared. There is no doubt that if this recording is revealed, the world will think that Lin Feng is a hijacker, a participant in this terrorist attack, and even a planner. Haha, this time is really God's help to the United States. There will be a Chinese who is flying the plane. This is just an opportunity to allow China to open up more protections for related industries. Hey, don't you want to join the WTO? Let you join. This time why do you have to pay more for me? President Bush smiled triumphantly. Yes, Your Excellency. This time the United States will definitely get the most benefit. The staff complimented. Well, did F-15 find 2 Boeing 767s? If we can't take down the 2 planes, our plan will be useless. Bush frowned and asked, "Report, Your Excellency. The F-15 fighter jet can catch up with the Boeing 767 in 3 minutes at most." Well, by the way, for the time being, all New York matters will be handled by the mayor of New York. Bush ordered. Isn't it necessary to notify the staff of the North Wing who was hit by the World Trade Center to evacuate? Also, firefighters should also evacuate immediately. Computer simulation shows that the main steel frame of the North Wing is damaged and will surely collapse. The staff member worried. Our goal is the oil in the Middle East, as well as the position of the United States in the world. This time is the best opportunity we can't miss, Bush said calmly. Understood, Your Excellency. The staff suddenly realized he secretly gave a thumbs up to Bush in his heart, but he is the president, and his thoughts are far-reaching. As for those innocent citizens, I can only say sorry. Okay, let me know when the F-15 fighter arrives at the position. Bush closed his eyes. Yes. At this time, Lin Feng naturally did not know that President Bush had already planned to blast off 2 Boeing 767s so as to seize oil in the Middle East. He could also use his Chinese identity to blackmail China. Lin Feng was sweating profusely, controlling the plane to perform stunts. Yes, it's a stunt. Under the control of Lin Feng, the Boeing 767 raised up from time to time, dived from time to time, and even slipped sideways, causing all the crew members in the cabin to vomit continuously. However, Lin Feng couldn't do anything about it. The Arab who wanted to avenge his brother's back had crashed into it several times. If it weren't for the Boeing 767, it's cumbersome, and it's not easy to hit it purely in the air. I'm afraid that Lin Feng and the other party died long ago. The plane was destroyed and the people died. Boss, the F-15 fighter has appeared. In the rear, Li Rui staggered to the cockpit and said. The turbulence just now finally made Li Rui and the others with amazing physical fitness unable to resist, and they began to vomit. Great, I finally caught up. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, sit down quickly, I'm going to keep the distance from each other, otherwise, if we even hit us, I'm afraid it will be completely defeated. Lin Feng ordered. The Boeing 767 immediately dived under the control of Lin Feng, and the Boeing plane behind him also hurriedly dived. But Lin Feng suddenly slipped and pulled high, temporarily throwing away the Boeing 767, which was chasing behind him. Damn, fire! Lin Feng yelled, but the 2 F-15s behind them flew steadily in the distance, without the slightest idea of firing. What's going on? Isn't the Air Traffic Control Center saying that in order to avoid a larger terrorist attack, it will destroy this hijacked and hopeless Boeing 767? Lin Feng, in doubt, immediately contacted the Air Traffic Control Center. But no matter how Lin Feng contacted him, the Air Traffic Control Center did not respond. Lin Feng cursed secretly. While breathing, the Boeing 767 had already caught up again. Lin Feng could only temporarily put aside all distracting thoughts, and continued to desperately dodge the suicidal impact of the Boeing 767 behind. At this time, Tony, the person in charge of the Air Traffic Control Center, closed his eyes. As the person in charge of the Air Traffic Control Center, he has received the above information and will destroy the 2 planes. Although he hated the Chinese who crashed and destroyed the Statue of Liberty in the United States, he felt sorry for the other American passengers on the plane. He was tortured by too much conscience, and at the same time, to prevent the matter from spreading, he could only order to close the call with Lin Feng. the Boeing 767. At this time, the White House, Your Excellency, the F-15 has arrived and is waiting for an order to fire. The staff awakened the president. Well, by the way, there are no important people on the plane, right? Bush pinched the bridge of his nose and said, the hijacked United Airlines Flight 175 has been confirmed to be ordinary people. The list of passengers on the plane piloted by the Chinese is still being finalized, said the staff. However, now the two Boeing 767s are approaching Washington. If you don't open fire, I am afraid that once they enter the sky over Washington, it will be more troublesome, the staff reminded. Well, fire. Bush thought for a while. For the benefit of all American people, even a certain American entrepreneur can only declare their misfortune. Besides, if there were no such Chinese, they would have died long ago. President Bush gave an order and the two F-15s went into firing. Lock on target. Two computer sounds sounded, and two missiles ejected from the F-15 at the same time. The goal is approaching. The goal is approaching. The constant computer sounds reminded Lin Feng to panic on the spot. What's the matter? William was also a little flustered. Damn. Didn't it mean that we only acted as bait? How come we have to destroy us? Lin Feng scolded. During this period of time to control the aircraft, although many buttons still do not know what they are used for, some of the dashboards Lin Feng finally figured out the purpose. The radar on the plane clearly showed that a target was approaching the plane at high speed. Except for missiles, Lin Feng could not think of any other objects that could approach at such a speed in the air. That's it. That's it. Lin Feng feels death is approaching, facing the missile. No matter how he dodges, it is useless. After all, this is only a Boeing 767, not a fighter jet. Controlling fighter jets to dodge computer missiles in the game couldn't be easier. But in reality, manipulating a bulky Boeing 767 to dodge F-15 air-to-air missiles is undoubtedly foolish. William, I'm sorry, I think we're done. Lin Feng looked at William apologetically. Lin Feng, I think maybe this is fate. It's just a pity that Ms. Jessica. But maybe that's not bad. I can go with my mother. It feels good. It's easy. William was out of Lin. The wind was calm as expected. I opened a pocket watch, not knowing what I was looking at. Friends, goodbye. Father, mother, goodbye. My company, no more. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 244. People who shouldn't be there. Lin Feng looked desperate. Passengers on the plane, tell you an unfortunate news. The US military launched a missile at us, which will hit us in 12 seconds. If there is time, say goodbye to your loved ones. At the end, Lin Feng felt Americans on board at least have the right to know how they died. Maybe there will be time to say goodbye to their family. As for not being able to make ordinary GSM calls on the plane, this is not important anymore. The passengers on board suddenly heard the news with a dazed expression. Just now I was convinced that I was escaping from the dead, and suddenly I heard that the US government had launched missiles at myself and others. The ups and downs between life and death were so fast that people couldn't adapt. However, after Lin Feng repeatedly confirmed, everyone suddenly cried and cursed the government's badness. Damn Yankee. Ahmed, who followed Lin Feng to desperately, looked gloomy. The damn US military actually fired missiles on civil aircraft. However, Ahmed was also prepared. He had anticipated this situation when he planned to hijack the plane. In order to prevent the plane from being taken down by American fighter jets in advance, they are prepared. Turn on the jammer and drop the bait. Ahmed ordered. Yes. The two decoys were thrown off the plane by Ahmed's companion and the instruments were turned on at the same time. Boom. Two loud noises. Two missiles that were supposed to hit two Boeing 767 aircraft, eventually changed their trajectory accidentally and hit an UFO. Ahmed laughed. But this jammer could not last for long, 15 minutes at most. And if the F-15 were to use a machine gun, his Boeing 767 would still not be able to get rid of the bad luck of being shot down. But when he was preparing to implement this plan, Ahmed had a deadly consciousness. However, the murderer who killed his brother must be dragged down to hell before death. Ahmed looked at Boeing 67 not far in front. His eyes were blood red, and his mouth showed a cruel smile. HMPH, I must kill you myself. Lin Feng should be thankful that Ahmed's persistent grievance saved himself and all the passengers on the plane. Hearing a huge explosion sound behind him, and he was safe and sound, although I don't know why. It's always good to pick a life back. Dear passengers, although I don't know the reason, the missile did not hit us. Lin Feng informed all passengers on board, lest this group of passengers, who know they must die, do anything stupid. There was a cheer in the cabin. However, Lin Feng was not fortunate. Although he was not hit this time, the F-15 could not only hang one missile. Next time, will I be so lucky next time? White House, Your Excellency, the first round of missiles did not hit the target, said the staff. Continue to attack, Bush said flatly. Yes. The staff continued to deliver the attack order. At this moment, a person hurried in. Mr. President, you can't attack. You can't attack. One person hurried over. What's the matter? Is there any important person on the plane? Bush asked. Your Excellency, please see for yourself. Another staff member handed Bush a list with a weird face. Bush took it. Ordinary passengers in business class simply ignore them and look straight to first class. Lin Feng, the cover character of the latest issue of Time magazine, the youngest and richest man in mainland China, is 21 years old this year. 4 bodyguards. Seeing this message, Bush clenched his fist and gave a soft cry. This is more proof that Lin Feng and the Chinese government can't get rid of the relationship, and the Chinese government can't use what kind of forest is big. Every kind of bird can prevaricate. When the forest grows, no matter how many birds there are, there will only be one richest man. As for why the richest man in mainland China personally planned a suicide terrorist attack, in Bush's view, it is not important. Just use the excuse of a crazy dictator to prevaricate. In short, this time the Chinese government has jumped into the Pacific and it is not clear. Bush looked down again. Jessica Alba, a third-rate Hollywood actor, just finished filming movies such as Forbidden Room, Lost in Love, Dictionary Lover and other movies, and he is a little famous. Bush shook his head in disdain, just a third-rate little actor. However, after looking at Jessica's photos, she sighed slightly, and it was a pity that a stunning beauty disappeared. Abby Cohen, chief analyst at Goldman Sachs. In 1995, the US stock market was in a downturn, but she predicted that the stock market would show a continuous upward trend. In 1996, Cohen predicted a crisis in the Japanese economy. At the beginning of 1997, it warned of a major collapse of the Asian economy. At the beginning of 1998, the Dow Jones Industrial Index is expected to continue to climb. In 2000, when the Nasdaq rate hit a new high, it was predicted that the Nasdaq would collapse. Bush frowned slightly. He didn't expect that this Wall Street myth would actually be on Lin Feng's flight. He hesitated a bit. This is a rare genius in the financial world. However, in the interests of the United States, Bush can only sigh deeply. Bush looked down and was also the last guest on Lin Feng's Boeing 767 flight. William Bush browse, and quickly read his full name: William Arthur Philip Louis Indesser. It is the same as the name of the person in Bush's memory. Shit, dash. Bush scolded the United States. Why is he on this flight? Bush asked his staff angrily. There is an accidental person on this flight, a person who should never be here. How will his plan be implemented? Sorry, Mr. President, I'm afraid this is because of that Jessica. According to the investigation, Jessica met William when filming Forbidden Room in the UK. It is said that William fell in love with him at first sight, and I am afraid that this time he followed him. Jessica is here, the staff said helplessly. Mr. President, what should we do now? Do you still attack? Asked the staff. Bush felt tangled in his heart. According to the existing evidence, the oil in the Middle East will definitely not escape. After this incident, You can use the excuse to fight the Taliban, and then solve Saddam, which has always been a headache for the United States. In this way, the oil problem in the United States can be best alleviated. But in Bush's view, the biggest enemy of the United States is China. This country, with the world's largest population and GDP growth of more than 8% for 23 consecutive years, is the biggest threat to the United States' global dominance in the future. Now is the best opportunity to take this opportunity to suppress China, forcing China to compromise on a larger scale. But this William, who shouldn't be in the United States, appeared in the United States, and appeared on this flight. If attacked, William will die. It is probably a very troublesome diplomatic dispute for the United States. Those arrogant British people will certainly not let it go. But if he gave up such a great opportunity in this way, Bush was really not reconciled, never reconciled. Damn, isn't there any woman in Britain? He came to America for a woman. Bush kept cursing William in his heart. But after hesitating for a while, Bush made a decision. Attack. Bush ordered. President. The staff exclaimed. This decision is a major decision sufficient to provoke a world war. Attack. All people who know this news must be absolutely confidential, if they can't be sure whether they can keep it secret. Bush gave his aides coldly, "Understand, Your Excellency." The staff felt a chill. "I am afraid that from this moment on, his staff life will continue forever. Even if he retires, there will be constant surveillance by American agents by his side. Maybe for the sake of my family, I should keep my distance from them." The staff sighed and issued an attack order. 2 F-15s fired 4 missiles in a row. "Damn Yankee," Ahmed said angrily. However, after dropping 8 decoys in a row this time, after a violent shake of the plane, it was finally safe. However, Ahmed's plane's tail wing was affected by the explosion, and thick smoke began to appear. And what made Ahmed almost mad is that Lin Feng's plane had nothing to do with him. He was the avenger but became the protector of the opponent. It's ironic. Lin Feng in front was also panicked. Fortunately, Ahmed, who was behind him, saved himself again for some unknown purpose. But it is ridiculous to entrust his life to the person who wants to kill himself in this way. Damn. The damn US government actually fired directly regardless of the lives of the passengers on the plane. Lin Feng was also fierce and dropped the plane directly from a height of 10,000 feet to under the clouds. "Damn, even if you die, I will drag you Americans into the water," Lin Feng said fiercely. "William, fasten your seatbelt." Lin Feng squinted and found William in a trance. "What's the matter? What's the matter? How could the US government order an attack on its own plane? Don't they know that they are also on this plane?" William murmured. Lin Feng didn't have the energy to care about William at this time. After dropping the plane into the clouds, he told all the Americans in the cabin of the ugly behavior of the US government. All Americans expressed strong indignation for the US government's missile attack on them, but at this 10,000 foot altitude, on the Boeing 767, no matter how strong the indignation can only be turned into resentment. In first class. "Abby, don't worry. The F-15 has arrived. The Boeing 767 behind will definitely be destroyed, and we must be fine." Jessica comforted Abby, who looked worried. Since her only daughter was also on the plane, Abby looked worried since she learned that the plane was hijacked, especially after Lin Feng informed that the plane was attacked by the military F-15. He was even more panicked, holding his daughter Alice and crying bitterly. Fortunately, it was in the end. "Relax, Abby, it must have been an accident just now. Believe me, as long as William is there, the government will never attack us." Jessica looked confident. Abby looked at Jessica suspiciously. "Because he is William of England." Jessica leaned into Abby's ear and whispered. "What? It was him?" Abby exclaimed, and then let out a long sigh of relief. But a few seconds later, when Lin Feng notified the second round of the missile attack, Jessica and Abby's faces changed drastically. "How is it possible? How is it possible? How can the government attack?" Jessica was panicked. Although the plane was unharmed again in the end, Jessica still looked blank, not knowing why the military would attack her plane. Abby was as at a loss as Jessica. After learning William's identity, she thought she must be safe. But now, I am afraid that is not the case. After all, Abby was the chief analyst in the American financial industry, and soon became sober. After analysis by the wise mind, he immediately came to a surprising conclusion. For the benefit of the United States, it will certainly continue to attack. Jessica, I'm going to get off the cockpit. You help me take care of Alice. After Abby handed her daughter to Jessica, he walked quickly to the cockpit. Abby, why are you here? Lin Feng asked in shock. William, hurry up. Think of a way to call the British government and tell them your current situation. Let them put pressure on the American government, or we will definitely be shot down. Abby shouted. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 245. Prince William. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Feng controlled the plane, puzzled. Mr. Lin, the US government has two problems. One is oil, the other is a strong developing China. In this terrorist attack, the US government will definitely target the oil countries in the Middle East. And because you are Chinese, the United States, in order to restrain the strong developing China, the government will certainly take the opportunity to make things happen. As long as you die, the US government can do whatever it wants, because you are the youngest and richest man in mainland China. Finally, the Chinese government, under pressure from all walks of life, will definitely do so. I'm taking the blame for you. Abby explained hurriedly. What? Lin Feng almost jumped up. This damn American government is too insidious. But if Abby's words are true, I am afraid that he will be doomed again today. Damn, the United States has to pay for death. Lin Feng's eyes are blood red. William, hurry up. After Abby explained, he didn't have time to talk to Lin Feng, and kept urging William, who was still a little dazed. After gently tapping William's handsome face, William finally came to his senses. Ah. Yes, I understand. William was a little confused at first, but under Abby's urging, he instantly understood. Immediately made a call using the satellite phone left by the robber. Grandma, I'm William. I'm on a Boeing 767 flight in the United States. I've just been hijacked. Grandma, don't worry, it's okay, I'm safe. But now the US military's F-15 fighter jets don't know why I'm attacking us. It's fine for the time being, and I won't know after a while. William briefly said the whole story. Well, I see, grandmother. William was relieved after hanging up the phone. Lin Feng, hold on, I believe that soon F-15 will not attack us again, William said confidently. Lin Feng looked puzzled. Ha, sorry, I concealed my identity just now. William said slightly apologetically. Introduce myself again. Hello, my name is William, and my mother is the late Princess Diana of England, and I am Prince William of the British royal family. William gave a sunny smile. Lin Fengru was struck by lightning. This is too exaggerated. I can actually know Prince William of England, the most popular member of the royal family among the people, and the two were still on the same hijacked plane. This life is amazing too. After learning of Prince William's identity, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is no attack from the US military, it should be fine. Moreover, the US military will definitely save the British Prince William. Although, as Abby said, the United States wants to use its identity to threaten China, but in contrast, Prince William's identity is more sensitive. With the knowledge of the British government, Lin Feng believed that the American government would absolutely not dare to continue to attack, unless they are crazy. The relaxed Lin Feng put his thoughts on the Prince William beside him. Think about it, since I met this Prince William, he has been gentle on the way, with a nice smile, handsome, and noble, and he is indeed a prince. Lin Feng compares himself with Prince William. Appearance, Prince William has an overwhelming victory. The people's heart seems to have a bad reputation, especially before coming out this time. The public security system in North X City was called the God of Plague. One can imagine his popularity. In contrast, Prince William is much loved by the British people. People are more angry than people. Undoubtedly, Staying with Prince William was really shocking. However, thinking of Prince William's pursuit of Jessica from England to the United States, but still can't move her heart. But I was able to get Jessica's invitation, and his mentality was finally balanced. After learning the identity of Prince William, Lin Feng could probably understand why Jessica did not accept Prince William. As soon as you enter Human, it is as deep as the sea. The late Princess Diana is the best proof. This Jessica is not only beautiful, but also a personal stunner. At the same time, IQ, at least tech, is definitely not low. At this time, the White House. Your Excellency, a call from the United Kingdom, said the staff. Bush frowned, guessing in his heart why the call was coming. He didn't answer the call, but he had to answer it. A few minutes later, Bush said bitterly, "Order, don't attack Prince William's plane. Only attack the robbers United Airlines Flight 175, and let them be careful not to spread to the plane ahead." Yes, the staff knew that this could only be the case. Now that the matter has been known by the British government, if the United States still orders an attack, I am afraid it will really declare war. Although the relationship between the two countries is good, and the British national strength is not as good as that of the United States, if the British government knows that the US government directly attacked Prince William's landline, resulting in the murder of Prince William, who is popular in the United Kingdom, in the United States, to freezing point. Even the outbreak of war is not impossible. The war between the two countries will inevitably trigger the Third World War. The United States cannot afford this price. Wait. Bush suddenly called as his staff was preparing to give orders. Order F-15 to remain vigilant and follow along. Don't make any attacks. Bush smiled yinly. The staff was at a loss at first, and then instantly understood. The president is using the hands of the robbers to get rid of the Chinese, so that this terrorist attack can be sent to China, and there is no need to worry about the anger of the British government. If that Chinese doesn't die, he won't be able to stop everyone talking. Especially the more than 200 passengers on the plane will testify for Lin Feng, and Prince William can also testify for Lin Feng. At that time, this Chinese will not only not be a participant in a terrorist attack, but I am afraid he will be portrayed as a hero. Under the influence of Hollywood blockbusters, Americans like heroes very much. Clever plan. The staff secretly gave the president thumbs up. At this time, the Boeing 767 boarded. The two F-15s no longer attacked, allowing Lin Feng and others to gradually feel relieved. I am so fortunate to meet the noble person, or I am afraid that I will really go to see the king this time. Lin Feng, I have a heartfelt feeling, Prince William said with an embarrassed expression. Let's talk. Thanks to you this time, we can be saved. Lin Feng said lightly. Without the threat of F-15 fighter jets launching missiles at any time, the pressure on Lin Feng from the robber planes behind would not be so great. Yes, my grandmother hopes to promote me as the hero of this hijacking incident, Prince William said embarrassingly. When Lin Feng heard it, he instantly understood, and guessed what the British royal family was thinking. This time is the best opportunity to re-establish the image of the British royal family. Britain's most popular prince protected a hijacked plane in the United States. Nothing is more popular than that. Through this incident, the image of the royal family will surely reach an unprecedented height, enough to make up for the impact of Princess Diana's strange death on the royal family. Okay, after getting off the plane, you are the main pilot of this plane. Lin Feng didn't care about this. Although this can make himself a hero, if he can exchange the favor of the British royal family, Lin Feng would rather not be a hero. No, Lin Feng, as long as I can be a co-pilot, William said with excuses. Although the royal family hoped that he could become the main driver, William's quality inherited his mother, Princess Diana, and he was not so brazen. Lin Feng smiled. Dear travelers, I have good news. The US government will not attack us again because there is a distinguished guest on our plane, Prince William of the British royal family. Thanks to him, we can avoid the indiscriminate chaos of the US government attack. Lin Feng smiled at William. William nodded, leading Lin Feng's favor. Many passengers in the cabin immediately cheered when they learned that the government would not attack themselves again. In particular, I heard that Prince William of the United Kingdom was also on the plane, and collectively applauded him. Lin Feng, thank you. If you can land safely this time, you will get my most loyal friendship, and perhaps a medal awarded by the British royal family. Prince William put his hand on his chest. Thank you. Lin Feng was delighted. This can be regarded as an unexpected gain, a gain that everyone envy. I am afraid that the US government will also have a headache. Abby looked at the two of them interestingly. Knowing the true identity of Prince William surprised Abby. But what Lin Feng did made Abby even more curious. I faintly have the idea of meeting Lin Feng, and I want to see what it is like. The youngest and richest man in mainland China, who has earned $1 billion in 2 years, may also be the richest person under the age of 30 in the world. What it is like, people. Mr. Lin, after getting off the plane, can I buy you a cup of coffee? Abby asked. Of course. This is my honor. Abby Gang was able to analyze how the US government would attack him, with quick thinking and clear logic, and he must not be an ordinary person. The cabin was filled with rejoicing. But Lin Feng soon discovered that something was wrong. The two F-15s just trailed all the way, but did not attack the Boeing 767 that was hijacked by the robbers and could no longer survive. This thing is absolutely abnormal. Lin Feng said his doubts, and Abai's face instantly turned pale. This must be the government trying to kill us with the help of robbers. Abai's face was pale. What? Lin Feng and Prince William exclaimed at the same time. Prince William wanted to call, but Abby stopped him. It's no use. The government will refuse to attack on the grounds of the safety of passengers on the plane. Now we can only rely on ourselves, Abby said a little desperately. The plane's fuel was almost exhausted. Lin Feng was a pilot who had no practical experience before. He would not land at all. He still wanted to crash his plane at any time behind him. You can imagine the outcome. As the plane was getting closer and closer to Washington, Lin Feng thought of the series of actions of the US government, and had a bold idea in his mind, a terrifying idea. Lin Feng looked at Washington, the capital of the United States, with a cruel smile on his lips. I am coming, America. I will make you pay the price. Target the White House. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 246. Goodbye, White House? Washington, the capital of the United States, the political center of the United States, is also one of the cultural centers. Residents are mainly federal government officials, employees and their families, as well as chores. After learning of the terrorist attack in New York, the residents of Washington were not as flustered as in other states, and they were still working as usual. But there was more tension in the air. For the vast majority of Washington residents, terrorist attacks are still far away. This is the political center of the United States. The White House, the Department of Defense, Congress, the United States Supreme Court, and most government agencies are located here. No one believes it will be attacked unless the end of the world. But when the thunderous roar came from the air, everyone was stunned. Involuntarily looked to the sky. Two Boeing 767s filed out of the clouds and flew lower and lower. With good eyesight, you could even clearly see the signs on the plane. What happened? Most people looked at the sky with a blank face, especially the thick smoke from the tail of a Boeing 767 behind. Is it a terrorist attack? Everyone thought subconsciously. Most people instinctively called 911, telling the scene they saw. Those who were involved even called government agencies to inquire about the whole story. Your Excellency, the two Boeing 767s have entered the sky over Washington and have begun to fly at low altitudes. They must be shot down for national security, the advisor reminded Bush. Bush looked unwilling and never shot down again. This hijacked Boeing 767 is enough to cause serious damage to the United States again, especially when it has already appeared in the capital. Order to fire. Let them decide to be careful of the plane ahead, as well as the residents on the ground. Bush reluctantly ordered, and at the same time ordered extreme caution. After all, this is not New York. No matter how many people die in New York, they are just ordinary people. Most of them are government officials who keep the United States running. Without businessmen and ordinary white-collar workers, the country can dig from other countries. Moreover, the United States has never lacked such personnel, but without government officials, the country will stop functioning. Yes, the consultant immediately ordered an attack. The two F-15s that received the attack order immediately lowered their flight altitude, slowly approaching Ahmed's aircraft, and entered the locked state. The two F-15 Eagle fighters that fell from the clouds were naturally seen by the residents of Washington on the ground, and they suddenly cheered. The F-15 Eagle fighter is the pride of all Americans. But to their surprise, the F-15 Eagle fighters have not opened fire for a long time. The pilots on the F-15 Eagle fighter also looked hesitant. The two Boeing 767s were too close. Once they opened fire, the safety of the Boeing 767 in front would definitely not be guaranteed. The report: the two Boeing 767s are too close to each other and may be affected. Do you fire? The pilot had to report. I'm not absolutely sure not to fire. The consultant looked at Bush and ordered. The F-15 Eagle continued to trail, looking for a chance to fire. Ahmed is not at all worried about the F-15 Eagle fighter behind him. As long as he can avenge his brother, he is fearless, not to mention the determination to carry out this mission. What's more, Ahmed knew that his Boeing 767 could no longer be supported for long. The holes in the rear wing were getting bigger and bigger, and the fuel was getting less and less. Lin Feng ordered Prince William and the others to sit down and started his own madness. If Lin Feng wants to live, he must get rid of the tail behind him, otherwise he will not be able to land safely. Li Rui, is it possible to throw things out of the plane? Lin Feng asked. There is a way. Li Rui answered truthfully. Although this is a bit dangerous, it can be done. Well, I'll let you throw things later, so you can throw out all the things you can throw away, Lin Feng ordered. Yes, boss. Li Rui nodded. Lin Feng, what do you want to do? Prince William noticed a trace of madness at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, and felt inexplicably panic. William, I want the US government to pay a little price for this, if possible. Lin Feng is not absolutely sure of his plan, but he has to do everything to survive. Sit down, Lin Feng shouted, controlling the plane to descend rapidly. Don't try to escape. Ahmed roared. Your Excellency, two Boeing 767s are flying towards the White House. Please evacuate for safety. The consultant was panicked. Bush was taken aback. What do they want? Do you want to hit the White House? Is it possible? Although Bush did not believe it, he still began to prepare for evacuation, and other White House officials were also notified of evacuation. Lin Feng continued to control the plane to descend rapidly. Looking at the milky white dome building not far away, Lin Feng's mouth showed a crazy smile. If you want me to die, I will let you taste the power of Chinese wisdom. With a sharp whistling sound, the Boeing 767 slammed into the White House like a lion throwing into the forest. The personnel on the ground exclaimed. The streets are full of panicked crowds. Just now the World Trade Building in New York was hit, and now the White House, the political center of the United States, has also been attacked by suicide. Is it the end of the world today? Ahmed didn't understand Lin Feng's actions very well. He didn't believe that the previous plane would hate the United States as much as himself, and would resort to suicide attacks. But Ahmed didn't want to guess why Lin Feng did this. I only know that this is an opportunity to avenge my brother. Ahmed did not hesitate, and continued to pull down the plane at the same time, and followed Lin Feng into it. Oh my god, they are crazy. The F-15 Eagle fighter pilot gave a horrified look. Attack, attack, don't think about anything. Shoot me down two Boeing 767s. The pilot received the desperate order from above. Life is at stake. Bush, whose life is threatened, can no longer care about Prince William, as long as he can shoot down the damn two Boeing 767s. As for whether the British government will declare war on itself afterwards, That's something to be said. Even if they fight, they are dead friends but not poor ones. Looking at the Boeing 767 getting closer and closer in the sky, Bush was at a loss. Originally wanted to take advantage of the hijacker's hand to get rid of Lin Feng, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to be so crazy that he wanted to die with them. Does he know that he cannot be spared, and he wants to die with us? Bush hurriedly evacuated with a look of incomprehension. After the two F-15 Eagle fighters confirmed the order again, they immediately pressed the attack button. Two Sparrow AIM-7A missiles roared out. The Sparrow AIM-7A missile uses the guided beam to follow the airborne optics to aim at a speed target, thereby guiding the missile to fly to attack the air target. The guided flight time is about 20 seconds. Washington residents exclaimed again. Now two Boeing 767s and two F-15 Eagle fighters are flying under the clouds and flying at very low altitude. Everyone can clearly see the missiles launched by the F-15 Eagle fighters. Cover. Most residents of Washington are non-ordinary residents. They have a certain understanding of the Sparrow AIM-7A missile suspended by the F-15 Eagle fighter. They are extremely dangerous. When the crowd was panicked and scattered looking for cover, Lin Feng locked his eyes tightly to the White House in front of the building that had been seen countless times in Hollywood blockbusters. 300 meters. 250 meters. 200 meters. Lin Feng controlled the Boeing 767 to continue its rapid descent, getting closer and closer to the ground. However, when everyone saw that the White House, a political symbol of the United States, was about to be destroyed, Lin Feng violently pulled up and controlled the aircraft to move rapidly in an astonishing arc. Pull up. There was a cry of exclamation in the cabin. This time it was too sudden. Although Lin Feng's reminder was given, it still made everyone unable to suppress the panic in their hearts. Get up, get up, get up. Lin Feng roared in his heart, desperately controlling the plane to climb. Prince William looked at the White House in front of him with horror. At this moment, he already understood Lin Feng's intentions, but it was too crazy and too exciting. It's now. Lin Feng looked at the screen and shouted, "Leroy, throw things. Throw them out as much as you want." Lin Feng shouted wildly. Leroy, Zibo and others had fixed themselves on the wall of the plane with ropes in advance. After receiving Lin Feng's notice, they immediately smashed the plane's bathroom glass. The strong air pressure seemed to draw everyone out. Fortunately, they fixed themselves. It's extremely strong. However, the two of them had not thrown out all the various blankets and other items prepared in advance, and the powerful suction force had already sucked all the items out. Ahmed showed a crazy smile when he saw Lin Feng crashing into the White House. If he can avenge his brother and crash the White House, he will become a hero in Arab countries. At the moment, he slammed into Lin Feng without hesitation. However, what he didn't expect was that Lin Feng suddenly pulled up, pulling the Boeing 767 up at an almost impossible angle. Don't want to run. Ahmed gave a bloody smile, and immediately controlled the plane to raise it. The aircraft screen has shown that two missiles are approaching, and this time he has no decoys to evade the missiles. This is his last chance to avenge his brother. However, Ahmed just wanted to control the plane up high, but countless objects flew in front of him. Although these items are extremely light, in high-speed flight, even a tiny object like a screw can cause fatal damage to the aircraft. What's more, these plates, glasses, even knives and forks, especially some blankets and other things, blocked Ahmed's sight. That's it. Ahmed knew that he could not avenge his brother, but he could still complete the task that the boss had given him. If you can't hit the World Trade Center, I will hit the White House. Ahmed made a decision at the last moment, and without hesitation, he controlled the plane to continue to hit the ground. Long live Allah! In Ahmed's madness, the Boeing 767 hit the ground. However, due to Lin Feng blankets and other objects affecting the line of sight, Ahmed did not hit the White House in the end, and crashed tens of meters away from the White House, causing a violent explosion. Pity. Lin Feng sighed. But then Lin Feng couldn't believe what he saw before him. After the two missiles lost their target, They continued to fly and hit another target in front of the White House. With 2 violent explosions in a row, the White House collapsed in a whimper. Witnessing this scene, everyone is stupid. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 247. The Unlucky President in History. The deafening explosions, the smoke rising into the sky, the shock waves that ravaged everything, and the dust all over the sky all prove one thing. The symbol of American politics, the White House, was destroyed. Bush is stupid. Although advisors previously warned that there was a danger for Bush to withdraw from the White House, that was only a safety measure. The so-called security measures, in Bush's view, will never happen. They are just security measures initiated for possible accidents and to absolutely guarantee their own safety. Who could have expected that the White House really collapsed? And it was bombed by mistake? What the hell is this? Could it be that the Chinese Yugoslav embassy was bombed by mistake, and now God is coming to punish the United States? But to punish the damn Clinton, not me. Bush, no matter how annoyed Bush feels, he will be so annoyed. There are a total of 43 presidents in the history of the United States. He is the 43rd president. On January 20th this year, he was sworn in as the 43rd president of the United States. As a result, the US president, who had just been for 232 days, not only was hit by the World Trade Center, it may collapse at any time. And the Statue of Liberty, which symbolizes the American spirit, was also knocked out of its head after 117 years on Liberty Island. Finally, even the American political symbol, the 201-year-old White House, collapsed today. Bush felt that his life was a coffee table full of cups. Tragedy. Perhaps, when later generations write history, they will write for themselves. The most unlucky president of the United States and the most incompetent president of the United States, destroying the spiritual and political symbols of the United States in one day. Thinking of such comments, Bush felt cold all over, looking at the Boeing 767, which was still hovering in the sky, with infinite resentment in his heart. All the officials evacuated from the White House are also stupid. No one had expected that the office of successive US presidents would collapse one day, and it was accidentally bombed by the missiles of his own military. This is so speechless. The pedestrians on the street were even stupid, rubbing their eyes desperately, unable to believe this scene. I want to call 911 in amazement. But what is bombed is a symbol of American politics. Is it still useful to call 911? Only the reporter reacted first and took photos desperately. This is definitely the biggest news this year or even this century. As for the 2 pilots of the F-15 Eagle fighter that accidentally bombed the White House, they were even more stupid. I can't believe that the symbol of American politics was bombed by mistake by myself. If it hadn't been for the frantic call from the main station, I am afraid that the 2 pilots, in a trance, might be driving the F-15 Eagle fighter jet directly into the sky. Go home, go home. The F-15 Eagle fighter pilot heard an extremely angry roar from his superiors. Yes. Yes. The F-15 Eagle fighter pilot nodded blankly, looked at the collapsed White House, and departed dejectedly. I am afraid that what awaits them this time will be ruthless sanctions, and may even go to a military court for this. Lin Feng was also a little stunned. Although my plan was to use Ahmed's plane to hit the White House, I took a good breath. Unexpectedly, the White House was not killed by a terrorist attack, but by its own hands. This is ironic enough. Prince William was stunned for a long time. His face looked incredible. Lin Feng, Bai. The White House was bombed. Prince William stammered a little. Well, it was bombed by their own missile. Lin Feng said with a hint of pleasure. We bombed our Yugoslav embassy back then, and today you also mistakenly bombed your White House. God is fair. Prince William was silent for a while. I'm afraid you are in big trouble this time. Prince William sighed after a long time. Perhaps Lin Feng knew that the US government would surely anger himself when he witnessed the bombing of the White House. However, Lin Feng is not too worried. Lin Feng is very fortunate that the United States is a democratic and legal country. It just so happens that I have money again, so I'll go to court and stay with me to the end. At this time, the reporters present immediately sent the news and images of the White House bombing to the world through television. However, only pictures are sent out, not images, and only the scene after the destruction of the White House, unlike the World Trade Center and the Statue of Liberty, has a panoramic video. But just these few pictures still shocked the world. Western governments are silent. When the New York building was attacked, Western governments expressed their distress and condemned the terrorists. After learning that the Statue of Liberty was destroyed, Western countries deeply regretted what happened to the United States. But after learning that the White House was destroyed, I felt a little horrified. The United States, which has always been strong, and US imperialism is first a spiritual symbol, destruction of the Statue of Liberty, and the subsequent destruction of the White House as a political symbol. No one can predict how the United States will react fiercely or take retaliation. In particular, there is unproven news from the United States that the pilot who crashed into the Statue of Liberty in the United States was a Chinese, and may be a very important person in mainland China. It is said that the destruction of the White House is also related to this Chinese. The world, what's the future? The Third World War broke out. Thinking of this possibility, Western governments immediately called the US government to express their deep sympathy for the destruction of the White House, and at the same time called on the US to face the incident rationally, investigate the truth of the matter, and then let the United Nations handle it. The comforting Bush of Western countries is even more furious. The Statue of Liberty and the White House in the United States have been destroyed. Calm down. Calm down. Bush is in the interim presidential palace, and the Pentagon keeps roaring. In contrast to the panic in Western countries, Arab countries cheered, and the whole world can only describe the grand occasion. As for the domestic roar, there was another excitement. The World Trade Building in New York was hit, the Statue of Liberty was destroyed, and the White House is now bombed. There is nothing happier than this. The Spring Festival is a Chinese New Year. But for many Chinese, today is a Chinese New Year. It is worth celebrating. The whole country is excited, all the world is celebrating, and there is only one voice on the internet, that is, the White House has been bombed, and US imperialism is finished. Looking at his office, the symbol of American politics, the White House, was in ruins, and Bush, who was sober, was almost mad. Send me a fighter jet to take down that Boeing 767, and take it down to me. Bush yelled at the Boeing 767, which was still hovering in the air. The United States is the most powerful country in the world. It was hit 3 fatal blows in a single day, and each time became more severe. This made Bush feel like he was slapped in the face. In particular, the Boeing 767 that caused the accident was still hovering overhead, as if flaunting its might, which made Bush even more angry. Your Excellency, there is also Prince William in it. Moreover, the White House was destroyed by our own missiles. It was accidentally bombed. The consultant was also a bit at a loss. He had never encountered this situation before, and he did not know how to deal with it. But Bush can sit on the throne of president, he has his own ability. Soon he woke up from shock and fury. But looking at Bush's somewhat stiff, icy face, the consultant knew that this was a sign of a storm. Order the military to take the 2 pilots into custody immediately. Remember, the White House was destroyed by a terrorist attack, not by an accidental bombing. Also, immediately find out all the videos that may have taken the accidental bombing of the White House. Finally, to get the plane down for me alive, I must have them pay the price. There are also reporters who may have witnessed what happened, warning them not to talk nonsense. Notify countries and let them control the mouths of their reporters. Although Bush's tone was extremely calm, he revealed a chilling chill and boundless domineering. Understood, Your Excellency. The consultant nodded and began to arrange everything. The U.S. military, the Department of Defense, the FBI, and the Washington Police Department immediately launched operations. A big net pounced on Lin Feng. Flight ZX 2154. Flight ZX 2154. Please answer immediately when you hear it. Lin Feng finally received the news from the Air Traffic Control Center again. Yes, I am Lin Feng, the temporary captain. Lin Feng replied. Mr. Lin, please land at Washington Airport immediately, and we will show you the runway. The Air Traffic Control Center's voice was extremely cold, even with a hint of hatred. Understood. Lin Feng didn't care about the attitude of the Air Traffic Control Center. Not only did he destroy the Statue of Liberty, but he also directed a good show of the White House being bombed by mistake. It is considered very polite to be treated like this. After thinking for a while, Prince William picked up the satellite phone and called the British royal family again. After a long time, Prince William pondered for a moment, then made an apologetic expression to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I originally hoped the royal family could guarantee you, but this time the royal family said that the matter is too big. They must consider the attitude of the US government. They will not prove anything for you. Prince William said helplessly. Lin Feng sighed secretly, but this is also human nature. This matter is indeed a bit more troublesome, and the British royal family will never risk engaging with the United States for the sake of an outsider. I understand, William. Lin Feng nodded. However, Lin Feng, we are friends, so I will personally prove that you are not a terrorist, but a hero. Lin Feng, you are a hero. Prince William looked at Lin Feng with bright eyes and pointed to his chest. William. Lin Feng was moved. Guests, I am William. Here I want to say one thing. Just now our hero, Mr. Lin Feng from China, in order to avoid being hit by the plane hijacked by the following robbers, he was getting rid of the United States. The missile fired by the government military destroyed the White House. William picked up the microphone and faced the passengers in the cabin. Hearing that the White House was destroyed, the passengers on the plane exclaimed, I hope everyone here can prove that Mr. Lin Feng is not a terrorist, but a hero. I hope everyone can testify for Lin Feng for God's sake. Thank you. William sincerely prayed. The passengers on the plane looked at each other and raised their arms. Hero. We testify for you. Thank you. Lin Feng said gratefully. Yes, without you, we would have died a long time ago. Besides, this is the only thing I can do. Prince William said sorry. Lin Feng smiled slightly. As for Prince William's move, how useful the testimony of more than 200 passengers on the plane can be, God knows. However, Lin Feng thought for a while, at least not to allow Bush to involve this matter on China. Especially he did not want to be framed for this. If a lawsuit is going to be fought, a helper is also needed. Lin Feng took out the phone number of Mr. Zhu's secretary in his pocket. Hello, I am Lin Feng, I want to find Mr. Zhu. Lin Feng said. A few minutes later. Mr. Zhu, it's me. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I have to tell you one thing, and I also ask you for help. Lin Feng told Mr. Zhu the whole thing. Of course, Lin Feng did not stupidly tell Mr. Zhu that he deliberately designed to let the robbers crash into the White House. Mr. Zhu was also obviously stunned. After being silent for a long time, he said in a weird tone, Xiao Lin, this matter is too involved, and I must report to the chairman. In short, you can rest assured that if you are indeed innocent, the country will not let you in. Bullied outside. After speaking, Mr. Zhu hung up the phone. Mr. Zhu's words made Lin Feng quite frustrated, but he also understood that this was politics. Looking at Prince William next to him, perhaps his biggest backer this time is Prince William, who is not completely in charge. Everyone, we are about to land. I am afraid there will be severe turbulence. I hope that all passengers can wear their seatbelts. Lin Feng informed all the passengers and started an emergency landing. The Washington airport has gathered almost all police officers in Washington, as well as a large number of FBI agents, as well as journalists from various countries. In the scene just now, almost most people have seen that the plane can make an emergency landing, and there must be major news. Lin Feng controlled the Boeing 767 for a difficult landing. After all, he was just a game-flying enthusiast, not a real pilot. Fortunately, although the landing gear was broken, the fuselage of the plane rubbed the runway all the way, and finally stopped and did not explode. All the police, FBI, ambulances and fire trucks immediately surrounded. "Boss, shall we protect you from fleeing?" Li Ru and the others also knew that Lin Feng had made things worse this time, but they were bodyguards facing the US government. They still have to ensure Lin Feng's safety. Run away? If we run away from the US government, we must be wanted by the whole world. Even if we escape back to China, I won't be able to meet people. Besides, it will cause big troubles for the country. Remember, get me the best lawyer in America. This time I am afraid that we will fight a century lawsuit against the United States. Lin Feng smiled and refused. "Boss." Li Ru and others were anxious. "If you don't escape, I don't know how the US government will deal with Lin Feng." They don't believe that the US government will give Lin Feng a fair chance to appeal. "I won't run away. I will see how the US government deals with me." Clouds can never cover the sun. Lin Feng patted everyone on the shoulders and opened the hatch. Lin Feng laughed as he watched the dark crowd below, as well as the reporters who were quarantined and denied entry in the distance. "Give me the microphone." Lin Feng took the microphone from Prince William, like a general inspecting the army, pointing to the crowd below. "I, Lin Feng, a Chinese. Although I don't know how to drive, I saved this Boeing 767 and saved the 267 passengers on board. Although I am not necessarily a hero, I am definitely not a terrorist." The Statue of Liberty was destroyed. "I admit, it's because I am not skilled. But the White House was bombed. What to do with me? If you want to falsely accuse me, yes, I will accompany you. The best lawyer in the United States. I need you, and I have money." Lin Feng Galfu, the voice echoed all over Washington. The reporter suddenly clicked the shutter in the distance. "To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading." To be continued. Chapter 248. The Eve Before the Storm. Lin Feng's declaration is undoubtedly a demonstration. The director of the CIA has a blue face. This time the president ordered Lin Feng to become a terrorist and to take the opportunity to blackmail China severely. But now let Lin Feng toss like this. How do they convict Lin Feng? Quickly, pull him down for me. The CIA director roared sharply. Lin Feng was quickly arrested by the FBI agents who rushed up, sent him to the police car and whizzed away. Li Ru, Zibo and others could only witness Lin Feng being taken away, and they were helpless. "Don't worry, I will try my best to help Lin Feng." Prince William appeased Li Ru and others. At the same time, in order to ensure their safety, they were temporarily classified as their own bodyguards and left under the leadership of the British ambassador. As for the other passengers, they were also taken away by the police, but each policeman had an FBI agent on board. In this case, the police only served as a juror, and the main person in charge was an FBI agent. "Jessica, this incident is too much trouble. Think twice about everything you say," Abby told Jessica with a blank face. "But Lin Feng is a hero. He saved us and everyone on this plane," Jessica said. "But the Statue of Liberty was destroyed by him, and the White House was bombed by mistake because of him," Abby said helplessly. "But he is not a pilot, and it doesn't matter if he bombed by mistake," Jessica puzzled. "Indeed. But this is politics. The US government must find a scapegoat, especially this person is still Chinese, and the richest man in China." Abby sighed. Jessica still wants to argue, but has been taken away by the Washington police and the FBI. Abby was also taken away. This time, a separate and secret audit will be conducted. Abby can't predict what the future will be like. Lin Feng's arrest immediately made the headlines. All newspapers in the world took the picture of Lin Feng out of the cabin door as the headline. The headline of the US media without exception: "China's richest man has committed a terrorist attack." The article strongly condemned Lin Feng and implied that all this came from the government behind him. Although the media of other Western countries did not directly assert that Lin Feng is a terrorist, as the American media did, they still imply that Lin Feng is inseparable from the terrorist attack. They are just conservative and did not allude to the government behind Lin Feng. The Arab countries cheered, and most national newspapers even called Lin Feng a hero. Of course, in order to take into account the face of the US government, with the exception of a few countries, they have extensively analyzed Lin Feng as the hero who saved the flight. He also pointed out that Lin Feng had absolutely no reason to plan and personally carry out a terrorist attack. As for China, after the initial consternation, Xinhua news agency issued a speech saying that Lin Feng is the youngest and richest man in mainland China and will never plan and implement any terrorist plans. Compared with the conservativeness of the government, netizens still speak freely and directly call Lin Feng as a national hero. Especially when Lin Feng opened the cabin door, it was widely spread by netizens and regarded as a classic. No less than the previous slogan for the Republic, "Fire at me." Now it becomes "Come on, I have money." With the crazy pursuit of netizens, the performance of all companies under Lin Feng has risen sharply. Legend has more than 2.5 million online users. The number of registered senior members of the Second World Club exceeded 2 million. However, although the company has a good momentum, Wu Xiaopu, Liu Yinying and others in China are anxious. Obviously, Lin Feng caused great trouble this time, and no matter what the truth of the matter is, the US government will never let it go. Once Lin Feng is convicted, I am afraid that the company will be ruined. Despite the support of netizens, the country will inevitably seize the company under pressure from the US government. Anxious, uneasy, compared with the fanaticism and madness of netizens, all employees of Lin Feng's companies are panicked, and they don't know where the company will go in the future. As for Li Zhu, he was even more frantic. Had it not been for Liu Yinying's desperate prevention, he would have flown to the United States long ago. Although it was useless for her to go, at least she could be closer to Lin Feng. The news of Lin Feng's arrest also spread to Chu City, and Lin Feng's parents became the focus of news media interviews for the first time. But under Wang Meng's care, he also moved away from his original residence and bought a villa in a remote place to temporarily hide from the media. At this time, the British Embassy in the United States. His Royal Highness, the Queen hopes that you will return home as soon as possible, said the British ambassador. I know, but help me tell the Queen that I won't return home for the time being. Prince William shook his head and said, His Royal Highness, you should know that this time is extraordinary, and we can't let you mix it up, especially this may lead to the breakdown of British-American relations. The British ambassador said hurriedly. I know, but if it weren't for Lin Feng, this Chinese, I would have died on the plane, under the missile attack of the United States. Prince William shouted angrily. But you are not dead now. You are not an ordinary person, you represent the royal family, and your behavior represents the image of Britain. The British ambassador couldn't help but exclaimed, Okay, I get it. I will return home as soon as possible. Prince William frowned, thought about it, and said to restore calm, Thank you for understanding. I will arrange the fastest flight for you to return home. The British ambassador departed respectfully. However, after the British ambassador left, Prince William smiled secretly and quietly left the British Embassy with the help of his bodyguards. Thank you for not following my grandmother's request this time, Prince William said gratefully. His Royal Highness, our lives were saved by the Chinese. We are not politicians, but bodyguards. With the absolute safety of our employers, we can do our best for what we think is right. 4 bodyguards say, Thank you. Prince William took the 4 of them and left in the dark. His Royal Highness, the British ambassador returned to Prince William's residence, only to find that the building was empty. I immediately knew that things were not good. This Prince William had too much sense of justice. Although he was liked by the people, it was a pity that he was not suitable for politics. The British ambassador immediately contacted Britain. At this time, Li Ru and others were waiting for Prince William. They have already contacted Wang Meng. But Wang Meng has nothing to do with this kind of matter. He can only let them stand by. Wang Meng and other employees of the Lania company will come to the United States. In short, in this matter, Wang Meng believed that Li Ru and others said that Lin Feng was a hero and not a terrorist. Therefore, if the country does not care and the US government wants to frame Lin Feng and forcibly pronounce Lin Feng as a crime, Wang Meng will decide to take Lin Feng away by himself. Although this is too risky, it is man-made. If necessary, Wang Meng will not hesitate to create more terrorist attacks to buy opportunities and time to rescue Lin Feng. But not long after, Li Ru and others received a call from Prince William. Prince William said that there was a way to save Lin Feng, and the four of them waited for Prince William in an inconspicuous motel. Not long after, Prince William arrived with his bodyguards. "Thank you, Your Royal Highness," Li Ru and others said very sincerely. In this case, Prince William can still come forward, no matter what the result is. They accepted this intention. Well, we don't have much time, we have to plan. Prince William faced this situation for the first time. Instead of being afraid, there was a hint of excitement in his words. Everyone was at a loss and said nothing, waiting for Prince William to continue his plan. As we all know, the United States is a democratic country, but also a society under the rule of law. Therefore, my plan is to make Lin Feng a national hero, so that all Americans will know that Lin Feng is not a hijacker, but a seizure from the hijacker, the hero who got off the plane and saved all the passengers on the plane. Prince William said excitedly, as long as he becomes an American hero, the government can absolutely not impose sanctions on Lin Feng regardless of public opinion. Prince William's eyes beamed. Li Ru and others looked at each other, knowing that it can only be so now. But please order from His Royal Highness, we must do our best. Li Ru and others said, well, now we have to contact the passengers on the plane. The more people can prove Lin Feng's innocence, the greater our confidence. Your task is to hire the most famous team of lawyers in the United States to sue Lin Feng. Although the US government will definitely, there are many actions, but this incident is too dynamic and the US government cannot destroy all the evidence. You are helping the lawyer find as much evidence as possible to prove Lin Feng's innocence. Prince William said, understand. Li Ru and others nodded. At this time, it was dark. The Pentagon. How's it going? President Bush said, holding back his anger. In the daytime collision incident, the reporters have already put pressure on the various countries through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and ordered them to shut up reporters in their respective countries. This time, a total of 1,785 video clips were seized and 145,223 pictures were deleted. A total of 241,562 people witnessed it. Probably the incident happened. But apart from government officials, only 5,421 ordinary citizens clearly witnessed the incident, especially the final accidental bombing. Said the consultant. Persuade them, for the benefit of the United States, let them choose Yamneza. Bush coldly ordered. Can so many people see? The consultant wiped sweat on his forehead. No matter how many people see it, they have to choose Yamneza. Do you want a Chinese who crashed into the Statue of Liberty and bombed the White House to be acquitted? In the end, we still have to call him a hero? In the end, do you still have it? Let me give him the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Bush roared a little violently. No. No. The consultant was frightened by the violent Bush. Well, what about the two F-15 fighter pilots? Bush coughed, knowing that he was a little gaffe, and the recovery gentleman asked. It has been temporarily detained, and records show that the military did not dispatch any fighter jets today. The consultant said, well, what about the 267 passengers on the plane? Bush asked again. It's very troublesome. The consultant showed a dilemma. Everyone has proved that Lin Feng is a hero and not a hijacker, and demanded that the government release Lin Feng immediately. What? The White House was bombed. They actually called the executioner a hero. Bush was furious again. The consultant was speechless and did not dare to continue to anger the current Bush. No matter what method they use, they absolutely cannot testify for Lin Feng. If it doesn't work, let them disappear temporarily," Bush said fiercely. The consultant was sweating again. "How can that be?" To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 249, 100% Innocence. The consultant was shocked by Bush's request. How could this be accomplished? Bush gave up this idea after murmuring a few words. He knew very well in his heart that this time the incident was so serious that it would be easier said than done for a free and democratic country like the United States to completely block the public. But let him admit that the military bombed the White House by mistake. He can't afford to lose that face, and the United States can't afford to lose that face. He must not be named the dumbest president in American history by future generations. Never. Since you can't stop the public, let's find out the connection between this Chinese and the terrorists involved in this terrorist attack. Bush said angrily. Yes, I understand. The consultant also knew that this time the military had made such a big oolong, it would not be possible to end it without looking for a dead ghost. At least it is necessary to prove that the oolong incident in the White House bombing was the work of others. FBI Director Robert Mueller therefore received the highest order from the presidential palace, but Robert Mueller has a headache now. Although Lin Feng has been brought to the Washington Police Department, before they wait for Lin Feng's interrogation, the Washington Police Department has been surrounded by lawyers who have volunteered to bring Lin Feng to a lawsuit. And this was all because of the declaration made by Lin Feng before getting off the plane. The United States is a country with a high degree of legalization, and its judicial system is as sophisticated as a Swiss clock. All defendants have the legal right to see a lawyer, even if he is a notorious murderer, and the judicial department must not have any excuses to prevent the suspect from hiring a lawyer. Bush helps to inquire about the connection between Lin Feng and the terrorists in advance, and Robert also hopes to follow the president's wishes. However, Lin Feng was arrested in a public court and is known to the world. Therefore, he must not be interrogated in private. Otherwise, Lin Feng, the team of lawyers hired, will surely prevent the FBI from getting off the stage. These lawyers in the United States, Robert has learned their skills, and he can't look down upon them. In particular, a team of lawyers has repeatedly embarrassed the FBI and the U.S. Judicial Department. Looking at the dark lawyers outside, Robert can only hope that Lin Feng will hire a crappy lawyer. Although this incident was officially designated as a terrorist attack, Lin Feng was charged with participating in a terrorist attack and even planned this terrorist attack. But for lawyers, this is not important. The important thing is what they can get through this event of global attention. Obviously, being able to become Lin Feng's attorney can definitely greatly increase the exposure. Also, Lin Feng is the richest man in mainland China, so naturally he is not short of money. Having money and being well known naturally attracts many lawyers. Mr. Lin, now there are a group of lawyers out there vying to be your attorney. You should choose one so that we can conduct a normal interrogation. Chris was the Washington police officer in charge of the incident. He was concerned about the crash of the Statue of Liberty and the White House. Chinese people do not have the slightest affection. Hopefully he will be convicted. Lin Feng smiled. He had long heard of the high judicial system in the United States, but today he saw it as expected. If it were in a socialist country, let alone seeing a lawyer, I am afraid that I would have already been charged with such a crime. So I would just go to the execution ground and go directly to the execution ground. Can I see them? Lin Feng said. Yes. Chris was not afraid of Lin Feng's escape from the police station. Lin Feng walked outside, looked at the dark lawyers outside, thought for a while, and asked, "Excuse me, what am I asking you for?" The lawyers looked at each other and didn't understand what Lin Feng meant. The problem was too simple. "Sir, to protect your legal rights," a young lawyer replied. "No, sir, to acquit you," a slightly older lawyer said with disdain. A group of lawyers expressed their opinions one after another, causing the whole police station to make noise. However, Lin Feng noticed that most of these people who were vying to speak were personal lawyers, And these were not what Lin Feng needed. What Lin Feng needs is a strong team of lawyers who work seamlessly. This time the World Trade Building was hit, the Statue of Liberty was directly destroyed by himself, and the White House was blown up because of himself. Facing the Judicial Department of the US government, it is not something that a mere lawyer can fight against. What I need is an extremely strong team of lawyers. Mr. Lin, choosing the best lawyer will have the best judicial system. Our firm can provide you with the perfect defense of innocence. A middle-aged blonde man with sparse hair smiled. Lin Feng's heart jumped. Choosing the best lawyer will have the best judicial system. Lin Feng liked these words very much, and the middle-aged man looked confident, and other lawyers around him seemed to have a jealous look at him. Lin Feng thought for a while, and his lawyer was him. Hello, I am Lin Feng. I am very happy that you can become my lawyer team. Lin Feng stretched out his hand. Ron Tuck, the head of Ron Law Firm, choose us and you will be 100% innocent. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Officer Chris, we meet again. Ron said with a smile at Lin Feng's side. Ron, I wish I didn't see you. Chris frowned, apparently knowing Ron, but the relationship was not good. However, the more police officer Chris is, the more he can prove the strength of the Larone law firm. Okay, now you can start the interrogation. Chris led Lin Feng to walk forward. Mr. Lin, I hope you can promise to be silent later, can you? Before I understand the matter, I don't want you to disclose anything to the police or the FBI. Ron whispered quietly, but his voice was not small. Reese could hear it clearly. Lin Feng could even clearly see the corners of Chris's mouth moving on the side, with a look of resentment. Relax. In the United States, any suspect has absolute right to silence. Ron smiled at Chris. Bastard. Damn Ron. Chris secretly cursed in his heart, knowing that today's interrogation must have no results. The fact is, just like Chris guessed, no matter what questions he asked, Lin Feng remained absolutely silent according to Ron's words, and the FBI on the side almost couldn't help but want to take action against Lin Feng. But Chris was held back. If this FBI mister did it, Ron would probably hope so most. That way things would be even more tricky. I'm afraid Ron will have a solution without going to court. In the end, Chris and the FBI staff had no choice but to leave, leaving Lin Feng and Ron to talk alone. This was also the suspect's right, and no audio or video recordings were allowed. Even if it is recorded, even if Lin Feng admits that he really planned all terrorist incidents, the court still cannot use it as evidence. Mr. Lin, this is Tom Nixon, the best defense lawyer in my senior law firm. Now we want you to tell us everything in detail. Don't worry, we are lawyers, only serving defenders, not the United States. The Ministry of Justice serves. What we believe in is procedural justice, not factual justice. Seeing Lin Feng, Ron seemed to hesitate and said. Lin Feng listened for a moment, and it was another new term, procedural justice. But Lin Feng likes it very much. Then Lin Feng told Ron and Tom everything he knew. Hearing this, the two looked at each other and smiled triumphantly. Mr. Lin, I don't think you have any worries. When you are publicly acquitted in court this time, you are ready to become an American hero, Ron said with a smile. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. Although there is too much evidence to prove his innocence in this matter, it is incredible that Ron still has such self-confidence in the face of strong interference from the entire US Department of Justice and even President Bush. This is the United States, a free and democratic country, and the president does not have the right to interfere with the Supreme Court's judgment. As long as the procedures are legal, even if you are a murderer, you cannot be proved guilty. The Simpson back then, all the evidence proved that he was guilty. The Americans knew he was guilty, but the police foolishly forged a redundant piece of evidence, causing Simpson to remain at large. This is America, Ron said. Well, rest assured, Lin. Trust us, you must be innocent. Tom also said lightly. After Lin Feng listened, his heart was lightened. After all, this time the Statue of Liberty was destroyed and the White House was destroyed. Thinking about the strength of the United States, Lin Feng's psychological pressure is far less relaxed than it seems on the surface. Then what do I need to do? Lin Feng asked. You just need to worry about your money. Let us do the rest. This is our profession," Ron said with a smile. Lin Feng laughed after hearing this. "Fortunately I am rich." The three looked at each other and laughed again. Lin Feng was very happy. Although the World Trade Building was only destroyed by terrorists on September 11th, the destruction of the Statue of Liberty and the White House, coupled with his sensitive identity, many people in the industry panic that war may break out. The stock market fell even more across the board. "I am afraid that the stock index futures I bought this time will not be at least profitable." It feels good to use American money to file a lawsuit for yourself. By the way, this is the phone number of my bodyguard. They must be trying to find a way for me. If you have something to do, you can find them. Lin Feng gave Leroy their phone number to Ron. "Well, then we are going." Ron put the phone away, got up and left with Tom. "Yes, after all, this is about American honor. In case the FBI or other departments illegally arraign you, you can refuse before we arrive. Go ahead. Also, if they use any illegal means to extract a confession against you, you can confess it directly. But you must tell us afterwards so that we can make the evidence useless, and we can definitely be fair to you." "Well, I see." Lin Feng nodded, knowing that he had found the right team of lawyers this time. The FBI agent who was eavesdropping on the side was even more annoyed when he heard this. He really planned to interrogate Lin Feng privately after waiting for the lawyer to leave. But now Ron and others said, he had to give up. "Damn American judicial system, damn American lawyer." FBI agent cursed resentfully. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 250 Hollywood Heroes? At this time, the news that Lin Feng hired Ron's senior law firm soon reached the president's ears through the FBI. "Your Excellency, I think it is too difficult to stop those witnesses. It is better for us to directly search for evidence of Lin Feng and terrorists. This is relatively simple," the consultant suggested. Bush also heard of the name of Ron's senior law firm. This law firm only filed lawsuits for wealthy people or famous cases, and its slogan, 100% innocence. Lin Feng hired them, and it was really difficult this time. Moreover, in the United States, it is indeed difficult to silence so many witnesses. "Well, I'll leave this to you. In short, I must put Lin Feng in jail this time. Also, the accidental bombing of the White House must not be leaked out. Remember, at any cost in this matter. For the United States the honor. Compared to the crime of finding Lin Feng, the military's accidental bombing of the White House is more difficult. This must never be known to any media, otherwise the United States will become a joke of the world." The president gave an order, and the FBI began to search for all information about Lin Feng. Who is Lin Feng? What he has done since he was a child? How he has made his fortune? What he has done in the United States? What he has done? His itinerary in the past few days, and who he has contacted. All this information will soon be presented in FBI intelligence. In the computer file of the Bureau, it can be said that the FBI even knows Lin Feng better than Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, the court will open in a week. Don't worry, we can acquit you this time." Message came from Ron regarding the trial date of Lin Feng's involvement in the September 11th terrorist attack. It has become the most concerned topic in the world. All newspapers and magazines reported on this incident, which temporarily offset the global panic caused by the global stock market crash. "Chairman, for this Lin Feng, Laozu, we are a developing country. After the economy is too weak, you should understand." Yes. Domestic netizens have also talked about this, but they naturally stand 100% on Lin Feng's side, and even set up the Lin Feng Support Association to cheer for Lin Feng. However, in contrast to the unscrupulous netizens, some wealthy people or entrepreneurs that Lin Feng met have remained silent at this moment. After all, once Lin Feng is convicted, If they support Lin Feng now, they will undoubtedly cause trouble for themselves. Ron had already contacted Li Ru and others at this time. This time the US Department of Justice is preparing to sue Lin Feng for deliberately crashing into the Statue of Liberty and for leading robbers to crash into the White House. Originally, Bush wanted to directly sue Lin Feng for planning a terrorist attack, but the 267 passengers on the Boeing 767 collectively proved that Lin Feng was a hero, not a hijacker. I thought that if the 267 witnesses were intimidated, once the matter was revealed, he might have to step down as the president, so I gave up. After all, there are too many witnesses. It's hard to stop everyone. On the contrary, most of the citizens who witnessed the whole process in Washington that day were family members of government officials, and the facts they saw were only a fragment, so don't worry. As long as they don't tell that they saw the F-15 launching missiles and eventually bombed the White House by mistake. I believe that at this point, these people will take American honor as their top priority. Well, everyone, regarding the first point of the Ministry of Justice's accusation of Lin Feng that Lin Feng deliberately crashed the Statue of Liberty, we have sufficient evidence to refute the Ministry of Justice's accusation. As for the second point, I am afraid it is a little troublesome, Ron said. Yes, according to the evidence provided by the prosecution, there is a video that clearly proves that Lin Feng deliberately guided the robbers' plane into the White House. And there are about 5,000 witnesses who can prove that Lin Feng first lowered the plane and then suddenly raised it. After that, the robbers' plane crashed into the White House and exploded and collapsed. Tom said. No, Tom, the White House was destroyed by military missiles, not because of the plane. Prince William said. Yes. It's a pity that the evidence provided by the prosecution now shows that the White House collapsed due to the blast. And there is absolute evidence that Lin Feng is suspected of guiding. Tom said helplessly. We can prove that the boss is not guilty. Li Ru and others said. According to the US judicial system, your testimony on the second point will not be accepted. Tom said, unless we can get conclusive evidence that the US military fired missiles. But on this point, both Tom and Ron are very bothered. Helpless. Although the United States has a high degree of justice, the military will never be within this range. They also have no right to access military information. What's more, the military can modify the information at any time. Then what to do? Li Ru and others asked anxiously. Don't worry, we have invited the most authoritative engineering structural engineer in the United States. He will use computer simulations to determine whether the Boeing 767 explosion will collapse the White House. Ron said with disdain. The information provided by the prosecution to the defense Ron showed that a violent explosion occurred after the crash, and the air wave knocked down several supporting pillars of the White House, causing the White House to collapse. Well, you don't have to worry about the evidence. Now I want to talk about the image. Ron clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. The Statue of Liberty and the White House in the United States have a sacred and inviolable status in the hearts of Americans. There is no doubt that Lin Feng did crash into the Statue of Liberty, and it has nothing to do with the destruction of the White House. Now most Americans treat it. The impression is very bad, and even hate him. You must know that in the case of ambiguity in the evidence simulation, the personal preferences of the jury will determine everything. Ron said worriedly. For most Americans, Lin Feng is now a murderer who destroyed the spiritual and political symbols of the United States. If you don't change Lin Feng's image, go to lawsuit. I am afraid it is really bad luck. Angel, how is the mock jury result? Ron asked. Angel is a blonde and another partner of Ron's senior law firm. Although he is not good at defense, he is good at handling other things in defense. Boss, no, Lin Feng's image is too bad. The first complaint that we can win, but the second, the probability of failure is more than 90%. Angel shook his head and said, well, I need your help now. I will make Lin Feng a hero who took the plane from the robbers and saved 267 passengers within 3 days. Change the American people's impression of him. Ron said excitedly. He is best at playing with the media and public opinion. Every time he manipulates the media and public opinion, He always feels extremely excited. Prince William, your identity and status will be the greatest assurance of our success. Ron was very thankful that there would be a distinguished person like Prince William on this flight. He has come forward to prove for Lin Feng that Lin Feng's image will be completely changed. But Ron's only concern is whether Prince William will show his face because of this. Don't worry, Ron. Lin Feng is my friend, and he saved my life. I'm so busy, I'm happy to help. Prince William was unambiguous. Well, then we can find a few more honest, reliable and ordinary witnesses to prove to Lin Feng with you. Ron shook his fist. Sorry, I'm late. I hope I can help too. A blonde and sexy beauty walked in. Jessica, Prince William said in surprise. Jessica smiled slightly from Prince William. Oh, you can't. You are an actor, and you are too beautiful. Lin Feng is the richest man in mainland China. You will make many people mistakenly believe that you are testifying for Lin Feng's money. Ron looked at Jessica, shook his head. Jessica was taken aback. She didn't expect that being beautiful is not necessarily a good thing sometimes. What about him? Li Ru and others looked at Prince William. Since Ron said that sexy Jessica is not good, then Prince William is handsome, and handsome, is it not good either? He is different. He is a British prince, and the British royal family has a special emotion in American hearts. And although Prince William's appearance is very handsome, it makes people feel very kind. On the contrary, Jessica, you are too beautiful now. With a good body, it will make people jealous. Ron explained with a smile. Jessica looked helpless. Maybe I can help too, said a slightly old but still full of breath. Everyone looked back. Jessica exclaimed, Mr. Spielberg, why are you here? Jessica exclaimed. The person here is no one else, but the great Hollywood director Steven Spielberg, directed Jaws, Jurassic Park, Saving Private Ryan and other works. Jessica, I just happened to be on this flight. Of course, I was in normal business class, so you didn't find me. Fortunately, Mr. Lin saved me this time, otherwise I'm afraid I will go to see God. Spielberg laughed. It's a great honor to meet you, Steven. Ron and Spielberg shook hands warmly. The two had met before because of a certain lawsuit. In fact, there are really very few people Ron doesn't know in the United States, especially in the middle and upper class. After all, the richer people, the more they need lawyers, especially in the United States, a country where the law industry is extremely developed, not to mention Ron is one of the most famous law firms in the United States. 100% innocent Seth, savior of countless rich people, a slogan hated by the judiciary. Ron, you are a lawyer, and defense is your specialty. But how to build a hero is my specialty, Spielberg said proudly. Ha ha, I'll leave it to you. Ron laughed. With Spielberg on his horse, there is absolutely no need to worry about Lin Feng's image. But to make a promotional film like this, plus computer special effects, will have to be completed within 3 days, which is not a small expense. Spielberg made up his mind to make the hijacking incident into a short film. Since then, he has created momentum for Lin Feng and made him a hero. Don't worry, I don't know how much you want, Li Rui replied. This is just a short film. The cost is $1 to $2 million US. But after the publicity, the purchase of a TV channel time period may cost millions, or even tens of millions of US dollars. Spielberg said, yes, we will pay you the cost later, and we will give you the promotion fee as soon as possible. Zheng Zhan nodded to Li Rui. This time, Lin Feng invested 700 million yuan in US stock index futures, which has now become 500 million US dollars. The funding aspect is definitely not a problem. Spielberg nodded, and then said to Jessica and Prince William, I hope you can also be true actors in this short film. No problem. The two nodded. Okay, then I will leave first. We will see you after the filming. Spielberg left with Jessica and Prince William. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued.